I should make moves with fucking shorts. Like, that'd be sick. Make myself a fucking superhero. He's already on, baby. Why? Why not? I'm sick as fuck. What is this bullshit? Alright, good. West side. What are you, little bitch? Dude, I would focus so much more on what I think what's written on here. Have a blessed and beautiful day, Baruch Hashem. That, my friend, is a loyal fucker. Dude, yes. Alright, are you done? My comment, shout out to Paul Mars, my comment barely get reposted. That right there should tell you this shit works, so don't fuck with your shit. If you do that for a fucking year, somebody's gonna pay attention to this. If anybody sees this in the future, I'm just going cold about that. But like the rabbis, a rabbi told me how this would happen, and just like they saw it, and that's how much confidence I have. It's nothing, but like this is like sex act. Hand job. They should do that with weed. They should have weed for like all ages, but really small amounts of it to like ease people into it. Different levels. Like, and they should also put how much caffeine is in it. Rumble Street. Okay, here we go. Look at this footwork, folks. There's athleticism. Oh, I'm not at this level. But maybe there's some shit I do better. Or maybe I'm more. You know. But normally I fucking do this. This shit, if you're wondering, what is he saying? I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head. I don't normally talk like this, but I can stop if I want, but then I'll just be silent. There's some funny, good shit in here. I'm sure everybody will be like, yeah, dude. I really feel bad about the thing I said earlier, but I want to make that my fucking nickname. It's like, why word? Come on, B. Dog, 30 the fuck up. This shit sucks. I wonder. I'm gonna scrape that shit out of there. I'm gonna get every little bit out. Come on, you little bitch. Calm down. Look at this move. Curious, come on. These buttons are just not teasers. Come on, you little. Okay. If you don't know what I'm doing, every 12 hours I have to switch it. And right now in 2025, it sucks. Maybe in 3025, we just be able to blink and this shit will happen. But this shit sucks. Come on, you what? Everything takes so long. You're gonna die? I think there might be a chance I might escape it. Like, maybe I'm the first person, or maybe one of like, I don't know, a generation, first generation. I don't want to do it first. Come on, you little bitch! Oh, fuck. I can't believe I hit that thing. I never catch it. Fuck you, my motor skills. Come on, you little bitch. Oh, babe, this thing sucks. People are gonna ask, did you know you were gonna go 500? Like, I just have a gut feeling nobody talks to me. It's gonna be cool somehow on Twitter. Come on, you little bitches. Fucking engine is like favorite rabbi. Okay, come on, you little bitch. Fuck. On. This thing sucks. Oh, is it working? No. Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, you little bitch. Why does this thing suck? Come on, this thing sucks. Come on, dude. This shit is so bad. There should be a law. Oh, it's working. Starting. Back in 60. Oh, what am I? No, I didn't even know. I was never gonna be the same.
Chatzar means mashable, and therefore again, this is for worse because he's permitting so big that he's not yet pregnant, or conversely, no. Chatzar means science. He's already lost certain size, and therefore the short is invalid. It's void. It's void. So that's what structure of our companies. She was structured around us in Chayim. So I must explain in this case. I swear I won't eat. I swear I won't eat. And I end up eating non-kosher items. What's the problem? Chayim. I'm Chayim. So I don't want to say Chayim. Rabbi Shimon told Rabbi Shimon says I'm not Chayim. But I didn't know about this case. I'm not Chayim. Why should I be Chayim? Which level did I see it? I'm only prohibited to go ahead and eat these items. So there's already published upon it. Which the Gemara says, so the key source says that the reason why the shore works like this, since the shore shading revolves upon prohibited items, it also revolves upon prohibited items. That's a concept I won't call it Mr. Coma. It's inclusive. It's inclusive. Therefore, again, when I say shore shalom and I eat the English Spanish cuts, but I'm going to eat Chayim. Most is very sluggish, Shabbat. He got to most ever even the five shekats of Shir on the Rabbi. He stopped. Not even done yet. He got the Amar Atam observe the whole show. But you know, actually, we're going to step over it. Let's not go very Tashma. Not going to rush through it. Let's not worry. So again, remember, we're moving on. This last case of Rabbi. Nazir goes ahead. Nazir goes ahead and says, Shua Shua Okal Charson. I will not eat grapes. What does that mean? Does that mean the Nazir is making a Shua on a cup? A Shua? In which case the grapes? Or no. Charson means Kizanis. In which case the Shua doesn't work because the Nazir is Kizanis. And there's a solution tomorrow. Shbayach. All right, fellas, the Chavez. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Today's topic is people. A really great topic. Really. We're going to start days by days. 22 deep by again. Which introduced us ultimately again to cases where I go and I get sure and I eat and I drink the Mishnah asking and I'm only going to be chayav. So I'm around here, but I'm not going to hear about having a Mishnah. Shmushma Ochal B'Shasa, Chayiv, Rosix, Navacha, is that the person goes ahead. Shmushma Ochal B'Shasa, Chayiv. So if you hear out the Mishmur, if the person thinks Shua, I'm not going to eat. And what happens? They drink. So they're Chayiv. They're Chayiv. In other words, we'll say, I don't eat, but I drink. I'm Chayiv for violating my Shua. Says the Gemara. So why is this? So again, one possibility is, and we're learning this out from a possibility. Or ultimately again from a svara. So the Gemara says, if you want to say that it's a svara, because sometimes just when people talk. When a person says to his friend, let's go eat something, and they end up in what? They end up eating and drinking. So we see ultimately that what? That shtia is bichlal achiva. Drinking is subsumed under the umbrella of eating. Levi said, also the other possibility for natural plus the plastic. That ultimately, again, drinking is subsumed under the umbrella of eating. Coverage function. It's like this from where do we know that drinking is included with eating? What's the pasuk says? That you will bring your mice shame in your and when it says what does it include? The mice of your grain and of your grapes. Top of Sirosh Chamri. We'll say, what's grapes? Grapes is wine. And get what you see. And it says, so what do you see from here? You see from here, that ultimately drinking is included under the umbrella of So pay attention to wine. I will say a negro is a beet dish. So therefore, again, I'm drinking wine as part of the beet dish, in which case, again, it's still a case of achiva. So I'm a rama bashmuel, a negro by this happy. A negro is a dish that's made of beets. A sigron by the gulu silky. A sigron was whatever it is from our brothels. A sigron is water or is a dish made from cooked vegetables. So also, so in the case of kirosh, in the case of my shishimi, is where a person is consuming wine, but wine is being consumed as part of solid food. Not for being consumed completely as a drink. Here's where it comes from. Well, so here's the source for saying that she is a fiba. In a saka kesef the cholashet tarai nafshito. The bakar ubatzov the yagma shefer. The pasuk says, "Get a hold of my meister. If you redeem meister for money, you take the money, you spend it in Yerushalayim. You can use the money for whatever you want. Bakar, so, wine, shefer, yayin, also. Listen, what you see from here, you see from here, wine obviously is a drink. Wine is a drink. And listen, what does the pasuk say? The pasuk is the pasuk uses lashon achila even by ksivachalton. The kiloh nam yedei nikro means so here's when you're drinking the wine or mixed with the solid food. That's why it calls it achila, to which the Gemara says, however, shekar ksiv we can question it, that's not true. Because it says what? It says shecha. And what says shecha means it's an item that intoxicates. When wine is mixed in with food, it doesn't intoxicate. So it must refer to what? It must refer to wine which is being consumed on its own. Well, the second thing about is that not true? There are foods that intoxicate. Listen to this. The Dilma, Devila Kilis. Also, maybe talking about these Kilis figs, right? These Kilis figs have an intoxicating quality. This time, I'll go Devila Kilis. If a person is a Kohen ate this cake of crust figs, this type of Kilis figs, the shasa devash, or you drank honey, the chalav and milk, the michlas lemikdash. You drank honey and milk, you went into this mikdash, but you did have avoda. Chayiv. I'll say ultimately again, a person is chayiv. Why? Because these items all have an intoxicating or an inebriating effect. So you see from here that one. And you have some first of all, it's just interesting in halakha in general. And a Kohen, we know that a Kohen is not permitted to do the avodah shri again. It's not permitted to go ahead and to do the avodah under the influence. What's interesting to see is that it's not only permitted to alcohol consumption, but apparently intoxicating foods are also precluding that they're going to do the avodah, which is pretty amazing. So which the point that Gemara is making over here is that you see that there are intoxicating foods. Hala gamar sheker means that we make consider shabbat between meiser sheni and nosir. It says sheker by meiser sheni. It says sheker by nosir. Just like by nosir, sheker refers to wine. So to my meiser sheni it refers to wine as well. And therefore I will say what? And therefore because sheker refers to wine by meiser sheni, so Torah tells me that I can redeem the money of my Shishim Shlan, use it to purchase wine. And what Lashon does the Torah use? Torah uses the Lashon of Va'achalta. Oh, when we see from here, that Shkia Bichlal Achiva. That drinking is called eating. The most thing you say to yourself, wonderful. Who cares? So why does it matter to us? Because if I take a Shvua and I say Shvua Shalom Ocha, I swear I'm not going to eat anything today, and I drink Ta'alot, I'm in by Shvua. Why? Because Shvua Bichlal Achiva. There's also drinking under the umbrella of Rabbi says, the person took a shvur that I'm not going to shasa, and he ate and he drank in the chayv el aretz. They will say, he's only chayv once. So this is what it's analyzed. So if you say that shkia is a fruit of the achiva, it's typically the kamelash from the chayv el aretz. That's what it's asking what I think of their own chayv once. Now, they will say if you say that shkia is not part of achiva, then when I take a shvur not to eat the alcohol, the asam laka, it's tichlash moinon the inochayv ela achos. So we'll say listen to this. So the Gemara says if you hold that shkia is not tichlal achiva, right? Shkia are two different things. Then if I take a shvur shelo ochal and what I go ahead and I eat and I drink, then of course again I'm going to be chayv twice. I don't know if we'll say do I need some type of need to let's say a person goes ahead and takes a shvur on Shabbos. I take a shvur, I'm not going to eat. And I eat, and I do malacha. Does the Gemara tell me that I'm chayiv twice? Of course I'm chayiv twice. There are two things. Else, the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What do you see from here? You see that ultimately that drinking is subsumed under the umbrella ultimately of consumption. Right, so we've successfully proven that first point, and therefore again that backs up the statement of Shmuel, which is what the Gemara started with, that the person takes a Shmuel Shalom Ochal, and instead he goes ahead and he drinks, he is still going to be higher for the violation of Shmuel. So first of all, I'd like to people know that. Amos, there's the problem. Let's look at the end of the Shmuel Shalom Ochal, the Shmuel Eshta. First he takes a Shmuel. I take a Shmuel that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. But I'll call the shots of Chayiv Shtayim. What did he say? And I eat Chayiv twice for 1 second. Kevan Damer Shlo Ochal, it's Tzarek Shida. Ki Amar Shlo Eshta, on my Chayiv. So here's the problem. We just established that Shida is the Flalachiva, that drinking is part of eating. So therefore, again, so now in the second case of Mishnah, I then take Shva. I say Shlo Ochal, Shlo Eshta. I say Shlo that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. So what's the Mishnah say? I'm Chayiv twice. 1 second. Why am I Chayiv twice? At the end of the day, if you say that Shvi is Bichlal Achiva, then when I go and I say Shva Shelo Ochal, what does that include? Achila and Shkia. For what? And therefore, when I go ahead, Ki Amar Shelo Eshke, when I then take that second Shva, and I again say Shva, then I'm not going to drink. Why should I be Chayiv at all? Amar Shelo Eshke, Shelo Eshke Shreis, Chayiv. Don't say. If I say, I swear I'm not going to drink, and I drink. How many times do I fire? Why? Because it will say that second shvur is meaningless. Because the second shvur doesn't come to more than what the first shvur did, and therefore again there will be no heal under those circumstances. Right? What the Gemara is asking is the following: if you hold that shvur is the Chal, then when I say shvur shelo ochal, shvur shelo eshke, as soon as I say Shelo Ochal, it includes Achila and Shkia. Therefore, again, when I say Shelo Eshke, if it's a meaning, then why does the Mishnah pass that when I eat and when I drink, I'm Chayiv twice? To which the Gemara says, Chasam the Amar Shelo Eshke, Nahada Amar Shelo Ochal. So this is very interesting. What's the case in Mishnah? The case in Mishnah is where I first make the Shmuel not to drink, and then only afterwards I take the Shmuel not to eat. What? So what does that create? That creates two independent shvuos. Why? The shvia b'chlal achila isa, achila b'chlal ashvia lesa. Chazal said, listen to this. This relationship only goes in one direction. Shvia, drinking, is considered a part of eating. Eating, however, is not considered part of drinking. Therefore, I will say, this is all intuitive. Therefore, again, when the person says, Shmuel Shelo Ochal, I say, I take the Shmuel not to eat. So my definition, that includes what? Eating and drinking, Achila and Shkia. Therefore, I will say, if I go ahead and eat and drink, I'm only going to be Chayiv once. Not only that, but if I say Shmuel Shelo Ochal or Shmuel Shelo Eshke, that second Shmuel is meaningless because the prohibition of Shkia is already included in the first Shmuel. However, if I go ahead and I say Shmuel Shelo Eshke, Shmuel that I'm not going to drink, that only covers what? It only covers Shkia. That does not cover Achila. It does not cover Achila. Therefore, I will say, listen to this. I take the Shmuel Shelo Ochal, and then afterwards take the Shmuel Shelo Eshke. If I take the Shmuel Shelo Eshke, and then afterwards take the Shmuel Ochal, and then I eat and drink, how many times do I Chayiv? Twice. Say both of those Shmuels. That you are suggesting that's the case in Israel. First, the Shmuel Shelo Eshke, then the Shmuel Shelo Ochal. Both Shmuels devolve upon me, and therefore I'm going to be Chayiv twice. Incredible. How about Amar Shmuel Ochal, Shmuel Eshke? They will say, if I Ochal, and if I say, I think I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. But Ochal B'Shasa, I did eat and I drink. What's that? Lakamai? Eno Chayiv Ela. So I'll say, in that case, I'm going to Chayiv once. Why? Because ultimately, again, Achila is Bichlal Achila. Okay, so let's see, fine, I'll probably do. But if that's the case, I have to 20 ratio, Shmur Shelo Ochal, Ba'achal B'Shasa in Chaylalachas. In the beginning of the Shasa, I take the Shmur not to bullshit, and I end up eating the thing. So the Mishnah said only Chayiv once. This week, why don't you instead say the following? Shmur Shelo Ochal B'Shelo Eshta in Chaylalachas. Why don't you make a better case? What's the better case? What's the better case be? I think the Shua that I'm not getting the guy out there, so you must say, in the Mishnah's first case, the case was Shua Shua Ochal. Take a Shua that I'm not going to eat, but I end up eating the drink. What is the Mishnah called? I'm only chayiv what? Only chayiv once. So that's, we give you a better case. A better case. Why doesn't the Mishnah say, let the guy say, Shua Shua Ochal, Shua Shua Ochal V'eshta. Right? I take a Shua that I'm not going to eat, and I'm not going to eat. Here, he's explicitly articulating both accusations. And then he goes in and eats and he drinks. What's halacha? He's still only chayiv once. Why am I saying? Because shtia is b'chlal achila. Why don't you say that case? Listen, shmur shelo ochal b'shelo eshtem. In the case of the shura, I'm not going to eat. I'm going to drink. In that case, you don't chayiv elachos. L'chol shekain shelo ochal b'chudein. And all the more so, it's like in the case where I just said shmur shelo ochal, and then I eat and I drink. But of course, it's not going to be chayiv. So most of the most asking here is why doesn't the Mishnah give me the most Hiddishlik case? Give me the most novel case. The most novel case is not shmur shelo ochal, but then a person eats and drinks. They don't just like once. Like the most Hiddishlik case where a person says shmur shelo ochal b'shelo eshtem, or a person is sure that I'm not going to eat and I'm not going to drink. Then they go and they eat and they drink, and yet the Mishnah still asks that what? You only chayiv once. Why? Because essentially the second shmur shelo eshtem is being addressed because here is the malachima. If you tell me that case, then if one case that person just says shmur shelo ochal, and then they eat and they drink, then of course only the chayiv once. To which the Gemara says, Ella, the olam kibik tani. Rather, once it says the Gemara, you have to go back to the way it is. And the case mentioned that's where first he says, achila before shia. You're shining alcohol. And we'll say, what's the case over here? See, here's the problem. Okay, from the sequence, we're now suggesting is, we're going to look at the sefer, we're going to understand the sefer as the state. What's the case of the sefer as the state? He's saying, shmur shelo ochal, shmur shelo eshtem. I'm sure that I'm not going to eat, that I'm not going to drink. And then what did the Mishnah pass in? He said that I'm chayiv twice. I'm chayiv twice. What about the fact that shtia is b'chlal achila? Okay, that's fine. So what does that mean? So you want to shine off, listen to this. Kevan the amar shelo ochal, v'hadar amar shelo eshtem, gali daite da'ach achila the amar achila b'leitas. Well, it's like, see here the Gemara answers, which seems to be the Pashut answer. When a person goes out of their way to articulate something, so clearly they're coming along to make more specific statements. See, halacha l'maaseh, if a person comes along and says, shmur shelo ochal, b'shelo eshtem, then what they're clearly saying is what? The achila that I articulated before does what? Does not include shtia. Meaning, so what as you see over here, when it comes to shuas, so much of shuas ultimately again is focused on what a person says and how a person says it. You see, also there's a cloud global life. What's the cloud global life? Close your mouth. Words to live by. Close your mouth. In other words, that the less you say, sometimes the sharper your words are. So a person says shmur shelo ochal. Great, I understand. That includes achila and shtia. Once a person goes ahead and says shmur shelo ochal, shmur shelo eshtem, obviously that extra phrase is coming. What's going to do something then what? Then you should say it. Then don't say it. Then sorry. Right? Then don't say it. Then don't say it. The fact that he goes out of his way to articulate shmur shelo ochal, shmur eshtem means that the achila that he's mentioning, he means achila b'dasar. Achila by itself, not achila with shtia. And therefore he's coming to create two distinct prohibitions upon himself, one for achila and one for shtia. But Rashi, listen to the our Mishnah seems to support this assertion. Shmur shelo ochal v'achal already in achila. That's what the Mishnah say. The person, I take a shmur, I swear I'm not going to eat, and then I end up eating things that are not fit for consumption. Drink things that are not fit for consumption. Butter, they'll say, let's go. I'm not chayiv. It seems to me that it was fit for consumption. Who am I? So we'll say ultimately again. Why would I ultimately again twice for this? I said Shlochal. Vilma Damar Shivur Shlo Ochal Shivur Shlo Eshter. That was it must be a case of what? But ultimately again, I explicitly articulated two things. Ultimately again, Shivur Shlo Ochal and Shivur Shlo Eshter. So we'll say the idea over here is what comes out from this sugya. What seems to be that the final line from the sugya is that shtia is b'chal that drinking is considered to be a part of consumption. Drinking is a field of shtia. Therefore, I will say for our purposes, if a person takes a shvur shelo okal, making sure that I'm not going to eat, and I end up drinking, I will be fighting for violating that shvur. However, again, if a person were to say, and therefore, will say, however, the exception to this could be when the person explicitly articulates and says, shvur shelo okal, shvur shelo eshter. If a person explicitly articulates a separate shvur for akiva and a separate shvur for shtia, then obviously they're coming to say that akiva is akiva by itself and shtia is by itself. So we'll say this seems to be the Rambam passes. The Rambam says this is in Parak Dal and Gopos Shvuos. So let's look at this. Rambam says Paralach about shvur shelo okal v'shelo eshter. Person takes a shvur that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. V'shasa, v'alkal v'shasa, and ultimately again, I ate and I drank. Chayiv shtayim. What the Rambam passes, I'm chayiv twice. Shashtia b'chlal achila. Because under normal circumstances, shtia is considered part of achila. However, behold, the parish of Shlo Eshter Kalagaitu shall call shtia b'chlal achila. The insect in Ishmael, Zevin Pe'atzmo, Zevin Pe'atzmo, Yichai Shai. It's like Rambam sums it up in 4 lines. Number 1, achila is b'chlal shtia. That's why he passes on the Maisa. But if you explicitly articulate a shvur and you say shvur shelo ochal, shvur shelo eshter, you're going out of your way to explicitly articulate two distinct shvurs. Then what? Then you need to break them out, and therefore, if you eat and you drink, you will be chayiv twice. Beautiful. We'll say right there. The shvur shelo ochal ba'apal pas. You're supposed to remember again. The next case is Mishkot as follows: where a person goes ahead and takes a shvur shelo ochal. I swear that I'm not going to eat. And what happens? Shvur shelo ochal. Aslitin pasar baskusman va'achal. So what's what happens? If a person goes ahead and, well, first case, the person says, I'm not going to eat, and he eats wheat bread, barley bread, spelt bread, he's only chayiv once. If he says, sure, that I won't eat, and he eats each of those breads, then what? He's chayiv for each of them. It says in the Vilma, right, ultimately again, maybe the reason why he made these separate shurahs was we're trying to figure out what would be a reason why a person would say, shvur shelo ochal, aslitin paskus or why would you articulate that? Why? What's the need for that? It says, limit their option for nice stuff. Well, maybe the guy is coming along on one side. If you eat separate liability to each type of bread, I'd rather to go ahead and highlight the fact that he's prohibiting himself to other food items. To which the Gemara says, remember, if that's the case, he could have eaten Sa'orin the Kusim. Then ultimately, he could have just said, eaten Sa'orin and Kusim. Ultimately, instead of going ahead and saying what? Shvur shelo ochal, what should over here was, Shvur shelo ochal, pas chitin, pas Sa'orin, pas Muslim. The fact that he's articulating pas by each one seems to indicate that it's creating Shvur specific items. The Dilma, pas chitin lachol, sort of the Kusim buckets. So we'll say maybe he's coming along to prohibit paslit, but he's also coming along to what? To go ahead and say that he should be permitted to go ahead and chew on kernels of barley. The Hamil the Mimar, paslitin, b'shal sa'orin, b'shal kusmin. Therefore, I could have just said ultimately what? Paslitin and also of sa'orin and also of kusmin. The Dilma Amabait, the Dilma Ayudei Taroves. Maybe I'm outside. Look at Rashi, Kabash, the Dilma Amabait. The Dilma Ayudei Taroves. Maybe the reason he didn't say Paslitin Bishal Swam Bishal Kusman. What does that sound like? What does it sound like? Maybe it's only prohibiting what? It's saying a bread that's made, a loaf that's made out of all these different grains. Well, if that's the case, Ema, the Chayim shall Sa'orim, the Chayim shall Kusman. You could have just said, and so too of grain, of so too of barley, so too of spelt. Pas lamari. Also, at the end of the day, what the Gemara is bothered by is why does he have to say pas over pas? So most of us we begin to see it straight away. When it comes to Shua, so they don't find it, we analyze each and every word. In general, you see, a person should always be vigilant with his words, always choose his words exceptionally careful. I will say when it comes ultimately again to Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, so again we manage to analyze every single word. To say has eaten, has sold, will say that word has such a constant to go ahead and generate a separate portion upon each of these. Thereby creating separate Shavuot liability for each different type of level. Will say this is the Rabbi has this as well. The Rabbi says this is the same paragraph. If a person says Shua, eat, I won't eat barley bread, I won't eat wheat bread, and I eat them, I eat all of them, I'm chayiv for each and every one. Why? Of that word pass, by the beginning of every statement, ultimately indicates that creating separate shore liability by each of these items. Incredible. Let's go back to it. I'm not going to drink a lot of drink. Right? I go ahead and I drink a lot of different things. I'm only chayiv once. Okay, so let's analyze this. In the Mishnah's case of here, Mishnah's case is case number one, the issue that I'm not going to drink. The one happens. I drink a lot of different items. What's the halacha? Only chayiv once. Second case, what I'll say is making sure that I'm not going to drink wine, oil, honey, v'shasa, and I drink them. Chayiv each and every one. Okay, those are the two cases. He says the Gemara, Neshlama Asam, I understand that in this case by the loaves of bread. The other, he asked for pass the Yuva. See, it was an extra word. An extra word pass before mentioning each of the items of bread. An extra word, what did an extra word for us? What did it do? It split up each of the items into separate Shibua liability. Elaha, my happy to remember. I will say in this case, a person says, Shua Shalom Eshte, Yaimen Vash. So I don't understand, maybe he's not coming to create separate Shua liability, he's just coming to articulate certain things. What else could he have said? Maybe he's just coming along to say, it's only these items that I'm prohibiting myself to, but I'm not prohibiting other forms of drink. The case is where these drinks are sitting before him on the table. Yain, Shemen, and Vash are right there on the table. I will say, what's his goal? The goal over here is this Yain, Shemen, and Vash is sitting right in front of him. And his goal is he wants to prohibit these items upon himself. So what should he have said? Shivua Shivua Eshta Eilu. I will say, that's what he should have said. The fact that he says what? Shivua Shivua Eshta Yain, Shemen, and Vash, we understand to mean what? A more globalized Shivua, and independent Shivua liability for each of these items. And Yoma Eilu Lo Shasina, Ahrili Shasina. I will say, every reason you can use this much because had he said that, he would have heard that only these items, this particular Yain, Shemen, and Vash, that is Asar, but other Yain, Shemen, and Vash will be mutter. Ellen the Amar Shivua Lo Shasina Pidon Eilu. Right? It says the Gemara could have said, right? I take Shua that I will not drink like these. And I will say that would have been these items. In fact, he chooses to make a more global Shua. Or Shua Shua Ocha Yain Shua Vash indicates that's what. And he's coming to create a more general Shua. With separate Shua Bible. Each item Ella is in Filma, you don't even below Shasina with Sime often. With Spinning out the Shasina. If you were to say that, I will say maybe that would have been that's what. He won't drink like these items. But again, I will say maybe like these items means what? The exact measure. But more than these amounts, less than these amounts, ultimately, again, you would be able to drink. I'll let you go to Amar, Shvoshua Eshtem mid. And then let's say what he could have said is a shua that I won't drink from these types, from this mid. You know about mid, even below Shasina, even by Rishas. Also, but if that were the case, then maybe ultimately that would infer from that it's only in a good Rishas, it's only it's only this type of drink that he can drink. And these items, say like what I did that he could consume. Ema Shalom Eshta Eight. So rather what he could have said about it is I won't drink these as well as their the background of the Hikam, I was let's the case over here. When the sun falls on Beras, it was a piece is as follows. Where this man is getting peer pressure to drink. Sidewalk on his friends are troubling to drink. Gamarlo, all which just say you need the Yair Shemet Crash. All which they go with friends are troubling to come, drink with us wine, oil, honey, the higher go Luma, and it was like, what's happening? This guy, the guy in the Mishnah, does not want to drink with his friends. So what does he do? Well, ultimately, again, he gets himself from drinking with his friends. What would have been a proper formulation for that? The Havile Lomar, Shua, Shelo Eshte Imcha. He could have just said, I take a Shua, then I'm not going to drink with you. And I will say, that would have accomplished the task. But yet, what does he say? Yayi B'Shemen Vash Lavali. So we'll say, if this is a thing in the body of peer pressure, then there's a way to avoid peer pressure. Shua, then I'm not going to drink with you. I hereby swear I'm not going to drink with you. Then I can't drink with you. I was like, but that's not what he said. What does he do? Shua Shelo Eshte Vash. Why does he make that as a why does he have to do this? Yayi B'Shemen Vash Lavali. So we'll say to go ahead and get rid of himself upon all these different items. And I will say, this is the same idea that I'm putting down. It says, well, I'm actually going to read this case for the next case. Suppose I say, I did my single read as follows. If this is a din of peer pressure, then the easiest way to avoid that is to say, I think sure that I'm not going to drink with you. The fact that he says, Shelo Eshte Yayin B'Shemen Vash, Shelo say it's unnecessary to relieve peer pressure. When he goes in, he says that, how do we interpret that? We interpret that as a bona fide shmua, and the fact that what? That he articulates each independent item tells me what? It is creating separate shmua liability for each of these items, and therefore, if he drinks Yayin, Shemen, and Vash, he'll be high. Incredible. It's not awesome. Taylor, he did, we saw earlier that was listening to this case. They were transitioning for just a moment. So what's called Shua Sabikot Vash. What's a Shua Sabikot means that if I say that I deposited something with you, and you claim you don't have it, I could force you to take your Shua. Listen to this case. It's not possible to do that. Taylor, he did sort of the post which she usually does. I go to him and I say, Ruvain, I gave you my barley and my spelt to hold for me, right? To hold for me. And what happens? Shua Shem Bechamiyah clothes. And I will say, Ruvain says, I swear I have none of your property. I have nothing of yours. I will say, turns out that Ruvain was lying. Ruvain was lying. So what's the halacha? Ain't no chayv ela achos. You only chayv once. So let's say the case over here is I deposited Kita, Sore, and Kusya with Ruvain. I said, Ruvain, give me back my property and my spelt. And what happens? Ruvain says, I have nothing of yours. And then it turns out that he's wrong. He's only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. I must say, what's the novelty of this? The novelty, of course, is he was kofar. He ultimately denied three different things, right? Barley and spelt. Yet he's only going to be chayiv once. However, if Ruben says, "Shmua she'en l'chabiyati," he did swear mekusma. The Moshe if Ruben were to say, "I swear, I don't have your pita, don't have your soda." I don't have a then what? A chayiv alcohol achas v'achas. Then I will say you will be chayiv on for each and every one. Why I will say why? Because in that case, what's happened? He specifically articulated the denial of each and every item independently. So if you make for general denial, I have nothing or yours, and it turns out that he's lying, it's chayiv once. If he makes an item specific denial, I don't have your meat, I don't have your sword, I don't have your custom, then it's going to be chayiv from each other. The Yochanan says, "Hakilu pruta mikula mitzdarefes." I will say even a pruta from each of them ultimately combines. Take a look at Rashi. What does that mean? Pruta mikula mitzdarefes. What's actually by the top of Rashi? Maybe probably 5 lines into the short lines. Pruta mikula mitzdarefes. L'chayvo al shmua, but Allah al-Qur'an, that's the al-Masayb al-Ashra. This is actually quite interesting. So once in the real says that even if there's only a little less than it's less than a group of each of them, combines all of them. It turns out to be who does work with the claim, the body. So once you know it's pressing of units, even though each independent item does, it's less than a shot of Buddha, if combined with one shot of Buddha, you don't think you're going to be tight, you're not like that. So I'm going to be a hard. Five of our unfortunate I am actually over time. The fact of our growing beyond the time. So what's the number? So what's like when a person goes ahead and says, so let's say I'm just I go through this, move it, and when it says, I don't have to so always move it high. One says, I don't know, I'm probably the high back on the was like, let's analyze what the possible number of violence. At the moment, violence is check it out. I'll tell you why. Right? This is your question. Right? Four, I'll tell you why. The three, denial for wheat, denial for wheat, denial for soda, denial for wheat. There's also possible for four, which is what we'll say, a general denial that I owe you nothing. So I'll say, Shayla is in this case when it really goes in and says, I don't have your keys, I don't have this one, I don't have your husband. What is he carrying? So one says, he's only carried from a specific denial. Denials of but on quote unquote general denial, which is ultimately again, it's not going to be denial. The point or the other thing he says, as long as it's not in the fact. Then it says that no, it's going to be denial four, three for the specific denials and one for the general denial. That was like that the idea of it, the initial here is the general denial is not unique, it's something articulate. It's just understood. Whereas when it says, I don't owe you anything, I don't owe you, I don't owe you personally. What it's actually saying is, I owe you nothing. I owe you nothing. So after I want something to talk about it. What do I do that? Talk about like after the idea was so the type now Chada. Actually, also happened that also so what about this now? What about language hospital, right? What a person goes out and they say, sure, all of us did us only us and they need that. We find maybe kind of important, but why they was but are you also kind of important? Aber Rabbi Haki actually was Haki actually was Hassam. I have a problem. I have a problem. So what's it? Was mixing matching shoes. This is what I was saying. I know the as my next question was that's what sure regarding the item that was I demand it back. He says I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. So
How are you?
Hassam. The guy about
How old are you guys? How'd you find out about it? How'd you find out about it? How old are you here? Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Can you hear me? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I've lived about 3.5 years. Since the death of the Queen, the birthday, I the incarnation of the kingdom. Here in the Universal Community between the show or the telling of jumping brother. Excellent. We're going to teach you what my life is. If you would, in the upper left part of this board is your red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that in the YouTube right now. Look how many live streams I have there. 22 at any given time. In 2018, the economy was going to the state that data was being discovered on resource. Now it's more data archived on the internet than any personnel, which made me an intellectual person here. I think I want that happens over my youth, friends, your family. All the technical wealth is not already. I want to make sure that your generation of wealth is done already. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to start changes and think throughout the organization. That's something else. Excellent. Did you see my live stream on YouTube then? So look at the red circle in this field. Your dog. No. Hold yourself out. So look in the upper right left hand corner. Back.
It's only the case of Shus HaKadol, where a person with a shul.
Citrus fall always with me. Time is there in my hand. Jesus freeze. I'm in the street. And then take inside the heart. Turn it back. Shoot just like the boulevard. It's not that bad. And all that. Look in the eye. I want you to know that you are. Oh, how it feels so good. Right here. Only you. And you can't be when I say softly, slowly. Only for some time. Count the headlights on my baby. Lay me down in sheets of red. And have a bit today. We were just young and restless and bold. My soul. And to sneak away every chance we could. How do you feel she didn't get me to my head?
Show where you can be higher for the cloud, general the life of yours, and I mean, individual or specific denial of heat and circus. Because once in that case, if Hussein swears, I swear, I don't have your people. I swear, I don't have your story. I swear I don't have your perspective on the side. He's got to be Shmuras. Halacha. He's not going to he's something well. We'll say here by the Shmuras of our Mishnah, if you say that there's a general Shmua, then by definition, all of these specific items are included in the general Shmua. In which case, again, then what they will say, then we need to go ahead and specifically articulate as the over what you're doing is you're staring upon something that is already, as we call mushwa ba'omi, in which case one would not be high. So what's like, this is actually the so distinct distinction that Gemara is making. this incredibly profound distinction that what? That the mice, again, when it comes to Shvuah Sapikodom, when it comes to a Shvuah ultimately, again, regarding an item that was constantly considered. So it's like in that case, ultimately, we can say that a person can be chayiv individual Shvuahs and a global general Shvuah as well. But for what we call Shvuahs, which is the Shvuah ultimately in our Mishnah, once you can consider this general Shvuah that covers everything, then by definition, individual Shvuahs evolve upon that original global Shvuah. Therefore, the question just focus about what we call the clothing and practice of Shvuahs is not about focus by the Kanos, but does not apply by the Shvuahs between Hagarish. But since the Marshal Shema Oval, I'll go for Gash. I'll say, well, get this with them. What you just said seems to be inherently contradictory. How so? I'll go for Gash. Amrit Shvuah Shema Oval, but Oval Oval Shema Oval. So what we just said before that one. The person, the Shvuah Shema Oval, then a person takes a Shvuah not to eat something, but Oval Oval Shema Oval. So what do we say? First, that if I take a shvuah not to eat, and then what? What happens? I end up drinking things that are not fit for consumption. What's talacha? What talacha? Potter. From other time, but yet then I see you said later on, shvuah in the Mishnah, then if I take a shvuah not to eat, the side, I eat the veilus, shake, shkatz, and ramas, all these non-kosher items. Then I'm chayiv. So says the Gemara, my shvanish of the butler, I see the fact that the assumption is that the veilus, shake, ramasim are what? Also, are not fit, quote unquote, for consumption. So if that's the case, also, why I said before, in the first case, the Mishnah, that are really from Mishnah, that I think the shvuah not to eat something, and I eat something that's not fit for consumption, I'm cutter. Then you went on and said, if I take a shvuah not to eat, and I eat shkatzim and I'm not with shekos, then I'm fine. So it's good money there. My Mishnah, I should say, to which the Gemara says, my Mishnah is the cutter, and my shkatzim, but the cutter. To which the Gemara says, my Mishnah is the cutter. And I put the available, but now we offer you to make shop, they shop, it's down, the same, also what the case, but the Gashi, although Gashi, Koroma, it pushed out various things, okay, but look at the Ika, although that's fine. So what's the difference? The difference of here is the ratio is staff, right? So what's that? We're going to see it a little bit. The ratio is the case where a person eats an unqualified state, a shvuah or all found, and he goes and eats foods that are not ultimately fit for consumption, then he's part of it. The safe Rabbi side is when it's Mephibarich, to which the Gemara says, Mephibarich Nami Gubutiksheh, Amai Musha Mehar Sinah. Listen, even if a person is Mephibarich, still, I don't know why I behave. If I take the shvuah not to eat, and I end up eating the little shayf or shkatzim that I must say, ultimately, again, I should be perfect. Why? If I'm why should I be chayiv for the shvuah? I consider the chayiv. So why am I chayiv? Why am I chayiv? Because I eat something that is already good in it. And I shouldn't be chayiv for the shvuah because it's really or also without the shvuah. Which the Gemara says, because you see what you give them again. The Gemara says, I'm going to grab shvuah, Rabbi Yochanan, the army, and call out one of my players in divine us. I said, what's the piece of here? Piece of the items to get the six kinds of shvuah. If I take a shvuah not to eat, and I eat the veilus shake or shkatzim that I must say, I will be fine. Why I was saying is ultimately the those items are only us. But if I take a shvuah not to eat permitted items, I eat that's what I call shvuah one. Or the items also. It's called the shvuah equivalent. Called the shvuah, foods are between one shvuah that develops a part of it. It means that shvuah is also develop a part of it. That for myself, the case of when the Vedas, that's something I must have the question was says, right? When we have it, it's when I know myself, so like 3 days ago, that is when the Vedas loves upon what? Desires. I will say less than what desires will not be asking the right. So we must say when the Shua devolves upon even that which is only if the Shua comes along to my foresight to prohibit that which is not prohibited. What is prohibited biblically? We will say what? Either practice Shua or in this case also a culture. Any of that. So that'll be a case also again the Shua is devolved upon that which is all what's happening today. We're going to pick up with this discussion over again. We're still in the middle ultimately of trying to figure out when, under what circumstances, can a shua evolve upon that which is already there. So again, we now see there's the Barcelona practice here, there's the people. What's happening there? What do you think this part of the Hashem? Yeah, I know. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just don't see the hand. Strange how
All right, what's up? Good morning. Let us begin. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual Ramadan starts in Rothschild 11 to so. This year, as it's close. So our sponsors for the month of March, Rabbi, Father, and the festival had been supporting the Rabbi with the very sponsor. Then to the teachers and the daughter, she brought this for the Rabbi class in Carolina. And I got to be sponsor for the and the bird from the mother. Heavy bird, amazing class, and yeah. You know, in America, I'm coming to over the Shama Sabi Rabbi. The family is going on the road. There's no shadow of the combat. All of our hostages and all the soldiers to be successful with all of us. What's with that? Let us know a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do. Maybe that is from our 21 and nothing up there, Hashem, on from our days 28, 16 lines down from the top. So again, I'm hoping that she also a little bit of image here. I've done a little bit of the Rambam. So I'm actually giving a little bit it's again, Eric Outlet. It's getting a lot of yes, and I think it provides a tremendous amount of clarity, which is strong. Which I also want to clarify something with it. I mixed up and short yesterday. So the reason for this we learned a lot from yesterday. We can check out this. So I have to go ahead and go back to the recording, but I just wanted to clarify that progress. We spoke about actually put that yesterday between Never and Shua. So just to clarify, because I'm not sure how it's said yesterday. Shua is a sarcasm, right? It's a prohibition of the individual, and Never creates a prohibition upon that itself. Right? That's why again when you say when you make a Shua, ultimately again the Rosh of Shua is Shua Shalom, all called kickers, but the subject is I'm not good, as opposed to Rosh Hashanah, but the kicker is alive. So again, we're not really going to get this topic, I don't get this topic, but I'm going to say that to be correct yesterday, just one big thought. But I will say 16 runs down from the top, just Rabbi, they can do this assignments, just Rabbi, I'm going to go for that. All confident, one second. Once it's not remember, our topic is Shuas between. Our topic is, remember again, a specific type of shua called a definitive or declarative shua. A person is making a statement. So now Rabbi comes along and says, oh, come along. Oh. So let's say you have a picture. He says, it's sheker. Now what is that? Shua sheker, what is that? I take a shua. I will eat something, or I won't eat something. So just give a simple example of this. I swear that I won't go ahead and eat this loaf today. And then what ends up happening, I eat the loaf today. I eat it. So now what? What have I done? So obviously I've been in violation of my shua, but Rabbi Yochanan comes and says, It's called the Shmuas Sheker. It's called the Shmuas Sheker. That's called again a false. He's taking out a false oath. A false oath. And again, the publish of the law against the Shmuas Sheker. Do not swear in my name for falsehoods. Or he says, I swear that I did the loaf. But he really didn't eat the loaf. So remember again, it's not a future, right? That prospective shua that you violate is called the Shmuas Sheker. It is not a retrospective shua. But I did the loaf. But in fact, I did the loaf. Shav. That's called again a Shmuas Shav. Right? The shua in the so again, you'll have to very good and the law is for here. Again, I said to the girls, take the Lord's name in something. If I go ahead and I violate the Shmuas between that is prospective, future oriented, that is called the Shmuas Sheker. If I go ahead and I violate the retrospective Shmua, I swear that I do not keep the oath, but I do keep the oath. That's called the Shmuas Shav. What's the difference between the Shmuas Shav? So of course, the most basic level, it's just the nature of the Isser. Like where is the Isser derived from? We'll see whether or not there are other things as well. Now, we'll say you already know, because you know this before, but obviously the scene how to be tested. Because we saw a dramatically different definition for Shmuas Shav. Before that, right, Mishpah Shaman society tried to go ahead and change something that everyone knows to be true. So again, just keep it back of your mind, but this is your what's called Konamos. I will say Konamos are the time. So what about a Konam? Oh, so you make God, you connect them, and then you violate it over the Val Yakal, so again, you violate the lab, do not profane your word. So you might say, well, please say, right, this is your what's about, when we see Kaja, please say, Shad of the Sheker Echane, or the Bryce says, no, those are the guys that says, Shad and Sheker are the same thing, effectively the same thing, which is another way of saying that we might sound there's no difference when you violate a prospective shua or retrospective shua. You're violating a Shad, Sheker, you get it. It's on the same where it says, my lad, the Shad Sheker and Shabbat, and the back of the verse is saying that Shad and Sheker are the same way as Shad is retrospective. So to Shmuas Sheker is retrospective as well. Almost, what do you see from there? Achalti below Achalti Sheker. So you see from there, go ahead and get the Shmuas, whether I eat the loaf, but you didn't eat the loaf. That's called the Shmuas Sheker. So Shmuas is not necessarily regular. How can these bodies? No, that's what folks said before. In reality, Shmuas Shav and Shmuas Sheker are two different things, two different animals. What does it mean when it says my Dover Echad? What does it mean when it says that Shav and Sheker are Dover Echad? So the Gemara says my Dover Echad, Ein Dibor Echad Nem. It means that when a Kishwara who gave over these halachas, they were said over in the same breath. The Dibor Echad never. Rasu says, "Kinsanyo, Zach the Dibur Echad Ne'anu, Mashein HaYachol HaEl Gader, or Mashein HaOzi Yachol Shloah." So Zach Roshama Shabbos, Shabbos, Zach Roshama given over the Dibur Echad. Roshama will be Yachol, like Yachol, will be set over in the same breath. Something that the human mouth cannot articulate, and that the ear can't really hear. In other words, it can't really hear these two things at once. So the Gemara says, so Mishnah Mahasab with the acronyms, what to suggest? That's what it means when it says Sheker and Shav, the Dibor Echad. Dibor Echad, ultimately, what does that mean? It means that Halacha myself, when I say Sheker and Shav Echad, it means trouble being over Sheker and Shav, the Dibor Echad. In one words. So I don't understand. Mishnah Mahasab with the acronyms. So I understand by Shabbos. Zohar and Shabbat, over in the same others. Why? So the Gemara says, Kiddush Hadom Divar Torah. So the Gemara says, the upper crowd, Zachar Shabbat, Koshish Shmuel, So remember again, self-control is set in one utterance. So therefore, again, what I say, it would be the Shmira. Remember again, Shamar as one Shabbos and Kachel refers to what? Malachos. Malachos, the prohibitions of Shabbos. The fact that a Zahar refers to the positive commandments of Shabbos. And therefore, again, this leads the Gemara to say that halacha l'maisa, whoever is obligated in Shamar in the prohibitions of Shabbos, ultimately is having the positive mitzvahs of Shabbos. That's why, again, you have components because that articulating simultaneously of HaKadosh that he went ahead and said both of them at once to create a binding halachic paradigm. The binding Rashi, all this Shmira is the Shmira.
What is this bullshit? Nobody did shit.
That's why I'm really technically speaking, but remember again, this creates a whole fascinating discussion that women are just as obligated to Kiddush as men are. So we should be as a whole face of recognition. So that's actually on Shabbos night. That's a certain change to like so if you say by your food, if you say by your food, if you fulfill the obligation of Kiddush, now Kiddush just is. And you fulfill the obligation of Kiddush. So you sort of Kiddush are opposed to that other. But the problem is that you are zealous. You are only fighting that other, but you like this kind of. So, how can it go, right? How can it go? He says, seek the Shabbos to the life. Right? She said, Shabbos to the life. Because people want to build Kiddush with our Alexa, they're just thinking of Shabbos. And again, hopefully, which also said, by the way, technically means that it won't be Kiddush and won't see a family. Now, Gemara has some choice words for that, right? Gemara says, the curse should come upon a man who relies on his wife to be ultimately Kiddush. As according to Chazal, because it represents a higher level of influence. Right? If a man doesn't know how to work through what's in his family, so again, it represents the influence, which the Gemara calls was a kind of machine. But again, on a technical level, the obligation is the same. The government companies who are showing examples service and other examples such simultaneous obligation. I don't know how to go by it as a market, but by source shut there, why don't you check the set in the same patterns? And the Jew should look at our shav, can't look at our shepherd. Right. So that when it says, when the grace says that Shad and Shepherd are double effort religions, they're shared by the at the same time, you go ahead and get numbers for Shepherd. So to get numbers, which was Shad. Okay. What's interesting is remember, we're talking about Kabbalahs. Right? So how come up with this intentional violation? And when the Kabbalah intentional violation he says, any person who is careful with his Shabbat, watch yourself from other people, watch yourself from just every single time you do that, strangers or over experiences. Every single time that you look at it, some fundamentally changes yourself. That is like you should have gone over your life. Still good, I'm still holy, I'm still beautiful, I'm still many things, but that's sad, I'm living in life. The other person is compromises the self. And the problem with compromising the self is it has an impact on all of the other appendages of life. As you notice, if I can look at other wrong, my gardening is not the same. My learning is not the same. Nothing is the same because I become a emotional being because I can always read down and otherwise the so the vessel is compromised. Rothschild says sometimes you wonder how this resonates with particular points for us. One of the hardest things that we often encounter in our church is שיש לו שמירה, יש לו בזכירה. Whoever is careful with himself, who is careful with his food, I'm sure it's true. I'm trying to keep myself in a state of spiritual. I try to make sure my personal utensil is fit for use. I avoid whatever you try to avoid whatever compromise that. Why? Because the person that is taking the person's utensil is so careful. We're all looking for all of these memory tools. Just trying to preserve spirituality by not studying the faith, and then pretend intention of what I learned. Just example. I can say it's just the opposite. Rather say that you get notice for a shwasha and eventually by it. So too again, you get intention of shwasha. So too you get notice by it. Because if you get as obvious, of course, again, essentially, I will say, as we'll point out, remember we have yet to create agreed upon definitions for sheker and shab. So the open said that essentially sheker is prospective, shab is retrospective. So again, we'll get into this one. As a first, they're both going to be fighting about this, because if you find that you do a friend, you're in violation of Allah. Now it came up, all to the so I say, I have a thought like this. The Pasuk says, when it comes to Shomer, when it comes to Shuas Shav, I would have thought that for Shuas Shav, there's no cleansing. When you're not, the Pasuk says you will not be cleansed. Now, if I'm not cleansed, that means what? There's no malchus. Because what's the later again? What's the role of Shmuas in Judaism? That's supposed to be conducted in cleansing. So if the Pasuk said that by Shmuas Shav, that there is no liquid, right? That there is no cleansing, maybe there's no malchus. To which the words of Papa now the Kamash Malam to be shown, right? Ultimately, the Isaac Leonard was asking to respond. We'll see the response later on. But what I said to say that there is how much I said malchus was Shabbos, so everybody said, another possibility is that shame. So the other Brisa, when the Brisa says that Shav and Sheker are echad, they're one thing. So what does this mean? Everybody said, but Shem Sheni be carbon al Sheker, Kaf may be carbon al Shav. It's like this. So the Brisa said that Shav and Sheker are one thing. That people is to say that it's the same way that you will bring the carbon. Remember again, if you overdo it on a Sheker, you also bring it over on a Shav. Without Yakiba. Let's see Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva has it. A retrospective shul, just like today's retrospective shul. So you must say, the kasha, Ezu Shvuas Shab, as well as a Seneal, we're giving you a very sort of definition. Sheker is much easier. Sheker is much easier to define, because what's Sheker? Anything that's not true. Right? If it's not true, I swear I eat the loaf of bread. Or I swear I will eat the loaf of bread today, and I don't eat it today. So it's very easy to measure. I lie. What's Shav? Ezu Shur Shav. Nishpa L'Shano says how you do on the Adam. So it says anything that tries to go ahead and change established truth that is no Torah. So this before we said, look at Rashi. Nishpa L'Hachlit. No, sorry. So that's Sheker. So what's this? For example, give him Rashi's example beforehand. Rashi's example was, I swear that this is a man, when it's really a woman. Everyone knows that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, right? And therefore, again, if you try to go out and you swear to the contrary, that's called Shvuas Shab. I swear that this sefer is a car. So again, it doesn't. So that's Shvuas Shab. You're trying to swear about something that is an observable truth, and trying to change that reality. You cannot change an observable truth. That's called Shab. Now, this comes together a little bit better because now Shav and Sheker are really two different dramatic categories. So remember, Sheker therefore could really be prospective or retrospective. Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot. Shav is something much more profound. Mishpah B'Shar is something I'm trying to change something that is objectively and observably no. No goes on. He says, Shua Shaka, one Shaka, so what's that? What's about 21a, about 5 lines in. So the Gemara says, Shua Shaka, Mishpah Hachlik is any Shua that tries to change the truth. Rashi said, Mishpah Hachlik. Mishpah says, Ha'edes, Mishpah, so Hayim Mishpah, you're going to help people. So here's interesting. Mishpah Hachlik means any Shua that is there to change a truth. Right? So, for example, I swear I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. Or I swear that I didn't eat the loaf, but I ate the loaf. Just rather, what's else interesting is right here. Once again, Shmuel's Shaka, only retrospective. Here's what I'm going to Shaka. Retrospective Shmuel, I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat, or I swear that I didn't eat, and I ate. That's called the Shmuel's Shaka. That's how I say, where's the lie from? Shmuel Shaka, it's an explicit lie, but don't lie, you swear. And listen, now what happens again if Halacha writes again, I need to put a Shua. I swear I will eat, but I do not eat. It was Halacha over the Baal Yachel tomorrow. Ultimately, again, he violates Lo Yachel tomorrow. That was interesting enough, the promotion of Lo Yachel tomorrow, it's actually quoted in the context of each during the Hashem. On the Shabbat Shmuel, that's starting to start Hashem, Lo Yachel tomorrow. So it's interesting because what I think about regarded, right, and then that is prospective. So here, interesting enough, we have Shua mentioned in the context of the Neder. So the Lord suggesting, or these Rabbanim are suggesting that that refers to a different, that refers to a prospective type of Shua. That is by that comes under the umbrella of Yachal Tibara. Do not violate the word, you ever think the word. Good. Maybe Shua's Shav, or to Shua Shav. Mishpah B'Shar says Hayatibah. It's any Shua that tries to change an established, observable truth. So as I said, you want to point out what happened over here. In this model, which is also quoting Rabbi Yochanan, it's right. So again, we have essentially 3 different categories. The Shua Shaka. What Shua Shaka? Shua Shaka is a retrospective Shua. Right? When I say then fine. I swear that I eat the loaf. I didn't eat the loaf. That's called a Shua Shaka. Category 2 is what he calls Lo Yachel. Lo Yachel is prospective Shuas that are interesting. He does not go ahead and eat that with a different category. He just calls that in violation. So I swear I will eat the loaf today, and I don't eat the loaf today. I'm in violation of Lo Yachel tomorrow. And then category 3 is Shuas Shav. And Shua Shav Mishpah B'Shar is Hayadua. It takes something that is objectively, observably seen as a truth, and they go ahead and lie about it. Okay. Those are categories again. We'll see. I'm up on the way, so which category you can read that. I'm going to pop up. So, heart, yeah, the whole complication. So, Papa says, this thing with the right now, it's just going to be here. But I think two categories. Mostly foot, relatively foot. But there we go. I'm going to TV, but I'm going all these things, right? So what do we say? Like any prohibition in the Torah, it's that it's a law of sheesh b'maisa, right? That from Marcus days. Any law sheesh b'maisa. So any law that has with it an action. What's the law? Okay, law. It's straightforward, right? I eat the cheeseburger, but it's not. It's a lot of sheesh b'maisa. Okay, so the word says sheesh. So what if you do that? The whole people think that doesn't have a night. So okay, law. We don't think about this. What is the general rule? Any love, shady, and Maisa, and love is no problem. Is for the prohibition of the violation of such a life. There are a number of exceptions. So it's number 1, mishpat, swearing. Like it's swearing right? Which means tumor, substituting one sacrificial animal for another. Again, no technical Maisa, but again, still this Mikalo Escadero Bashir. Then you curse your friend, that's what you refer, but you curse your friend with the name of HaKadosh Baruch. Okay, so it says these exceptions and general principle is large shirish for myself, large she'in for myself, with the exception of these cases. Now you know those are the cases. How do you know that if you swear, that I swear and I give intention falsely or intentionally violate the shua. How do I know that? I'm not telling myself. They are not telling myself. There is notice for such an act. On the new Sure Rashbi, Rashbi Amakra, will see because you will not cleanse. The Gemara says, Beitin Shalmala in Nakinosel. What it means is, the heavenly court will not absolve you of this serious transgression. About Beitin Shalmata, Malkin also in the Nakinosel. The Beitin Shalmata will in fact cleanse you. That was relegated. How did they cleanse you? Malchus. The punishment cleanses you. So you might only have a lot of I don't say how you know that. You're hardcore. It is impossible to say. You won't be a cloud. It means to say like this. You will not be cleansed at all. That's it. But when you go to that, it means if you take a shmas. What is Eli? You take an oath and get it. It's just unward culpability. You never be cleansed. Never be cleansed. Someone says, well, if sick, you would not be counted. If it would just say, well, you're not yet, no, you are, lady. No cleansing process says the joint severity of such a broken chicken. You might say, Hashem, you say, you're not that share. That's not what the Pasuk said. The Pasuk said, go see Shah, go see Saw, Hashem, Hashem, will get from Hashem. Hashem will not cleanse. Hashem will not cleanse you. So that's what you see there. Hashem will not get. Hashem doesn't absolve you. About these things shall not matter. About these things shall matter. Malkin also also. But the human court, the earthly court, will go ahead and give you notice and will absolve. Okay, so what's this? What do you see from there? So this is case number one. That Shua is Shad, Shua, ultimately, even though it's a lot of she'in for my son, right? It's a lot because you have the people that my son, you still notice for a violation of the Shua. Okay, next. Ashkei Shua Shad. So that's the Shua Shad. Which let's say, remember, what's our definition of the Shua Shad? Let's assume that what we're going is the definition of Rabbi Avodah, which is Nishma Shad says Hayadiyah. You're trying to change something that is a clearly observable truth that everyone knows. Shua Sheker, $3. How do you know about a Shua Sheker? Remember, what's the definition of Sheker? What's the definition of Sheker? We're assuming that a Sheker is either again prospectively or retrospectively. How do I know that a Shua Sheker also gets Malchus? Right, you think you do a Shua Sheker, $3. So you're going to do Amar, Lashad, Shtei Pondit. The pasuk itself says Lashav twice. Right? It's again Rosisa Hashem Hashem Lashav. Kivoninaki Hashem as Hashem Isa Hashem Lashav. So it says Shav twice. What's the meaning of Lashav? So again, I only need one Shav of the first Shav plus Shav. What does the other? So what I do with the other one? To make you the Shvuas Sheker. Give it to Shvuas Sheker, and they say that what just like the Shvuas Shav is high Malchus, so to Shvuas Sheker is high Malchus as well. Incredible. But how you gotta be alone? Rabbi wondered about this. He said, "High Shvuas Sheker, Edom." What is the case of Shvuas Sheker? So as I remember again, just right now definitionally, we're just trying to figure out ultimately again what all of this is. So High Shvuas Sheker, Edom. Even with Shvuas Sheker, if you want to say that it's a case of I swear that I will not eat. Prospect of Shua. I swear that I will not eat. And that I eat, you can't eat because that's a lot of Shiddush for myself. Someone says, so yeah. It makes sense that that's making Malchus, right? Why? Because again, it also that would fall under the normal rule that any Rav Shiddush for myself is not going to offer. So that makes sense. You get Malchus for it. The Eladam Shua, so let's remember again. So that's what I'm trying to do. Right? The price is not the principle. What's the principle? Shishma myself looking at that. People might say, look at that. If you buy the provision has an action attached to it, and you came out this. No action, no practice, with the exception of a number of cases. Which case is an exception? Shua. So now we're trying to figure out the case of Shua that doesn't have any Maisa and will get malchus. So if you're telling me that it's a supposed type of Shua, I swear that I won't eat, and I do eat, then of course it makes sense that I'll get malchus for that. Why? Because I didn't action. Well, if I'm Shua Sha'ochal, no, maybe it's the case of I swear that I will eat, and I didn't eat. So whereas in that case, I'd be much higher. You know that you get malchus like this. I had to roll the heart tonight, but then you know, smush off because you're like, yo, I'm already I swear that I'm going to eat this local bread today, and I don't eat it today. That's why I don't eat it. But you're going to very close to it. You do not get milk. You're going to not in the milk. The real place is don't get milk this why. You shouldn't have that shame on myself. Because you'll say, hey, I swear that I'm going to eat, and I don't eat. I can't get off the set of is why. That's a lot short of myself. Like the little myself, actually, so the little myself, oh my god, I can't get notice. How much of myself, you know, and any lab ultimately identifies that with the secret. How do you say, why shouldn't the Astros suffer? Oh, this is the actually. So there's also these looking about this. Why not? Astros suffer. Astros suffer. Before not enough. Why is that called Astros suffer? Because generally, again, Astros has to be definitive and deliberate in proximity to the issue of the act. The issue is that what? I have the whole day in order to comply with my shua. So therefore, that's Astros suffer. It's interesting enough, both of you are trying to agree. No malchus, but they agree for different reasons. So we'll say, so again, so what's going to be the case of Shua, where it's a lot she'in of Maisa, and I'm getting malchus. So again, in other words, if you're telling me that it's a case of I swear I'm going to eat, and I don't eat, I'm going to use no malchus in that case, either because of the she'in of Maisa, or Asra Sape. So my Rabbi Yavo said, I think, hey, I'm healthy for the it must be the case of what? About how to I swear that I eat, but in fact I'm not. I didn't eat. I didn't eat. So that would be the case ultimately again of a lot of shame for myself, but you wouldn't be finding numbers for a shwas. It's incredible. So Mike says as follows. So give out Shiva Maria today. Ha shwas shakadon yokoram Rabbi Mashab Mashab healthy or not healthy. So what's that matter is that now you can also understand this is Rabbi Yavol, right? Everybody agrees with this whole thing is because Rabbi Yavol is thinking before that ultimately I'm going to help you about how to shwas shak. The Gemara that's how they're going to say this explicitly in the Bible phrase. Here's the inference. First, we back to the Bible that says that again, normally, Rav Shirish for my son of this, Rav Shirish for my son of this. One of these is Shua. What's the case of Shua? It's a lot of shame about myself, but you'll still get malchus. I swear that I eat the loaf. I swear that I eat the loaf. I swear that I eat the loaf, but in fact, I eat the loaf. See what that is? Not shame about myself. It turns out, what did I do? I didn't do anything. In other words, I swore falsely. I swear I was sure I swore that I eat the loaf. But it turns out I actually didn't do anything. You know, it says, oh, that's the case of this. It's a lot of shame on myself. That is the case of Malchus. The Gemara says, so again, so why as we'll say, if this is a lot of shame, why don't we just have it again? We just say, look, everyone agreed, and it became I swear I will eat, and I don't eat. I really eat the Malchus in that case, right? Either why? Either because of lot of shame on myself, or I saw something. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why in this case of I slaved when I didn't eat. Well, hey, something I did not say differently. Everybody agrees in the case of Shua, Sha'okal, I swear I will eat and I don't eat. Everyone agrees that what? No liability. Why not? My whole trivial coverage like this, either because love shame for myself or as well as something. But bottom line is everyone agrees that there's no liability. Now that we're about to turn around and say, in this case of Shua Shachal, I swear that I did it. Shabbos from Hashem. So why is there liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says, "Oh, my Rabbi, the finish sweeps the Torah, Shvuas Sheker, during the Shav." Because the Torah explicitly equates Shvuas Sheker, which again in this case is this retrospective Shvuah. I swear that I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat it. And Torah explicitly compares this Shvuah to a Shvuas Shav. Not Shav Shavar, have Sheker Nani the Shavar. Just like the most of by the way, the Shvuas Shav is inherently in retrospective Shvuah. Why? Because if we don't get there was a what Shav, what's Shav? Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa. I think that's what it is. And Shav. And Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa, right? And it's fine. Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa. Right? That's what Shav does. Shav is extra chance of the right? So what am I doing? I swear that this secret is a car. That will say, so by definition, that is always retrospective. Because what I'm swearing about is something is and has been a certain way, and I'm swearing it's different. So it's very interesting. So the Gemara says, or Yavon says, the fair ships of Torah, Shua Sheker to the Shav. That a Shua Sheker is like a Shua. That will say, here does the Torah explicitly go ahead and equate a Shvuah Sheker to a Shvuah Shav. So it couldn't have original address, we just make a point that it says Shav twice. One Shav is for Sheker. So again, same way that a Shvuah Shav is retrospective and you're Chayiv Malkus, so to a Shvuah Sheker will also be retrospective and you will be Chayiv Malkus. That's Drasha. That's the Drasha. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so the friendships of Torah, Shvuah Sheker, do don't Shav, not Shav is Shavar, Av Sheker, just like the Shvuah Shav is retrospective, like Avachai Malkus, so too a Shvuah Sheker will be retrospective and Avachai Malkus. Incredible. So it was like, just as it seems to be coming out of here, it's like, hello, myself. We look at these three categories of Shvuah. So what we have over here is Shvuah Sheker part one, which is what we call in retrospective Shvuah. I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat, or I swear that I will eat, I did eat, but I didn't eat, whatever case that is. And retrospective. That Chayiv Malkus. Case number two is what we'll call prospective Shvuahs. I swear that I will eat or I won't eat. And interestingly enough, Rabbi doesn't really title that. What he just says is that you're in violation of Bayachal. Because that's the prohibition that's mentioned in the context of the Yugarim. So that's a Shua, that's like a neder. Just like a neder is prospective, so to this type of Shua is prospective as well. Now, is that called Shua Sheker? Is that called something else? We'll have to see. But for now, it's just called category 2 Shua. And in category 3 is what we call Shua's Shav. What's Shua Shav? Nishma L'Shanos Es Hayadua. When you try to go ahead, you swear to change an established, observable truth. And again, I love for myself, interestingly enough, as much as Shvuah in general falls in the category of Rav Shein myself, it's one of the exceptions of Rav Shein myself. And even though Rav Shein myself Malkus, Shvuah do get Malkus. Incredible. That's what they're like. These are the Yamal. So here is the Kasha. Shvuah Shalom Ochal Keepers. Shvuah Shalom Achwana. Shvuah Shalom Achala Ba'achla. Eno Chayiv Ela Achas. So this is this case. It's actually very interesting again. We're going to talk more about these Yisodot and Be'ez Hashem as we go on. But just quickly, here's what's happening over here. They were actually just a couple of weeks from now. I swear I will not eat this loaf. I swear I will not eat this loaf. Right? Okay? So it says, so again, Rabbi Yavon's model, what we call this. What is this model? What is this? This is what we call category 2, like model. Like type model, mega type model, a prospective Shvuah. I swear I will not. I don't know what's going to happen. I think another oath. I won't eat. No. Shua Ochana. So again, by the time it's the 2 or 3 oaths all on the same oath. You know what happens? I eat it. What's it called? That is once. And what is that? Someone says, now why is that? And I have asked the Ishmakana of Shua. If you show up, how do you Shua? She never kindness on its mouth. No, this isn't about that. So what's actually very interesting? So we're talking about this in Shmuel Kavashua. One Shmuel can actually follow upon another. We'll discuss why that is. So once we take the first point, if you look at this point, we take this point or problem, we can do whichever gives you what a favorite is. And it looks like ultimately we're going to see if you swear to perform. So let's say I swear to put on tefillin today. Such a shua to is why? Because since I'm only obligated to do so, to take a shua to do something that you're already obligated to do is a meaningless shua. So then for the first time I swear, right, to go ahead and not eat that loaf. I have now commanded, so to speak, not to eat that loaf. And if for any subsequent shua does not devolve upon me. So the Gemara said, that's the Gemara. Zuki, Shmuas, Bitu, Shechalak, Shechayav, Azador, Makas, Ashkenazah, come all of the other. This is the perfect example of Shmuas, Bitu, right? That declarative Shmuah. Declarative Shmuah, where if you violate this Shmuah intentionally, you'll get Malchus. And if you go and violate the Shmuah unintentionally, you will have to bring a carbon already. Alright, that's it. So let's say, so if you notice what's happening here, so the Gemara is going to provide the example of a Shmuas, Bitu. Interesting. Now, what is the very direct example? Is a prospective shua. So, what do you see from there? So, but it's a physical paradigm. What's it going to exclude? So, what's the violent? The achalti, or not achalti, the no lucky. First part about it, must be coming to exclude altogether again a retrospective shua. What if you make the shua mention highly, you wouldn't get love this. So, let's see from there that retrospective shua, not exactly love, it's just a upon. No. When we look at how the heart of the donor say is actually that a retrospective shua, if unintentionally divided, is not subject to a carbon. So the word says, Suki, thou shouldst cover over the order. So when you prospective shua, then if you accidentally violate your hydrocarbon, but if you accidentally make a false retrospective shua, you are not hydrocarbon. Eventually, you tie Malchus. Unintentionally exempt from which the Gemara says Rabbi Shmuel. The Mishnah Shmuel Damar Eino Chai Ella Ala Asim Moho. Rabbi Shmuel always wrote only Chai Karman for post. About no, however, as much as you're not Chai the Karman for anything other than prospective Shua, if you violate the retrospective Shua, you will be Chai Malchus. Rabbi Shmuel. This is the problem. Eino Sefer. Look at the end of that, right? So, Zoki Shmuas Shad Shekayav and Azidor Marcus Vashiva Sapata. Right? The Braisa says, this is the example of a Shua Shad. Now, let's remember again, let's assume we're going to with a Shad, and we're going to operating the basic dimension and so forth. This is the example of a Shua Shad. Shekayav and Azidor, if you eventually make a Shua Shad, you get Malchus. And for Shogeg Yepata, there's no control by a Shua Shad. Zoki, what is coming to exclude? My government healthy, below healthy, below lucky, is coming to exclude all of your retrospective shua that you don't give this. Since you must know, so you must know, so you actually does a part of the carbon. Now, when this is the same, this is the case where you show you part of the carbon. About healthy, below healthy, but in the case of ultimately the retrospective shua, Ashili does a high carbon. Ultimately, even for accidental violation, you will be trying the carbon. But Rabbi Akiva is the high Shabbat Kelada. So let's say some of the things that Moses and Akiva be sure about whether or not one is high for retrospective shurats. Rabbi Rishon says you're not. Rabbi Akiva says you are. Mercy, one second, here's the problem. Ha'amrit Rishon Ishmael, listen to us, Ha'amrit Rishon Ishmael. Now, basically, as you just said before, the Rishon reflects in Rabbi Shmuel. So the Gemara says, "Yishrak Yishmael says Rabbi Akiva." Like you never like doing that. Like you never like the shipping. The Rishon said to two different opinions. The Gemara says, "No, that about you could Rabbi Akiva." In reality, both the Rishon said Rabbi Akiva. The Rishon largely would be a helping the carbon. The Rishon is not coming to exclude a retrospective shua from carbon. However, when it look at Ochal, the low Achal, you know this. It's coming to exclude ultimately a very the case of Ochal, and I didn't think about this about carbon, you hide it. But ultimately, you're still covered by the night shua. So why the difference? Why the situation is the Stavro We're coming to go ahead and execute something retrospective because it makes the same. So it's a great question. Well, we're up to date, we're struggling to figure out our short categories, right? Here's what I do know, right? What I do know right now is that I have essentially two different categories. I have checker and Schwartz shop. What I do know is what exactly falls into these categories. Now, the thing is from the last model, so that we always model. What I have over there is also everything that we have always model is Schwartz shop. This niche part of I'm trying to change something objectively visible and knowable fact. A man is a living or he's a man that makes a car. Just can't do that. That's cultural shock. What is sheker? See, interestingly, nothing like that. Oh, it's valid. So the own model, he has a retrospective shua. It's sheker. I swear that I even know that's a shua, sheker. Right? Prospective shua. Interestingly enough, he went out from the category ultimately of Nikkei. So what is that? What is prospective? Prospective false. Is that called shua sheker? Is that called something? Which person has to say no? Retrospective false hope. Prospective false hope. Is like that's something else. That's what you gotta believe it. So now I'm thinking that but I see the child categories drop. We'll see all different so it's a good it's actually easy, but we figure out right because this is very important to us. So it's on paradigm, we're hosting so actually that is yeah, I'll send you that on the chat today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And type it around everything to really set it. So she said that's how it's which would have been this is Rambam says, definition of Sheker is Murai. Whether you're lying prospectively or you're lying retrospectively, that is called Sheker. So I swear that it's not the most, but I didn't eat the most. I swear that I didn't eat the most, but I didn't eat the most. Because of this Rambam. So respectively, if you're lying, that is called something that is an objectively known truth. And you swear to the contrary, that is called Ishruas Shah. So once I now we have a definition in two categories. And so I'll comment Ishruas Shah say you are Shruas Shah anytime you lie, whether you're lying retrospectively or it turns out prospectively, Hamak Laments Shruas Sheker. unintentional violation of Shua Sheker. Not this unintentional violation of Shua Sheker, carbon or lepido. Etc. We'll say a lot more here. But for now, at least it gives us our categorical clarity. Incredible. All right, let's back to the Gemara. All right, you know what I'm saying? We stop over here. Back to the Gemara and stop over here. Okay, because let's say we're fine. We're absolutely on target. We have to get in that clarity. Shkak, we're going to pick up it tomorrow. More exciting Sunday. Better it's going to be good. Then it's going to be show down here. All right, Jamal, say good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning should to thank our commentator sponsor. I'm your commentator sponsor for Tashu Pei. The first Jewish prophet show. Predict Motor and Joshua's this year as it's close from Soros to Los on Israel. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba Rabbi makes from Shmuel's father, Nipa Ben Mephesto HaKoins from the Rabbi. And our Nipa learning sponsor, Hillary Jacobs in Kent, and memory of her daughter, Shifra from the Rabbi, Bas Chana Dino, not going to merit of our commentator. All of the Rishon Slav now, we have the families in the Kama. All of those who need a fortune that can pray for it, so we've accomplished against Hashem, bring home all of our messages, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call it in last second. Once again, let us begin our Hashem of Allah to do today's daf is daf Chaf. Then it's to be hashtag yes, on the test on page 93 B, 13 lines down from the top. Right into that. Rabbi, the Yochel actually began this yesterday, but let's just start here again. Rabbi, the Yochel and the Yochel, the Shlachtish, and the Shlachtish. And let's contrast the two opinions of the Yochel and the Shlachtish. This is how we remember the end of yesterday's daf with the Yochel and the Shlachtish. The Yochel said that in this context over here, also Rabbi is something that possible knowledge is like knowledge, and the Shlachtish chose to interpret the case in the case of Yishmael, he says that you don't need to deal. That's one thing we have yesterday's stuff. Now the Gemara says, the Rabbi does not have the Yochanan, the Rabbi did show the Shlachtish. The sign of those is very interesting. This alcohol is something that you build up, something that is I consume something so for example, as a piece of meat in I am not sure, is it clever, which is prohibited, or is it short, which is permitted? I consume it. I just use these lot of awareness, I eat it, right? And then afterwards, I know what I did. That's what I did. Now, in normal circumstances, no one can for such a situation like that. You bring what is called an Asham Tabur. Asham is a sin offering. Tabur means like possible. Again, not a possible sin offering, but a sin offering for a possible infraction. So Asham Tabur, and I will say in this case over here, in this case, what's unique is you did this twice. You did this twice, or whatever, maybe 3 times, 4 times, whatever it is. So if you look actually just know, Josh says over here, I'll call something favorite, I think something favorite is something shubha, and then the note over. I have choose something favorite, but I shall tell you something favorite, but not much something alcohol. So you repeat the same process, 2 or more times. Rabbi says, maybe factors I call that from that one. Maybe I shall tell what I call that from that one. So the same way that if you go ahead and commit to multiple averos, right? So I want to learn you can be trying for multiple factors offerings. So too, if you don't have a violation type of possible prohibition, you can be trying for multiple asham tolerance. Okay, that is Rabbi's position. Rashi says that you're actually good to touch it. I'm sure you know, you shouldn't read it. I'm not going to share it on you. You should understand. They don't have enough asham tolerance after. So all of these Rabbi Shimon Kudo, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, all said in the name of Yeshua by Yochai. There are not always asham tolerance different. Only one asham tolerance per customer, even though there are multiple potential infractions of Shia Mar. I'll show you the Saw Asher Shaddai. Once he said in the grave, and Asham tolerance, I'll show you the Saw right before his accidental Amira that he accidentally committed. Hatoma Ripsa Shgadas Harding, but Asham Tadu Echad. is Victoria goes ahead and highlights shingles harden, many potential struggles, yet even for many potential struggles, there's only one Hashem problem. This is what I find that's very interesting. Which we notice that my focus is not in the practice. It's like everyone agrees that Halakha has multiple ideas. And multiple ideas. Now, again, remember, the concept of units, it's not the hell of effort. And remember, if you can get to multiple ideas in more conscious awareness, especially if it's the same idea, how many times will be tried? Only once. The idea which everyone will agree if you go out and commit multiple ideas, right? In multiple levels, multiple practices, there of course will be factors liability for each and every one. The question is, in a Shantavali case, multiple Shantavali liability. Rabbi says yes, Rabbi says no. Rabbi says no. One Shantavali Chakasha, the Rothschild, which says, I'm sure Rabbi reveals speakers in Scotland of that house. Here Rabbi is saying, the ultimately reveals speakers, which means personal interactions, like multiple possible videos to generate multiple chromatic liabilities. Rabbi Yochanan says, Kishin Shigidiyas, that the album is Scotland of that house. You can't say Jerusalem, it's like the scene of the world of Pathos. The Philippine creates multiple large independent chromatic liabilities, and reveals something is Chakos Lashamos. So too, it reveals something, the knowledge that Hashem violated something, could create multiple Hashem Tamuri of the obligations. Whereas in Yishon and Rabbi Yochanan, it seems to contradict the previously espoused positions. So which one Rabbi Yochanan simply saying the Rabbi is not hashtag on which why not? Can, in case of Hashem Tamuri, also develop a Hafar 2 blocks. So could I think that this is the color of Hashem Tamuri? As identified other cases, Hafar would you obviously be negative because it's really against Hashem Tamuri, as there is no idea that is mentioned explicitly. That's why we narrow with the gospel. And it's going out from the phrase of narrow. That's good from it. The law of Kala Torah to the Hashem. Right? Because the rest of the Torah, this is really different. Why? It's said on whole driving love, because it specifically says it became known to all the Christian known to them. The Dika Na'ayasa Bandar, one requires definitive knowledge. Average Lakish, separation Lakish, and the Mokin Mokra Yishua, instead of saying the other traditional, why not establish a blind in that? How come I show you the to highlight the idea that Ishmael does not require definitive knowledge of the Freud and in order to generate liability? Versus, okay, so Shika, that's obvious, the red white, even when you get sweet lady, a curry, and yeah, look, the high by high, so you recognize that you're only asking the curry, yeah, look, you high by how the Dutch. So it's a obvious for this one, how you did, we already established that beforehand. Which you know, it's not in the original part. So less than the British vote doesn't actually appear to be for a person, but about the Gemara state that many has a tradition, like the Asura, which is still applying to the Akiva, which the US is too much for long, the British vote doesn't require a good key of this people. Okay, so I'll say, so how about myself? So I'm not myself, just in this case, just you know, the way that there's really two points here. First of all, the best in this case to say looks down, which is my focus in the piece of the Shnei Shirim, they took it as acts to just understand that the Yoker holds, so Yoker holds something between the Kiyah and Shalish Gaza. Random acts is like the Yoker, there's something idea is it's quite interesting piece where I know I go with that. Even from the time that I went to the second half, I forgot about the first half. I'm all clear by said there will be a some trouble. There will be questions that will be covered over the building. They'll be covered over the building right? Why? Because something idea is key idea. Words are so misguided. Right? And to couple that, we require that in order for Hashem to cover over the building, like so much, right? That you have the idea of the key. So merge these two ideas. So on one hand, you must have the idea of the key. You must have knowledge about the fact that you can come in and then a lack of awareness, and then knowledge doesn't have to mean that you possess all the knowledge at all the time. It just means that it's not what you guys forget you actually come. So, for example, in these two paths, even if you forgot about the first path, you come along to the second path, a lot of the rest of that is still called the definitive knowledge as well. So, that's not but you also ask them to leave it there. Yeah, you know, say in this case, also the other passage like meaning that you could be fighting from multiple Hashem tolerance. So in this case where I ate something together, right? I ate something together, and then I forgot that, and then I ate something together again, right? So I had multiple pieces of something together consumption. Not the hell of that, not more that. But over time, I lost my myself what could be fighting from multiple Hashem tolerance. Okay, good. I was saying, I think a lot. Oh, sorry. You want more piece that I know that it wasn't intuitive from the way that we were learning, but I just wanted to basically speak it out. We also asked them, I think I mentioned this yesterday, like that he smoked and he smoked. Like that is carbon paper, remember there, and the focus here, the focus on strength to the answer, that he would have smoked. Coming down with the most of the idea that you fight for hell of a meat dish, but not for, I'm sorry, it wasn't you fight for hell of a tumor, but not for hell of a meat dish. Like you fight the carbon over and over, if you forget about the tumor, but not if you forget about the meat dish or cold dish. With the small holes, that you fight both for hell of a tumor and for hell of a meat dish, you have to like that you smoke. And therefore, again, there's probably only reliability, whether you forget about your tumor, or whether you forget to make sure that there's any place or have consumed coverage. Incredible. I will say, I do a lot. Yes, like the Mazel Tov, second half of Shavuos, that was like back to Shavuos. So Shavuos, Shtayim, Shin Arba. Don't say that about Hashem. You know, this meeting, each day of Allah, Hashem, we've seen it already so many times. So, so there are two shores, right? 2,000 shores, but in reality, yield two more cases. So let's say here, the nice part is because this is the primary topic of the book, which actually spells everything out for us, which is very exciting. So let's say, what are the two primary types of shores? Shore Sha'ocho, Sha'ocho. So let's say solutions of the thing over here is that on a computer, all right, so again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the set, what's the name? The shore that we have over here is what's called a Shavuos. Shavuos means a declarative shore. It is speaking about it's not something that will occur. Can you just say that will occur? So there's one message that says, there are two primary cases. One of the two primary cases, Shur Sha'ocho, I swear I will eat, we'll just use the key person. I swear that I will eat this loaf of bread. I swear that I will eat it. And Shur Sha'ocho, or I swear that I won't eat it. There you go. There was the young over here. Mutual oriented shurs. So you should understand that if you saw that in the first pattern, because you have some subject to some level of dispute. But I love when I say again, I love when I say the other paradigm of Shmuel's between is future oriented shurs. So those are the two. I swear I will eat the loaf of bread. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Which then yields two more shurs. Shachalti, Shachalti. Past tense. I swear I eat the loaf of bread. I swear I do not eat the loaf of bread. Okay. Shur I'll call Shukhayi Kiva. So it's now this is very important, right? So again, the shurs between the paradigm of the so Victoria the shurs, I really have one yields two more. They must say what is that person that right? So what we will see, I won't eat, I did eat, or I did not eat. Okay, good. That Gemara says, Shachal said, Shur so I say, maybe I make a big time left of swear I will not eat this loaf of bread. I'll call you and you eat a little bit of it. So the Gemara says, keep this in a college. When you invite even for consumption of any small amount of bread. I'm going to give up. So that what's going to give up that give up. If I'm not seeing about all culture, she's a high. How do you say it? What's the general? Whatever you say, what's the shit? What's the shit? What's the shit? A desires. I didn't have exceptions to that. Different shit. But when I say general, the suit, I feel like the silence. So, how do you you say that you fight it for just living there, you need a crumble for most, you come with notion you fight it doesn't make any sense. I'm going to keep it. He says, if you ain't from Matsuya, when you got there, you think you cover, she's in that you cover, but you keep it in the he's like, sure, she was only for different set of circumstances. Why? Where else do you see a case where one can generate liability simply for speaking? Simply for speaking, like a shua, there's no risk, there's no action. All it is speech. Yes, speech, which is not a race, which generates liability. So speech, all you see from that, you see from that the halachos of shuas are fundamentally different than the regular halachos. They're just different. So in the same way that a non-rights of speech can generate liability, so to even the speech, the smallest amount, generate liability as well. Even said to the God. You should all have that whole ritual. And listen, if you just respond to the stuff, it sounds like a person says, sure, shulchan. Like, I swear that I'm going to eat that shulchan because I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. Right? You know, it says that true. Or you know, use the cash up. Sure, all halachah. Sure, shulchan. Not sure, shulchan. Asr. Okay, the most listen to the advice of the Rothschild scholars. If I say, what would be these phrases? Shmur lo ochalach. I swear, like an oath, lo ochalach. I will not eat for you, right? On yours. Shmur sh'ochalach. Shmur. Now, literally translated, it means I'll eat of yours. Not shmur sh'lo ochalach. Not shmur that I won't eat of yours. In all of these cases, it's asr. Listen, now, out of all these cases, we're not really focused on what are we focused on? Shmur sh'ochalach. So what do you see from there? That when you interpret social is, I swear, I won't eat of your food. So what do you see from there? That in the context of truth, it sounds like Russia hotel doesn't mean to eat, but otherwise you eat, not to eat. Not to eat. So that comes from the temperature. Says the Rabbi, the old love, that's from the Rothschild. No, really, show means I will eat. I will eat. You know what I said? Locus having reconcile our mission with respect. So Rothschild kind of deciding bowl raffle, kind type of puff, and shading the second bowl raffle, which the Gemara says everything depends on context. The right says gives you fucking it's an issue where Reuben is being pressured to eat. Right? Reuben is being pressured to eat, Reuben doesn't want to eat. So he takes the shua not to eat. Our Mishnah is talking about a case. The shading the second bowl raffle. No one's pressuring anyone to go ahead and eat. Therefore, the Gemara says, Raisa, in the side of the platform. So in Raisa's case, right, so someone's trying to come to eat, Vika'ama, Loachona, Loachona. If you come to Shkava, Kama Shua, Shua Okos. So what's that? See how it works? If I use it for the kids, yeah, I might say, it can very well be the interpretation of Shua's translation. But also based on the context and the region they are covered. Therefore, the mercy of the penis, something is being pressured to. And he says, Shua Sha'ot, how it's clear from the context that he's taking a Shua and really not to eat. So therefore, we interpret these words accordingly. Simply it says, Shua Sha'ot, how it's told us contextually that he does not want to eat. And therefore, Halacha, the Raisa that interpret his phrase. If you come to Shkava, I think Shua Sha'ot, ultimately, again, but however, there is no pressure that is being applied. To stand the shmushal of what? I would be swear that I know it. Okay, very interesting. Rashi says, Rashi, I'm telling you, shmushal. You guys have to ask me. And the way that petition is shmushal, I swear, I should means that I will not go ahead and eat of your food. To which the Gemara says, that I remember. Okay, so the guy making the swear says, obviously he's swearing, but he's not going to eat his food. So once the food is shown here, my neighbor, so not your own dress, the Mishnah is correct. What's like that? When the person says, Shua, Shalom, so Shalom is a fully articulated conditional word. So therefore, it's intentional that we hear Shi'i, right? Shua, right? Shi'i, for the heart. Shi'i, maybe is just like a tongue. And then it says, when it says Shi'i, what he's saying is Shalom, Shalom. And if I look on this, it's a Shua to go ahead and so it says, we discuss this in depth because over here, what he says, we must fundamentally argue that is do we use context to interpret the true meaning of all the others Shua. Sabbatai clearly says yes. And I've actually really disagree on that. So again, we'll see that later on as we progress. For our purposes, what we learned as follows. That it is interesting that it's decided to say that sometimes Sha'oha is fascinating. Sha'oha to me, I will not eat. Because it could be that Nasham in a stand piece, sure, Sha'oha means I swear I will eat. But it's just good to know that perhaps the context have a bearing on the interpretation of the Shua, and that maybe given the context, Sha'oha, the actual meaning, I will eat. Okay, but for our purposes, again, for the Mishnah, Sha'oha means I will eat. But before it's not, it's not about what's this, another. That's what I was going to end with the Mishnah. Like another. Mifta, sure, that was the other reason I'm interested. When you speak about different expressions that can mean a shua. So the classic case, how do you get a shua? Classic case, try to get a shua. Like, I swear, shua, shai okam. I swear I will eat shua, shai okam. Because I swear, shua, I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. Okay? What kind of is future? Let's think about different expressions that can also, for example, you might say, Mifta Shua. That's it, as Quincy says, Mifta Oko Kikasi. That's it. Mifta Oko Kikasi. Mifta also means Shua. So to again, the word is also means Shua. For example, now it's Kikar Su. Sounds like what he's saying is, like he's saying, I swear I will not, if there is interpreted as the we use the word lift up instead of shua. We use the word isra. Instead of shua, it sounds like we can eat the shua. The lift up shua is a shua. It's a. Now let's say that. Now the one is asking like this. When you use the word isra, what ability does that actually create? What is that? Good actually for just a moment. You know, it's not going to show up. All the with that's rather show also. And how do you say about all of you? Like I mentioned before. Remember the shore we talked about all the stress equally, and the equal and the punishment for violation of the stress equally ultimately is the carbon over building. Right? So now again we have right, so fine, carbon over building. So you might say as follows. Another just to understand this is why I also remember that you want to also put together and give it tomorrow and sure same type of carbon over building. So Jan was asking, when it comes to this, now you've got a little bit of things when you start saying Shua. When you say Isser, so that this is also short. One says, explain what exactly is the Isser of Isser. How does Isser work? And what's this? If I to Omer Isser Shua Chayiv, you love butter. So what does that mean? So it sounds like what it's saying is, if you say Isser Shua, so in other words, you have to use that version of Isser Shua. So Isser should create liability, but if you don't use version of Isser Shua, then that's not Shua, therefore it'll be concept. And not to Omer Isser Shua, it's supposed to be if you say Isser Shua, but Omer Isser Shua, there's no question just said. Like the time just said, this is Shua. Isser is Shua. It doesn't say Shua, it says Isser by itself. Creates Shua liability. Just don't know this. Once again, it's only about the door. You need to say, lift up, Shua. No. So the word says that. Right? Lift up, actually using the word and see what that comes from. But the actual lift up is the equivalent to saying Shua. So it's no different than saying Shua, Sha'ani Ocha Pibazu. I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. And say, lift the Ani Ocha Pibazu. I swear, lift the I eat this loaf of bread. Say the exact thing. In both of those cases, you are swearing the loaf of bread. Listen and watch this. The Bible says, however, he said, what is Yeshua? Oh, so this is very interesting. This certainly works a little bit. This works the principle of what's called atfosa. This is very exciting. Atfosa is the process by which you make something polluted by linking it to something that is already polluted. Right? That's it's not necessarily polluting something. Look at that, you just remember. It's Yeshua. Isra Allah Tikazu. So the verse says, use that Russian. Isra Allah Tikazu. Right? What do they say? So Isra is Tika. What do they say? Mishpa Allah Tika. Because of Allah Allah Tika, I have Harayis Yakizar. Shavit this as actually reached. So let's say, so you read what you like to the verse says, Isra Tikazu. Essentially what they do is, they're linking the loaves to some already previously established prohibited item. If you made a prohibited loaf, if you put it with something else, that's the way this year works. So I say, you know what's happening over here? It says that on one hand, you have Shua and lift up. What does Shua and lift up do? It creates new prohibition. So Shua, Shani, or Fakikazu, or I swear I will eat off a bread. Lift up, or Fakikazu, supply reality to you. It's Zoo, it's a keeper zoo, or Israelite, ultimately goes ahead and says to a previously established prohibition. That's what she does. I can really delve into this a little bit more. So you know what it says. So I have the Shua, it's a mixed Shua. It's so you know actually it's pretty Surah shows that what is the nature of this Esther. And after all the meetings Yeshua, Kimotzi Yeshua with the Mikhail, will not utter the fundamental issue, which is because at first of all, Yeshua, as you know, we need from the rest of us. Doesn't work to make Yeshua, doesn't work to make Yeshua, or can determine Yeshua by mitigating the present and undivided to a previously global item. If that ever does that work to create Yeshua reality or not. So again, hello folks, we answer that question. The one that is actual livelihood. Overnight, so okay, so now we have our categories. Now that we have it, we're going to go ahead and expound at it. So remember on one hand, remember I have Shua and Nifta. Shua and Nifta themselves are actual expressions of the law for the verse again. Producing Nifta and creating the oath, creating the reality for this action. It's Allah keepers you. It's hot fossil. I'm linking this law which is regular prohibited to something that's previously prohibited. And again, by linking it to a prohibited item, I'm now jumping the issue upon this new law as well. Okay, now those jobs are categories. Let's start into it. And you might be able to try to really know that from how you know that the washing of Nifta is the actual washing of Shua. You'd say, oh, Nefesh, this is Shabbat with that pay. Side. Okay, so let's say that by the way, the between means practice or expression. Therefore, you submit God is usually it's the Shia. Therefore, there's a proper symbol itself. This would not mean by the ways you can say it's every day. So if say, oh, that the coach was yes. So you so why don't you say the same way that you works? Pretty sure. So it's pretty sure. How long is your mix is sure? So that is very expression. How do you know a version of this version of Hachasa? You say, oh, Sir, I'm not sure. It's wrong. It's also the person says, oh, some wrong. So again, says much more Shaksash Radicals, or also the conservative usual, much more Shaksarto, Vitafasto, Vidova, Yushua, and Love God. So it says actually interesting, that's the passage itself. And also, Isra, I'm not sure for sure. The verse says, that through history, I am through Rothschild and servant, and created a coalition, something that was already previously important. Say, Lefana Shani, Bata Adam, Yeshua, which is usually a lifter, is that anything that a person wants to refresh was. And it is remarkable that it's talking about something linkage to something that was already previously written. Rabbi, Lifta Shua Alpha. So Rabbi says the fact that Lifta is an expression of Shua from that from church. Reach, we Gareha Allah, all Lifta, Sikasa, Aisha, Astra, Allah, Shah. So I say, what do you see at the end of this passage? In this passage, literally, Lifta is used as a synonym for Shua. That is synonym. It's used as a replacement for the word Shua. Nether, it says Nether, and if you remember again, when we talked about this, Nether and Shua are sister concepts, but they are sisters who are nothing alike. Right? A little bit alike, right? The sisters, we know are actually related, but very different sisters. And so we're going to see that Shua, so it's very common in Torah, wherever you mention Nether, you also mention Shua. What's fascinating about this concept is the relation of Nether. What Torah is talking about Shua, they're talking about the word Shua. It's that what doesn't say it. Yifta. So for me, you see that literally again, the word Yifta is actual synonym for Shua. So it says, what is the published created with? Yifta. Ultimately, so see from here, you see that the word lift literally works in the same way that the word Shua goes because of it. Rabbi is all over the house. This is Shua, not Shua, so Rabbi said this, in reality, Hatzvasa does not work by Shua. In other words, if you want to use a Shua, you need to a currently put item to a previously prohibited item. It's not going to be enough to create a Shua. That could be in a different way. So what's going on here? And if you try to do that, it does not be a reality. Rabbi Kama, Lifta Shua. Here's what it is to say, if you have a myself, Lifta is Shua. Okay, this is not a Shua. This is also a Shua. Whereas once I saw it left, now what love is coming to come over, is going to say that Shua is Lashon Shua, obviously. Lifta is Lashon Shua, and guess what? This was also so it says, what do you see from here? Reaching my focus about how Isra works. Does Isra work through Hatzvasa? The notion of Isra essentially saying, I'm taking this constantly prohibited item, linking it to a prohibited item. Is that how Isra works? Or no, Isra is an actual notion of Shua as well. So the Gemara says, Asra Isra, the Tila Asra, Nega Shua. Okay, so what's the name comes for the particular nature of Isra? The Torah placed it between Nega and Shua. Okay, now what is that? So just hold on to this because we're about to get a lot of information. There's a lot that's being thrown at us right now, which is always very exciting. Because now you're going to have all the information you need to be successful for the rest of your life. Like in the next 5 minutes, I'm sorry, it's the short sorry, right? Because we're going to say something from them to do so much with a lot of information, don't know what's happening, but then you put it somewhere and you're saying that's it, and you say, they're actually almost right across, right across the bed, which is certain set, the team of us. So watch this. Stay insert. And not to all that. The other cover is shall insert. Just as a insert shall insert means when you use the word in the context of making a Shua, what type of insert does that criticize? Insert shall insert. My dear, if I'm going to go shoot Shua, don't call it Shonos Shabos. It's not an expression of insert. What with how so? Shows the negative Shua. The word insert itself appears in the context between them and Shua. You might say, now, what is the difference between a and Shua? So it's easy. Even that there is an hour, right? Yeah, but that never used to be what is the second. If I'm so much on Shua, people שלא כיכר צד, כי לא שווה שבועיים או משקל, אף האיזה שהציבו שבוע חיים קרבן. Not very well, not about Shenega, Shenega is certainly alive, but he's supposed to say something very interesting. And this is one of the most important statements we're going to make in the entire Sefta. The fundamental distinction between the Nega and a Shua is ultimately a Shua is ultimately a issue of Chatza. So the Shua devolves upon the object, and the other is an issue from. The publishing of the negative devolves upon the individual. And I'll say that distinction is core to everything we're going to learn for the next couple of weeks. So again, that's what you will show us, right? So remember again, the Lashon of Shua is Shua Shekeli Okal Kikosu. Right? I swear I'm not going to eat this most. By Nega, you say, Kikar is alive. Kikar is alive. This loaf is prohibited up to the city, it's like the stairs. At the end of the day, the loaf is prohibited, but you can see why it makes tremendous decisions. Very good. Remember that. Shua is a Chatza, prohibition develops upon the object. Nega is not from. The Shua develops upon the individual. So now watch this. Then he goes, so I'll say, sir, so I'll say, here's the beauty of this, it sounds strange to do this, but the beauty of the expression of this is, it's all because of how you use it. So now go back, Josh, for just one more moment. Josh, he says, okay, watch this. When I trying to do that, I say, here's the Shua. If I'm used to the Lashon Shua, if you use the Sir Lashon of Shua, keep going. Sir Shalom, Ochad, keep that set. Right? I say, Sir, I will not eat this. Let's say that's an expression. So take the Lashon and the Shmuel on the Shmuel. These are Shamsi, the Lashon is Shmuel, the kind of card, but that's what I say. If you use this Shmuel, so it's like Shmuel Shalom Okal Kikasu. If they use it, it's Shalom Okal Kikasu, then that's the expression of Shmuel. I'm not going to mark out a circle of Shamneka. Shama Isser Kikasu alive. She must not know it. But if you say again, you don't like Isser because you're alive, this loaf on me, it's a gavron. We say no gavron until ultimately whenever we're going to see violation of an agent does not create liability, or a different liability. The violation of the Shua creates liability, ultimately again for coming over the yard. So now watch this. This is actually quite interesting. It's not the Gemara says over here, Rabbi wants to suggest like this. Shua is Lashon Shua. Miftah is Lashon Shua. What's the set? What's the set? Not Hatfasa. Right? So Rabbi is dispensing with Hatfasa. Rabbi says that Isser is by Russia, but Isser is unique. Why? Because you use the context. You use the Lashon of Shua, or you use Shua, or Nega, all depends on how you use it. Incredible. The Gemara says, when you see that the Torah places is in between Neder and Shua, it means Isha Nadara, or Asa Isra al Nafsha, Shua. Wow, there it is. There it is. Because it's actually talking about the context ultimately again of a woman who needs to be covered on Shuos. And they're literally like, you have Neder, or Isa or Asra Isa al Nafsha, and then literally right after it's Shua. So from here, Rabbi says, it's even as Neder Shua kind of Almaya. And that is Moti Shua. Rabbi says, ultimately again, Lashon of Israel is not like a Lashon of Shua. The Rabbi Amar, Moti Shua, Rabbi says, no, again, it's not like that. So listen, where is the catch up? Where exactly is a very tricky story. So here's what I said. What we see, just to understand, everyone seems to be agreeing on Shua, and everyone agrees on Mitzvah. Because he's by this Isser work is a function of Shua that ultimately works through what Isser is a unique Lashon that can be Shua or statement. Okay, if you want to catch up, this statement is your number 4. What's the case of concern? What's the case of concern? Already شما اوقات شما اشتكي عيد يقول this what means in this case. The process as even says, already aligned myself that I will not eat meat and I will not join. Kiyom Shemis Bo'ad, like my father died. Kiyom Shemis Bo'ad died. Kiyom Shinela Bo'ad Benachikov. Like the day that he died Benachikov. So, like the day that he died is assassinated. Kiyom Shinela Bo'ad that I say you should have instant destruction. Because in all of these cases, a person that's created a binding prohibition upon himself, not to eat meat and not to drink wine. That's the good action. Rashi says, Shem's father, Shai, Sarki Alai, Yasser, Shem's father, was a little bit of context, but the verses we look here that his father died, but he took upon himself not to eat meat and not to drink wine. Okay, it's not like he took it on himself. He did not to fast per se, but not to eat meat and not to drink wine. So now what he's saying is, his father died on whatever, August, now it's the 25th day of ER. Right? So now he's coming over and he's in the 25th day of ER. I get back to give myself a pause. We've been one with the day that my father died. Right? Or like so good or like the day the base fish was destroyed. Like the guys was not like oh it was the community prohibitions is given to the one. How much more says, but we should never upon outside. This is presupposing that there already was a pre-existing level that we switched a little bit from Shmuel's to which is fundamentally built in this context. Shmuel says this presupposes that he already had something upon himself a prohibition not to eat meat and not to drink wine or not to eat his pre-existing beings. We look at Rashi. We should not have other second. Shekibo Amok by Nega Shabioka also Yom Shabbat's father. We all know if in Yom Shabbat's father. We don't see that except the back source is okay. We're assuming that he already living on himself his father's website, or his website, or the day that he done behind you, not just the mega. So it's just here, this is a case of itself. So it's fine. Substantially on a very Wednesday. And what I'm saying is, I think that you and one should be able to leave a life that my body died. And then again, suppose I already made a letter not to drink water during my father. I'm being matrix. I'm connected today to the earth side of my father. Which actually, we got very easy to start on the Torah. Should not be a healthy world. I'm not this together. Already, I'm not together. I'm supposed to not this together. Much more. So what's the point of here? What do you see here? The Hatfasa works. Right? Again, there's a whole lot more difference. Hatfasa work or not. And the first person, when you see that Hatfasa linkage absolutely works. Like it works. So I never say now, this is by Neder, but we assume another in general. Whatever works by Neder also works by Shua. So if Hatfasa is going to work by Neder, it's going to work by Shua. This supports the idea that Hatfasa. The question against those who say that there is no Hatfasa by Shuas and by Neder. So we show that value. So it's going to bring that value. You do not physically Neder. So you do not physically Neder. Not physically Shua. The similar that Hatfasa is going to go. Hatfasa will work out by Shua as well. Right? And also looking at it, because Rabbi was the ones that goes back. Rabbi was always said that all comes from Easter is that Easter is Hatfasa. So it's going to be different for Rabbi, because you see from here that Hatfasa works. Hello, other things. Hello, the Rabbi Kasha. But according to Rabbi, this is a problem. Right? Why it was Rabbi said that there was no Hatfasa. Rabbi said, oh, but there is Hatfasa. I'm from another current state of Rabbi. So he said, it is Easter, never a Torah. What is the key? What is the thing behind the meditation of Neder? However, Alay Shema Hatfasa, Shema Ashton Gayu, to know Shemitz of other Jewish and so those are the discussion, which is a size of what Lomar, I can not just get I love, I can never hide. So there's a much very true. That says, The rest of the time, the rest is talking about the primary way in which to live in Neder. How this kind of said one should live in Neder. So look at Rashi. So it's actually we should have had it every time that you should. The other half, so you're the double and neither are not far to the other people of the front. But the cover of students for it is soon like that, and I'm not so listen to this. This is a little mark where the Rabbi says, actually like this. The primary way to live in Neder is through language. Now, in the person, in order to get in Neder, you have to live the Neder to something that is unique with it. Something that's highlighted the Neder. I do my live in Neder not to eat and drink wine. Like the day my father died. This is not like Father says. This is how you live in Neder. By definition, the Neder is only to eat it if it is new which to something that is already previously created. You might say, I don't know. Jesus, I don't know. That is the way ultimately to it. If that's the case, if that reflects look at Ashley, in what is his name, not just over the last part of Ashley, not just keep going, so they're trying to like, so I'll pop on Ashley, like, and the other, how did I like, you so it's like, this is back again, okay, so, terrible. So, we have a fun little like this, and we got it. It says, leave it in it is, I mean, how do I keep it alive? Right, keep it alive, right, keep it alive. Right, that's a big difference. Then the Rabbi says, also times the Hatfasa. What's Hatfasa? Hatfasa says, right today, I never heard it to drink meat and to eat meat and drink wine, or meat and wine to drink honey today, right the day my father died. So I'm connecting today. My father's not saying anyone for you. Rabbi says, no, it's not what it says. Rabbi says, in order to embed it, and we'll see what he says, in order to create a negative, a negative is only created if you presently read the negative is something that is already previously created. That's how it's going to work. That's not what I want. I want Hatfasa. Hatfasa is simple. Hatfasa says, meat and wine today should be like meat and wine on the outside. It's a shorthand never. You don't have to say I to right? But you just say meat and wine today is like meat and wine on the outside. That's it. That's Hatfasa. It's a shorthand never that doesn't mean full articulation because I'm using it as committed today because I was putting it before. That's Hatfasa. Why I never said that. More what? So you just clean it up. Everyone is agreeing that it's Hatfasa. Everything Hatfasa. My focus is Hatfasa. What's more to that is that Rabbi says that in order to make a neder from the beginning, you have to move it gets in there as well. Rabbi says, my time, that's Rabbi watching. Not even making the neder, something that was already previously created. On the prophet passage says, Ish ki yidor neder la'Hashem. Because the passage says, if a person is a double Hashem, ki yidor neder la'Hashem. I sheyidor yidor hunger. So it's pretty mild. So Rabbi says the passage itself says the Russian Yidor neder. When you make it neder, you must get into something that is already created. Like the over the neder is created because it is already created before. Kind of Kiyom Shabbat, Shito, says, that's obvious. So that's already provided neder. You must Kiyom Shabbat, provided neder. Also, since you're say from the guys also he would have to talk about that she had that Nami will have the outlet the higher not this together. I might have thought that the only one who accomplished that thoughts of is the pure is if you look that which are previously in the present training, the second was also really through a net. There's something that was previously living natural and maybe does something for much more longer. Much more was about for myself. As long as you have it doesn't have to be whatever. It's not like hospital. It's not only for today. So what we have to say something is worked out. Everyone is agreed that how long I said it, Rabbi? Most Rabbi and I agree. But I'm not going to say yet that this comes to better and say that's false. It's understanding that but the mechanics are different. And again, someone to be created leather, create new leather throughout the process, and then do it to some new previously like it's tremendous finish leather that Rob was hoping that even to make an additional leather, you must link it to something that's previously prohibited. More mechanics, and ultimately again, see whose framework is correct, and that's a shit tomorrow. Tremendous. So it's a lot of information, a lot of fascinating solos, but not really have it all. But it's a point as we forward, Shkoyach. Just everything a bit everywhere. All right, so we say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Here today, our commentary sponsor, annual commentary sponsor. I'll touch you there. By the Hilton Club about Israel. Dedicated all the true and transfer this year as this close to the summer film is all about Israel. As our sponsors in the year, I've got our new result is more about his ranking, and he makes the Shmuel's father, Leonard Grant, and Nick Baby Tesla, for the Rabbi, very sponsored in Jacobs and Kevin, and then for the Shifra, Bass, Zichron, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, the family, the Chabad, the Red Rabbi, the Shmuel, from all hostages, and all the soldiers successful for whole mass and those we got, let us know the beautiful that, but he's got this new test, ranking European of on. You has on the place pretty much right in the middle of the gas. Right in the middle. On the one, they show that the barrier height. No percent, neither show barrier height. No, good. There was cultural punishment for some of that. Whoever does not go to separate from his wife prior to the onset of the legal structure. So it's not really we saw yesterday's that this means that the halachic definition of this is an owner. So let's say, for example, in the field of very simple example, a human becomes legal and gets 31, so I like every 30 days. So a local links on that 30 days, that's considered to be what that says. And the owner, let's say, gets a 5 days. That Bitcoin is her owner. So the halachic is the husband is supposed to separate from his wife. At the time of each that entire due time period. But since whoever does not go ahead and separate from his wife prior to that's his prior to right over 30, after the 100 or more abundant people Aaron makes, even if he has children who are so righteous, like Aaron, they die. Now, what's we're going to do is a couple of Gemaras like this. We go through all these Gemaras, again, highlighting a little bit of each of the pieces, and then looking at all of them in a more general sense. Okay, so just hold on. So again, any person who is not separate from his wife prior to that sets off with that stomach for that owner, even if you feel like now righteous, they die. So the Gemara says, this is sick. He's not giving us a struggle to my son. Ultimately, you shall more and cloud yourself regarding the God. Don't have to do that stuff. So you see, understand the juxtaposition. There's a mention of tomorrow. After this mention of tomorrow, ultimately again, there's a mention of an abuse. And then after that, juxtaposition of the son of Ray, so that's the juxtaposition. Tomorrow, Toledo, to that's what the sons of Aaron. Okay, so that's halakha number one. And also just because this again, we'll have to see exactly what Chazal. How do you understand something like this? On a very basic level, what's the soul? You see that was being sold of a man who quotes from his wife, someone who best stuff. Like, what is this? What is this? This is the soul of giving up something that technically should be permitted to you, but for the sake of achieving a higher level of tradition, right? We're not going to do this because the halacha meetings here. And the whole discussion about Vestos, the Raisa, the Avana, right? In this whole concept, ultimately, again, of how a person has to conduct themselves in anticipation of the arrival of a religious period. Is that again? The Raisa, again, without sidestepping all of that, so with the Raisa, it gets become He said that self-Vesta means that the couple is dedicated to maintain a level of kedusha in their life, to the point that they're willing to give up on certain basic marriage, on certain elements of it, even before the woman comes in. When a couple has that drive and has that motivation in their home, in their life, that creates a heightened level of kedusha. Failure to do that creates a diminished level of kedusha. We've seen this before, that something when Chazal say that children die, Chas v'shalom before the son, it doesn't have to mean that children die, but rather when it does that, sometimes is used as a metaphor for non-actualization. There are previous ways to stymie to stop the spiritual growth of our children is to be parents who are not the spiritual growth. So if I was a parent and not willing to sacrifice for Kedusha, if I'm a parent and not willing to push myself for a heightened spiritual level in my marriage, in my home, guess what? I'm going to have children just like that also. Don't expect your kids to be any better than me. So if I'm not committed to sacrificing and keeping up these higher levels of Kedusha, even if my children have the ability to be as righteous as the sons of Aaron, if they be raised in a holy atmosphere where sacrifice is not a thing, but they're not going to be sacrificed, they're not going to be self-actualized either. They can so to speak die. They can so to speak never be actualized because they can become next. Call that, listen to this. Call that the Shemish yourself for that stuff. It's no one else. It's not a lot of Chazal. So the converse, it was his wife. Some of the best stuff. How do you think to put it? Websites. Okay, so it's when you get that sick. But how do you have plenty of atar? So what's it do? Because it says juxtapositions. I thought about a card. And also, by the way, I want to point out also, these just logged up and they're secretly like one after the other, but we textually in that far. So you might just say that. I thought about a card. This thing between having a card. Okay, so that is ultimately separated from one's life prior to that sense. This says, we know the suffer. What is your efforts? Life is not enough. I will move to jump and she moved to a voice. You see, hopefully, again, the person who goes ahead. Separate comes right prior to it. So that says, we'll go ahead and have sons. So it's what's that? A lot of this. What's the shot of this? This is you have all love. You have all love. You're two identities that are from and you from. What kind of stuff have you came from? Never to go. Live in Florence, the distinction between reality and brokerage and so on. So all these things, all people do is what people are doing. The fact that intimacy, the Zohar is the Yosef, he is the giver, and the Kiva, the woman is the Kabbal. That's how it's the physical act of intimacy. So perhaps what's happening over here is as follows: same thing. A man that goes ahead and is poised from his wife prior to becoming done. What is he doing? He's engaging in an act of giving. He's giving. Self-sacrifice. I'm giving up something that technically speaking is a right? So to speak, it's a right that a couple has in marriage. They're giving up that right. They're giving that right for the sake of achieving a life of Kedusha. So what do they have? Bunny's heart. Bunny's heart can be boys. The bunny's heart doesn't be Zachar. Like I said, how about what I'm Zachar? There is that vision of the person. That's what it's not. Because Cheshbon has sometimes referred to as Yuchra and Yuchra. That's like sometimes Hashem is referred to as masculine, sometimes as feminine. Sometimes Hashem is referred and sometimes Hashem receives from us. So say so just phrased in the positive way. But couple is for it that was like that. All this is phrased in the respect of the man, or Presley's halachas, like these halachas here. This is a man who will be together. This is just a partnership with your husband and wife. So if husband and wife will ultimately be willing to give up as well, or willing to sacrifice for the sake of some higher good, what happens? How do you will have children who will be saved. So if I'm not willing to sacrifice in here, let's get to achieve a higher level of condition in my life, don't expect that from the kids. I don't think that's a fear. Conversely, if I not have children, in that sense of how I will have children, like people for the bullish as well. Next, I'm sure lady on the low, body really in the whole lot. And the Shua says, not only will you have children, well, like the son's parent, but also an act, I just wanted to cover, but she will have sons for law, no, it's humble. Good judges, but then when it is high level, you will have children for themselves, commit themselves to cloud stuff. It's also the highest level of giving that we teach is stones for self-sacrifice for our people. It's not that we even have children to grow up, but the way to different all this stuff. So, how do you hold us? Already, you have one level of us. I'm going to keep about I'm going to be open. Kalamati Ahayan was in Shabbasos. Whether it's that's the fact that you make Hazara on board and what's in Shabbos, how do you know quantities of color? Ultimately, they have new translated points. For example, you have maybe not only should they have home, as if they can simply do not only should home, it's awesome. La Havdil in a tongue of an atar, son of clay, each of his that's real. So it's in a Shabbat La Havdil, and then adjust the position of each of these says, the Alba Zahar. So when you see the Halakha, something that you can come online, you will have abundance of fire, you will have sons. But what's the shot of this? So along the same lines as well. Let's say, for many of us, by the time you get to the end of Shabbos, right, and what's the last thing you want to really see? Is a glass of wine. So I don't know, maybe just in my house. Right? The heart on Shabbos, right? So again, I think the Rosh Shabbos, that's why I love the sauce. You could use Hamari, right? You could use college juice, you could use beer, you could use all the days. But I'll say that at the end of the day, a mitzvah deserves wine. A mitzvah doesn't deserve beer. Beer for Jews, not anything else. Juice for Jews, not anything else. A mitzvah deserves a glass of wine, not even a glass of beer juice. It really deserves a glass of wine. That's what it deserves. So you don't have to do it. Well, there's other things that I could do to fulfill the obligation. All the same thing. How do you approach it? How do you approach this? So I quote them, this is not, it's more good. It's more good. It's not more good. It's more good. Well, it's not like that. It's just this guy. You know, it's a common with you, know. It's just a big guy. It's a cost. That's what you're allowed to do. You're not just a big cost of our things. And it's only application. Okay. With life like that, just know that that would translate into the type of family that you're the type of children that you live in the household. Or you're the kind of person who goes to body. Maybe I don't want a glass of wine right now. I want it, but Havdalah deserves it. Havdalah deserves a glass. If I'm the kind of person that's going to push myself to be expected to do it, to do it from the highest level, and ultimately what results, that's it as well. Incredible. Now let's have a doubt. And the Shema really says, what in the Allah, it's still a Havdalah in the Holos. Ultimately, again, so again, the Shema says that further. Now, but whenever you see the Allah, so what that means is that's even higher. So according to Khalid, represents for us again like the givers. Dukra, right? And God, the giver personality. Allah is even a higher level of giving because Allah in this context represents a commitment to the cloud. So the highest level, or the other process we notice, the highest level of giving that we achieve, yes, is with our money. But it's also about having the resources we get of creating. Whenever we visit the cloud, that's the highest level of giving. Incredible. Other by efforts and the letter, also really my God, there's so much more to say all of these commands, but we've already the clock that finished here. So next session we'll sit for a different time. But just in a second, how much more it is here. One more piece. I'm not to know like that's not what I just point out. Just like I'm gonna know my efforts. I'm gonna love it. Come the kindness is absolutely shas tashmish. Whoever goes there and sanctifies himself at the time of intimacy. How he will grow and find his heart. Ultimately, again, we'll have. So once again, often the first children of the heights that they remember they would mobilize their concept of children who are givers. Sheme'anai Yiskadashka, Yisei Devotion. Plus it says sanctify yourself. Some of like he says and it juxtaposes the ultimate idea to is a living will have. So, Rashi puts out over here, the Kaddish Asma B'Tashmish, Derech Tznius. What is it to sanctify oneself ultimately at the end of the to be modest. There also there are many different halachas that govern how a couple should be intimate. Halacha is very permissive in showing that the act of a relationship of being is pleasurable and enjoyable. But there still is the modesty that's attached to it. So let's say you can say right here, you can approach it to the sea as an animal. As an animal should be to gratify a mid-time desire. And doing that, like I don't care about anything, I just want to satisfy that desire. Can you do that? Do that. Or a person can say, to keep up certain elements to make this a better shape of Kedusha, to make it holy, to make it holy. Like I said, I want it clear. Like sometimes you see the words like this, you have a doubt like, a person has a certain thing, has a certain life, has a certain thing, and then you need to resume the use of such a book. This can actually say Kedusha. Maybe for some people that's what it is, right? But Lamaisa, that's not what people are talking about for human beings. And the act of relations, the act of intimacy with one's that intimacy with one's life is supposed to be the most beautiful and meaningful and incredible and enjoyable things. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. And it's usually not preceded by things. It's preceded to make the act more enjoyable by a little material. That being said, there are things that we or ways in which we conduct ourselves. There is not to share for that. Ways in which we conduct ourselves, again, even during intimacy. And when we and perhaps there's things that we like to, things that we'd rather just not hold back. So again, that's what a Jew does. A Jew just doesn't keep in to desire fully for other people. It's always a guard there. That guardrail is constant. That guardrail is called modesty. And if you look at the movement in that guardrail, you have ability to keep out certain things for the sake of a higher Kedusha, that ultimately, I can just understand, that translates into the holy building, translates into the children that are raised. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, back to Sharetz. Now let's over. We're back to question. Let's over at Sharetz. Let's see where we're going to and we're immediately at the character session. At the end of the show, we have a really focus. We're doing a focus. Rabbi actually said that Allah for myself, you're tired for having a tumor, but not tired for having a mikdash. Rabbi Akiva seemed to say the same thing, although it's not their point of engagement is. And the Shmuel said, this is never the Ha'alam twice, you're tired for having a mikdash and for Ha'alam tumor. You're tired for both. Okay. So says the Gemara. Let's see, maybe that is part of see all of these things. So the Gemara says, I'm a Christian. It's very interesting. Sharetz going to be what you put in that. Ultimately, Sharetz going to be on the point of contention. What is this? Here we go. Then the Eliezer Saba, first, for even at the other in the Sharetz, we keep in the name. And the Eliezer says like this. When a person comes coming, then you will say, not just from one thing of what they do, which is what? Combined by ability. Specific what type of carbon you're right. Right? So that when we speak about like by a company that's what we're referring to here. So really kind of a carbon over the array, you need to know the source of it. And it's not just enough to know that I'm coming, but to have to know that because you're in the form of a lapse of oil, so enough to know that I want but I need to know the very specific. Let me give this up, let me keep this out. It says no, even though so in church you can keep it. No, not true. That's true. What that's true. Well, it's not true. It's just coming. And I did the code that she entered into the section you as you do. It's come out of my go to all of the way. Place I love to place again. So it doesn't matter if I know was it a sheriff or a little sheriff. But you know it follows if you look it's sheriffs are really at the point to do it's very much you have to know the actual source of your Torah. Do Muslim or Mishani. So we will point out that each of the positions are very well yet. If you rectify or you rectify this, I'm going to do that. So you must Mishani. You remember, but you know, I know that you shared to you to really hold that in order to kind of recover over the over, you really have to know the source of your Torah. What about the family? People who need I'm not going to answer. One of shop. Well, it says like this. Either way, one of shop. Caleb Apple Chayiv. No, sir, Apple Chayiv. I must say that, but let me point out to you what's happening here. Take a look at actually, just look at one of shop. Actually says, one of shop, literally the pieces. Caleb, the notes on the photo. Apple, Apple, and the shop, and the ends of the head. The shadows of the people, and also will come back. So let's say that, let's say like this. Let's say you have a case where you violated. I mean, two things, it doesn't really matter how you violate your life. Let me just do this. For example, I have a piece of Sheila and a piece of no sun in front of me. That looks like both are not allowed to do it, and it's really us. Right? So the Lord says like this. Listen to this. So back to the Rothschild. Chayiv alcohol, chayiv no alcohol, chayiv. So look, there's two pieces. Right? I'm not sure. I know two pieces. Chayiv in front of me, no sun in front of me. I ate one of them. I'm not sure which one I ate. So the lesson says, who cares? Who cares which one you ate? Why? Because what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? You ate this also, and you're kind of a conquest. So for example, Shabbos Chino Chayim Yom Kippurim Chino Chayim. Like, what does it make a difference? You're not sure the higher you keep the higher you Shabbos. Either way, you Chayiv, right? So the short is you Chayiv the Chatos. Or Ishto Nito Baal Chayiv. So I feel like this one may matter actually a little bit, right? So again, so right, a man writes his leader or his sister. He's not sure, but either way, it's us. So either way, it's us. Now, but you want to what does it matter? From this reliability perspective, what does it matter? It's the same reliability. So again, the point I think to the last one, that you do not need to know this sort of structural reliability, which constitutes a weekend report. What are you sure? Are you aware of the Arab Fatasasha Qatar? Actually, on the road in Makkah. So the issue is this is not true. The Quran explicitly says, hold the Arab Fatasasha. When it up right there, when you know what you did, when you did another, not just that I know that it is something else or what. It's something what specifically, what it is. So first of all, that country used to have Soviet, which is quoting from the last saying, in order to kind of cover over the military, you have to know the source of your Torah. Now you want to write, so where the Israel says it doesn't matter about the source of your Torah. And Mishani Asam, and Mishani of this, Mishani Asam, Asher Chata, the Haiti Alachmano, Kate Kol Shabu. So you might just Kate Kol Shabu. So ultimately, in general, all you need to know, you don't need to know specific liability. All you need to know is that you can set one. So that's why the piece that came with the no source, but that's the same witness. Right? I don't know. I know that I ate something that wasn't clear, wasn't no side. In general, between 5 days, I don't have to know the specific item. What's different over here? You keep seeing the cold number tummy, cold in the sheriff's tummy, Rabbi. So what's it say here? Difference is like difference. Like Jim the Torah, which I don't know to say, you became tummy. Contact with the government or in a big less sheriffs. Why they have to bring that up? Shredding up, but you know, I know the sheriffs is not even available. You have to know by tomorrow, you have to know the specific source of the order to generate cover all that in the late life. So let's go have all this office. And the other section goes to different people's general rule of life. You do not have to know the source of your life. Notice if you are absolutely clear that you did something wrong in your private house, ultimately you have to do private house. So again, I don't know if I ate favorite or no, sir, but what do I know? I ate one of them. I for sure ate one. Like, it's not a case of like 2 pieces of meat, one is cut, one is one is favorite. It's a case of both pieces are great, and I know for sure I did something wrong. I don't know exactly what I did wrong. I know it's one of these things. I'm liable. In the case of Kumar, why? Because the Torah goes out of its way to specify a specific and then it says in a day last chef. So the fact that it goes out and singles out to you that by Torah is so in order to generate liability, I have to know exactly what the source of Torah was. Now that's what it is. Remember again, just keep in mind that the people you don't have to. Now the key is as long as you ultimately in the life that he keep out from Rabbi Kiva, top of the test, and was Rabbi the point of the he says that don't bring a right for that passing by so much. Yeah, direct to him and higher, like you saw the trust and ready before I paid you up for $1,000. So significantly shirts, get to make shirts as well. So the kid doesn't buy into the same thing. He says, get shirts just has to be since the passing by the ready with the higher, which was an older dress shop ready. Turn them in strong. Just remember the missions. Every time I call he's something, something that is good. Also, wo nicht ist, andere Schritte ist Handelsprache, was man eine andere Technik. And even if those seems to be repetitive, some of the things is wrong because it's highlighting some new idea. Something like, most of the words are so here's a concept of intelligence as far as remember, that this whole idea of the soul was because the concept like Torah goes out of his way to mention Sheretz specifically after a general state. Why does it mention Sheretz specifically? To teach me you have to know the exact source of the Torah. And the people will say, no, it only mentions Sheretz because it had to mention, because it had to mention that we learned Kaido, that was a potential to not be busy right now as Rabbi. That's why it's the mention Sheretz, there's no Raya. No Raya. So the answer, high bar, my heart, right? What does a Rabbi do with the word of thought? What is the word of thought? Thought means asset. He goes ahead and uses this to go ahead and exclude the case of this asset. I will say what's this asset? This asset is a fashion. This asset is a higher, and all is not of this circle, so it's happy for shows with the goal. It's probably a little like us at Polish, the contact is have a fever. It's kind of the boy was a should use it's Shabbos, right? And I before Shabbos, I had some vegetables around. From Shabbos, I wanted to sell some vegetables. And brand new vegetables that are detached. But instead, I ended up pulling out vegetables that were attached. That's called misasset. Because here again, my couple was I was engaged in a living act, right? As opposed to a showcase. But let's say I didn't know that there was Shabbos, or I didn't know that pulling vegetables out of the ground is also. So the say here I have Kabbalah for a to act, but I ended up doing something else. So that's called misasset. So Moses says that the frog comes to go ahead and exceed a case ultimately on misasset of the Yochel. And Yochel says, Mashmal's Russian people in that. And now we might also see that the Akiva and the Eliezer is speaking about how the direction of the nuances in the process. The thing about the Shishas, Mashmal's Russian people in that. The Shishas, as a Akiva, interestingly enough, also interestingly enough, the Shishas would change actually useless in its focus. So according to Shishas, you see that all we were arguing about was the source, and actually arguing about the practicalities of the halacha. Okay, like the one we're talking about now, how much of us have put on, how we pass. And so again, just the point to take out of this is that the little so we have to act about the Akiva, right? Halacha, it wants to be kind of over the other, right? Not Jesus and Hema Mikdash or Hema Kodesh. Do you need to know the exact source of your Torah? That's Shaila. But the says, yes, you must know that the Akiva says not to go into a having pasking, he passed like the other pasking like that Akiva. That if we do not know the exact source of so that we can come into a sharing for the law, even if I don't know. Now, what I do need to know is, in order to come over the already, I need to have a thing of definitive awareness. Right? So there has to be a moment that I know definitive economies. I know that I touched one or two things, either a Sheretz or the Vela, but I'm also once again, I'm not sure which one. You're still going to become a liability, incredible fighter. But they run it up. Hello, Zed, All right, so those are very interesting. So I'm again. Why not as you got your according to Eliezer and Akiva? Eliezer and Akiva were old child for the Torah, not from Hema Mikdash. Right? Hema from and not from the Mikdash. So it isn't what that means. If I think Tameh, it's that I forgot that I was Tameh, and I need to rush, right? And then I come out, and then afterwards, I remember that I was coming. It was like, if I was coming, I forgot that I was coming, and I ate truma. I'm calling it truma. There's no liability that it's trying to have the answer. According to the answer, have the Akiva. Now, obviously, what was the third story? Yeah, Rabbi Shlomo is accountable. So he was asking a question according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, who all that you only try to have them, not for Helen Kuma. So why they're not the Helen Zed, the Zed, the other Nahu. What happens if I have a lot of words of both of these things? So I forgot about my Tumah, but I also forgot about the fact that I was eating Kodesh. Is there liability for this? So the Mercer, I'm related, how they handle it to me, I don't, yeah, reliable why? Because even like the Akiva and the rest of the group, it's still the Helen Tumah in this case, there should be liability. I'm not because we have a water, it's just the opposite. Because it's also how the Mikdash included in this, and therefore it should be water. I'm a Rashi is like this. So it's again, I want to point out, it's only according to Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer, it's only liability for Ha'elam, Ha'elam Mikdash, and not for Ha'elam Kodesh. So if a person has a lot of words for all disease, I became Tamei, and now I'm eating Truma. So I forgot that I'm Tamei, and I forgot that I'm eating Truma. According to the Ezra of Yakiva, is there liability in this case? So what's the big? Yeah, of course. There's hell. There's heaven. There's shoulder blade. There's inside as well. Right? There's heaven. So the Gemara says, "Ha'ayava, ha'ayava, because the water, amara, kasira, tumuka parish, ha'ayava, tumuka." So that's this. Look, awareness of what causes you to separate. If again, it's awareness of this tumor that causes him ultimately again to separate, then it's clear that this is a case of Ha'elot Torah and every liability. If you push that punish, Ha'elot, you push the other water. If on the other hand, it's awareness of the Mikdash that separate, then this is a case of Ha'elot Mikdash, and he will be utter. I'm going to give it a Rashi. If it doesn't make any sense, Klum polished in the Dutch. At the end of the day, obviously, any creature, any separation is given because, awareness of the Mikdash. How long? This is going to take, I'm sorry. I'm going to read Rashi. Klum polished in the Mikdash. Elam Yishur Tumah. Klum polished in the Tumah. Elam Yishur Mikdash. So at the end of the day, again, these types of tools and these types of awarenesses are intertwined. The only reason is going to separate out because from the Mikdash is because of the Tumah. The only reason is going to separate out awareness about the Tumah is because of the Mikdash. Hello, Moshe. Rabbi Gemara says the next thing should be Potter. I'm sorry, Rashi says to Potter. It's interesting enough, according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, in any situation where there is Hello Tumah, Hello Mikdash, even if it is also accompanied by Hello Tumah, you will be exempt from combined liabilities. Again, you will be exempt from common all of the other. Fine. Tell me about it. So I'm trying to point out, I guess this is a good time to mention this now. Yeah, I'll mention how they're going to connect it on. You can't connect the Yishma. Like, it's a little connected. You kind of know that because you have to read the entire Sutra. You can't get the show. Is liability for both Helam Tumah and Helam Mikdash, right? So whether it's that I'm becoming Tameh, I eat Kodesh. I forgot that I'm Tameh. I eat Kodesh. And then I remember that I was Tameh. Or I didn't forget that I was Tameh. I just ate the Mikdash left. And then realized that I was Tameh. So I just kind of Mikdash. I forgot that about the Mikdash. Or forgot about my Tumah. Either way, I am Tameh. I say, here's my ability. It's not that Tameh. Here's my ability to cover all the UA. So once again, he's asking how the place like a Shmo, the Hell of Tumah, or the Hell of the Push in Kadosha, there's covered for all that, covered all the glory by God. In the book, okay, that's what I think. What's the next? Because the Hell of City and Avatar. Wow, what did you got? I come to a path restaurant life, and there are two paths in front of me. One is time, one is coming. Story of our lives. Story of our lives. And she just wants to what's the further, you have to be part of that dividing. And after this guy is in short of lives, it's just in the Gemara, right? The Gemara says, I know exactly which one. Like the challenge of the condition is I know that there are two paths, but I do not know which one is coming or a start. And I don't think she even after going that come to a place where like what is the other that we showed along with us, the she difference. What do I do? I go ahead and Rashi says two things and this are also it's not knowing which path is which. Right? But here's what I do. I know for sure, just framing this case right way. I know for sure that there's one of these pathways. Right? I don't know which path has to go. So listen to this. I walk down path one. Okay? Sure. I don't enter into the syllabus after walking down path one. Then I walk down path two. And after walking down path two, I get into the next syllabus. So what's that? Hi, there was a Rabbi. Just a kind of thing that goes over there. I go down path one. I don't go into the flesh. I go down path two. And then afterwards, I forgot about these paths. I go into this flesh. I come out of this and I realize, and then those paths. What's not a heart? I try it a couple over the minutes. Now, why am I trying to cover this? It's actually a pretty interesting case. Why am I trying to cover the minutes? Why? Because when I say again, I'm just short-tongued. Why am I short-tongued? Why? I went down both paths, and both of those paths, I know that one of the paths is definitively covered. Okay, beautiful. Rashi says, covered all the glory. She each has the three deified gods. Because again, after I went down path number two, I know for sure at this point, I am covered. By the way, it's really that's very interesting. Is Huckins back? Huckins back to our previous focus. But we see that we have to get that one need not be the definitive source of the tumult or the as long as I know that I am the definitive tunnel, even if I do know exactly the source, it's still tunnel. So now at this point, I went out both paths. Afterwards, again, I forgot about the paths. I go into the examination. I come out. I'm trying to cover over the area. Okay, pretty intimate case. However, how about listen to this? The witness, so there was one that said this. I go down the first path. After I go down the first path, I go into the examination. Then, he's up the shoulder of the couple. Very good paradigm. So again, here's the progression. I go down first path, go into this in the flesh, then do part more clear for myself. The uppercut, how much the shoe. Then I go down the second path, right in the first, and then I go into the second flesh. Okay. Now what happened? What's that? So again, after I go down the first path, for example, here, I know that I'm suffering from it, right? I go into the second flesh. Anyway, now again, but I forgot that I went down the first path. Sidebar, I come out. Then I go through the whole purification process, right? I walk on my second path. Now I go down the second path. Now let's say I go down the second path. I forget about the second path, and then I go into the second flush. What's called Chayiv. How much is in Chayiv? Rashi says over here, Mak must be in the show, no Mak must be in the Shia. Come on, Shah. I'll be in the show, I'll be in the Shia, I'll be to my Haisa. And Chayiv said, I'm coming. Why am I coming? It's even coming. Right? I'm not coming. I'm telling you because I went into this English after the first time. I'm telling you because I went into this English after that. Either way, the Shirkoter, the Shimon says a Potter. Now, why is that? Rashi says over there, this is incredible. Rashi says the Shirkoter, the incredible good idea about God is the Tila. Sha'at Levi Tila, Shashir Shiri Sikhi. So Shimon says like this. The way say, only kind of cover over the Tila. I get that awareness. Awareness is what? Awareness is what? Definitive awareness. In neither of these cases did you have to think this. Why? I went down that one, and then I went to this indication. After that one, what do I have? Possible. After that two, what do I have? Possible. It's fast. You've never had a period of definitive awareness. Because of that, no cover over there. Shani says, both to the core, you should share. And Shua then Yezidra says that your partner in all of these cases, not interesting, the Shua says your partner even in the first case, right? Where you go down path one, then you go down path two, and then you go into the crush. The Shua says your partner in all of these cases, what? because of Rashbi, the very show by our okay, so let's say now we're going to analyze this. Here we go. The Kula, I'm sure you say that you check in all the cases. Back here, because I said, they're going to say in the first case, on the days, the first case seemed to be like pretty obvious. So I know it's the first case. I go down path 1, okay? Stop. Go down path 2, and then go into the base of the first. I'm going to get it. I'm going to illustrate all of this because there's a lot of awareness. Like last, I go down to that class. I go into this English. I come out. Like I just said, I'm tired. Like why am I tired? Why am I tired? I'm definitely talking. So how could Rashbi, how could Rashbi say that I'm positive in that case? Doesn't make any sense. Rothschild, tell me, because you don't kiss the also case the one was an easy case. Case the one, I'm definitely coming because I went down both cases who are upset. I will not about this incredible. How come I still what's the case? You go Shahala, but you show you are with the first path. If you shot Shahala, you should be Shahala. This is disgusting. We presuppose the whole the case. The case was I go down path 1, okay, I'll just say something, then I go down path 2. But because I'm going down path 2, I remember that was. I remember that I went down path 1. That piece is no, it's not the case. The case is where I go down path 1, and then the case that I go down path 2, I forgot about path 1. So because of that downside, I never had a moment of definitive awareness. So therefore, was the Adire Mixas. It's only partial, but it's only partial ways. We don't say this is interesting. Well, at that certain point in time, after I'm path 1 and 2, I recognize what I did. You could call that definitive awareness. Right? Why? Because I know that as a result of my 2 journeys, I am definitive. The problem is that at the time that I went down path 2, I forgot about path 1. I never have a moment of fix. If there's no moment of definitive awareness, what we call the deep vibe. Like a kid, you vibe, then you become the overview account. How is that? So, how do you need us to do that? You don't partial it, so it's not like that. You should have a little bit more time, so I think so let this go. Because it's too easy, kind of a radio perception, and right. Do not remember all the pathways that you have taken. That's only called awareness. Too much of life is not just not planning for the future, but it's when having an acute understanding of the decisions you have made in the past and the pathways you've taken. So that the immediate future is to know to travel in the path in which ones were and which ones don't. But if I forget about the past journeys that I am operating with split awareness, that's doesn't awareness that prevents me from making decisions about my future. That's what I'm saying. Those mistakes of the past are due to a defect. You don't know which paths you've taken in the past, which ones have worked, which ones have not. That's partial awareness starts you going forward. Incredible. And the argument with me, the argument about here was that, oh, look at it. Kanakawa said, I mean, this is good. Or even Kanakawa said, Kanakawa holds, even partial awareness is enough to create definitive awareness. Then Shit Saba, no one makes us leave the point that she is and she says, no. Definitive awareness means you know all the pieces. So we say, Kanakawa said, it's okay. It's okay if you don't remember path 1 at the time you're taking path 2. That's fine. And she would say, no, it's not true. You need to know about all the pathways at the end of the day. So that's specific was like, now what we see is now what we see over the other is even case number 1, they have a fundamental mathematical test. So okay, still more understood this thing simple way. I go down path 1, then I go down path 2 and then if we're talking about a case where I remember both pathways, everyone agrees that I'm excited to come over and go that. Yeah, because there's English, I come out, now I'm excited to come over there. Everyone agrees with that. What happens, however, when you're on path 2 and I forgot about path 1. So Tanakama says, that's called definitive awareness. I become an overview. You should realize, no, that's partial awareness. Partial awareness is not definitive awareness. Lack of definitive awareness prevents you from being liable to recover overview. What about qualities? How about for you, Sean? The Nichnas. This case too, right? I go down that one, then I went to the base of the brush, then I come out. He said, the concept of machining, then I come out, because honestly, after I come out, I remember, that first batch. So what I do, I can call that people. But I sprinkle the free stuff and go to the whole truck. Now what happens, I go down path 2, the Ignas, and then I go back to the next what's called the home. I found the says, Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. The shit posted, it says that not mine. The shit says, Chayiv. All right, Chayiv. Something to see what says, I'm not Chayiv, something to do. Again, once again, it's non-definitive awareness. It's non-definitive awareness. So which what it says, that you might have a single period so the kind of over there. I'm not in it actually. But it's not enough to be I'm also something to do. These cases will be a second video. Might be definitive awareness. So I just hammer, you know, slowly. Once again, hammer, learn what you need to do about this project to reservation thing. Simply you might be for fun. This could be the opinion ultimately again of urban Israel, but tries to dramatic position to reject. To reject, you small to do it. Do not need awareness of the part of the right one to cover all of these, which is constant distinction. Every point out, we can constantly recognition. And that's in our original selling. So then I will point out there, so this is like 2 times the rest of the more involved one. And what I will point out is that how about one of my stuff? We passed it, like we passed it, even the deal, makes us the deal, is to call the deal. So we passed it, I love the partial awareness is like complete awareness. For instance, here, in fact, the time that movement is walking on path number 2. We forgot about path number 1. How about the awareness that makes the library? So there's the library. So we pass it both of these cases, so those are just how it is. Here's number 1. Here's the one which, let's just go through the partial a little bit. I walk down path 1, walk down path 2. I don't know which one has a tomorrow. I want to get there. We have the tomorrow. I forget about it. I walk to the base of the church. And then afterwards come out. Remember what I did. This covered library. It covered all of you already. Even if I forgot about path number 1, at the time that I walk there path number 2, that's case 1. What about case number 2? I go into the Mikdash, I go down path number 1, I go into the Mikdash, come out, realize what happened, do that part, do a thing, go down path number 2, go down path number 2, go back to the base of Mikdash, you get the kind of come up, that is liability for probably over the order. He says, well, incredible, let's go back to the minutes. So you guys say as follows, the Rabbi, to be able to the Rabbi, it's like this, you would go ahead and little bit again, contrast these views of what is the sign of. Also something favorite, the yoga, something, the yoga, something favorite yoga. So I say it's strange, that's what it's session. I get a piece of something favorite. Very someone saying, so this frequency isn't right? It's a something, is it clear? Or you know, or is it sure, is it fact? It's also sure as permission. So I introduce me. What I did. So I say now I ate one piece of something favorite, and then I would have it. Right, we found out about it, and then ultimately again, and like another piece, and I find out about it. I'll something clear. Katiklas, something clear with something. When you know the Akash, something clear. So I'll put something clear, the no just something else. So I do these 2 out. So I eat a piece of something clear. I didn't know. I made it. Then I found out about it. Right? Then I did it again. Right? First of all, if this keeps happening, something will be wrong in the way you're living in life, right? But when I said, you're not the case. Then you know, Rabbi says, so we'll say, so if you're going to see as follows, Rabbi says like this, in the same way that hello myself, you can have things that make you viable to recover tapas. And we'll say, when you eat something that is something, that makes you viable to what we call it Asham Talmud. Asham Talmud is a specific type of carbon that is brought in place or account for possible liability. Rabbi says the same way you can be multiple chatals, you can also be multiple Asham Talmuds. And Shimon ben Yehuda, as a Shimon, maybe Ella Asham Talmud. On the other hand, this other school of thought says no, you're only liable to one Asham Talmud. Hashem Dosa Asher Shabbat HaTorah Ritza Shkabas Harbe Asham Toya. So it's not looking for today. But the nice one is to see the focus. Can the regular cover? I never seen to tie multiple cartels. You tie multiple Asham covers, but Asham cover is only one Asham cover, even for multiple liabilities. To be continued, so if we keep. Right, so let's see the video. Alright, someone let me know how hot it is. It's like good morning, let us begin. You might thank ours this morning to thank our annual notice as well. We dedicate churches this year. And so it's almost for all other kinds. Our sponsors for the month of the year, which will Rabbi Rothschild, which have the arts like a small spot of Lipa, then you test out Cohen is the broken Rafa. We become learning sponsors and the memory of their daughter. Shifra is calling Rafa, that's kind of, and I've got two sponsors for today. And to the movement convention of the yard site, Cove David, Moshe Tzvi is calling Rafa, and Mike going to the yard site convention of the yard site, his father. All of the chunks are going to be the time. All those leaders have a come home in Israel. All of our constituents to be shown in the color. They're always so close to be successful before and I say those who got us made a really incredible job ahead of us today. To be absolutely up in that session on. Signing on age 17, 18 lines up from the bottom. So what's this called? I'm going to get the two dots. So he starts taxation with us shading around. So let's just remember again, yesterday's dot, we were hyper-focused on the case. We're really two different cases. The case one was where someone was today, had lots of awareness about the Torah and then entered into the base Hamidosh. And then case number two was coming inside of the base Hamidosh itself. These were confusing the confusion. My recommendation of these cases was that this is an example of a mitzvah, I'll say, that it makes the word to rule erroneously about this particular case. He would walk through what we call high-level government assembly. There's a special organization, Shabbat as was, where it is the deliberates that erroneous ruling and the judge of the crowd acts upon that ruling. So we look at Rashi. Rashi says, Allah say, the Alon sensation of Mikdash. Rashi says, Kalomar, Al-Torah to us Mikdash v'Kadosh. The reason we can deliver an erroneous ruling regarding again either some people within the place of itself or the consumption of consecrated items, they shall not say to the Sheikh Mabasala, the Ainu say the Shakul, who shall not say, people need to know, of course. There was an interesting enough, this is the difference over here. If somebody goes ahead and becomes coming in the fish itself, but then let's say please make the limits in the room, let's say please he says, we didn't have to leave under those particular circumstances, even though they did. That's why we keep up and say, because we are saying if you become coming in the fish itself, we are saying to go ahead and get out his beach. Like also goes up. I would be sent out of the market. That's the mission you have. You're coming to get out. This is the rule. Shalom, say to go of the courts. You guys have the place of all. You can outside of the bush. Other is going to eat in the Mikdash. There's the most say there's a prohibition. And the prohibition ultimately Mikdash most don't go in Mikdash. So let's say again, it's been delivered in a erroneous ruling regarding either of these circumstances, right? And someone acted on that ruling. So the halacha is there is no parallel government in that sequence. Why not? Now, as we said earlier, he says, the Hashem of Adishayma, Kaya Unshe, the Inu, Ella, Ella, So chatos kfua v'yachid. About Pumas Mikdash covered all the lyrics. Halacha is the only thing they carry out of the Yitzhak. So you will say, carry out of the Yitzhak is a covering that is brought. It's a tradition where things that is delivered to the Lord is given, and people acted on that given. So the people transfer themselves are covered because they act on the guidance of things that carry out of the Yitzhak was brought. But interestingly, carry out of the Yitzhak where it's committed accidentally without the use of history, one had what we call a fixed carbon. But because when it comes to tumor in the mikdash, we've already seen what carbon you need for a kosher tumor in the mikdash, what carbon you bring, right? Ultimately, you bring a carbon already away. So because you bring this variable carbon, therefore, halacha l'maaseh is now power and government. So it's technicality. Technicality. So now go back to the Gemara. So we're sacred carbon. So what exactly are we talking about here? So the word coming from the Amar is Zonki. So remember that the Lashon of the Mishnah was, this is an example. So whenever we say that Lashon of Zonki, it makes it sound like you're coming from a broader discussion. So what is the broader discussion? Let's also call it, we're actually coming back into the Gemara said as habits. So the Gemara says, in Kriyab and Allah say, Ba'adon Saseh Shem Yikdash. You're not having a par elam double in that seaboard. On an assay, and on a low saseh, it is in English. Now again, what's the assay? What's the low saseh? The assay is referring to a case where you get, tummy inside of the English. The low saseh is referring to a case where you can tummy outside of the English, but enter it under the absolute purpose. Maybe would be the Hasham Tov, al assay ba'alo saseh shel English, because you do not bring the Hasham Tov on an assay and low saseh. Okay, about Chayavim. Allah see the Allah says Shemita. The Allah says, in other words, the Mishnah brought up the case of we kind of move through this case quickly enough, but we spend enough time on it today. And bring a carbon on an Asir Allah says Shemita. Momentarily, Allah see the Allah says okay, that is the moment. Then the Mina Asham Tagri. And if you think about the other subject cards, that's of Asham Tagri, it would be also a subject towards you. So let's say, so remember, Asham Tagri, like its name, is a carbon that is growing, where there is the potential, it's doubtful liability, or that potential liability. That's in Asham similar for it. Tagri means suspended. I may or may not have done something wrong. But the stakes are very high. If I could do something wrong, it's generally current bearing prohibition. So because of it, there's a special carbon that's interestingly enough, there's no Asham Tagri that is brought when it comes to too much in the flesh, but there is Asham Tagri that is brought. There is Asham Tagri that is brought. Again for the case of Suffolk Mika. That way go for it. So come out in the Kamar. So the Gemara says, the Kamar Sukin Sasasation of the Kush, Shein Kayadala. This is the positive commandment in the Kush that one is not highly for they to use Sasasation of the Kayadala. So we'll say, so by the way, just understand, why is it that Mika and Tumas and the Kush are both brought in the same breath? So what's the piece of you're referring to? You're referring to where that is having a relationship with his wife. And rule of relations, she says to like covering it up. So if we're going to see this number of publications in that particular case, but interestingly enough, what they both represent are cases of entry with suffering trauma. With that's the commonality of these cases. So that reverse dynamics, but that's why they mention in the same breath. So what's the sensation maybe should talk about? What's the example of a mitzvah that was saying that maybe mitzvahs has say what's the positive plan? We're gonna unravel all of this. So what the mitzvahs say, what's the case of the mitzvahs has say kanita that one would be kayu? Or what's this case? Here we go. This case is not. I mean Shanishima Tahora. A man is having a relationship with his wife. What's Tahora? What's Tahora? Not in the Amaro in the case that she says in the relations, I've become a nida who perish miyad, and he withdraws immediately. Chayv. He said that. Why? Because she's yourself and not alone keeping yourself. Because the withdrawal is pleasurable for him, like the entry, meaning that have offered by saying he withdraws in a roused state because there is pressure from that act of withdrawal. Therefore, that is considered to be relations with the leader. So we'll see exactly what his remedy is. Okay, so we'll say, so that's the case of leader. So now and that's why both of these cases are brought together at the surface hardness, because they both represent what we call entry with suffix to. Okay, so now we're going to represent how we're going to do this. So we it's beautiful. But I would like to make up to that word. So somebody cuts me that part. There you go. Once it's tough, I'm back on the street of the fever. So now let's get into this a little bit more. So Abai says in the name of Rab. Then he says, you should be Barak. Abai says actually in the case of Nida, one is actually Chayiv twice. Now, in which case, Rashi says you're going to Chayiv Shtayim, Hapolim Nida B'Tishrim. If a man goes ahead and, we're going to have to define the case, but the verse says if a man, in this case of Nida, man withdraws while arousal, he's Chayiv twice. Chayiv twice. The thing that we're on the Shmuel Bashar, Amar Afuna, Chayiv Shtayim. What are the two liability? Chada Akisa, Chada Akisha. One liability, right? One created is for entry, and one created ultimately again is for. So notice this 1 second. How do you Rabbi? So Rabbi was very puzzled by this statement. Then now, what's the case? What are we talking about up here? So notice it was someone who invests. Now, if we're talking about a case, a lot of I saw that is having an addiction. Close to that says which means close to the kind of physics. So he says even night. Yeah, again, we'll say there's a lot of halachas that have been thrown at us over here. As the remember, the concept of SS is that again, a woman expects to carry that a particular out, and in the world of best, there are many different types of vestos. They're not using to do this is legal right now. The point is, let's try to figure out what the parameters of this. So if we're talking about over here, that it was close to her SS, which means that it was an extended, and it was close to a time that she was expected to carry, and that they have relations, and in no relations, she says, oh no, I became legal. And if she withdraws while still in a state of arousal, I can understand what potentially going to be dual liability. Why the dual liability? Number one, why did he have relations with her in the first place? If you need a change expected to carry, then they should have been substandard. And then furthermore, again, after she became a legal, he should have waited until he was not going to stay aroused to withdraw. Effectively, a withdrawal in a aroused state ultimately creates a second liability. Okay, so the Gemara says, let's do this. So now here's the problem. If we're talking about that it's close to the SS, and what kind of person are we talking about? You're right. Even if it becomes chacham, we're talking about a chacham. So the Gemara says, Vishtama Akira Chayim. So I understand why there should be liability or what we call entry for the initial act of relations. Why? Because also in this case, actually interestingly enough, he's a shogeg. Why is he a shogeg? Because he kept himself like this kassav. You come by the level. I thought I had time. I know that my wife is expecting to become a leader shortly, but I thought I had time to have the act of relation before she actually become leader. Look at that. She even on Papa, share there, Shamish Mata over for Abu Bakr, Shakranti Actions. So again, for a single kid, this is how powerful. So therefore, what I want, I understand on the front end of things, on the entry, he ultimately again he would be hired at the entry. He would be hired. Why? Because Hamocha again already is shown. That is shown this. Right? Because again, he thought he had enough time. It turns out that he didn't have enough time. That's shocking. The Gemara says, however, he shot to the time basic. But if you're in a state of arousal, then ultimately again, you should be hired. You should be hired. He knows that it's become a problem. Right? So you should have waited until he's no longer aroused in order to go out and withdraw. The fact that you include the family arousal makes it liable, but if it's missing, then there's no ability. So on top of the chest, 18, so it's the Iba Amaretz. And if we're talking about Amaretz, then I will say that the frequency issues is showing for the action, showing for withdrawal. If that's the case, I will say that then it's two acts in one lapse of awareness. What's that of? When you do the same act twice in one lapse of awareness, you only try it once. Says, our conscience was really our conscience is the favor. And person eats 2 pieces of cleaner, more lapse of awareness, what's that? 35 months. So therefore, this guy's in the alright, therefore, you have the entry, he doesn't know how to withdraw, and therefore, I see any show he wants grab. So what's the case? So what's the second line, 18 months? It's showing someone for that. A case where it's not close to a message, meaning he's not expecting to pay it. We're not. But what kind of person are we talking about here? Even if it comes from, if we're talking about a common from, so then really we shouldn't be excited for either one. You shouldn't be excited for anything. Why? Aknisa honest, because if it's not some of the best stuff, if she's not expecting to become a leader, so then again, so therefore he's talking to different calculations with his life. So therefore there should be no liability, you can show his liability for the entry, and ultimately again, and Aknisa is and the withdrawals while still around, ultimately that's amazing. See this how fucking he knows this, and therefore there's no combined liability by amazing. And if it's an Amaretz, you must read the Chayit Akisha. Simon says, okay, it's hard to read the Chayit Akisha. It's an Amaretz, once again, can't be Chayit for Kisa for entry wide, strongly permitted. If anything, the only Chayit once or the Kisha for withdrawing the state arousal. So we're trying to be keys, trying to get keys with Chayit Stein. And for entry and withdrawal, put the upper. So they didn't love to that. Rabbi said, no longer is some of the best stuff. In reality, let's go back. We're talking about a case where Rabbi says she is expecting the third. It's close to her process. Over the top, and once it's to the come then come top the suit. So it's like this is great, right? So it's like Jackie, this is a come in certain areas. It was like most of us are like this. We are coming in certain areas and profound tips in other like this. And really, because he's coming from something he knows everything, certain things. What does he know? He knows that a lot of elements are for having relations with your life close to your business. So in that respect, he was a shogeg. He thought he had an onset of a period. He was wrong. He was wrong. Again, that intentional violation, he was a shogeg. See, he's a shogeg in that area, and ultimately, again, that's why he's liable. But he had no idea that the halacha that you can't withdraw in a state of arousal. So therefore, again, he was a shogeg in the simple truth, and he was a shogeg in the withdrawal as well. And therefore, again, that would be the case of dual liability. You know, the action, the time for a music, to know my negation, so it's hard to first say some of that's like the other come on. It's hard to explain something to myself. Then you know, she's not all about she's not about the mix. So again, so Allah Kabbalah is a shogeg, is a very anti-revolution before the onset of the Hindus. He had no idea about this halacha that you can't withdraw a state of arousal. Therefore, shogeg on both ends, and therefore, dual liability, beautiful, beautiful. Allah said, the Karabai obviously, both of these concepts, the entry fall, are both stated in the Mishnah. Knisa Tanina, Prisha Tanina. Both are mentioned. Prisha Tanina, so once I saw and the withdrawal is stated, the Tani, this is our Mishnah. And which is actually, by the way, is actually the Mishnah part. It's supposed to remember again, like one of the most exciting things in Shas in general. Remember, this is not the primary place for this discussion, right? Remember, really, this is not our topic. What's our topic? Really, Thomas Mikdash Vikarov. But in the second Holius, this is brought down as a parallel piece to Thomas Mikdash Vikarov. So already Marriage is mentioning tangentially, but as often happens in Talmudic tangents, Talmudic tangents they become primary discussion. So so just understanding the step in the horizontal what we do anyway. Simon says, a man was having relations with his wife who was in Tahora, and she said to him, I became Tamea. In the middle of a relationship, because I feel that I'm a leader. The most I can, this is because of the Hagdasha, like you can have it in 6. She's becoming a leader. So she has this Hagdasha, it's like a release revelation, she is and he withdraws immediately, i.e., while still in a state of arousal, ultimately means higher. That's the case of Prisha. And Nisa Tanina, we also learn the case of entry, Min Solo Al Shabo, after the act of So again, husband and wife are cleaning up, and a man is cleaning up with a cloth, and he finds blood on his cloth. So what's that about? What's that about? Kayavin Kartime, they both tell me, Kayavin the Karma, if you have the Karma, take a look at Rashi, Zahal Shabbat, Dan al Hamat, Shekot, Ba'akatash. So he finds blood on God that he's using to clean himself after relations. Today, Rashi said, Shneim, Tumas Shiva. So this is interesting. So let's say if you ever, you might get the trivia. Probably not for Shabbos to look like, but interesting, right? If you ever want to find the case, when did you ever have a case of a man who's coming to Mastika? Man is coming to Mastika. So the language, if it turns out that after relations he finds blood on his mouth, and it turns out that again, scratch that, just keep this to yourself. So the idea of here is that he becomes coming to Mastika. Both of them are to me for 7 days. Rashi says, Shem Tumas Shiva, Kimi Shumida, the woman Shul Nida. So she becomes a Nida, and I was happy for you. Temporarily, this halachos are more involved. In other words, the halachos that deal with a couple of sees blood, you have to then involve relations. So again, when you want to kind of present it a little bit more of a one-dimensional area, the halacha is it's a bit more complex. And anyway, my purpose is today. So she's going to be Amida. So again, remember, listen, Amida or Laisa, 2 months leave extends for how long? 7 days. Remember, we saw this week, couple of people very certain because we are last so every day just important to the side. The concept of no cost of being a 12-day period is a combination of done and stuff behavior. We kind of collapse them into one. We're going to go 7 days. That's it. It doesn't matter. Clean days, bleeding days, it doesn't really get so very easy to meet up. 7 days that it goes to the mikvah. That's it. The construct that we have, because we have again put these into a concept of consumption. So therefore, you're both coming to see blood after she's coming for 7 days. That's Thomas Nida. And he's coming because is a relationship. When you saw that the blood that he's finding on his blood had his from her. So either she was eating before the activations or during the activations. Either way, so she's in Yudah and he is Chayiv. Therefore, they're both coming. They have the carbon. So you might say, what's the case? My love is some of the best stuff. We're not talking about a case where she was expecting it, and therefore it's the best stuff. And the liability is from the entry because they should have never had relations with me. Only have other best. So I'm like, oh no, no, it's not close to best. So what's the case in the Akisha? What's the liability? The liability is for the withdrawal. Because a lot of relations with withdrawals must do is the other also. There's absolute liability. If you came up, Krisha Lama. So you might say, but why do you need the case of Krisha? Hard we already read it. Or is it hard to flash? I need to actually get it right. It's our Shalom. It's really suffering. As much as it's very interesting. All of this is peace, supposedly that if I am peace fighting blood on his cloth, what happens if after the act of relations, she's cleaning up and she finds blood on her cloth? So what's the halacha? The name is suffering. So in this case, interesting now, the Tmeim is suffering. Now, why would Tmeim be suffering? Because I'll say, when she finds her cloth, it's possible that she's bleeding before relations, during relations, or after relations. So because of that, again, remember, she's not finding the blood. Maybe it happened after relations. If it happened after relations, she may be a daughter, but ultimately, again, she may not have any blood at all. The two men may not cover. And ultimately, again, therefore, they are both, they are partner from carbon. I think the body missed the Mitzah al Shalom. Since the no one can make up a case of she finding blood on her cloth, therefore, Kananani Mitzah al Shalom. Ultimately, also, he's been finding on his cloth. I'm going to do that. We must as well come off. Lahid Shalom. Is it really possible to set up as a case? Or the habit is not supposed to come up outside of the SS. But so this is not a SS issue. And the like, even because he was clean in the skin, so that's why I walk on the next again is what you love it. The heart needs a katani, but that's not what it says. It's in 39 years when you find it on the floor. The inside, the bus are happy much more. Usually these what? Active relations. So the Gemara says, the Mitzvah said, I need to cut it. It's a bus are much more. You sharp, and then cut off. That is idea. And cut off. Now I'm saying, some of the distribution that occurred before. Harshly made cut to the ETR. And ultimately, this was true. There was an awareness of this situation. I really love all science might come around. It makes a lot of sense what you're ready. I'm already how losses, how can you come up this case, how can you construct this case, and it's much the sign Allah, so much I say should have done. This is the case in Mishnah. This is the mitzvah. I'm sorry. So I say should have done. If you saw now, if it's as it's correct as though you just set it up, mitzvah most say was discussed the essay, the most I say is no. But this is not a case of a mitzvah say, but rather again, this is a case of a mitzvah most say. On the leg, Torah crosser. This is the way we're reading the Mishnah. It must be the fish. This must be like a fisur next year, the Hafi Katoni. So most of the Tani Hafi, this is how you have to do it. Here we go. So mitzvahs most say should be done. This is actually the case of a mitzvahs most say. If you violated it, you wouldn't be chayiv. Never say that. Remember again, the greater context of all of this, just remember that we're not going to go too much into this, but the greater context of all of this is various all of these are talking about cases where based in deconstruction and ultimately again in erroneous instruction. To try to figure out whether it be liability in those cases. So we discuss not as it should be done. This is an example of a mitzvah law when it means in order to give a erroneous instruction with liability. What's the case? How you shinish in a Tahora. A man was having relations with his wife who was a Tahora, but it's missing. She said, I am Tmeo, he punished me guys, and he withdrew while still in a state of arousal. Kind of ultimately Zoki mitzvahs asay shell. That ultimately is a violation of a mitzvahs asay by a Yudah. Okay. So therefore, again, I'm not going to myself. What you see here is that what's clear is that Rabbi is a situation where she becomes a Yudah, she tells her husband, again, the halacha is he's supposed to wait until there's no longer arousal, and then if he goes ahead and withdraws past the state of arousal, it is going to be for that particular case. Rather than depending upon the entry case, how did all of this start? Some of that stuff, not some of that stuff. So it's all as if you know, kind of puts that to the side a little bit, because really the reason what threw all of that a little bit into a tizzy was that Bryson exposed about Chayiv Stein, which you can Chayiv twice. We're trying to figure out what even Chayiv Stein is, but if you kind of put that on the side, the case that we're focusing on is the contract which becomes a new and new revolution, and if he withdraws while still in a state of arousal, it is liability for an act of relations with if he waits, then the halacha Rabbi said here, they won't be liability in that case. So the Gemara says as follows. Or I should say, there won't be how long government in that case. Okay, so now let's analyze this a little bit more. Perish beyond type. If you withdraw immediately while still in a state of arousal, ultimately again, it is a case of liability. So what do you do? What exactly is he supposed to do? So he was, I'm not going to be speaking about noise assets to turn off the cargo. So you will be translated, he should take his fingernails into the ground until he's no longer around, and then ultimately they're going to be good for him. That will say what that means is he should wait. Rashi says, so wait to see part of the heart. Yamik has no location. Actually, no one say that he should wait. You should just stay still until there's no longer arousal, and then you should withdraw. So, by the way, what's the notion of noise to see part of the cargo? So Rothschild said the man shall close that. This is the Russian of Yosef, right? You want to check Sota. He's the one who said Sota, you know what we want to discuss is how Yosef was so tremendously healthy, right? To sing with the length of Potiphar, but he decided not to. What did he do? You know, it's also essence of the Catholic, we're going to plug his fingers into the earth, right? And he abstained. He went ahead and he held himself back from being that they were with into the Jewish. Let's see Russian over here. Talk about this idea that his husband had to exercise restraint, not go ahead and connect relations, leave until he's no longer aroused, and then withdraw after that. This is the right to go here. That'll be good for him. That'll be good for him. Because Amra was also less. So just by the way, this is actually interesting. So this also tells something else. And the Shamish so it's very interesting. What if a man has relations with a woman but he's not aroused? There's like some not penetration occurs without arousal. So you see from here that you're not liable. It's not liable, but with halacha so if he withdraws, as long as he's not aroused, it's not considered to be an act, so to speak, of puzzle, right? So you see from, so I guess if he wants to just extrapolate that if a man that has relations with a woman who's an Arab, but if he's not aroused during the act of relations, that's just not liable to do that. Unless if he's out like does the halacha say that you would be tied, then halacha might kind of want that. You know, saying this if you would be tied for having relations with an Arab, even in an unaroused state. So in this case, even when the husband withdraws and he's not aroused, there should still be liability. Which was maybe this case is different. Why? We shouldn't be honest. Maybe this is different because here he's homeless. Let's just get into bad cases. Because again, a man who decides to have relations with one of the Arabis, like one of the aircraft, and he's not aroused, he's choosing to engage with them. This kind of it's very important to understand. No one here started out with the intention to do anything wrong. Right? Like, if you remember, this was a perfectly fine life subject happened illegal. So given a lot of the basic is because there's always a lot of that's okay, waiting is not arousal and from the practically extrapolating these case to others. Versus the honest case, if he's an audience, he punished me out of that, or if he's an audience, then we'll try to make him stay aroused. In other words, so I don't say if he's an audience, why does he have to leave until he's no longer aroused? So it says, keep your shut idea and the honest on the Rabbi, we all know and the Shamish means the Elias type. So in reality, in general, someone has relations with an even if he's not aroused, a lot of Mesa is unviable. What come I kind of project? So why are you talking about the year? Because he's not aroused. You shouldn't understand because of that they made a difference. So the second that you get is extrapolate from here, target to I have a hundred. Keep my side. And again, but a lot of I said that to kids. Why should they be by looking at the oats? Shahayro Rifosh Bahayam, English Bahayam, because he should have control in the case where they would be diminished pleasure, but instead he was treating them to be higher pleasure because he's trying to steer around, so he can give them pleasure from this act. That's where it comes from. Amalei Rabbi, but I'm going to make Rabbi Rabbi. It was very interesting. Into what's Aruka Ukitsara Fukita. Not a refresh there. So it's interesting, right? And now here comes the power moments. And remember again, as it's going on starting to show today, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because remember again, this is very similar to the Beis Hamikdash case. Both are dealing with cases of entry and then again Torah. Right? Entry and Torah. Now again, just like the Mikdash case, cases, I entered into the Beis Hamikdash state of Tara, and then it went inside and Tale. Very similar to the case of Nida. The act of illusions began in a state of Tara, and then in the middle, Tumah occurred. Point that out. What's the Beis case? Right? You become telling the Beis Hamikdash, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Find the shortest exit. Shortest exit. So it's interesting. By the Beis Hamikdash, you have Harut and Kitzara. Right? The long way out, the short way out. And now, if you have the big Kitzara, I don't know, you also have Haruka and Kitzara, right? the short way and the long way, and what's that hard? You have to take the long way. Right? Interestingly enough, you have to wait. You have to flex with it, right? So when it makes it Dutch, withdraw as quickly as possible, but you'll host the actually again you wait for the withdrawal. It's fascinating. So again, Matsino Arugo, something to do last Rashi, with Rashi out, Matsino Arugo Pizarra, being Pizarra Arugo, Shimhana Pishara Potter, the Pizarra, Kilora Minad Hadikai. So I thought obviously there's like so much information unfolding in these cases. So Allah comments and here's the point to remember all of this, right? So remember the case in the Mishnah, remember the case in the Mishnah that there's liability for the Torah immediately. Remember that Allah can open up again of someone who left and then now the parallelism between the case of the Mikdash and the case of the Yudah. On the base, the Mikdash that was very interesting, the Mikdash says the holiday that this thing, the Yudah, so I say, so it's interesting. So you might say, why don't you use the same washing? You might know about the same way that it's a Mikdash, there's Haruka and Pizza, there's a look at the Pizza. Why not use the same washing by Yudah? You're already bringing down the Yudah case in our Mishnah the second Shmit. Right? You're already bringing it down because of how. Why not extend parallelism all the way and just say, again, just like you said by the days of Mikdash, Haruka Pizza. So ultimately, Yudah Pizza as well. Ella Mogami. Aruka the Hava, Aruka the Hava, it's the Hasam, Aruka the Hasam, the Hava. What's that people say? But ultimately, again, that they're not why let's look at that. Actually, they don't know that. Aruka the Hava, Father, Pizza the Hasam, Pizza the Hava, Aruka the Hasam. That's interesting. You might have thought they might actually get it more confusing. Why? Because as we just said, it's actually the opposite, right? By the the Mikdash, you are actually the potter for Kitzara, for Aruga, by your Chosnida, you're Chayyim for Aruga, sorry, you're Chayyim for Kitzara, potter for Chayyim for Kitzara, potter for Aruga. So the can't confuse that opposite, the Gemara said, you know what? This is going to get confusing. So therefore, again, do not use the similar Russian type, but here for our purposes, this is it, right? This is the consolidation of the entire sugya into this one phrase with two cases of where there's too much entry. What if it is a Mikdash? What is the Mikdash? How do you resolve the Torah in the case of Mikdash? If you think that it's already short way out, you are Potter, long way out, you are Chayyim. If you go to Mikdash, if you take the short way out, you are Chayyim. If you take the long way out, both look at them, you are Potter. Incredible. That's it. So once you the Russell, and you come out to the suit, let's go back to this sector, right? So I was saying before, that the reason why there's not going to be liability for entry for the inside, like for the individual relations, is because the husband is exposed to the inside. So in circumstances, oh, well, we should all show some of the best that happens. Rosh Hashanah is going to be always. You have to make this a case where it's not subtle, it's not close to our assets. We can't expect it. So because of that, again, it's absolutely no reason to contemplate that she's going to become a leader. So the says, but Rabbi was willing to start from the case of when they did one for entry and one for exit. So the says, how long is someone who likes that student? I will say that the only way to really liability for entry is if you set up the case as some of the best stuff. So in the case for ultimately she's expecting to hurt it. And because then he made a mistake. Not intentional, but a mistake. He thought he had time to have relations before she became drunk. And he was wrong. Right? Why is it that this? Why not? Because it was some of the best stuff. Right? She was expecting a break. He just made a mistake. He thought he had time. The Gemara says, it's not that by the Amrit. By his statement, he's making in a general situation, not necessarily referring to the case of our Mishnah. Okay, so what I'm trying to say was essentially, you can construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim. How would you construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim? A case where the husband is having relations with his wife, some of the best stuff, ultimately constantly liable of a dirty. But that's not a byproduct of our Mishnah. I'm just talking about singular liability. What kind of liability? Liability for the withdrawal. Right? You should have waited until it was no longer aroused, and then it's talking to the aroused, and then it's going to be liability. That must be a case of innocent for that stuff. But again, what she wasn't expecting to pay, therefore there's zero liability entry. Abai was saying, just know if you wanted to construct a case of truthful liability, you could do so, some of all that stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so let's say now we're going to use this as an opportunity to speak with us in general with this, which is really quite interesting. So why don't you have your son, right, that you'll see them that you know, you have your shipper that you'll see them with you. Okay, brothers, right? So that your son that you'll see them with you, ask him, shipper that you'll see them with you. As far as all you got behind that Torah, what's his good? He asked him, where do you know that you didn't even have relations with the God? So he goes, what did he do? Shako Kala Pasek Day. He took a clod of earth and he threw it at him. You know, so which is another way of saying, what a stupid question. What really, really? That's what you're asking me? What's the biblical prohibition? That was, by the way, this is why I think it's also important to understand that they are related. Sometimes brothers have the ability to interact with each other, right? Because there's a love, right? There's an underlying love that's there. But it says like the equivalent of like you know, tell other people to do with brother, right? In other words, right? So like so that's how I think you want to take the highlight that obviously you wouldn't do this with someone else, even if the guy has every question is wonderful, right? Except for the ones that are profoundly stupid, right? But for myself, with a family member, but with a brother, you take a little bit more liberty, that's with someone else you never has to show them. So you take part of the thread. I told them all, it's a passage. So it's about Isha, the leaders to Asa, those sick love. Now, Isha, the leaders to Asa, those it's a popular passage. It's what's a passage? It's what's a passage in the Torah to a woman, pray to a woman, when you go to not come close. Elon, as Harlem is shining in that Tahoma, but I'm going to see the refresh me that you refresh me that no, see guys, so it's the opposite. I know about the concept about the question. And asking about the case of where a man is having a relationship with his wife. And the very relationship she says in the Buddha. But we do know that he's not supposed to withdraw on the there was supposed to point out, right? But if you think about this halacha, it's totally different. Right? One would have thought just the opposite. Man is having a relationship with his wife. She says, oh no, I'm a Buddha. We would have thought the halacha is just withdraw immediately. Now, again, I understand the logic. You can create remove in place ultimately there's no over and withdraw in unaroused state. I understand the logic, but it's not a truth. It's not true. So you want to say if I know what you're asking is, where did the halacha come from? How do we know that? So you want to know the halacha is very interesting. So where do we learn it from? We learn it from Itihim Dasa Alvav. Itihim Dasa Alvav. So little bit again, Pernitos should be on him. Afilu Bishasti Dasa to Hey Alvav. So what's this very interesting? So when we want to touch things like this, sometimes even when a woman is in Nidal, her husband is still with her. What's the case of where a woman is a new dog and her husband is still with her? Is this case? If this case where again is having relations with her, she became in a relation. She tells you might have thought that he is supposed to withdraw under you. Very much more like he should wait. Now he's also like by waiting. What's happening with her? By waiting, he is actively together with her. He's actively together with this woman. Right? In halacha, where even when the wife is a midah, the husband is still willing to remain with her. Because at the point that he's no longer around, that's a midah. So Ashke on asay. So what's it? That's the asay. Because remember again, this is let's remember again. All these were shown in the asay, both sides say this is the asay. So there is an asay. She becomes an ikra. With all relations, she should remain there until all is no longer aroused. That's the asay. Ashke say, Lois say, where do you Lois say? Where's the Lois say from? So you want to say, I'm not about Lois Sitra. So I said, this is fascinating. The pasuk says, "Isha b'tumas nikasar lo sikra v'galos erba." So literally into a woman was not supposed to. So how is that in the case? So say this is fascinating. Lo sikra nami, lo sikra also means do not separate. What does that mean? But it is said, so let's say it comes from the pasuk in Yeshaya. So it says that Ha'omen krav elaha al tigash tigash. So it's another context over that. So it's in Yeshaya, and Rabbi was giving it a answer. So they were made son, and actually points out Scapper's made son, and we didn't want Yeshaya verses. What did they say? They said, Yeshaya, you know what? You're very holy. Krav elaha. Stay close to yourself. Stay close to yourself. Al tigash. Don't come close to us. Because you're so open. I was going to say, you shy, you're so holy. Don't defile yourself by coming close to us. You're such a holy guy. We're sinners. You speak like this. What do you see from there? Sometimes Rothschild, means stay close to yourself. Watch this. When the Pasuk says, no secret, sometimes do not come close to yourself. What do you mean to come close to yourself? To withdraw. Sometimes the halacha says, do not come close to yourself, rather remain engaged with the midah. What's the case? The Torah would say remain engaged with the midah. Let's do something there. Well, I'm not going to myself, she's in the middle of relations, and in that case, I'm not going to myself, he says to her, sorry, she would be there until he's no longer in a state of arousal. That's it. I'm not saying, you see, I say, Dalisha, I'm sorry. Dalisha, I know, sorry, with the healing that say, and the lowest I say, your secret without ever. So you see, a secret lowest I say regarding this case, absolutely. So it says, you can move into something beautiful. Not a bunch of got a but it's more closer. So kind of what's going to come to myself. And you shall one day regarding it to one. Part of Rothschild, you can ask how in Israel, she need to show some of the rest of it. So let's it says, but with that person, you shall one day Israel regarding the relation says for you to see that a couple should separate for some of the best time. Some of the elder woman is expected to break it. Some of them as a couple should not go ahead and engage in relations. The comment said, how far do you have to separate? I'm going to have a holder. Holder means one time thing. So let's say, especially if you have a purpose to go. So let's assume for a moment has some degree of regularity. So she knows that she's a period of a certain number of days, and she knows it's by day or by night. That period of day or night, which is expecting a period, the couple should not be, that's called the owner. So if she knows that 5 minutes in, she gets a rate of 30 day. Every 30th day, at night, that entire nighttime period, you should not be engaged in relations. The previous day is permitted, but that night ultimately is for the lesson. It's interesting enough that Rothschild is September. Rothschild is a concept from the Kumla of the Rothschild. The Rothschild, you must have famous school of yours, the Rothschild, that a couple is really exposed. Or as well. School of the road. And then it's a commerce. So the tech is a bunch of second. I think it's a lot more popular of the commerce. So again, it should only get to that's another 30 day by day. So the halacha says they can't get together. Yeah, time period. But halacha went to the previous night. They could. I says no. You should have the night before. Logic of the ultra because even if there's some degree of regularity, I'm not lying somebody should. And then just parts the cautionary measure better to abstain from what that's called the Chumrah as well. But it's not going to be for today. Yeah. Beautiful Gemara for tomorrow. So we're going to start today, and that's actually going to start out tomorrow. We're going to start today, and that's when we said beautiful Haggadah. Shkayach, everyone. Tremendous with this. All right, that runs another quick day everywhere. Yeah, a lot of letters. A lot of letters everywhere. Rabbi John saying, good morning, or good Rabbi. And it's incredible satisfaction to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Excited to set the shores, begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual Holocaust sponsors, Closing the Shop of Eretz Israel, the dedicated all the show to see it as is a bus, and the service for us from like Israel. From first to four, the ones are the ER Habari, or Tova, Shmuel Rabbi Karak, please make sure that I take the spot and Nipa, and then the festival had Kori, Zikon, and the Drapa. All the learning sponsors, the tent, the border, Shipyard, Zikon, the Drapa, Bass, and the People Sheet, the Mocker, and American Capitol. All of the shows like the families in the family, all of those who are for Shabbat, and comfortable in Israel, the Torah of Hashem, all about us, the color, and all these soldiers should be successful for all of mass safety. So in that place, begin exciting stuff ahead of us this week. It just keeps getting better and better every day. So today's date is, this is 17. We are picking up our test Zion on the blues. We left off in the middle of the page at the two dots. The city that begins with Shtachada Osha Shot begins Shtachada. So probably about 15 lines up bottom. So let's remember just reorient ourselves a little bit. So you're in the Mishnah we looked at two cases of Tumah. I'll tell you 2 days ago, the case of Tumah was someone becomes coming outside of the base of the flesh, and then also forgets about their Tumah, and then enters into the Mikdash and they stay to. What we then transitioned to was a new case. And in this case, someone became coming inside the place of the Mikdash. So then what's the status or specifically what's combined liability? So for that condition, it's going to be heads. What's the Hagon? Do you tarry? Are you lingering? So if you come coming in the Dutch, you have to the shortest way out. Then halakha l'meisa, you have no combined liability. If, however, again, you tarry, now, it's interesting because there are two expressions that were used with this tarry type, right? With this tarry. One was to be shtachadal, you know, to try to fix the prostrate yourself, and the other is talking about the idea that you take the long way out. So we want to clarify this a little bit. Amalala. It's fun. So first time we speak about bowing, the only kinds, again, now we call it, even it's inside the Mitzvah, that she becomes communities in the flesh. If you now begin to prostrate yourself, he is liable for that. He's liable. Rabbi qualifies this. What type of conversation the liable for is if you prostrate yourself kind of facing towards the Kodesh HaKadosh, facing in, that's straightforward. But if you bow down the opposite way, like the opposite way, with your back towards the Kodesh HaKadosh, that is facing the exit, then halakha l'meisa, you are not liable for prostration. Unless, of course, you stay in the base of English for too long. So let's say, I'm going to tell you this now, and then we're going to see this at this moment. We're going to see that essentially there are two different shiurim. There's the shtachava, which is prostration, and then there's shivino, which is lingering. So if you bow down, even if you're a quick bower, and you bow down in the right way, there's liability. If you bow down the wrong way, that's not called bowing, and then there's only liability to linger. So now what we're telling us, what is the definition of ishtachava? Ishtachava means prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Not in the direction of the Kodesh is ishtachava. Not the ishtachava can be called lingering if you're there long enough, but it's not called ishtachava. You know it says, therefore, if you bow down, facing away from the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Bible, but if you don't, you're not liable, you cannot last it all. So others explain this on the same part. Also, if you linger there, long enough to be another, it's possible for something to get in the cloud. Now that makes it sound like even in prostration itself, you still require some type of lingering. So it's going to about clapping here. I thought that was the most shock. Okay, so here it is. This is the one. It's also like this. If you're bowing down in the right way, what's the definition of the right way? Definition of right way? No, it's called the Shadalosh. No, it's called the Shadalosh. That's called the Shtachava, and you are liable. You are liable now, covered already, okay? for having remained in some impression in the state of Tumah. If you bow down not facing the Kodesh HaKadoshim, that is not called down. Right? That's very interesting. The halachic definition of Ishtachava is prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're not in the right direction, it's not called Ishtachava. So then if you bow down in the wrong direction, you're liable. If what? If you do it. We haven't defined what lingering means yet. But just to try later, because of that, however, it means to say, it's not going to cause it pain. If you go out and you bow down in the right direction, or you linger, then you count the time that it takes to prostrate yourself. So it's now you can just say as follows: essentially, prostration can either be an act or it could be a duration. So meaning what? If I become coming inside of the brush and I bow down the direction of the Russian, I'm liable. If I bow down in a different direction, so that again, I'm not trying for bowing, I can be trying for lingering if I am the brush for the amount of time that it would normally take to bow. Okay, incredible. So one says as follows. The Rabbi describes the so it's like, give me an example. So now, explain to me bowing that has lingering, bowing that doesn't have lingering. So the version, the rest of Shia, Zukriya Ba'ados. So we're going to see the bowing, So ultimately, again, there's actually bowing with lingering, and it's bringing out lingering. So the says, the rest of Shia, Zukriya Ba'ados. So literally again, so bowing without lingering, that's Kriya. What's Kriya? What's that? So Kriya is kind of like Banach call it, right? In other words, just a bow. A quick bow. So literally again, the bowing out the waist, I don't go out the knees, then ultimately again to be Ishtachava without Shia. Ye's May Shia, what's the example of bowing as the lingering? Kishuk Yadayim V'Raglayim. That's prostration. That's like, spread out flat on the ground. Become a Shia. So we'll say, but again, this is a little interesting, but remember in Halakha is all about quantifying Shia. So Halakha is like, so what do you actually think? Right? In other words, if we're going to create liability, I need to know time-wise how long do I need to be in the base Mikdash in order to be liable after having contracted tumor. So think about it's a part of money. So this is one of his Korah had two was Umaru, and Shimon ben Pazi. Ramin, and Shimon ben Pazi, the Chati, and it's a part of money. Ramin, and Shimon ben Pazi, yes. Chab Amar, mainly the Haips. So one said, we know the time that you are liable for a Mikdash, ultimately means we know the time that it takes to say this pasuk. You'll see what this pasuk is in this moment. The Chag Amar, we yichlu the Sefer. And what's the amount of time that's yichlu to the Sefer? What's the pasuk that we're referring to over here? So the Gemara says as follows. The pasuk is V'chol b'nei Yisrael, knowing Beredes Ha'ish V'chod Hashem al Habayis, Ha'ichlu Ha'i Arza al HaMitzvot, Vayishtachavu V'hodos V'Hashem Kitov K'yamam V'chasdo. So again, the focus is the amount of time that it takes to say the whole pasuk, the amount of time that it takes to say part of the pasuk, but that's the shir. Which I will say, the beginning is a very short shir. Which means that in order to avoid liability, the moment that I find out that I'm coming, I need to get out as quickly as possible. By the way, so the mother is like that. The mother says, good. Keep us now that you want to introduce ourselves, as you point out. First, we have the information for today. Rabbi, what does Rabbi teach us? That if I can track too much inside of the next Mikdash, so obviously my other intention is to get out as quickly as possible. How much time do I have? So I'm not allowed to, so I'm not remaining there to the amount of time either of lingering or prostration. Now what's the difference? So the definition of prostration is bowing down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Bowing down in any other direction is not called bowing. It's not called bowing. So in any other direction, I am liable if I linger. What's the definition of lingering? The definition of focus is if you know the time to say the entire pasuk or just part of the pasuk. Beautiful. So now that we spoke about prostration, we're going to just talk about different forms of prostration. Kiga al-Akai. So we'll say what's called kiga, that's called falling on your face. Kind of like Sheva Apayim Haaretz. Kriya, Havrekayim. Kriya is down on your knees. As you over, Yifra Al Yirkov. That's what's called two feature that I like. That's called frustration. Like when literally again, the person is just flat out on the ground. You know, man, how about I need to think you look about that one stack up with the front answer. Okay. How about you know, so last 2 lines, that's the same thing. Right over. So actually about this. Oh, in this actually yes. So as I ask the following title, if I do your life not what's over there, up until this entire point, what are you talking about? We're talking about carbonic library. Alright, so in other words, so here's how I know that if I'm using some Dutch and I can track too much, I'm going to get out as quickly as possible. And that's delay. But however you define your delay, I am liable to recover all that loaded. Fine. Listen, what about the following? Let's say, let's actually have about this. In this world, Shemomao, the Amar Farpos Shivia. Watch this. Let's say I'm going to say a Dutch, and I become a tunnel. And I try to become tunnel, I warn, ultimately again, get out as quickly as you can. And I delay, not long enough to incur carbonic liability, but the question is long enough to potentially incur malus. Because remember again, if you remain in the state of tumult, one is in violation of a law. So now I got Hasra, interestingly enough, I remain in the Mikdash even after the Hasra, after the violation, but not doing Shahira. So let's say, for example, let's just give an example. Let's say to do Shahira is 20 seconds, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Right? So the lights are, so let's say, by the way, it's interesting. Think about this just a moment. That it seems like such a short amount of time to get out. It's fascinating how different events in life sensitize you to different realities. So you think about this, like how can somebody get out in such a short amount of time? And once you think about it, like one of these systems in order to start having going through, right, when silence go off, like how will you first of all, especially about the question of how much like motive Hashmonaim is during this one about how much you remember this part of the but actually be friendly, right? I actually get right now. Right? So how long after the silence was so how long after the silence was once the silence got from the ground? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. When you think about this, you have this like we're living in times where people are very short about this time to traverse the distance across your short that's just interesting, like different events sensitize us to realities. And we're talking about a situation that happened after 2,000 years. Actually, something happened. I got to get somewhere. Hopefully, it amazing how like this thing is so bad. It's in a very different context. But we might ask like this. So let's say now, I love her myself. So I became contracted in the flesh. So I'm not staying here to do shitty up there, but it's no carbonic liability. And now the shyness isn't multi liability. Fascinating, right? Because I'm in violation of a law. Because I'm reading the flesh, ultimately is to the tumor. So the race again, is the Malchus or not? So the Gemara says, why not? It's actually Malchus. Please say, the feeling that a carbon requires sheer lingering, something Malchus required to lingering or not. Maybe lingering is indeed ultimately again in carbon, but not again in Malchus. The carbon is sheer the Gemara recover the shear. Malchus won't be shear. Maybe lingering is only being by carbon, but not by Malchus. That's what we say. If shear, most of the carbon, the most of the Malchus. It doesn't make a difference. In other words, if you come to me, there's a shear for all the Malchus, there's only two things in it. Whether it's for carbon or whether it's for Malchus. So we'll say, what's that Malchus? The Gemara says, take you. You don't know Tishki Paris, Kushasi bias. But Kasha, no answer. As we always say, what do we do right after takeover? What do we do after takeover? Move on. Because we respect conditions are. So we write down many questions, some of them really good questions, but some of them overwhelming questions for which we're not going to find the answers. So you have two options, two choices. We separate, right? It's just like focus on it and you hyper focus on it and lose yourself in the inability to find answers to your questions, or move on. Move on. Understand it's a good pressure. The day will come and you'll get all of our answers. And what does he have to do? That's what other. What's his business? Okay, watch this. What happens if you suspend yourself in the air of the Azara? You suspend yourself like you're flying in the Azara. So what's that? Yeah, these are interesting things. What's happening over here? What's happening over here? But I become coming. I become coming inside the next push. And now I'm suspended. Yeah, but remember, as we learn to know, long enough to know, that how often am I stuff, you will always come up with pieces that like, come on, it's never going to happen. You might be like, that doesn't make a difference. Remember again, sometimes, because our purposely doing exactly the cases in order to bring out a point. What are you trying to figure out over there? Trying to figure out, so if I become coming in a crush, let's say I'm ground, like you cannot ground. I'm hovering in the air of the brush. Is there liability for that? Gemara says, Shivia Tishtahava. The Rabbi Tishtahava. So only we said that maybe the only time you're hiding from lingering is when there is a leak which could result in prostration. What? You gotta be on the ground. But if it's a lingering, that can't result in prostration. Why not? Because in the air of the Azara, maybe there's no liability. I'll do what if we should be Rothschild the Rothschild or Rothschild the Rothschild. Or maybe not. Because maybe literally just something like lingering. So whether you're lingering around the airspace is going to be liability. What's the question? What's the answer? Well, leaves this organization. Listen, I just look at this last night. I thought it was like such a beautiful metaphor. That a person could tunnel but still swim. Right? See, this guy is coming, but yet when I said the same time, he's levitating. It's not a stealer. It's not a stealer, right? In any given moment in life, I'm tunneled and I'm soaring. I'm tunneled and I'm climbing. I'm tunneled and I'm growing. Most of us live in these two states simultaneously all of the time. So it's almost like everyone saying to you, so what's your status? Are you a growth person? Like, are you literally again idea? Like, are you going up? Are you going up? Or are you tunneled? Have you know what it says? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes in life, I'm not exactly sure. Like, am I going up or am I going down? But what I'm saying, you know what the answer is? That even if you come in, make sure you're consistently and constantly at that idea. Even if you try to listen, we all have it. There's certain things in my life right now that are tunnel. And the truth is, that we don't really tunnel. We all have those pockets of our life that I know I need to change. But the reality is, they're not changing right now. And all too often you assume that because you're not changing right now, that you have completely from being a growing individual. It's not true. You can be tunneled in this amigdash, but still find a way to lift yourself up. That is the essence of what needs to be hungry, but still growing. That's what I do. By the Rashi, Nazir the Kara. So as you know, the interesting things. Nothing is known as the Rashi. Nazir the Kara is very interesting. Nazir Shmukma always be Sakfaris. Do you have the Nikma Ba'azara? So the Sky of Nisa, so the Nikma Nisa, but the people in Nika, or Bahamas, Nazi, that's God, Kahala. So it's insistent to this. Some of the things we've seen before. So Nazir enters the now, I think the way that people in the pieces is he enters into something like something like a carriage. Like they close the box. A closed carriage. Then his friend meets him, and now he's going to listen to closed carriage. He really projects him up. His friend here, in fact, his friend here is a good sometimes he decides to surprise his nursing friend, and the pop is open and the door is right. So now suddenly the Nazir is in the cemetery. So this is similar to the case of the guy with the therapist tunnel inside the cemetery. What's the tonality? In both cases, they entered in a state of Canada and only subsequently became a tunnel. So therefore, again, that's what's called Nazir Canada. So point shoot him up. That's all you know. It's very interesting. So once you say, watch this case. So the Nazir entered into the cemetery and approached the carriage. So he was fine. somebody tapped on the door, incoming. So here's the shaila. Here's the shaila. Do we say that the nafla also only becomes hamid if he lingers? But if he gets out quickly, perhaps there is no liability. Oh, it's sorry. So I said, if they Shia, the whole time you Shia, so you can say that if Shia anyway, don't make any inside of his discussion. But outside of his don't get a Shia to become too easily. Ultimately, this Shia, no Shamafin, no Shamafin. So maybe not. Maybe lingering, ultimately, again, even as a din in onus in extenuating circumstances. Doesn't matter which way chats on it, which says, take room. Once again, unanswered by next. All about good time talk about what's now up to us fucking true. So let me get what the Mishnah said. Simpkins, I'm in this Mikdash, I walk in the tar, I become coming inside of the base Hamikdash. So now what did the Mishnah say? If I get out as quickly as I can, you find the nearest exit. By the nearest exit, then I do not incur liability. Take the long way out, then ultimately I incur liability. I'm a rabbi. So what's a rabbi? Let's think of a rabbi. I'm a rabbi. It's not a shamlo. I do all the days inside the dojo. Look at how I look. This is fascinating. Rabbi says, as long as you take the nearest exit, you walk very slowly, you're not liable. This expression of again, this is literally like walking away from your person once you ride it off the other. So like your big toe, you touch your heel. I see you're walking one small step after the other. And even if it took the entire day to get out of the base of the brush, that's how slow you're walking. That's how slow you're walking. Ultimately, you still know that it goes well. So another essential thing is, as long as you the closest exit, the shortest way out, even if the shortest way out takes you the longest way out to drive, you're not liable. You're not liable. You know what I'm saying? This is the definition of what Chazal called the Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa. It's actually we learned this kind of 2 weeks ago. Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa. There's a shortcut, but sometimes the shortcut can be very long. Sometimes it's a Derech Arupa Sheki Kitzara. Instead of getting suicide, so very long. Just you should know it's right? It's a representative for the Chazal. The Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa represents the end of the life. Trying to take shortcuts. Right? You see shortcuts. Oh look, there's a life hack this or a shortcut for this. We're listening to some also we know more often than not when you take shortcuts for meaningful things, those shortcuts often become incredibly circuitous, difficult, and actually don't get you where you need to go. That's called the etc. She had a shortcut that you can very well make. Firstly, very often in life, the Derech Hanukkah, etc. Very often in life, the path to choose is the long way. Because the long way you think of the other one, that's the actual way you need to go. So Rabbi says, very fascinating, take the shortcut, take the short way out. Even if it takes you a very long time, you're not liable. So by another way, Shiras Rashi, it's that group, it's interesting. So I'm saying, let's assume for a moment again that the amount of time from legal people, which reliable is 30 seconds, 0 seconds. So it says, in China, it's linger incremental. That's it. Can those increments of lingering combine to form the sheer knot? So you want to say, officially, today, I'd say, versus I'm not. Based on what I just said, another set of focus, you're headed out. The right exit, even if it takes you the whole day, you're not liable. So I just say that lingering does not go ahead and combine. So I say, no. Hassan for a shot. Roth's talking about an idea where a lot of the race up. I'm taking a short exit, and even though it takes me the whole day, I never stop. I'm constantly moving and constantly walking, I'm very slowly. So what do we have? So if I ask the following question, I say, so again, is there a thing of the Rabbi? So Rabbi says, as long as you take the shortest exit, closest exit, even if you delay, like if you walk very slowly into the entire day, you are not liable. Which I want to say also tremendous responsibility in life, as long as you're on the right derech, which one is not looking how long. as long as I put myself on the right path to self-actualization and growth, even if the results realize so quickly that I'm heading in the right direction, that's all that we don't shit over once. Incredible. You know what goes like so finally, I buy the apple, so I started for the apple, followed by look at shit, so nothing. Oh, watch this. So let's say now I become Tommy. I'm going to become Tommy. What happens? I got to get out. Okay, so what do? I scan the exits, right? This is right, fine, right? We're going to line, right? So what happens? I know exactly, right? But here's the issue. I know, so it'll take me 10 seconds to go ahead and get out the closest exit. But if there's another exit that's further, but if I run, I can also get there in 10 seconds. So what if I could take the more back, but I'll run, so I make it there, and the same amount of time that it would take me to get out the closest exit. It's their life, and I do that. So I end up exiting the base of the rush with a further exit, but within the same amount of time, continue to get out of the closer exit. So is their life really case like that? So it's fascinating. No, it's much now. Should we, the issues are about that. Definitely, look at how it's about this. It's actually just things like this. Is this a shear? Like, is this a shear time? And for as long as I get out of this, I'm question within the shear is hiding that out. Or no, this is a dig in the closest exit. Again, it was exactly. So let's say, in my case, I know that to get out the closest exit would take me 10 seconds. It turns out I need a mad dash, but the longer exit, I got out in 9 seconds. So again, if it's a shear in time, but I'm not liable, if it's a dig, without looking at this, you gotta take the front exit. Doesn't make a difference how fast you have to move when it's still liability. Jewish Gemara says, I'm a lay, look, I look at the house as well. The second Gemara says it's not a shear, it's a dig. What's the dig? The dig is closest exit. And I was like, by the way, you can see this. I thought you can see this. You know, this comes up and comes to that. So I said, that was exciting a lot because these are experienced website. And I was like, you do this, it's just imagine that you lose the flesh. You become Tomei. I mean, which is not exciting, but again, when you become Tomei. Right? So now what happens? You can see this, by the way. The closest exit, there's a lot of people there. The farther exit, no one's there. So I know that it's easy for me to run it. Without running, I'd rather get out from the farther exit faster than the closer exit. So I check this, so Gemara says it's a dig, which makes sense. That's the halacha. What does halacha say? The closest exit. That's the halacha. Even if technically speaking, now we can get to the further exit and say, if we get to the further exit in less time. It's a halacha, which doesn't make sense because we do this to a shear. Is the moment that this whole halacha falls apart. So it's halacha again, no matter what, take the closest exit and you go for this harmonic liability. Incredible. Let's get there. Listen to this. The camera line, combination change, the sound was another interesting halacha. If you have a colon, he is tummy. Who's tummy? So halacha is, and he does avoid the enemies in the Dutch. He's chayv b'yisrael even shalai. Okay? At the hands of heaven. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how this with this stuff together. So the communist coming does have all these kind of speech Shemite. The Gemara says, how are you ever going to find this case? Look at Rashi. Rashi's the side I use to stop this law. What colors? They will say generally, if you would take what you knew to make this in the state of Tumah, you kind of colors. Remember again, colors and these city Shemite are different punishments. Both bad, right? Both bad are different punishments. So the punishment for a Tomei colony during the Avon, the days of the Dosh, is a new 7 day Shemite. The punishment for in the days of the Dosh is the Tumah is colors. So the Gemara said, we get this ready. The Kohen does, and the Kohen does a very long time. He's hiding Shemite. But what he automatically kind of colors. Why? Because if he's doing the Avon, what is he doing? He's whimpering. So how is not hiding colors? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If you got Rothschild, if you're Shah, if you have that holder, if you have Uber, then how do you do that holder? How do you Avoda takes time. And eat the shava and it linger in about currency. There's high currency. So watch this. Nishkakas the honest nafshi b'tzara, v'al since you understand that lingering is a shear in time, then this makes sense. Why? Coin becomes coming. He realizes he's got to get out. He's got to get quickly. So he realizes time to the closest exit, 30 seconds. He's like, no problem. I got this. I got this. Let's see, because you know what? I'm going to run. And I only, if I run, I'll shave off 10 seconds and 20 seconds. And 10 seconds for our window. Right? Incredible. So what does he in the 30-second window? This is bad, right? You should not be doing this. But sometimes people mean well, you just end up doing really bad things. So he thinks to himself, okay, I'm going to run for 10 seconds, it gives me 20 seconds to exit, seconds to do that window, and he does that, like he chefs, he does whatever he does, right within 10 seconds. And that makes sense, it makes sense. However, here in some you're in the stuff, that's not something so again, he runs, you know the time that gets the closest exit, he runs, shoots off 10 seconds, uses the rest of that time for a other things. Smart kid. Hello. I have to slow down. Amrit. That's got, that means that's got, it's not stuff. It's not a sheer time. Right? But it's just a thing of getting out this with me. How is it going to do that? So in other words, again, if you understand that lingering is a sheer in time. So in other words, and I was like, interesting enough, what's the sheer of lingering? What's the sheer of lingering? But it's a talk about the real meaning again, but really, it's the amount of time that you guys cross section. Right? Which means it's subjective. Right? So it all depends on where I am. So when I said that, if you understand that's a sheer, it's a defined amount of time, or subjective amount of time. Great. Calling from 30 seconds to the closest segment. If I run within 20, it gives me 10 seconds. I can use every second for that. But if that's the case, I'm a point. Does a little bit while he's coming, never ends up lingering, and therefore does not have currents, and won't be having to be shaman. But if you have like the din of shia, not a din of lingering, it's objective. You just gotta get out the closest exit. And how can you all group that in this case of a coding? These viewers are Rabbi and Kashla. What's the question? He's ready to do Mishkatas, like we've known. Shabbat Tzara, Bahat What's the case? You see us and look at me at our Voda, as like the local process. You might give the answer is there is a type of Avoda which is very fast. What's the Avoda? When the coin is blowing out the closest exit, so therefore again is given to avoid lingering. And what does he do without? He takes a fork, like a sacrificial fork, and he flips the piece of meat on his back. And remember again, meat's running on his back, so what does he do? He flips it, and that's ever flipping the meat on his back and causing it to burn. That meat is pumping all those oils. So you can imagine that's something you could do really quickly on the way out. We're imagining our both as an involved process. This is not about he's walking out, he flips the piece of meat on his way out. So therefore, again, this could be a case where he didn't remain in the flesh long enough for Shia, for lingering. Therefore, he's not going to be chayiv kares, but he will be chayiv usually because he's a kohen who's coming with the avodah. Incredible. So Rabuno desires to help us with Tzimura chayiv himself. That kind of Rabuno says that little bit they are not coming. Sacrificial meat with a sacrificial pork. Ultimately, again, is high useless. What is he doing that? Then it's not hold up. Let's find the hold up. Okay, so let's analyze. So we're going to next week by the 2 week. So he wants to scoop up. Design Shabbat with the Kayavis. So we just said before that if the non-coin goes ahead and flips a piece of sacrificial meat with the fork, it's high useless. So if you don't, what's the case? So we're talking about a case where, let's say, whatever the reason the meat wasn't burning, right? And had you not flipped it, or rather, I'm using the word flip it, but it doesn't have to be flip it, it could also just be moved it. In other words, if the word over here is, well, I'm just going to use flip as the expression, because that's hapa, right? If you would, in other words, we're talking about that had you not flipped it, the meat would not have burned, and shita. Obviously, that's a photo. Obviously, that's a photo, right? because what Mike said again, he's doing something ultimately again to expedite this process. If the law of my God, that on the other hand, like it's for what? Well, look, even had he not drifted, like even had he not drifted, ultimately again, ultimately, I'm saying, if the law of and it had not drifted, the meat would have burned in my God. And what is he doing? So we're just trying to figure out, so again, just understand what are you trying to accomplish here? That's an excellent question. I have no idea, right? What are you trying to accomplish? Besides coming closer to that Father, and yes, you're getting tremendous political Torah, I'm trying to find a very specific things. You might have said that a Kohen who's coming, who does avoda in the Beis Hamikdash, is chayav nisa idei shamayim. Okay, that's a fact. You might just kind of threw out at us. The problem with that is, we've been operating with the principle that if you're coming and you leave the Beis Hamikdash, you know what? Chayav kares. So now the Gemara is trying to figure out, I don't understand. How do you ever have a case of a who's doing a holding its Ishtamim and not lingering? By definition, he needs to be in Avodah. Lingering, what the problem? This guy is not this Ishmael. He comes to us in Ishmael. This guy is, and then it's Ishmael. I'm trying to figure out how can you find a case where a couple is not lingering? He's not lingering. Let's talk. I got it. Here's the case. The case is on his behalf. He flipped a piece of sacrificial meat with his horse. Right? So that's quick. That's fast. Right? And you can see a Kohen that kind of like not even stopping. Right? Not even stopping. He's got his fork out. He's got his hand on the fork. Right? He's got his own car. Fork. On his way out. He flips the piece of meat. So you want to say, okay, so therefore again, we're doing that whole dog, coming there to the and therefore I don't know what I saw this kind of this mission right here. Let's talk about it just a moment. Right, when it flips that piece of meat, what does it do? It's like the piece of meat would not have been consumed on the fire without this flippage. Right? And then we might saw, okay, we might say that's a whole dog. If the piece of meat would have been consumed without this flippage, then we might have it's good, no? I think it works, right? But without that, if you want to burn anyway, without this intervention, then the Mesa, what does he do? Then why should it be liable? His act is inconsequential. If you might say, he's got to read about it. It's such a profound episode. It's like, how do you know what you're supposed to be focused on in life? How do you know? So, I think, I don't know, but I think that something you just need to look at is look for the things that no one else is doing. And if it's not going to get done unless you do it, it's a pretty good indication that control you want to do that. If you ever like do things, right? If you act like whatever, someone else is going to do it, then it could very well be if it was what you do to put your efforts elsewhere. So it's interesting that we realize if the meat's going to burn anyway, so the Kohen's act of flippage is inconsequential, but it doesn't mean on one hand, on the other hand, if this flippage causes it to burn, and then the might see again that's consequential. Again, that's the one things where I'm expressing like they were so trained that I never think for other people to. Which sometimes is good, there's a positive impression of that also. But that's why I put us each in this world to accomplish something's kind of something that you should have your eyes open for. Things that we need you, that others are not doing, that others are not paying attention. So that's what we talk about. That's what we focus on. You want someone to talk? What's the reason to talk? He will hop up talk, the Ashtar, the Achmad Shaita. Oh, interesting that one says, once you know, then he would have burned. So without flippage, it would have burned 2 hours. And now with the flippage, 1 hour. It's 1 hour. So the nice city actually called you a consequential welcome off the log. I'm going and you might as well see that the expediting of service is considered itself to be service. So that's the right person. So the meat would have burned regardless. They would have taken 2 hours. Now, post flippage, it's only 1 hour. It's only 1 hour. And come on, well, you would have thought about what is expediting the burn of sacrificial, what does it mean? No, it doesn't mean something to us another secret there. It's kind of it's not like using it such an hour like you can use it there. basically you say to yourself, well, you get done quickly, or it just gets done in a regular basis. Everything that is how you do something really represents how you feel about that initiative. If you like it, it's just one thing. Jesus, it shows that you are getting a lack of things, shows a chashivas. And what I say is one single year, that execute that helpful service to some famous Jesus is quite incredible. So there's like, so if I look at itself, what comes out from this? So if you this first of all, it's taking the brother, meaning that our motto is you need to get the closest exit if you become coming inside of this in the Dutch. But interestingly enough, we don't care, especially we don't care how long it takes you to get to the closest exit, as long as what? As long as you're moving. As long as you're moving, we don't care what you're ability to do steps, as long as you're moving. Right? Even if it takes you the whole day, we don't care as long as you're close to tremendous close to hospital. But we just want us to move. Even if it's baby steps, as long as I am moving in the right direction, then we don't know shove all of these happy with. Now we just saw this case of the corner. Corner becomes coming inside the Dutch and does tomorrow. Sorry, does avoid in the state of tomorrow. Ultimately, the end is going to be viable for this video Shanayim. As long as it doesn't linger. If he lingers, then it's going to be high carbs. What's the case about all the way out linger? It's the case of where he walks out, and as he walks out, he engages the footage, he goes ahead and he puts the piece of sacrificial meat, and specifically in the case, this is the piece of meat to burn faster post-footage than it would have burned without expediting of the burning of sacrificial meat is going to be a vote as well. Incredible. Let's go back to it. It's now over. Oh, shut. This is great statement. But you know, you know, son, so this was so stupid. Let's just say, I want to sit over a hammock in this medrash. When you start feeling the traveling, I'm afraid of my friends. Right? What does this mean? I'm afraid I'm going to say something that everywhere is going to jump down my throat. Well, I understand that. Right? It's like that, but I really want to share it. But I'm afraid everyone's going to jump on me. But what does he want to say? Does he say, I need to ask the things how you got. They don't have hold of. Listen to this. So let's say the house with Sarah. I don't know what's that look up. I give a home like a home that is declared Sarah. So it's a lot. And the people who enter into it will become common. Listen to Rothschild. He says he was like this. What happens if a person walks into the house backwards? They're at hold of. Person goes into the house backwards. And even if his entire body is in the house except his nose. Right? So his nose is extending out. So obviously this means there's the one majority of his body. Not one majority of his body is inside the home, but a part of his body, even if time about his nose is outside, tar. Wow, he's tar. Why? What's his fate? The same, as he goes over here, the person El Hadayis. So this guy, all of ice calling his skill. So you not that if you come into a home of Saras, you are coming. There won't go to that. Derech Bia Asr Torah. So Torah only answers if you enter what's called Derech Bia. What does Derech Bia mean? Normal mode of entry. What's the normal way of walking into a house? Go into a house. I don't know what you call it. Face first. Right? Face first. Face first, right? So therefore our board can say if you're walking backwards, so the race again you're not going to contract tomorrow. Okay, so it sounds pretty logical. What's the Rothschild afraid of? What is not right? I'm afraid that I'm going to say, well, the Rothschild, you're right. You actually cool down. He said you might have to store in the house. So the Rothschild afraid of how awful it was. You walk into the house backwards, and your entire house is with the exception of your nose. You look as your body stands out. So if you're right, then even if your entire body is inside the home, as long as you're walking backwards, so the mice said that you should be taught. I'm a and none of the factual. No one of the kids in life is actually the entire body is in the home. Everyone will agree that I love for myself, you become atomic. Why? They said, with a mitma, call Asher Banas. Because ultimately they will say, because Allah inside, I'm not going to kill Shabbat. They said, with a mitma, Shabbat. They will say, for example, it's utensils. Utensils inside the home. What's the home? They become atomic. Now, utensils, interestingly enough, were there even before the tummies, even before the whole became all of us. What you see here, anything that's in the home, of course, is tunnel. So everyone will agree that if a person is fully inside the home, even if they enter backwards, they're going to remain in tunnel. The finisher of Rothschild, which seems to be correct, which is if you walk them backwards, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain with tunnel. You've got to those that only say one thing, says kind enough, but that's the voice. They want to see from that. What you see from here is that halakha that I saw, sometimes when you're doing what we call geographic tour, you're only going to be tunnel if you enter into that space in the normal way. If you enter in the abnormal way, that is safely from the conquest, which is what this example by Sarah. So again, and also by the way, do not accept Felicia's idea. So if you walk backwards into a home, strictly condemned with Saras, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain taller. Once your whole body enters, you are different than people. So what's this mean? This is talking about that's supposed to God you have a so I said this is talking about actually better to look at actually. God you have a actually says Shiva Asara. They would say part that is in the Dash. There are a series of chambers. Those chambers have rooftops. Those roofs do not have the same sanctity as the roofs on the Dash itself. So because in God you have a roof, ain't no shot touching the Dash for you can't be touching the Dash. Ain't short shot touching color. You can't just touch color there either. Time should make that we got in the whole culture. And interestingly enough, if you're Tommy, they keep from the rooftop into the hall, you are Potter. You are Potter. Shenemar, Rabbi Miftash Lo Savo. As the Pasuk says, you shall not come to Miftash and speak of Torah, Derek Ina Asra Torah. Torah answers what we call limited entry. And what's limited entry? Limited entry. When you enter to the if you come from one of the rooftops and down into the hill, there is not liability for that. So let's say so another display ultimately of this idea that halacha is only too big liable for entry again. So we saw by Tzaras, so again let's say I won't point out the Tzaras, this is different in Tzaras case, someone who's tall is entering into a place that is tunnel. And in the second case, someone who's tunnel is entering into a place that is the same principle. Essentially what Moshe is espousing, whenever you see the notion of law of entry means normative, face first, and normal entry, entrance. Like for halacha, that's the case of Tzaras. If you're walking back first, you're not going to be liable. You won't become covered. Next Hamikdash, if you come from the rooftops instead of through the front door to one of the normative gates, ultimately there will not be liability. No, there will not be liability. So something for today. Thanks so please, this is all peace. Share website, when we start the week, incredible Ashala. It's which is supposed to start this research for Abba. The Amkus, the establish and Yitzhak Shem together this week and for many weeks to come. Share everyone. Everyone's moving quickly everywhere. Yeah, yeah, it's right. Up at 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, 19 lines up at the bottom. I came like yesterday down. So 19 is from the bottom next couple of days. What's the number? Expanding and getting work hard to as well as the city of Yerushalayim. People so we spoke about Yoshim Israel, Yon chapter 9 going into the Testament. Now he discusses Mizmor L'David, the Rothschild, and Shalom Yidam. The Tzedek HaTekon, a song of David, when he was running away from Shalom's sons. And what is he saying after the book? He says, how great is my suffering? So why did he say to the prophet? Why did he do that? So look at Rashi. Rashi says that we have Omer Hashem on the side. The Kishan Emma Bogadi, Omer Rashi, in Yeshua Son of the Seven. Shem explodes it, so you can be knowing, Yishali with the Yisrael, and Omer only as a whole one. So it's amazing enough. Now, another thing that we discusses the idea that no one supports it. No one supports it. Everybody divides it, but there's something no one supports it. When Ezra and Nehemiah were coming back to rebuild Jerusalem, people disparaged their efforts and said, come on, what are you doing? Jerusalem is a destroyed city. The Jewish people are downside. Why are you trying? Maybe Allah was that you continue to go on to his students. I should say, so learning to because this particular capital speaks about being saved from destructive or difficult forces. So before we go to speak ultimately again, I'm sorry. No, so first of all, we see Yoship just about a fresh start. We see these people every single day. So where does it come from? It comes from Yeshua. Yeshua did this because before he would ask for divine protection from all the different distresses that exist at night. Towards the happy deeds. Also, the disciples who give a Torah. One is not permitted to fuel oneself with words of Torah. So what this means is that at the end of the day, one is not supposed to use Torah, but speaking as a bomb, as some type of medical treatment. So the Gemara is to protect against negative things. That's different. Also, and furthermore, again, when did we say that you can't use the Torah as a form of ritual? That's why a person is suffering from a mouth. A person has an ailment. He can come out also. So the Gemara says, is that you can come out also if there's some type of injury. That's what ultimately again one can't use the Torah as some type of physical healing. So as you see what God's like. Hello, fish alamaka in the field of the mouth. Yet again, the Gemara says that sorry, hello, fish alamaka also means somebody literally whispers out of you, which means somebody whispers words of Torah in order to heal a particular ailment. Any of healing of an ailment. It's very traumatic statement. What does that mean? But it's my love. I'm not real for like the rope to the sun. The patient must finish was never even discussed before. So the Gemara felt that, what you say, medicine that the Gemara felt that's at certain powers. So there are many things that you would try to heal with saliva. So if you eat some saliva, why can't you recite the super that? Because that's a lack of that's like a lack of habit to a control. To go ahead and recite the super Torah with saliva, right? This is like basket on the wall. That by definition is considered disparity, and that's the type of healing that one cannot do with words of Torah. If the Moshe to go ahead and recite words of Torah, to go ahead and recite the super ultimately is what as a form of protection against negative things, that's actually that's why Allah is you live Krishna and we live Krishna to see incredible range of a variety of things. Because of course Shema in there, there's the Nibashalomo, there's the Rathal Hamatio, there's no shape so you ever wonder what all these things together. So the simple that these things are put together as a compilation and various things that are going to be developed. So placement of creation since a chapter and really comes from here from every sort of so you might look like this. These are how we should go separate. Already days we walked. And the fish walks, but this is around and the two toes are over there. Remember the basic premise to ask you is that these walks are part of the total. Opposite a year Acharea Oshaya, the Hati Sari. So you must once again sounds like the old Shaya is get by extra final after the total, not going to the total. say, they came out, they told us now, most of these happened. So they have he told the law to come first, he told the law to come first, and then afterwards, ultimately, again, they found us. Jason happens. So I say, how do we transport the rock to the very how they carry? So you must say, here, but Hashem Rabbi, Chadam Asu, Chadam Asu Akas. One says you have two loaves represented, other says you have two loaves, one after the other. So the one who says that the two loaves are walked on carry one next to the other, happy is the capital holder. So the Mishnah seems like the inner loaf is a reference to the roof that is carried closer to the wall. Magnum is the other one who says that they carry one after the other, happy is the capital of these. Both will be the inner loaf reference by the Mishnah is the loaf that is closer to the so Tanan happy is that on the surface. So what did the Mishnah say? The inner loaf is and the outer is dark. So as a Mishnah line of so I'm going to be in such a loaves I carry one after the other. So I'm not too happy. Meaning you should ask your persona come up, so it's an enemy figure, the loaves you carry one after the other, as soon as the inner loaf is consumed one, because the outer loaf comes first, it's constantly, or I should say any consequence the second loaf. Element don't keep negative. Try buying behind the other connection. But what is the most effective other? The enter at the same time, they're concentrating at the same time. So ultimately, again, why would one be treated differently than the other? What is this reasoning? But not going to laugh at school. Cotton in nature. Because I furthermore, I can't one that the ones that carry one after the other. These are such a concept of one of the things that one can be concentrated and the other. It's called cultural analysis of people. Umar says, that he's told the rules are treated the same way. But even my dollar the half doesn't call you. By your patterns, two rules are elected as one unit. So I would give you different treatments for each of the rules. Hello, I'm going to do a say cap of the side of dollars. Therefore, the Oman says, how to study and analyze the how to do that. Says, that in this is a sequence of the love. Process of using the left newly extracted from sorrows for sleep and shalom was a process that was used without the protocol and the view of the ones who said one goal was burnt, one goal was consumed. Not just a few, there was no reason for prison. There's no spiritual reason for this. Rather than being ultimately handed down in this process through the high court. Says in the cultural analysis of it. So remember, we should discuss this Mishnah now on this of the proper protocol for expanding the ashram to the courtyard of the district or and expanding the perimeter or the size of the city of Yerushalayim. So there are a number of things that are included in the process. So the lack of the Kodah, there's the king, there's the Melech, there's the Grey Gadol, there's the Negetunim, there's Shir, there's all of these things. As said, Mr. Smith said, cultural analysis calling it not expand or consecrate the area through this process, then the area is not consecrated / expanded. Says but there is enough family means that the order was that to consecrate, to expand and consecrate areas, you need all of these things. You need all of these ingredients, every one of these things, so the area ultimately can consecrate. But not going to the doctrine to really all of these kind of what you do. One of these things. Any one of these things to expand and consecrate into the city of Yerushalayim, or the exile of the courtyards of the Jerusalem. So it's not a sort of about the whole. So let's say now let's analyze this. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. So when is the running of all of these things? So Hollywood said, Asaba, you should know that. You should know us. So we'll say, here's the problem we have. The problem we have is we know it absolute change. That there was a concentration expansion, a consecration that was done without military constitution that throw out all these things. Just like Ezra. When Ezra comes back with the weight of exiles from Babylon to rebuild the second Hamikdash, to go ahead and recast Zeros and recast the city of Yerushalayim. Stuff that was missing. There was no Melech, there was no king. There was no beauty to it. Right? There was no Kohen God like that for the time. Right? There was no the one of the two. There was the rest of the 72 let anyone up in this market. So we see from this, let Ezra always go ahead and watch. Ezra does what he consecrate the area. So what watch this? Buddha says that you require all of these things. But also, if you require all of these things, right? That's not like you show you teach us like you teach us about. The Ezra, they got the album with the other. So let's say, so the things of the people. That you try to do shut out of the Sharai. Remains intact. And Ezra didn't really need to be sanctified in Sharai. Why did he need to be sanctified in Sharai? Because sanctification stands. I said, why do we do this whole process? It is just because of Isabel. Who is Isabel? He can be consecrated in Sharai. Because in Sharai and the Paradise is already consecrated. Rather than he just do something symbolic, it's part of the definition, but it was not necessary. So that's all the Akas people believe. Akas was not the most, all you need is one of the items mentioned to expand and to consecrate in the seven Paradise. So it says, the seven Christian children, teacher is like the love, teacher loves the love. So it says, behold, that the use of Israel was sanctified, but that once the mission is destroyed, or once God is held in exile, that mission is lost. And therefore, one of the items mentioned in the Israel to be consecrated. So it's the Ezra should punish. After all, as we do the two, and Ezra actually came out of what was right. He actually literally consecrated Yusha, like I was able to do this on them. You don't do all of them. It's not like what you need, just have one of them. So you want to go like the issue there, so everything has to be that. Cultural analysis of what we do was Krishna said, that anything also to be dead, any consecration, that was not the all of the items listed in the stuff. It's not a proper consecration. First was the AFM that continues because of Mr. Tony, the Akbashim color, that's the answer. So change the text. And the text should actually say the Akbashim color. Any consecration that was not done because it's one of the factors is not a proper consecration. Okay, touch mark. So say you're done. I'll show you, right? This actually very different. It's seen how you have most of the two like swamps, marshes, and hides. Irish government says charges about it. And so there were 50 marshes and hides. Watch this. Capitona del Norte. Marsh and the lower marsh. Capitona. So the lower marsh was the same part of trying to expand. He was trying to include this marsh. So the lower marsh was in fact sanctified with all of the items for each. Al-Yona was at home. The upper marsh was not sanctified with all of the items. So it was Ella, but only Gola, but rather the upper marsh was sanctified by those who did that as God, and claimed the marsh as part of the Sharai. Shalom Benelech, there wasn't who was present. The Shalom community, and ultimately the reaction. Capitona stays with the Shasa Yura. On the other side, so the lower marsh is ultimately again had complete Yusha. So how do the lower marsh was sanctified earlier on? With all of the items listed in Yusha, the upper marsh was bad. The upper marsh is simply closed by the Jews who came back and during the second. So therefore the marsh at the following. So Capitona stays with the Shasa Yura. So we'll say the lower marsh trying to complete Kedusha because it was sanctified with all of the items listed in the Mishnah. I'm the eyes with the I'm the eyes coming. Both in some parts of common, anything you touch in calendar, about no license, exactly license. The Khalil of Mishnah cuts the county license, was authorized by fluid here, is what technically to be in each of the different margin areas. The Chavim also sounds such a Italian almost she Chavim was in the Italian for Creature Clutch Italian, nice she no dog, so no high success, the upwards, which the night after there was a second fight. All the time there was only second fight with the only goal, or those who can get the blood. So I'm the artist, I'm the person of the artist will come the whole picture of country Italian about low price of shit. The Chavim, the awfully sharp, so country Italian, the on the day of that, was a wide disrespectful affecting lower slug. Excuse me. Why was it? Uh, why got full of the low slug was supported without exactly the upper slug was so that's the name of why was the upper slug fully of production was I'm a air I was Stella and Duffy who were the two men this and edges so I have it what is those who so why was it free us or to simplify requires all of these things. Only expand the boundaries of each time. So this is not enough. This is its boundaries of each life. So apparently we expanded the boundaries only to include the lower slum, but not the upper slum. Why not? Because this apparently they had all of the tools available to include the lower slum at that time. And by the time you get to include the upper slum, they lack the two men, so on and so forth. So once the other picture, another picture, why do you think about it? Just about what you think about it. And another picture, so what's the asking the following. So what we have over here is the following. What we have over here is the first one was formally recognized as part of Yerushalayim through the entire process of what we'll call territorial reproduction. So they came, they love the early women, who told us to share. That was the so that was the lowest spot. The upper spot was not. I was going to say, why is the upper spot not? It's also all of these items. There was no king, there was no food. So why can't you even try to do the upper spot as part of the Yerushalayim at all? If the mechanisms were a lot of these small, if they say, Parfa study Yerushalayim, so the Yochel did best. So it's like the idea that this is about a strategic issue. He wanted to incorporate the upper spot to Yerushalayim why? Because it's not just what almost people are ability to see. That it's the upper spot outside of the wall poses strategic vulnerability to see. So from a strategic perspective, that is really you know what? It was not part of the consequences municipality of Yerushalayim. Why it wasn't seen that idea? You had parts of these type of hierarchy that were part of what we call the general municipality, without being part of the spiritual municipality. The part of the spiritual municipality is that you want this entire process. You can not be go through the state photos, all these things. The part of the time when you governmental decision to include the walls. So the lower spot was the lowest spot sanctified all to the hostile out. The upper spot is not. And the upper spot is still included ultimately in the actual municipality. Like why? How specific because if not, you can do the students trying to expose. Okay, beautiful. So you know, was the first white line because I never got reality. This is pretty much just what is that? The sound of how about that? Shabbat also that that's fine. Part one is when this discusses this way of items necessary to concentrate on one of the items listed necessary or just some of the items as a rule. And then only the owner moves into another macro test about the sanctity of the Yerushalayim in general. There's the sanctity when you find a promise, no matter what, so the sacred picture of us level, or is the sanctity of anything on the inside of us, as well as residents that probably strongly inside as well. Most of the body tonight, the sign of the Shabbat, the sex of to show you only neutral, or sweet to my vehicle, with crying matter, was in the root of the flesh. This is speaking about. This is more looking today. Rebuilding up and then set fresh under and it's up. So also what you did is we put up curtains. So as you're rebuilding the actual images itself, we put up curtains. And the process what it is we put up curtains through the walls. So that's the blind outcomes. We put up walls, the actual, so we put up curtains for the walls of the actual place and the part for itself, as well as the walls of the courtyard. Now it's what's the difference. Now, so the Echad Bubbles, who are shadows only so what's the distinction? The curtains for the Echad outside would be upwards. What they did is they positioned the curtains in a way that the artist building this image would be building the walls outside of the curtains. So the idea is you would have a curtain and you'd be building the wall from the external part of the curtain, not an internal part of the curtain. The idea out of respect to the Islamic Dutch, the idea was the artist was working on the inside of what would become the Islamic Dutch, rather than build the wall outside of the curtain. The wall was on the wall was on the outside of the curtain. So they were building the wall outside of the Islamic Dutch. However, then the Bahazas one of the curtains of the courtyard that was the piece of the courtyard, again, there was a curtain, and then they would put the wall on the side of the curtain. Artists ultimately building the walls from inside the courtyard itself. However, smart, Shalai is the Matthew of the Bites, was in this case. And he says, I heard that today, you have to be talking about Kadalos, even though what? You need to be set up first. Also, in Kachni Kadash, not to be saying July, you can go ahead and Kachni Kadash. You know, there are no curtains, there are no walls for the Islamic Kadash. Kachni Kadash, I will be saying Kadash. You can Kachni Kadash, you know, there is no wall for you, why? The institution society teaches us about what's like this is dramatic. And in the sense he says, I heard that the Kabbalah. We know Kabbalah. And we know Kabbalah even in absence of an Islamic question. Why? Why? Because the higher guidance is your life has external sanctity. And that sanctity is the of the existence of the actual Islamic question itself. So if you want to go to the higher values today, and also of one has the ability to do so. So there are also objective free country production, which refers which has to be consumed on the horizon, and country common message, which has to be consumed in the shop. And the country production represents the future possible. If the future is alive and the future of us is ongoing, the future has even the absence of the future of Dutch, and the future has even the absence of the wall of the crowd that is Kabbalah, level. Now we refer from this. The terminology was told to the Shama Bais Israel was not completely sanctified. It is only sanctified with what? It is a because the more Israelites that we are rushing tonight, I need to check. Dilma, because I'm a people, maybe everyone agrees. And the sanctity of the Harabites and the sanctity of the Israelites eternal was that they are eternal. This is not actually we're talking about a specific type of sacrificial sanctity. We're trying to figure out is, can I go and have an eye in the Kabbalah? That's the shite. Political consideration decide. Can I go and carry up Kabbalah? Can I do the price of shame in Shai? So that's what the spiritual sanctity, the sacrificial sanctity. So maybe everyone holds that the tradition is eternal. And we can talk about Kabbalah today. And each particular Kabbalah was just relaying that which he has heard. Because he came out, that I'm going to be the husband of God. So that's that the tradition trying to teach us about was there the same thing with the Harabites. It's eternal. And if we speak today, if you offer up Kabbalah, it's kind of Harabites. Why today? As you say that you should put up curtains, like which is going to be required tonight. So our answer is, it's about. Even residents who get tested to bring up Kabbalah, once you try to elect partition, think of curtains. In the area of the celebration, so it's food structure. So it's food structure. The Kabbalah should offer some type of nice way, not just out. Allah Allah. The other most exciting one, like Lucas and Manasseh, this kind of I'm going to show you this. Now I'm going to find this. Why did ultimately they go ahead and recount this particular should do this so the Shalom that go on what's in the future. Because ultimately again when you see back to Ezra, they found these cities and they sanctified them. How about you show us about you shall find our eyes. But the original cities that were sanctified under Yeshua was their sanctification which is for exile. If for exile, what is the أمر الصبر شلون تجي الشيطان the motion should have what's the race it sounds like a minute at the end of the day sounds like at the end of the day once we go ahead and once we do the exile that the Kedusha of the so remote which sounds like the showing to say the remote show us the level which we was in the people is the Kasha how is that you'll see that he able to go by how you وديكي السيريز أنا فاينما شيء أخر أيضا أم نفس أطلبش أنا كل أنا كتير سكوما تبع لأن لا ما نفهمش because there are many other cities so why we keep the cities she can show up that I go on much bigger because they just came back from Israel the cities that also the cities that they run their capacity much as Israel and I say Israel als trouble come on, let's say what you say. You just said before that you don't have to sanctify them because the Kedusha of the already and people know rather than trying to keep back to the cities and the cities what you do wasn't these cities but also provide not only these cities and a call Shetara not from a source that etc. So we have a strong official minimum called little noble spot that you should do so trying to say the picture of us was it these weeks was about like the fact that something else. But cities are just as walls. Cities don't get wasn't referring to cities that were all at the time of your short network. They also get very just in that because they designate these cities as walled cities. Ultimately, again, the cities don't simply want to deal with what? They lost their walls. Why? Because the cities trying to put us as a picture of us about it. I have to show that it's not a also down about 300 different species, under sort of those. People say it's tonight is that so one last you have two different units of what you're showing us is people say that happening night of the loss of this stuff. That the last show us that this fact one of the attributions is wrong. In fact, one of the should be the Muslim. Sandra, the Muslim looks over and share a role over. When the Muslim says he has a wall, I thought you should have from a violent on the now at a wall before these should be people see. So let's unravel this a little bit. So remember again, so what the mercy is saying is the following, just let's look back. The cities that are mentioned over here, these should here, these cities that were mentioned, and ultimately again were mentioned again, or are mentioned today by the older father that Ezra. So it's that's referring to which cities were designated as walled cities. So obviously the different walled cities has a number of different halachic ramifications. Now halachic ramifications we must focus on here also are the laws of Praktik are in Hope. Praktik are in Hope cities, hope that are sold in walled cities and two kinds of halacha. Under all circumstances, so what happens? We have the first, depending on what you do, a certain amount of time in which you have a buyback option, buyback option. And if you then you have, you choose your buyback option the entire time of your wealth. And if you don't exercise your buyback option, what happens in your wealth? That property comes back. The exception to that rule is the walled city. If you sell property in the walled city, that roughly at least you have 1 year to buy it back. If you do not buy it back, it's sold for eternity and it's not referred to that by don't that. So that it says walled cities are very often border cities. There are future cities. You don't want a lot of change over. And you don't want a lot of changes in walled cities. Why? Because the residents of the walled cities only have to know each other, have to live together, have to know because they have a lot of change over. And ultimately, again, that compromises not just the security of the city, but the restoration as well. So the first step over here is we identify all cities as what he what he has subsequently lost his name because he doesn't reach level 1C. Was that really what the secret is? And again, we're not going to is what's the concept? You said you show the kids to second future lesson level. You said the second of the future life was sanctified at the time of this because and going forward for only 22. Or no. This is the subject of the practical yes. I also can I have that we said it show the future second the future lesson level. At the same time, values the same thing is still good in the absence of the second question and the absence of all of that solutions are at a level. If one wants to offer us today, one can do so. This is why we start some of the biggest personalities in this outfit. And Dr. left you Shabbat and we did not say except Shabbat. Why not? Because we felt that since Korbanos be offered up today, there is still good covered himself, and therefore again, maybe we find that often does something by each other. This is not the accepted names, but I'm just pointing out that I'm not related to the former here. I'm not something kind of broke Korbanos today, even if the absence of the second person. And again, that is different manifestations that I have over. For our purposes also, I say, how do we constantly use visual Shaila? Visual Shaila was that we want to expand and concentrate Yerushalayim and Haradayim. So Yeshua gave us the whole list of all the different things that we do. And my focus was Huno and the Nafta. One of these things, one of the constantly for Huno, that one requires all these things in order to expand and concentrate on areas in Yerushalayim or the Haradayim. It's good. Plus everything's I'm going to tell you something. Let's get back to a little bit. So remember again, Israel introduced us to a new concept of Torah, which was a person becomes coming outside. Because up until that, we were in this whole zero features, where a person can come outside and get the people. Now, when a person is coming inside. So what happens? So 2 years ago, that one society, if they become coming in the base of the itself. So I'm going to put the effort on this discussion today, because one person says he has finished the Hashem, because the effort over it, he has Mikdash Hashem. So we'll say, so you see, one says they need the final Mishkan Hashem, one says you need the final Mikdash Hashem. And they don't know too much about what's going to influence in the future. It's like, one person that I'm thinking that one. And if I'm coming, I can't enter into the base of the flesh. So why don't you keep that? So the keeps me one. One person teaches me I'm coming, I can't enter, and one person teaches me that what? But if I can coming inside, I have to leave as quickly as possible. If I carry, we will discuss, I'm not going to discuss carrying, I am carrying for that. I'm carrying that food. I'm telling you that one of these things is not true. So it's not teaching. You need this to what's running is teaching. Decide to learn. That the others are there. So what the Moshe says, whenever I Mishkan, whenever I Mishkan, whenever I Mishkan, what's the white Mishkan for it? Two different words to refer to the destination. I didn't say Mishkan, either call it Mishkan or call it Mishkan. I use two different words. So I'll take one. Whenever Mishkan, whenever Mishkan, because just said Mishkan and not Mishkan. And it's over on Mishkan inside. I would have thought one is only kind of entering into the Mishkan instead of Torah. Why? Because ultimately the Mishkan was anointed and inaugurated with oil. So the Mishkan and make its condition is more intense. But it was not anointed and anointed in the Mishkan. It had less of the was not kind of entering into the Torah. And then Mishkan. And I think once we just said Mishkan, you see what I'm saying. I would have thought the concept means that the question is from a why. Sorry, you just open. So I would say, when we send Dutch, it's usually like what we just said before. Right? If you use us a lot about the higher guidance, it's just forever. This commodity high, there was like, but for each structure, which was a temporary structure, maybe I wouldn't try it ultimately again for every opportunity to do it. Therefore, the fact that I'm just done, the fact that I'm just. So what's like, what is it? Remember, what we just wanted to say, that there's just a plus it says, as this Hashem today, this Mikdash Hashem today, you can't point to this Mikdash coming, So says, well, what is it? Is extra bus? Where's the extra bus I'm teaching? So the teaching that there's a prohibition to enter into the that's coming and what? And what? And what? There's a prohibition that if I become coming inside, I must listen, what's that? Is that an extra bus? I need to use why? Because the third that the with the Mikdash and the Mishkan coming to that the laws of Torah apply to both. Because had we not said Mishkan and Mikdash, I would not have necessarily assumed that the laws apply to both of them. Which we might say, for that now, there's the laws of Torah. Those are the guys. These are the laws of because that's why not the second case. These are the laws of Pasha. Mishkan, Mishkan, Mikdash, and Mikdash, and Mishkan, Mikdash, and Mishkan, Mishkan, and Mikdash, probably. The rest is not just father. Why people doing two different works in the same space? Either just always doing the Dutch or always doing this one. And I can't learn the same thing. Whereas the first I'm in the fact that if it was in fact right now that would actually be two other variables. Or there's two other levels. Number one, that the laws of Torah apply pretty rare. Both the Mishnah as well as the Dutch, plus the fact that what? Because the prohibition ultimately to enter into the Torah and you're supposed to prohibition to much, to remove the base of English once one is already covered. So therefore, we have both of these halachas ultimately again from the uses. Says the Gemara. So once again, want to be clear. Two halachas going down from the uses. Number one, is the prohibitions of Torah apply equally to the Mishnah, temporary tabernacle, as well as the sacrifice of pleasure. That's number one. And halacha number two is that not only is one prohibited of Torah, but if one tracks inside the base of one is permitted to carry, then the one must fix it as quickly as possible. Good. Those ultimately again heard down. So this Mama does most and never go back. Second one, I understand the Mishnah. The same as I didn't see this around. As the Pasha said, I will put my Mishnah. However, Mishnah is the Mikdash Miller. So that we know that the Mishnah is also called the Mikdash. So you can see the Yasra Kasim, Yasra Mikdash. So maybe you'll say because the Kahasim the Mikdash, no, that Mikdash Hapu, or so that Mikdash doesn't refer to as what is Mikdash referred to in that context? That is other element of rather it's Kahasim Mikdash, which shall try to be so hard. Make me a Mikdash, and I will dwell in your peace. The Chorah of Israel is Hadness. So these actually it's funny when I ask this question because it's so obvious. You must really see that the Mishnah is called Mikdash. Part of the mercy of the us in Mikdash is a practice of the was like is that maybe that's not a reference to Mishnah at all. Maybe that's actually a reference to the base of Mikdash. Kamash will know the Mishnah is called Mikdash. How do we know? Because right after the person says to Kechol Shadimara and Srod, it is how this condition. I'll show you when it comes to the construction of the Mishnah. So maybe you see that the Mishnah is called the Mikdash as well. The Yishtach of the ocean started the Yishtach of us. What's the name of the Mishnah says? If a person becomes punished, now here's what we know. If a person, if I become like inside the Mishnah, this is inside the Mishnah. He said in the Mikdash, what's the Lord? What's the Lord? What's the Lord? That is really possible. And if I tarry, I'm Chayav Kari. The Lord says, Chayav is these ones. How long is time? How long is that? Mishnah said, I doubt that. Or I tarry the amount of time, the duration it takes to doubt that. So let's see through the definition of time. He says, well, other level, those from the Arashi staff of the prophet did. When you sit down there, that's when you can be bound down towards the inside. Bound down outside, facing east, facing this one. You bound down facing east. I'm sorry, west, I'm sorry. I'm on the staff of the prophet choice. But if you bound down facing outwards, facing outwards, actually says when Israel east, actually points out that you're into the Shafabiyah. That's not called the Yuri Shafabiyah, it's Shafabiyah. Now, on the Shafabiyah, what's the Shalom? So it says, whoever says the color. If I bow down, class with you, face inside, Mahara towards the west, then I say inside you. But if I go ahead and bow down, facing outwards, facing east, then that's not called the Shafabiyah. That's not called bowing down. We're going to find it. woman. And if Rothschild, Rothschild, no. If I carry, I will be carried. But if I didn't carry, I won't be carried. This is the master lesson, but was it up to this lesson? But also short with things that have bought. If a person may have to carry, the amount of carry takes the down. The crowd, Shtachava, Kufa, Point, Shira. So as it sounds like that even the Shtachava itself, can put down her own carry what? If I down and carry as a result. So everything down, it's like Rabbi, about Rabbi, half on half little shot, but ultimately, if I doubt that this even if I was looking at it wrong, so this is what it means to say. You start on that Rabbi pin. If I doubt this right. Those shot this stuff off. Or I give the amount of time that it takes to bow down. So the half is that double if Rabbi wants to tie it. Ultimately, again, if I go ahead and read the amount of time that takes to bow down, with this type of down, this how good I would be tight. So we'll say, but it sounds like what we do in the foundation. If I down this, which is a form of alcohol, as we'll see, a form of service, and tight, that's what a man can call tight. If I go ahead and I read the amount of time that takes now, either without doubt, or doubt outside, or the next second of effort, something is easier than so if I can, even if I'm a very fast guy, let's give a fast power, so the next again, something high if I balance on the cash. On traffic foot on the outside, there's some discussment. If you some out that I'll check the time it takes to bow, if I can carry that amount, or I down that amount of traffic foot like this, so it's not going to put the end, and then obviously next trying to figure out if they want to buy these amounts. But the idea is, it wasn't something to say what is this. The idea is that as I recognize, the first tracks somewhere on the two side of the base of the question. Obviously, I didn't plan for that. I didn't get for that. I can't decide if these things mean this. Why can't I decide this? It wasn't very important. Why can't I decide these things? Why? Because I can do this. You have to give me a window. You have to give me a window to extricate myself from this circumstance. We're trying to figure out what's your window, what's your exit window, what's your exit window? Is it an exit window? If it's not, don't get back to the exit window that exit window has. We're trying to figure out, trying to find, quantify what is the exit window. All right, so we'll say good morning, Rabbi speaking. We like to all of our sponsors from this major debate. Our annual commentary sponsor took some stuff of exercise again, sure Joshua. This is a course. So all of that is right. From first position, like we are about it, we're kind of showing up correctly. Originally, we have to take a small spot of Lipa, playing the Tesco, I call it, is a bone of your favorite. Our commentary, the short side of the family, I come up. All about has to do with shock order of the soldiers to be successful before not say. So that let us do a lot. Actually, a couple of times, that's called 15. Not the next I showed on the dumb over the instance of you really have I know is 14 B actually left up 10, but the easy is what I say. So 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 million down from the top. So for example, which was something about that is actually they're going through it's actually not dealing with the topic we are learning, but it's really just brought them to see why it's the moment. And yesterday that with a discussion about colloquial way, so on this sense I said, should I know that which means if your state is very large, maybe share. There's a bit of grief in the learnings that you don't do, or the learnings right? Actually, the thinking and instructing someone to do something that was also, so there's a certain amount of liability involved. So, not even an example of that, these are the Torah, and that you must, anything that says, I say, Shahida, Shahayana, example of a sin offering that would be fighting for if someone of the wrong advice is supposed to be done. So you might be interested in checking out how you establish him as the Torah, but I'm alone at place. Man was having relations with his wife. And in the relations, she says to him, I am a Judah. So what's the halacha? We create Shmiyat. And he withdrew immediately. Chayiv. Ultimately, I think there's liability for relations with a Judah. Why? Because she is Yasa, and the other to be Yasa. Because ultimately, again, since he's still aroused, he has pleasure in the act of withdrawal in the same way that there is in the act of itself. And therefore, halacha, I'm not saying that you would be violated. So actually points out what has to happen in a situation like that. He essentially has to remain still until he's no longer aroused, and at that point, is able to withdraw. So things the meaning of loneliness weeping in this area, they would become unviable. What does this have to do with our topic? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just trying to repeat this, forget. The only commonality over there is they're both Tumah. They're both Tumah. So we thought we spoke about a case where a guy was becoming in the base of Mikdash. And again, he didn't get out immediately. The reliability. Similar brings up just a similar like case of a host. Okay, that's the end of that. It says also, so it says, Shasheret, Vinayam Nebu, Al-Halam Sheret, it says now, we're actually going back to what we said at the beginning of this chapter, which is what type of rocks is coming with create combined viability. So the Ezra says, one is multi-time. There's a lapse of awareness about the Tumah. But in Halakha, there's a lapse of awareness, let's say, Kush, or that you're consuming something Kodesh, that does not degenerate a blind person. Or the Kiva says, you're supposed to have Rabbi Akiva and Mike Holman. Absolutely incredible. Rabbi Akiva on that. So that's a Rabbi Akiva on that. So you got to keep doing this. Rabbi Akiva on that. So we keep positive. They have a little bit of it was given for him in the stomach. I'll have him to a kind in the final have a Mikdash. So ultimately, Rabbi Akiva says that I saw one is higher for a lapse of awareness about the Tumah, but ultimately, again, not higher for a lapse of awareness about the Mikdash. The whole saying, when you say not higher, what does that mean? It means not higher the Kardosh, not higher the Kardosh, the cover over the other. But the Shul said, Omer, the Ne'elav, Shkita. The Shul says, no, it says the Ne'elav, two times. Two times. The higher about Ne'elav, Tumah, about Ne'elav, Mikdash. Two times. That is why whether the lapse of awareness was about Tumah, or whether the lapse of awareness was about the Mikdash. So much similar again, that each one of them is pretty wonderful to operate with without this concept. But however, so whether I remember that I was coming, I forgot that I was coming, that I remember that I'm in the Mikdash, or I'm being touched, or I forgot that I was coming. Sorry, I remember that I was coming, but I forgot that I'm in the Mikdash or being touched. All of those cases ultimately will generate combined viability. That's what we should know. Okay. I'm not going to lie, guys. So one says that I'm Steinchen. I got now 1 second. So I'm leaving the very pieces of Tumah. It's that Steinchen, but there are two cases that are four. So you might say, no, Steinchen is not here. There's really 6 pieces in total. When you get that done. So you deal with something to give itself. So I'm going to get these two cases of ultimately again where there's Tumah over this. The outside always to yourself, 2 cases where there's a recognition of having these investigations and the relapse in the middle, and these in the self to yourself, and 2 cases of recognition and it's a finish. And you get the relapse in the middle, it's all 6 cases. So some of these in your budget, in the outlet, really it's 8 cases, how are there cases, the whole equal to the Kodesh, the two of the Mikdash, 3 with the self. Ultimately, because it's the case of Tumas Kodesh and Tumas Mikdash to themselves, so it's Halakasha, Shin Tumahas. And that's not a question because that's just even one general case. Mikabako, Shishak, there are 6 cases, therefore, as you said before. And the Baba, the old one coming back, the Baba, in reality, you extrapolate all the cases, so there are the cases, you need the cases, and use the difference. I've always come myself, might see that you can cover no compulsion. So let's say that there may be issues of case, not all cases lead to carbonic liability. So ultimately, again, the first four cases that do not go ahead and into carbonic liability are not mentioned. Our law that's right, so it's carbonic combustion. The four other cases, which do generate carbonic liability, they are counted. I will say, now what are the four cases? What are the four other cases? Rashi points out that that's the deals in sulfur. Those are cases where there's a awareness after you do the activity, you do the sulfur, ultimately, after the labs, there is subsequent cognition about the behavior. Those cases that go ahead and generate carbonic liability, as opposed to the first four cases where the physical need to solved. Because when you get the solved, there's no subsequent recognition about what happened. There's no carbonic liability. Alternate version of this, how would I know about the other cases and all the variations to respond like how I saw the rest of the concussion. So ultimately, again, the first four, which really don't apply throughout the rest of the Torah. And one of the first four that don't apply to the rest of the Torah, so Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, these are cases where there is initial awareness. Now, what does it mean that cases of initial awareness don't apply to the rest of the Torah? What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, let's do the Torah, Shalom, so Chibur Bishlokim, Afilu Onogel Al Chatikos Be'olam Shichlev, U'Va'achar Afilu Nogel Chayim. And what's interesting? Generally, in the world of liability, it doesn't really matter if you have a witness on the front end. What matters? A witness on the back end. Right? In other words, if you give an example, let's say there's a piece of clay, let's put this for the fact. A piece of clay is sitting on my table. Okay? I have no idea it's clear. I thought it was just a hamburger. Like kosher hamburger. It's like, oh, I think you have to eat it. But then afterwards, I find out what the gosh, that was given. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? And I think the only time in halacha would require initial cognition or initial awareness is in these cases of tuba. Right? When you need a unique tchiva of initial awareness, and then again, we'll call it awareness and lapse of awareness in the middle. In every other halakhic area of life, all you need is a radical awareness that you did something wrong and you're liable. It's facts about it. It's an interesting distinction. So the Gemara says in verse 2, so that I like on myself that the rest of the Torah Kuba Kakashim. Each is going out of this week to how many cases of Tuba that are unique, separate, and distinct from general cases throughout the Torah. Cases of Tuba. Whereas I thought about saying this in the Torah Kakashim, but the section of 4 cases, the latter 4 cases, those are cases of the of the soul. That was the of the soul by subsequent awareness. That's true for what? All cases apply for it. In other words, I can't divide up over something once. If what? If I don't give it. So that's not interesting. Again, the Gemara does not bring up those particulars. Okay, beautiful. So going back on Rasha, now the possible plans. So this is very interesting. So up until now, a segment of different kinds of cases where a person really was coming and then again a lapse of awareness of his work, or he was coming but a lapse of awareness that he's individual, or a lapse of awareness that he was consuming something that was sick. What about the following issue? What if basically a person just forgot the halachos of Torah? I forgot halachos of Torah. Right? So I knew that I was coming, right? I knew that I was coming. But I realized I forgot the halachos, the perfect halachos. So what is that? The Gemara says, what kind of case is that? So what's the name of that? What do you mean that the halachos? Even when the Lord knows that sheriff's coming, it's right there. That was the first one I learned about it. So if we're saying that, like, we forgot halachos, so in other words, that, let's say, we're talking about a case where a person came in contact with sheriffs. So what do you tell me if you forgot? If you touch a frog, which is not a sheret, or another animal, which is a sheret, is that what we're talking about here? This is Kari Perinachi. If that's the case, you should have paid attention in Yeshiva. And listen, we had Rashi. Rashi says Rashi is always right because he's very comically that you know what Shabbat's about when Kohen HaChol Akbar Batzah, the Chaf Eza however, the each kind of the Tila. So it's like so remember that we've seen this before the Halacha Batzah, the common knowledge, right? Common knowledge, right? What is supposed to be common knowledge, a person is responsible to actually learn and determine. And therefore forgetting that is not called lapse of awareness. Because you must say, hold on, back to the Lord, hold on, you're going to be doing shadows. No, it's going to be turned you about too much shadows. So what did you forget? You know, you're not going to high brush. What happened? You touch the rentals mark off shadows. What doesn't it? From a young gun, you can't not sure you can come to the time. And what doesn't he know? He doesn't know how to follow my stuff. You touch the labels of shadows. Does that make you determine or not? That's the shot. Someone was watching you would stuff like this. He wasn't sure. Instead of using the Torah, something is in sheer of Torah. So the Gemara says, "Right, so what is keys like this? Maybe the other club." So that's Sharon teaching the concept. Not instead should be allowed to wear. Ultimately, the five. I mean, well, the Tanya, how long all these sins, although he knows that the Sharon is the Tanya, but what? Doesn't know at least amount of shadows is the planet, then ultimately again that is considered to be a bad. So awareness, which says, we're not sure, you have to leave it undecided. Okay. So by the way, so maybe it's the shot because it's because Ben Baba shall be there to sell. She's doing this. A Ben Baba will look at it to sell. So then show up his own and their session. Then you have the Benu, Mako, and the Dush. Well, so Ben Baba goes at himself, and he looks at the evidence of Dush, but he does not know where the evidence of the Dush is. Because in this case, Ben Baba, two Kutzlats, fucking system carrots to sell, and he knows that there's a base on the Dush, and he's not sure where the base on the Dush is. So nothing. So what's this? I guess where is it happening in this case? He wanders into the base on the Dush in a state of Torah. But he's not going to. So in this case, I know I'm coming, I know there's a base on the Dush. I just not sure if this structure is the base on the Dush or not. That's it. So what's happening in this case? Money. How do you get the money? So according to these opinions, he had to be going to be a keeper. If we're asking the question of the keeper, before you do the keeper, then I think the keeper says that you require the idea of the keeper, you require additional awareness. How I'll have a look at remember that the whole is the Hamon already saw, you're not trying for lapse of awareness about the English. Okay, so therefore that this gives you the keeping you come up. Skills of the Shmuel, and this will be Shmuel in the time of Hebron the English. It's a Shmuel the whole thing about time. On Hebron the English, how low body the Kiva. Present Shmuel is not really strong like this. The rest of the Kiva, you look at that, it's considered, the Kash considered, the body the Kiva Kiva, and the Shmuel Hebron the English. So this is all the points of that, like the Rebbe holds, you require initial awareness, the Rebbe holds that you are trying to open the idea for Hebron the English. So what's the Shaiva? Yes, please, the Rebbe. Shmuel the Kiva, no. Kiva the Yoga, the Kiva says, so what's the Shaiva? Shaiva is this guy knows that he's inside the she knows where it's from. You can depend on the Shiva. You can listen to the Shiva. He knows that it's inside the Dutch. He just doesn't know if this structure is the inside the Dutch or not. So keep on the other day. So he must not what's not up. Keep on the other day. Keep on the Dutch. We all love it. And what did he say that since we know inside the world, this is called awareness. Oh, dear Lord, even the common knowledge, how long it for me to reflect location. This is considered that he does not have complete awareness. So what's the left outside? Take a really profound case. Incredible. So you see, you must struggle here is that what constitutes of awareness. So it's interesting enough in case number one. In case number does a lapse of awareness about the sheer of Torah. Does that create a lapse of awareness or not? I know there's a base of interest, but I don't know exactly where it is. Is that true? Absolutely, this. Okay, I can't find my thoughts out. So now we can talk. This is ahead of us right there. So remember, the topic that we're really dealing with is the following. So Mishnah taught us the idea that the entire all of this and one of the pieces of to us, which means you know that I'm talking, I know that I'm talking, but I add all of the activities to one of the pieces. Right? I know that I'm talking, but I forgot how I do it for this. That's what it's called for processes. I know that this is the design rush, but I forgot that I was coming. So let's just think of classic case. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I then finished doing something rush. I subsequently had out of this rush, and I remembered that I was coming. Then that's what we call the myself, the have not been inside. I knew the beginning, and the end, and there's lapse of awareness in the middle. Once I look at that case, once I look on, carve up over the that's the character behind the piece. Now, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, it was only by looking at that piece if I entered into an actual part of the trade rush. Now, there are two ways to become part of the trade rush, which is either you're part of Rothschild and you have enough or you add on. You can add on. Now, how do we add on? So the Mishnah went ahead and described the detail. Now, remember, the Mishnah explained the process. Now, the Mishnah's process was not very descriptive. Like, the Mishnah just told us kind of who's participating in this, right? Who's in this? So you can add on. You can add on to the end of the Sarah Dush. Much like similar to the add on to the end of the Sharai. Right? Who needs to be about the players, so to speak? The king, the Nabi, the prophet, ultimately, which essentially means the Kohen Gadol, Sanhedrin of 71, two Todos, two Kohen Todos, shared song and based. So that was the idea. So that's why the area of the flush, which was added onto the flush. How to use this process, then why you know why you know it? Why do you know why you for entering into the state of Tumah? Because it doesn't have the Kedusha of the base of the process down the space with Kedusha. She said, all right, here we go. We're not going to use where you wrote this from. I'm going to see Rashi. I'll work up Kichol Asher. I will say, I will say, my task is like this. How do you know that in order to go ahead and add on to the area of the flush, you need this whole process? This also, it's just a declaration. This is not part of this declaration. You need this whole process as outlined by the Mishnah. The rest is very beautiful. I'm going to see what the Kichol Asher Ani Mareh Osah. Establish Mishnah, then establish Kotiba. As the Pasuk says, this is my Mishnah. Everything I have shown you, establish a Mishnah, you can make a plan of the structure of the Mishnah, make a plan of the structure for all the utensils. The thing that's about today, the thing sets your goals, and this is what you do for generations. Now, both sides. So what is that? So the process that was used for the consecration of the Mishnah is the same process that was used in order to consecrate to expand the inside brush. Who was involved in the consecration of the Mishnah? To the top Rashi and this one without 50 days. The king says, you play the same Mishnah, to bring Moshe, to the Yara, to Rabbi. Remember who was involved in the consecration of the Mishnah? And Moshe did it. What was Moshe? Moshe was both the king and the Rabbi. Right there, I'm going to go to Aaron, I'm going to go to the Shim's the king. So again, for the consecration of the Mishnah, we have the king, the prophet, the high priest, and Sanhedrin. So then the Pasuk says that he Sasu declares, this is what you shall do for generations. The same way all of these individuals were necessary for the consecration of the Mishkan, they become necessary for the consecration and expansion of the Israeli Mishkan as well. Remember, so massive brother, lovely Zakasha, what's it for the Markola, Yusha, Moshe, Yusha, Mikasha, all of the utensils that Moshe would fashion for the Mishkan, ultimately the anointing when I can sanctify it. He was wondering when they made the beauty of the business fashion, something had to consecrate for mutual service. So Rabbi says like this one day, when Moshe Rabbeinu anointed everything with oil, Shemar that ultimately went ahead and designated them for service. You can't get anywhere, but that was only by Mishkan. But on, I will just say it wasn't anointing that went ahead and that designated them for service. Otherwise, it wasn't. It was service. It was the actual signet which went ahead and consequently and made it for a heavy purpose. So listen, just read that. Fascinating distinction. In the Mishkan, for Moshe Rabbeinu wanted to designate utensils for the sacred Mishkan service, anointing worked. Right? Anointing worked. So in the future, anointing didn't work. What worked? Usage. Why is that? Why don't you just say Rothschild? Right? The Pasuk said, why don't you say that whatever was done in Mishkan is the touch will be utilized ultimately against the future generation. That's what we just said. Right? The same way, it's a creation of the Mikdash, or it's not we learn from the consecration. Say whatever was done in Mishkan, follow this in the future. And therefore, the utensils of the Mishkan were designated or were consecrated to anointing, so to the utensils of the service should also be consecrated to anointing. Shine life around the God, by the Shechin, and by Kaddish also. It's different because by Mishkan it says that the anointed for the sake of life, so that the Shekha, although they don't ask for the Shekha, it was only those utensils ultimately again that were consecrated to anointing, but for future generations, it was not done that way. Ima also Mashiach, the Doros, all the Mashiach, all Rabbi, the responsible public for the Mishkan, those utensils ultimately referring to service through anointing, but for future generations, it's either through anointing or through service. I can't say the service, but because the Pasuk says in the future, that should be used there, which means that in the future, I will use the Mikdash, utensils are consecrated through service and not through Mashiach. Hashtag because of Moral Shas. Also, if that's the case, if the husband is saying that they need to be used, not be consecrated, why do some of them in myself anybody? You know, because of Moral Shas, and also they say of some, how do I mean that? How do you think the Mashiach? I would have thought like this. It wasn't a Mishkan where the way you put the utensils into service is further. The Doros for future generations, the Mashiach is the Adonai. That's in both anointing and usage. The Hakasa and the theme of sense. As the Pasuk does say, this is also this is what you shall do. Therefore, create Rahmana or son. Therefore, the Torah uses an exclusionary phrase as for son, of son of Mashiach, but not of the rest of Mashiach. It's not the utensils of the Mishnah, which are commissioned for use through anointing, but for future generations, it's not. Rather, what is it? It's usage. Also, before we go on, we just learned tremendous kinds of things. This is not that I'm asking you according to Rabbi, but there's a fundamentally different designation process for utensils for the Mishnah and for utensils. Now, what's fascinating about this is, even though there are so many things about the books of English that we learn how to find in Mishnah, apparently in this disorder, I don't know how we got here. What we got here was, how do we know the process for expanding security, or just for consecrating the experience of English? How do we know it? We learn from Mishnah. You see that the Mishnah was consecrated with the king of in the Kali, but it's the same person as Rothschild. And the Kali of who were the other people. And the sun that's right, it's used for the Mishkan, that's also used to expand the area of the Mishkan. But particular area of utensils was a fundamental difference in Mishkan. Utensils were put into service through anointing, and the Mishkan they were put into service through usage. Through service. It was like just a little bit like I did something really beautiful. It's why the distinction. Why the distinction? So also the distinction really goes in what simple fashion, which is the role of the tzaddik. The power that a tzaddik has on those around. This is the family so tolerant, unlike Bover, where again the whole day is focused on the power of tzaddik, of Rashid, right? From Shem Bayochai says, I need first color over. Go, I represent the entire world from liability. Right? Rabbi Akiva. What is it? In Mishnah, when there was Moshe Rabbeinu, when you have a tzaddik in your midst, when you have a shepherd, and you have a relationship with the tzaddik, that relationship endows the recipient of the relationship, so to speak. You can kind of do this. Just being connected to holy people by definition elements. So if you're a Moshe Rabbeinu, all the utensils you need is what? A little bit of yeshiva, and you're good to go. It just needs a little bit of an anointing, right? All you need is a little bit of anointing, and you're ready to go. Because that's the power of the tzaddik. When you have a shakir connection with the tzaddik, this kedusha ultimately spreads to you. And it is something which is good as it was. There was no Moshe. There was no Moshe. So what do you do when there is no Moshe? What do you need in order to kedusha? What do you need? Dynamic activity. Dynamic activity. With the tzaddik, sometimes just sometimes connections. That's why in Chassidus, there's such an emphasis, and we see this all the time, about being together with the tzaddik. Just attaching yourself to someone who's even being in proximity to that person. This kedusha rubs off on you. So when there's an issue there's an entire atmosphere of kedusha, and all that's needed is a little bit of anointing oil, and those utensils are ready to go. And it makes Hamikdash as holy as the Mikdash is. I don't have a Moshe. If I don't have a Moshe, I can still treat the kedusha, but it requires a lot more effort. Starting with this avodah misachas, and you need dynamic activity in order to use with forgiveness. Forgiveness is, as Jews, no matter what we do, we can always cling to the kedusha. That becomes good. No matter what, like guys are here, Hashem can Yisrael, Yisrael the Kiva, we have to become the best. But you do that, call Yisrael, why surprise or never worry? Because we can always find to be good, we can always find power. Call Yisrael despair, everything is going to be good. How do you get that kedusha? Depends on where you are. If you're a Moshe, then all you need to do is just attach yourself to a Rabbi and you are good to go. Just a little bit of extra effort will then bring about that kedusha. If there's no Moshe, okay, don't worry, you're still good. But just know it's going to take a little bit more dynamic activity to create that kedusha. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. So when it says kedusha told us, it says now I'm going through this process. Right, like going ahead and expanding the Christmas of the living fish. So now we bring two carbon told us. The Lord says, turn out, and let's remember again, a carbon told is a Thanksgiving offering. One of the most unique carbonos on earth. It's a very unique carbon. Number one, because it's very big. It's comprised of 40 loaves. Now, by definition, it's very big. Why? Because again, for 12 years, you want to do half of the carbons. No one person can finish up a carbon told by themselves. Right? No, you can't. It's not enough time to eat all of that. So what do you have to do by definition? You live on Goda, you gotta need a sudas hodah. You have to make your head. Because you're gonna sit in the next whole country when you bring your brother Goda. Usually when you've been saved from some type of life, okay, that's your reason for the Goda. So you gotta show yourself. Well, that's part of this consecration process. The newly expanded piece of the Israeli Tosh is you bring two tacos. So turn out. Straight on the show, the last one, global sun. So by the way, we speak like this, I do process. Like it seems like almost like the process is. The Mishnah doesn't say explicitly what it sounds like is you're taking the loaves, or so you're taking the carbon and you're walking like the perimeter of the shell and expect there is some flesh. So now you're going to see, by the way, what are you walking around with? You're walking around with the loaves, but not the meat. Like you're not taking the meat of the carbon you're taking the ones of the carbon So behind you, remember, so over the case of the crowd, the person says, Va'anida shtei todos gedolos, the Talmud calls the Yom Al Reforma. Because the person says, we are calling from the Chayat, which is actually taken out of how they deconsecrated the area for the second Semidesh. If they wanted to deconsecrate and extend, the Chayat explicitly says what they did. Va'anida shtei todos gedolos, I took the two large todos, the outer oval. So my gedolos, what does it mean with two large todos? What does that mean? Even though you if you want to say that So the Gemara says, name a part and just say, you got cows. I want to do this for you, but rather I think it must mean that we took a large number. Those will mean. So the Gemara says, but what does that matter? We can actually use it for Mishmaya. So it says, like, we think the number is important for the Mishmaya, which says, Ne'emar ba'olos be'ema, isha re'ef nifah. Like, by always getting that phrase, it says, I'll flip see all that's ha'of. Isha re'ef nifah. It says, please number 5, and all that's ha'of. Which is not even meat, right? It's just flour. Meal offering. Each shape re'ef nifah. So much like you notice, by the way, it uses the same portion of re'ef nifah. All kinds of words. What does this teach us? One of the most beautiful lessons in Yiddish. Here it is. Whether you do a lot or you do a little. So the end of the 12 is not looking at the size and the bottom of the carpet. What's he looking at? He's looking at your heart. He's looking at that much of that steady state. Right? What this doesn't mean is, you know what? The spark is not really good. And really showing up the chakras mentally. Like, all that matters is it was a really good chakras. No, that's not what it is. Right? Obviously, I have 613 right? And I'm obligated to go ahead and do all of that to the best of my ability. But what it doesn't mean is that we might sometimes be off precluded because of our circumstances from doing certain things. Here specifically, with carbohydrates. If I don't have money, I am precluded from doing certain types of carbohydrates. You got to find that because you have less means, material means at your disposal, that you are less than in the eyes of the sparkle, it's not the case. The Rothschild does not look at the size of the carbon, but rather he looks at the expansiveness of the heart of the Jew. Chazal also phrases in different ways say, Lachmana liba boy, Moshe wants my heart. More than anything, more than he wants a big carbon, he wants a big heart. It was one of the most beautiful things in Yiddish yes. You have to be able to go through the details, and yes, we're obligated to go ahead and be as careful with the details as we can be. But in those circumstances where we are precluded from doing things that we really want to do them, just know that the responsible looks for more than anything is your heart is your last like hello. So what does it mean to go there? So like we'll say some shadows. So like Nehemiah is sitting and brought 2 large tokens. So again, what does it mean? Hello, the Dover Shepherd. Rather, what it means is it brought the larger part of the carbon token. What does that refer to? My new comments. Now, we'll check. Carbon token has a very interesting feature. It's 40 rows. 40 rows, as we're going to see in just a little bit, it is the only carbon that has loads that are comments. Generally, zero comments and comments. It is the only carbon that has comments. So, what did they bring for the separation process? They used in the comments loads of the carbon. It's not Hatoda Isababu Kamish Sin Shamios. So again, they told the key from 5 Jerusalem cities, Sheish Shmidaros, which are the equivalent of 6 desert cities, Sheish Aphos, which is 2 Aphos, each nations. Ra'ifos Shvarosh City, and Aphos 3 city, in Isaro. So you might say Asara. Something that is 10 Isroros that were used for comments loaves. Nasara Benachunasa. And ultimately, again, it's 10 Isroros. So interestingly enough, so exactly half of the flour was used for comments loaves, and half of the flour was used for the matzah loaves. Because it's interesting. In the matzah, Shloshim, but out of the matzah loaves, they made 3 different batches of matzah loaves. What were they? Follows the Kikin Uruvim. Someone said, Rabbi, it turns out. How many loaves did Rabbi David is to how many loaves? 40. Interestingly enough, 30 of them were matzah, 10 of them were chametz. But volume-wise, it was the same amount. It was the same 10 esronos of flour for chametz as it was ultimately again for matzah. Just the difference is that matzah was baked into 3 types of loaves. Chalos were taken and were gone, whereas chametz was just made it to 10 loaves. So now, about that, just before we go on, so what does it mean when it said it brought the large part of the Torah? So obviously, the chametz loaves were bigger than the matzah loaves. Now again, right, total amount of flour used is the same for both. But the actual loaves of chametz were larger than the actual loaves of matzah, and those were the loaves that they used to go ahead. Those are the loaves that they used to consecrate and use the Yisrael. Incredible. Incredible. So once it's now, so remember, what we're doing so much showing, we're kind of putting meat on the bone in terms of what the process was. So now, I know with me when I'm using my two Torahs, it means I'm using the larger loaves of the Torah, namely the chametz loaves. I'm not about that, I'm not so this is interesting. So now, Rabbi Kama says that when we talk about using Torah loaves, that's for expanding the territorial area of Yerushalayim, the city of Yerushalayim. But if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you can use leftover mincha. We'll say, remember, what's leftover mincha? So we're doing leftover mincha. How much of the mincha goes in this there? How much? How much? Just the mitzvah, right? The rest of it goes to the Kohanim. That's called Shiyar mincha. So our Talmud says, if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you have to share in it. I know what to use it, right? To Yerushalayim. It's interesting because the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash is similar to the expansion of Yerushalayim. How so? My Yerushalayim, the Kadsha. So just like for instance, you're trying to use something that's eaten in the confines of Yerushalayim. What's an example of something eaten in the walls of Yerushalayim? What? A cover told. So just like we use that to the city, and Kadsha. So then they said, so the courtyards use something in the courtyards. I.e., the leftover part of the mincha. I after that they told me that there was happy balance thing that I don't go in the courtyard of the fish as well. So why not use the loaves of the Torah? I would choose Shalayim. My Mishnah Gabanech help all the rest of the lives. So it means it's like this. Just like to expand the area of Shalayim, you use something that must be eaten in Shalayim. And if you eat it outside of Shalayim, you invalidate it, meaning Lachmit Torah, like the Torah loaves. So to expand your Torah, ultimately you're going to use something that is only in the Azara itself, but even outside will become invalid. And what is that? That's ultimately again the leftover mikvah. The chametz, chametz. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not this part is fascinating, right? It's really fascinating because now, essentially, I know what it is. I'm going to use a carbon Torah, ultimately again, or the loaves of Torah. That's part of the process to that end. The municipality of Yerushalayim. Why Torah? Because I have to use something that can only be in Yerushalayim, can't be outside of Yerushalayim. So too, to expand this Hamikdash, I'm going to use something that can only be in the Hamikdash itself, but not outside. What we can use? Shiyar Mincha. We're not doing Mincha. That's what I just want to point out. We've done a lot of Gibor today. I just want to share everyone, right? There's no point that. But again, but small ways. So as that's the case, chametz, after chametz. So say that's the case. So again, if you're going to compare it, if you're going to compare it, then the process for expanding the Beis Hamikdash to Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim is just like before, what are you using? You're not just using the Torah loaves. Which Torah loaves are you using? What are you using? The chametz loaves. So to expand the Beis Hamikdash, you should have to use something that is chametz as well. So most of us, okay, this is Minchas chametz mikvah, there is no mincha that is chametz. Most of us, I said before, the karbanos are not chametz. The only exception to the chametz rule is a karban mincha. So where are you ever going to find the mincha that's chametz? Other place, if you cannot have not chametz rule, Shirayim B'Kadish rule, or maybe you said this, maybe take the leftover mincha, allow it to become chametz, and then use that to go ahead and consequently expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. So you can't do that. Let's say Kessel is 15 weeks second on down, great practice. Let's say all that chametz, Joko, now I have to make the chametz. So that's not going to work. Chametz like this. I think with Chalkov, we'll say all that chametz. Just like we said, let's remember again, you might have thought that after the pizza is offered up and the Kohen gets the leftovers of the mincha, maybe the Kohen should be allowed to do with the mincha whatever he wants. Kamash no, you can't. You can only go ahead and eat the shell. You have to go out and eat on chametz. So the question is, I'm on the low and not Pasha. listen, just as I'm trying to make it, we have to figure out if there's some way to utilize comments to expand the area of the base Hamikdash, to use this consecration process for the base Hamikdash expansion. So it's a lot of those, it's hashtag in the Kaddish scale left of that status. So there is another carbon that is another carbon that is Hamishke Halachem Archduus. Also, it is so down that the ultimately the true preparation for the church as much as almost zero is the preparation for Shulis, but the preparation begins on Rock Moment. So incredible again, we just had a Shulis reference, how Rock Moment is incredible. So what I should see is what about that is comments. I actually didn't have to but that is you should do actually like whatever. What's in our watch face? So what's this now again? Here's what we're doing, right? So you might be explaining we're going to use the comments modes of Todah to go ahead and expand the area of each. So now we're saying also we're going to use a couple minchal to go ahead and expand the area. So it doesn't have to be minchal. It just has to be everything that needs to be eaten in the confines of the Mikdash. But I'm trying to find something comments. This way again the process is growing. So the says, let's use the Stella, which is the unique carbonic offering for Shulis, which was comments. Use that. The Gemara says it's not going to work. I'll tell you why. What should I do? Usually in the Kachin Asmo, simply say, let's build the base, which means let's extend the base of Mikdash on Erev Shavuos, on Erev Yom, and therefore consecrate the loaves of the Shtealef and Erev Shavuos as well. That's not going to work. Why? Shtealef and Shlitas plus even Kachin. Because remember again, where the two loaves become consecrated? Only when what? Only when you shaft the carbon. When is the carbon shafted? When is it shafted? On Yom Tov itself. And if it's shafted earlier than Yom Tov, ultimately the carbon is invalid. Right? So you need an estimate with a catch it. So you go with right when we said, no, extend the Mikdash way on Erev Yom Tov and consecrate it now, the loaves now on Yom Tov. Right? And Kiddush, the Shas HaBeinish. That's not going to work. Why? Because you need, whatever you want, I need the consecration of the expanded area to take place at the time that the new area is actively being expanded. In other words, you can't build now and consecrate later. You have to consecrate at the actual time of building. You need the Yom Tov and actually be on top of that. So let's expand the area of the base of Mikdash on Yom Tov itself. Expand it on Yom Tov. And then you have the actual loaves of the Shtealef. So let's get the area. Place in Mikdash Broken Yom. As important as expanding and building the base of Mikdash is, it's not Broken Yom. Doesn't say Halacha. You shall be the most significant in the Kachin. So let's go ahead. So okay, fine. Leave over. So offer up the Shtealef on Shavuos, and then leave over the loaves. For after Shavuos, and then after Shavuos, go ahead and build out the base of Mikdash, and use the loaves for that. To which the Gemara says, if somebody believe it, it's not going to work. Why? Because again, the loaves themselves will become disqualified to be left off it, okay? And if you remember, they get shy in the foot, the art the Kaddish over the altar, you will not check. So I we know the Gemara says, go ahead, build, expand the areas in English area, but don't finish it. Leave over a little bit, ultimately again until what's in them. Right? And then on what's in them, before the loaves become possible through the lead, go ahead and use the loaves to consecrate the lead. There we go. It doesn't work. You can't make it any percent. That's fascinating. You must. I'm not buying 9 shit though. That makes it a survival. But we're going to make any percent. And now, if you don't, yes, I'm just on the day that they are acting Mishnah. Yom Nakivo, or Laila is Nakivo. By day, you can put up the Mishnah. At night, you cannot put up the Mishnah. Still talk about Ashad. Therefore, there is no way ultimately again to use any comments. Ultimately, for the dedication of the expansion of the base of the State of us and what we have to. So remember that we now understand that there's 2 distinct processes. one for going ahead to expand the area of Yerushalayim Kodesh, and one for expanding the area of the Yisrael Mikdash. What do you use for the expansion? So there's many pieces, but both of them require the use of korbanos, right? Sacrificial items. What type of sacrificial items? Type of sacrificial item that you only do in that particular area, not outside. So in Yerushalayim, you use total loaves. Total loaves. Why? Because total loaves can only be used in Yerushalayim itself, not outside the walls. If you move it outside the walls, it's possible. Which total loaves do you use for the concentrated expansion of the city? Chametz. How many chametz loaves out of the 40? 10. What do they refer to as the large loaves? The same volume of flour. For the chametz and the non-chametz, all of you again, the non-chametz, the not so much as 30 loaves, and of 3 types. Chametz is only one type of the 10 of loaves. What are you going to use for the expansion of the base English itself? So we're going to use Shiyar and Mincha. Shiyar and Mincha. Leftover Mincha B'Kohanim is the Kabbalic item that is used for the ritualistic expansion of the base English. Why not use chametz as well? Simple returns. You can't find something that is chametz to use in that case. I would say, go out, tremendous play. Stop where it was until they come interactions. Tomorrow's down. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So like Granita, some need for a shop for everything in there. I would say, tremendous week. So stories all of you. A good shot. All right, that's it. I think it's just all right. It's a strong casual with the Shabbos, the Chofetz, casual with the Shabbos as well. Share them next week. All right, I want to say good morning, good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's debate. Our annual sponsor, Chelsea Roberts Israel, for dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drushes this year as its course for the Zohar Tabos from Israel. Our Talmud sponsor, Rabbi, our Talmud Shmuel, Rabbi Rabbi, the creation of the United States, Shmuel's father, Leonard Mikra Ben Yecheskel, our coins of Rabbi Barrett. Our all of the shares like the families and all of those people who share the conformity, so construction, the former hostages. Shalom and the call of our hope soldiers should be successful to call a massive people. That will let us be allowed to be today about Hashem. Great God, I want to leave that is 2014. We have to talk about Hashem on the people of the ladies. Okay, we pick up the euro base, but we left off actually one Rabbi Hudipi, which is 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. our Kohanim Malkinos Mikdash Mikdash. So again, at this point, the Mishnah is not disputing, right? The Mishnah is not disputing. The Mishnah is highlighting the following idea. It's in the same way that when it comes to Tumas Mikdash Mikdash, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of Kabbalah, right? Let's go back to history. So let's Tumas Mikdash Mikdash. I enter into the Mikdash and sleep tomorrow without realizing it, right? Or I consume Kodesh and sleep to without realizing it. How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be told for that the power of your people. If you are Israel, you're going to atone for that through the good application of inner seer, inner code. So the Shimon says, just like when it comes to Torah, there's a different application for an Israel and for a Kohen. So too. I'm sorry. You should say this second is here, but I'm not saying from the thought you saw to the social connection. Custom of how much I'm going to have to the connection. You should be shall see on the Shkaya and the Fabra on the Swamp Shara videos in the same way that the confession is your Shkaya, which is the code that is saying that moments. The same way that confession goes for crops for all general videos. So too. So too, the confession of the power will take care of all other averos for the Kohen. So what's happening over here? This is really quite fascinating. So in furthering my focus, it's going to be Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of Kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon says like this: we see here that Kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different from Kohen and Yisrael. The Mishnah says, therefore, the framework for Kapara for all Averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Israel. So what is that? So let's go through this. So the Mishnah's model. So for Tumah, Israel are atoned through the inner sphere, and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shar Averos, Israel are atoned for through the confession of the Sirah Mishtabeach, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession of the power. That's the Mishnah's model. So therefore the Mishnah is still Kohanim Israel have two different avenues of Kabbalah and Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only difference between Kohanim and Israel is the level of Tumah. Right? And everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? That Kohanim will be told for through the power, and Israel will be in a sphere. But for all other Averos, according to the Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim and Israel are atoned for through Israel Mishtabeach. It's a fundamental focus in the framework of Kapara. We get on Rabbi Shimon, so for Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The concept that we just quoted, it creates a commonality in Kapara. It creates a certain common thread for Kapara. So this is behind all of the Kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of Kapara that are folding in a parallel sense for Kohanim and for Yisrael. So let's go over there. So Tzimar says, my question is, how is there commonality? Did we Kapara in you must eat? How can I get so it's like this. But the blessing is as follows. There's Kapara for everybody. That's really beautiful. Right? There's Kapara for everybody. So whether you're going, maybe Israel, whatever you are, there's Kapara for you. That's the commonality that the Kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of Kapara. Incredible. So that's my hope. Because in my time there, tradition. So I finished the project. Right? But so again, I won't say the same word. Let's talk about everybody agrees. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah Kapara is the same. Right? In other words, I should say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Israel are atoned for the inner seer and go on through the power. It's both offense and Kippur. Okay, so we're going to focus. And the focus is really about the seer Rothschild. In the Rabbi's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone's up for in seer Rothschild for all items. In the Shimon's model, Israel are atoned for the seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. Specifically the figure of the power. Okay? So you might have to Shimon. So specifically, why is that Shimon? Is not mechaber for Kohanim. Yafsid the lokach eshne seer. He said, "What's it? The lokach eshne seer." So the pasuk says, "You take the two goats." Remember, this is the look. Remember, what are the two goats? One is the seer outside the flame, like what we call the seer, the hashes, and you offer that as a korban. And the other is the seer outside, pointing to the cliff. So the Moses says, "This seer and the the seer outside the flame." So the Torah equates the two seer. The Torah equates the two goats. The goat is off the cliff, and the goat is down inside the seer Hashem. Seer Hanasa Lefim. So just like the inner seer is not mechaber for Kohanim. Remember, I want to say everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash Vekadashot, for cloud, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't have Kohanim, so where it says already doesn't sound mechaber for Kohanim in Russia, but today Asher La'am, because the concept is specifically that inner seer is for the Am. Who's the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisrael. So to Am seer, so again, so the Shema says, so too, the outer seer, is not mechaber for Kohanim as well. So essentially, we'll say this is fascinating. So what the machine's model is going to be predicated on is like this: the Torah itself creates equality between the what is that equality? Essentially, the same way that the Sirah said that the Hebrews and Sirah said is not mechaber on Kohanim, because it's only mechaber for the Tumah for Yisrael. So to the Sirah is not mechaber for Kohanim as well. It's only mechaber for the Averos of Yisrael. That's very Shemi's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, so what does Rabbi do? Now again, what does Rabbi do with this comparison between the two seers? What is he doing that? Rabbi Buddha, I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shemihu, Shavim, Benaya, with a coma, with a double Dasa. Because he's going to create an equality between the seer and seer, it would have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it doesn't mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect Kapara. So it's really fun, fascinating, fundamental focus. And I can always say, what's really incredible about this is, here's the beauty. What's the beauty of this, my focus? If you watch the good news, everyone is getting Kapara. Don't worry, don't lose sleep. Everyone is getting Kapara. And the focus is on the religion mechanism of that kapara. So once again, what's this cry? So that he himself is holding. Essentially, every single atones for everyone, for all Averos. Everyone for all Averos. So where is the distinction? The distinction is only one area, namely Tumah. Tumah for Yisrael, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the pad. Rabbi Shimon essentially said the same way that Kohanim and Levium, say the Kohanim are distinct from Yisrael for Tumah, so too Rabbi Shimon just says they're distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, they're not included in the Sinish Galea, rather they get their kapara for Shara Avidos from the deeply on the part. Incredible. She was a non-Jew who choose the author of the Bible idea to shut out Asira Katas Asherah. So the Pasuk says, the Kohen will shut the Asira Katas that is for the nation. This is clear significant. Clear significant. Sheina Kohanim is Kapan. Kohanim cannot achieve Kapara through this seer. So in words, the people not this Kapan. So how do they achieve Kapara? The Bible says specifically what kind of the Bible talks about it. It has this is Kapara. So what's the Paro Shel Aaron? They get it only through the Har of Aaron. Okay? So what's in the home? One is Kapara of Shel Aaron. You have to get Kohanim of Kohanim. Cannot get Kapara through the Har of Aaron. After all, Shoy Kvaidemar, because the possibility says Asher Lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the Har of Aaron, what does the Pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the Har of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron, to which the Gemara says, Yata, Shena Ipan Asher Lo, Yata, Ibn Kabara. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara through the seer on that side of him, inner seer, and they don't get kapara through the power of Aaron, the power of the problem. Where do Kohanim get kapara from? So the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Yichaber Ala Kohanim, where the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power, speaking about the power of the Kapara Kohanim, but Seer Lahem Kapara. I'm sorry, I should give it again. I can't myself. When the Pasuk says Kapara Kohanim, the Pasuk says that it's Kapara from the Kohanim. So when Seer Lahem Kapara, you see that where did they get Kapara? I wanted to get Kapara from, but not in this Kapara. Mutam She's Kapara, the Parsha Aaron, Shai Husam Yifrano, it's what they saw. It makes more sense that Kohanim will get Kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because it was interesting enough, as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Sherbo, that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the so to what? So to other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. Vayis Kapu B'Seir Ha'Naseh B'Fnim Shelo Chotam B'Chlalo Eitzel Beisal. But Kohanim will not be included in inner seer, where no exception is made for any member of the Kohanim family. That's why, like, in Nafshech Lohan, if you like to say, Halei Omer takes Aaron B'Vuas Hashem, makes Harivu B'Vuas Hashem, Yu'ei Hashem B'Vuas Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this possible. I will say it's not an easy proof here what that proof is. You must go to explain the rights and how whatever will come. So you must one time. If you want to this, or a year you have to look at Buddha. It's not like Buddha. Why not? Because it was say what did the rights say? The rights say that Kohanim on the other tones for keeps saying Shaleach. Now if you study Buddha, deep to Buddha or Kohanim, you shouldn't have part of the same Shaleach. And if you look at again, that Buddha holds that even Kohanim are told for through the Seer Mishkan. You must so who's it being is it? Rabbi Shimon, you must be Shimon. Rabbi Kohanim, even Kapara is from Mishkan. Because again, I'm sure that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through Mishkan, rather than according to Rabbi Shimon. Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? On the power. Rabbi is not necessary. It cannot be done. The vice giving that the house saw it, that was to say, hey, I told you that they can't call it to us because the Gadashah, you might have thought that we could take Kohanim, Kohanim had no connection, so for power, for very much. So you might use it for the Hora, for Thomas Gadashah, the Gadashah, she already the fact that Allah Kohanim, when the Pasuk says, no one achieved atonement, but see you, she reached the Kapara B'Sharaderos. You do find that Kohanim will have Kapara for others. So say, last line, you know the beliefs. She spoke about the Sharaderos, and the same with the Kohanim of Kapara. For other Averos, Kav, in the Ishtan Kapara, top of the Dalit, the Tumas, the Gadashah, the Gadashah. So therefore, again, I'm assuming that the Torah tells us, or you will say, the Torah doesn't tell us how, or explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieved Kapara for Sharaderos. So the same that Kohanim are going to get Kapara for Sharaderos, they also should what? Get Kapara for Tumas, the Gadashah, the Gadashah. I probably got in 14a. First enter the first part, early the first line. I have a man in this cabin. I have a count to go on in chief kapara. Mutam she's copied the parasha Aaron. It makes sense that at least for Torah, it should be covered under. It should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Shakutam Niklalo Itzel Mixel. Because Havok there's already an exception, even though again, if the Torah calls the power of Aaron a share of which makes it so that it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to us. Also include other Kohanim. In other words, by his Kabbalah B'Sar Nasa B'Fim, share the book of the Chorah. So it makes more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, where there's already an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, where there's no allowance for other Kohanim, rather again, it's clearly to function for this family. The Nafshech Haloma, if you like to say, hold on, for the addition that tells us in case Aaron B'Vuas Hashem, not in the Nafshech Haloma, what is exactly in my room that really was? I'll take my think about it. And so, you say, well, how can you do that? The Pasuk says that the power is only works for who? For Aaron and which sounds like he's in the family. So how can you include that's Quran and how can you choose the rest of Quran? Think of Ado. What's the answer? He says, Quran, so all Kohanim are called family of the Aaron. Where do you go? That's from Shemar. It's Aaron. Who's based Aaron? Who's based Aaron? That's God, right? All Kohanim see here. When Torah makes the ultimate again for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement for the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire incredible. So, you know, it's Shema based on Hashem. You may have Shema above was Hashem. Incredible. So the word is high the high. Hashem Allah also. One second, is that phrase Hashem Allah? I will say that I want to suggest before that because of Christ, still not set of faith. The right, the most of our interceder says Asher La'am B'Badi B'Tabastini. It only works for atonement for Israel, but not for Kohan. Interesting. It's coming to exclude Kohan. Because it's very interesting to Russia, but it's generally with these types of Russia's work, generally Israelis are excluded from Kohan. Here it's fascinating to see Russia, where Kohanim are excluded from Israel. Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called which is fascinating. Fascinating in and of itself. That is, I want to point out something incredible. That as much as there is Kedushas Kavod, it's something better than Kedushas Kavod. Sorry, Kohan. Right? You know what's better than Kedushas Kavod? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is what it's called now again. It doesn't call them more part of Kedushas Am. But it's something. It is ultimately again the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about Kedusha of the Kehuna that the masses don't have. Everyone has their own unique Kedusha. Similar to like that, obviously, that's right about I showed I'm not using ourselves. Or say, is that things comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that the Kohanim are excluded from the Sir, not said the thing? So much the honey that come up now, eat the arm. That must be necessary for something else. That the money for the Sir, not said the thing, has to come from the communal coffers. So I was supposed to say, if I come along and I say, you know what, I need to something. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Right? Dedication opportunity to this and to sponsor the Sir and Asada of Yom Kippur. I say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the word says, sorry, not open. Taken. It's got to come from communal funds. Which means that it's fascinating that it's now why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from here. Which let's say is fascinating. So there's a place, actually there's a lot of places, private donations, right? But there are certain things that have to come from the city. Certain things that all need to get involved in and cannot be carried by anyone individual. So you need the when it's at the cover comes from that means that the cover is from communal funds. That's what it's called. I write it to cover up one of the they are. And you want to say, you are the apple. You can do the things you must do. That's a different source. So you want to say, that's so not from the face of the inside that's going to be so. But the cover has to come from a gas spirit. So the high Asher also the most of us that does that phrase Asher competition. They have a race only the coin, like only the coin achieves Kapara. Who is power? So much is highly important. You guys show up for something that's good sign up. And you should know who you shall support. That was interesting. And you see that the Syrian said the interview with Yom Kippur has to come from the funds, cannot be part of the sponsor. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. Where it says, when Rabbi shall see one, she has seen this pattern about Rabbi shall have a you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal funds, you know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect communal It's not like being a kapara. But perhaps you can get a collection amongst this fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that way. Since Kohanim did get kapara from it, Asher no. Therefore, the pasuk says no. Even as we've established that the power will atone for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. Yahoo, no Yohi, in the kosher. See what I'm saying? Okay, ideally, the Kohen Gadol should not bring the power that is not paid for by his own money. If he brought that kind of power, he should still be kosher. We're not sure Asher no. So then the pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol. Saying, Shana Allah Akosov La'akim. Also, something says something twice is to teach you what? That it's in Kuba, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. Therefore, again, it's not just that like a kilo of the power should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with this money, and if it's the part itself is going to be possible. Times very much as kind of hard to concussion. This is what the down about it. Nice to know that the arm the law, why is it that they open up again? Why is it that open the arm is not what nice to know that why is it that I'm not going to raise up that you can include the cap. You were said the law costs you in my moment. I share land. This is incredible. Cannot achieve kapara and something you cannot spend money on. This is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara for something you cannot spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not going to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say we claim it. We see this kind of many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true Baal Shalom? It's too early now, to be honest. Right? What stands in our way of not becoming true Baal Shalom? It's we're not really not willing to give up things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, all this sincere desire to be a desire to change my life. I'm just willing to let go of certain things that are holding me back. As I love the term, what is it called? It's called Total Shayats Biyada. All of us have our shreds in our life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, make you sinful, or make you just detrimental. Right? And I know, but you are that, right? I'm strutting off to the front, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm thinking, and it represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing right. And it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shrugs. As long as you hold on to the sharats, you can go for the most beautiful picture. You can engage in almost positive people that are in your life. And it'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere until I let go of my shrugs. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my beings so I can leave myself for as much as. Do you know how I know that Israelis are not included in the kapara of the Kai? Do you know how I know that? It didn't cost them anything. And if it costs you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. It requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, sacrifice of the shrubs and stuff that I don't know for a very long time is actively holding me back. Again, most like the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our shrubs. Now, the good news is, even if you don't, even if you never let go of your shrubs, you can accomplish great stuff in life. You accomplish, but you never fully step back from it. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm easy to let go of the stuff. And at the end of it, what it's like? It's like living in a sleeve in the shirt, right underneath the area when you're tired. Something happens to me. I wish I could be the only person up there. I get God. So someone might say, most interesting about it is you have to look around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tire lies straight, I'm good to go. I mean, like I turn a little too easily to something else, like right here. It's right there. To me, it's not really become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what can I do? What could I do? I can change my shirt, right? I can't do much. I had to wear it for 4 days, you know, and I kind of like, you know, I'm really good. Like, when you come to go to custom form, you know, everything is nice, everything is fine, sets up me. As long as the car remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. Now, say it's a tremendous metaphor, like we said, it's pretty clean shirt. It's pretty clean shirt, right? The sort of you don't have to worry about the position of the tie. But I like it. Kind of got used to it. And kind of like being become one. You know, so eventually you go through life like that so much and hold on to those thoughts and we just never let go. Instead of realizing that I can accomplish and escape and I look nice and look fine, instead of fighting courage to like go and start to make the sacrifice. Let go of something, make yourself forward. So much as that's how you know nothing about the young. So much as the honor of that, broke up us in the mode, because hold on to the so I go and check what that is. Because just think about it, because I do a kapara, not chief kapara through the car. I get it. You can't spend any money on it. So what's going on? So you might say because for the so this one understand how you so you do. You got a lot of speculation makes sense. That's why it says in 2 Hebrews, like these 2 Hebrews, like also the one I show the car. That can make see enough. So what I find in the secret. The calculated sound asset corresponding to the outer. She don't let the reliable one. She don't let the reliable one. She don't be for the one who is reliable. In other words, what's that? The Kohen Gadol is the architect from Kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, only makes it the architect of Kapara, like the city, the quarterback. That's the architect. Like this one's the architect. Quarterback kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the quarterback himself is not kapara, having the head, and if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it out of kapara? Which also, in and of itself, is a good focus on us. But if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. Want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So let's say ultimately I get that time. So okay, so yeah, we have a ton of information over here. So we saw like how to pass it. And there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in this file that we did up, they got these shimmy our passing. Specifically what some of these comes out is as follows. What's the point of contention that we do shimmy? See that right? You see that central cliff. Does that only come from Israel? That's Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Israel, not Kohanim. Kohanim get their kapara for the time. Or to see the kapara for everyone. That's Rabbi Shimon. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreed on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Israel are atoned for through the Israel, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shed is what the seed. So here it is. The much awaited, fully anticipated, or long awaited, much anticipated Rambam. Simish Dalea. So let's say, first of all, Rambam said when it comes to Simish Dalea, the Rambam writes, Simish Dalea. The picture kapar the Kol Yisrael, Kondog of the Stad, Allah, Allah, Shakar, so Shkema, the Stad, God is Kol of Israel. Simish Dalea, the Chater, Al Kol Avilos Sheva Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Avilos. Yimon says, Akaros, Vakamuros, in text of Eros, Wesley Hangoros, Zono, Shogeg, she knew about it, you know about it, everything is atoned for through Shuvah. That was the other that Rambam says, and it told everyone. So he asked me at the end of the day, like Rabbi Kudo, the Service atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam added a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? Also, so sorry, no keeper. Right, so this goes back to yesterday's time. Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember, the Rabbi said it's Sumo Shel Yom Echad, the essence of the Day of Atonement. Rabbi, even if you don't die, even if Rabbi, it's even better, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do a lot on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. But I want to say, yes, it atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through tshuva. But I'm not asking like that. I'm not like that. I don't know. I see a different the most powerful day of the world. But the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Now, let's say, you see yourself, something like you say, oh, it's kind of what am I not? No, so just understand, this that works in our finger. This works in our finger. Why does it hurt? Because the Rambam says the next halacha is a shame is a nifresh kalim. Meaning on the mizbeach kapara. So remember again now that unfortunately there is no nifresh, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, ein sham shuvah. Shuvah mechaperes kol averos. So remember again, I will say, as beautiful as it was to make this position, that ultimately I think it's so shagam that the day itself atones. Even according to Rabbi, that atonement was unlocked through the sea through Sumo Shalach, which means as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have on both sides, even in the actions of the Beis Hamikdash, the Rambam says, we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the Sikra Self. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when you can access to that most powerful force in the world, any time you want. The Sikra Self you won't see that. I'm not kidding. If we're not going to the Kodesh HaEloshim, we won't see that. If you would like to access the most powerful force in the universe, you need Tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. I do what's that fellow. I like to have Shmashali. Mazel tov, mazel tov. But I'm not the second choice. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. The Jews have come up. Shine out. So once it's not actually, this is a repeat of yesterday's, sorry, the first mission. So back to tomorrow. I know you totally know it's tomorrow. We're not. So what's the count? Tomorrow everywhere. So it says as follows. You feel it's not tomorrow. Remember again, or there are two biblical cases that are really for. Now again, what are you? We're experts. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are, I forgot when I was Tameh, but I remember it. So again, two cases, right? I became Tameh, I forgot, I entered into Mikdash, I remember afterwards that I was Tameh. When I became Tameh, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, and I remembered afterwards that I was Tameh. Okay, two biblical cases. So what we call parallel Torah. I forgot that I was coming. Four cases. One of the two more cases. I remember that I was coming, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Beis Hamikdash. Or I remember that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately then become four. So you want to kind of just elaborate on it. So again, I became coming. I knew that I was coming. I don't remember that I forgot. Now I'm not to look. It's not that I said Kodesh, but I remember that from the Beis Hamikdash. Right? Or never or ultimately I forgot about that. Which is up, I remember you talking about now I'm going to say or I forgot about both of them. Rothschild, I said Kodesh, and I consumed Kodesh for the Yadon, and I didn't know only Sha'ak on Yadon, and then after I did the Kodesh, I remember how they said, but older you know that I won't say so. Okay, the rest of that excuse me, which that's like 40 weeks, which we have to do with the cases, it's any elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case, whether it's the idea of the Tchila, the idea of the self. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of Tuma awareness. I knew I was coming, I forgot, I entered the Beis Hamikdash, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I did Kodesh, remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4 interpretive cases. I remember, I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the Mikdash, and then I remember. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I knew corners in the Kodesh. In all of those cases, when there's awareness beginning and end, right, it lapse in the middle, the liability is what we call a carbon over, which is the carbon as a single offering that is based on your finances. Right? If you have money, you want to have on top of all this. And if you go all the way down to the price level, the highest level is going to be the Himot, and the lowest level is a Mincha. That's the range. So when you are the person who can come in, and you fight the honor and that's very nice. You do this. Never in the Mikdash, or you forgot to do the Mikdash, is up to Tumah, you remember the Tumah. Never in the Sabbath, we forget about both of these things. The Mikdash, the Lord Yadon, and wait for Mikdash, and what's over there. You should not see that. When you're not Mikdash, you become aware. Then they go over here. Again, if you want to say come here, you give the Tila awareness, the beginning awareness in the end, and have and forgetfulness, relax awareness in the middle, results in cover over the other. Next. So now, interestingly enough, it's actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the Mikdash, the state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes Mikdash. Echad HaMikdash LaHasara, so whether you enter into the court of the Mikdash, Echad HaMikdash LeKoseh HaHasara, or let's say you enter into an addition. So just the idea now that technically speaking, ways to extend the temple compound. Okay? But it's a process. It's a process. So let's say Christ from besides the Sanhedrin decides we want to expand the sanctification, expand the footprint on the sanctification. Okay. How do you add on to the sanctification? So it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add, if you add on, you want the additional area of the sanctity of the sanctification. How does that happen? It's incredible. Whereas the She'en will seek Allah here, Allah Ta'ala. So simply, by the way, Yerushalayim is very incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you do that. Now again, if I expand Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand the municipality. I want to expand ultimately into Kedusha of the city, to develop what the staying areas as well. So in order to do this, the only people who do this are the Melech, Rabbi, the Jim, the Sanhedrin shall ship Me'echad. So again, the end of this process, but this is very incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis HaMikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Urim and Tumim, which remember again is the 72-letter name of the prophet that goes into the fold, right? That's the breastplate of the cross of my novel, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, when you all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, the Sheet. will say good morning and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's page. Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shmuel Israel. I dedicated all of the shiurim and drashos this year, as it is a course for Besoros Kavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors from the month of Iyar, Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi, the invention of the yardstick of Shmuel's father, Leonard Rabbi, Luca, and the festival our colleagues of Rabbi who merit. Our comments are all of the Rishon Saga, the families in the Talmud, all of those in the future that will come forward. So the top trainers that should be Homer has and show them the color of all the soldiers should be successful with all of us say we think. But in fact, we'll let us speak a lot. You tell me about Hashem? Greek God, I was telling God 8, Yud Kali 14. We're picking up the answer Hashem on you give it on the release. Okay, we pick up the euro race, and we left off actually running Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, about 15 lines down the 12 dots. So just a very quick review. Remember again, we're now focusing on the end of our issue. And essentially, the Lord put that as follows: that Yudah, or who's the view reflecting the Mishnah, says as follows. Now, when it comes to study Kabbalah, it comes like that as the goat that is thrown off. So, Halacha, when I say again, that goat is Mechaber forever. All of this, and ultimately, I can happen for everyone. So that's Kohanim, Yisraelim, even Kohen brother. So where it lies, it lies is the Kapara of, let's say, for example, the Kohanim. That lies in one very specifically, and maybe plus Mikdash Hadashah. And if there's any type of traffic regarding that is Mikdash, instead of tomorrow, so Kodesh instead of tomorrow, so Kohanim Kapara through the power, and the Israelim find Kapara through the inner city. So that's in this Kapara of Kohanim showing the people, but for everything else, everyone is covered by Sasha. By the way, these two reasons for the first reason. Remember, as Sasha, between the north and the second, the wilderness, or the sea and the Shalea. You see that it's set. It's the same animal, same color. Okay, beautiful. So Gemara says, money ready will be. Who's in this? If I decided to do this sign, here we go. That's Hakodesh. Sorry, the Hebrew is Mikdash. Hakodesh is a friend of the so it was required to do as follows. First, the process. I am the again, and going to go through it as follows. The process as easy. The Hebrew is Mikdash Hakodesh. That's all I'm going. So we want to turn from Mikdash Hakodesh maybe to the husband entirely. And that's Armoy, and also the oil boy, which is very strong in this discussion. That's Hamizbeah and the altar. The Chaper, ultimately what we're doing, Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal Ba'altzak, Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal Yichaper. Now the Kohanim and the Takila will be atoned. Now the Gemara breaks up this passage. Here we go. So the Gemara says, the Hebrew is Mikdash HaKodesh. Yeah, this refers to similar infractions that occur inside of its Mikdash. As Armoy, which is in family, as Armoy. That Mikdash, then the first thing they call is Be'ah, Mashmal. So all these refer to different similar infractions that we occur in different parts of this Mikdash. Yichater, you realize all this. Because the other is Kohanim, Mashmal, Am HaKahal, who's HaKahal, Ilu Israel. Yichater will be told. Ilu Haladir, versus Kushlu, Kumut Lekapora Akos, Shemiskat Israel Mishtareh, Shar Against the So what's happening here? The process is establishing the spirit of the call, Kapora Shamagala. Meaning that all members of Al Yisrael, Kapora in the same way. Which Kapora is that referring to? It's referring to the Kapora for all general others. All general others, that must remember again, all general others is everything except tomorrow. So for all general others, all of Klal Yisrael is atoned for in the same way. Which way is that? Severe Hadashaya. Don't that sent over there. That's how we do that. But Shimon says no, Shimon disagrees. He says Kashim Shekan Sayah and Asa the Chaper Akilas Mikdash Hadashah. So Shimon says So again, essentially what we're finding over here, this by are just two different kapara numbers. That's the most important for the section. Like this, it's really serious. He says, the same way, she shut down the severe in the same way that halacha makes the seer of the seer, the dam of the seer master of the again. That's the inner in the same way that halacha makes and the dam of the inner goat is the chavesh of the inner chava of Klal Yisrael of the Jews. Israel al Shumas Mikdash Vekadosh for certain attractions have done having al Shumas Mikdash Vekadosh. So again, at this point, the machine is not disagreeing, right? For a machine saying like this, the machine is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Thomas Mikdash Vekadosh, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of Kapara. So let's go to the Mikdash Vekadosh. Enter into the Mikdash and state of Torah without realizing it, or I go ahead and I consume Kodesh and state of Torah without realizing it. How do you achieve Kapara for that? How do you achieve Kapara for that? Depends. What is it? On who you are. If you're a clean, you're going to be atoned for that to the power of the Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to atone for that through the what application of the inner seer, the inner goat. So she says, just like when it comes to Tumah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry. Set down the server. Nelson, if you have a shot, after my father, I got to finish the Russia. Okay, she shall see on the Shkarek, the Fabra, how you saw the Shara for those, in the same way that the confession, the Sarah Shkarek, which is the code, that is set out for this, in the same way that that confession, at least for Klal Yisrael, for all the Shemar Raberos, so too, God. So too, the confession over the power will take care of all other averos for the Kohanim. So what's happening over here? This is quite fascinating. So we finally went over this between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying like this: in the same way that kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different for Kohanim and Israelim. Rabbi Shimon says, therefore, the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Israel. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned through the inner sphere, and Kohanim through the power. So for Shara averos, Yisraelim are atoned through the giving confession of the Siyah and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the power. That's what Yisrael's model. So therefore, Yisrael and Kohanim Yisrael are two different avenues of kapara on Kippur for everything. For everything. Now, okay, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disputes. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between Kohanim and Yisrael is the level of Tumah. Right? That everybody's agreed on Tumah. That Kohanim is the point for power, and Yisrael is the inner sphere. But for all other averos, according to Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim and Yisrael are atoned for through the Mishnah. It's something much more just in the framework of kapara. Incredible. Or Rabbi Shimon, how about that? Which my issue. So Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The passage that we just quoted clearly creates a commonality in kapara. It's a certain common theme, a common thread for kapara. All of the problems are in the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's distinct avenues of kapara that are unfolding like in a parallel sense for Kohanim and for Yisrael. So what's going on over here? What the Gemara says, my question is, how is there commonality? The kapara means so it shows like this. But the pasuk is saying as follows: there's kapara for everyone. That's actually a beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. So whether you're going a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you want, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens? Everyone has their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. Gemara says, that's not hoax. He wants a nighttime tradition. So what tradition is logic? Right? Let's again, I won't say essentially what it is not even. Let's start with everybody agrees. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Come on. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah Kapara is distinct, right? I should say distinct. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Israelim are atoned for the inner seer and Kohanim for the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. Okay, so we realize the Machlokas. The Machlokas is really about the seer of ourselves. And with this model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for the seer of ourselves for all Averos. In the Shivas model, Israelim are atoned through the seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power, specifically the figure of the power. Okay? So you might have Rabbi Shimon. So specifically, why is the Rabbi Shimon holds that the Sawyer is not the carpet for Kohanim? If Sid, the Lokach Eshne Asir, is the Lokach Eshne Asir. So the Pasuk says there's only two goats. So remember again, this is remember what are the two goats? One is the Sir outside the flame, like what we call the Sir Hashem, that's going to be offered up as a carbon. And the other is the Sir Azazel, going to be pushed off the cliff. So he says, Istish, Sir Nishtalea, the Sir outside. So the Torah equates the two Sir, the Torah equates the two goats. The goat that's pushed off the cliff. And the goat that's down on the inside, the Sir Hashem, Nasir, Hanasa, so just like you see there, it's not the copper for Kohanim. Remember, I want to say everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash Vekadashah, for Israel. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so the Lord says, it doesn't sound like Kohanim for the Russia, you see that the positive specifically. That inner seer for the is the context. The obvious context is Israel. So to our seer, so we should say so to the outer seer, it's not mechaber for Kohanim as well. So essentially, this is fascinating. So what the Mishnah's model is really trying to know is like this: the Torah itself creates equality between the seer. What is that equality? Essentially, the same way that the Siyana said the thing, you don't see that shed. It's not Mechaber for Kohanim. It's just only Mechaber for the Tumah. So to the Siyana Shtaleha, it's not Mechaber for Kohanim as well. It's only Mechaber for the Avimus of Israel. That's finishing with logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yudah. So what does Rabbi Yudah out here? What does Rabbi Yudah do? This comparison between the two seers. What does he do with that? Rabbi Yudah, Allah the Father, I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shivu, Shabin, Benaya, Uvekoma, Uvedalim, Dasa. Because he's going to create an equality between the seers, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what he means. But it doesn't get the same in terms of their ability to affect Kabbalah. So it's really fascinating to find out my focus. And what's really incredible about this is what's the beauty of my focus? If you watch some good news, everyone is getting Kabbalah. Don't worry, don't lose this thing. Everyone is getting Kabbalah. My focus is on the mechanism of that Kabbalah. So once again, I want to just get this clear so that you can self this whole thing. Essentially, every distinguished Torah atones for everyone, for all others. Everyone for all others. So where is the distinction? Where the distinction is only in one limited area, namely Tumah. Tumah for Israelim, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi Shimon essentially says no, the same way that Kohanim being say that they participate from Israel for Tumah. So too, Rabbi Shimon just says that they're distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maaseh, they're not included in Simush Galea, rather they can't get kapara for Shalat, from the deed with the man power. Incredible. So there's a non-term, so the order of the public. Shachat Esirah does have a. So the Prophet's code will check the Sirah Katos, that is abomination. This is the inner seer now. Shena Kohanim is Kapanda. Kohanim do not achieve Kapara through this seer. So the words in Obanam is Kappa. So how do they achieve Kapara? And the Prophet says specifically what kind of Kapara talks about. Every Pashto is Kapara for Tumah. So the words in the part of Shem Arab. They get atonement of Arab. Okay. was a Yoko, Moni's Kagu Babaro Shal Aro, you might have thought that other company cannot get Apollo through the power of Aro, after all, showing Kvarim, because the possibility says Asher Lo. So interesting that we tell what does the process say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It is. So I might have thought that really again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron, only works for Aaron, to which the Gemara says, Miata, Shin Alifan Ashero, Miata, in Kabbalah. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get Kapara through the Sira and Asad, you will see that, and you don't get Kapara through the power of Aaron, so then you have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get Kapara from? So we must issue Omer, the Chafar Alako, when the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, Chafar Alako, but Sina Lahem Kapara, like we, I'm sorry, I should give it in that I can't mess up. But the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, that it's Kapara from the Kohanim. So Matzina and Kapara, we said that when you get Kapara, I want you to get Kapara, but not in this Kapara. Mutar, she's Kapara, but Parashal Aaron, Shai Kusa Mefalo is of himself. It makes more sense that Kohanim will get Kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because the most interesting that as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Sherbo, that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so to what? So to other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. Ra'yis Kapu Yisir and Asad Shalom so, but Kohanim will not be included in the interceding when no exception was made for any member of the Kohanim family. First one, the Nafshachal Lomar, if you like to say, already Omer, Pips Alpha, who is Hashem, Yes Havivi, who is Hashem, Hashem, Abba Hashem. If you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I wasn't immediately clear what that proof is. We might as well to explain to the rice and how everything will become clear. So, Montana, who's the all rights you just called me? But we're not going to do that. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because it was saying, what the rights said. The rights said that Kohanim are not atoned for through the Sir Mishtaleach. Now, if it was Rabbi Yehuda, Ha'avar Kohanim, Kapara, the Sir Mishtaleach. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are atoned for through the Sir Mishtaleach. He wants his own money, so he's a thing, is it? Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Shimon, he must be Rabbi Shimon. Because they don't do that Kohanim cannot achieve atonement through the Sir Mishtaleach, rather than according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the Zudu on the power. Rabbi says not necessarily. I feel the thing about the Yudah. The Rabbi really Rabbi Yehuda. How so? I think it needs to say, Me'ato, you might have thought that when you look at Kohanim, Kohanim needs some for power, for right flash. So no matter if it's for Kapara, for Tumas Mikdash or Mikdash, to show over the Chaper Ala Kohanim, but the Pasuk says, Kohanim, which means Matzilu, Shlish, Lahem Kapara, B'Sharaderos. We do find that Kohanim will have Kapara for other others. What's the last line in the Kimon on the Bridges? The Kimon, the Matzilu, Shlish, Kapara, B'Sharaderos. And the same with that Kohanim have Kapara for other Averos. Each like Kapara, Kapara, down, the Tumas Mikdash, and Mikdash. So therefore, again, assuming that the Torah itself tells us what you will say. The Torah doesn't tell us how, but it's explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim should Kapara for Shara Averos. So assuming that Kohanim are going to get Kapara for Shara Averos, they also should what? Get the Kapara for Tumas Mikdash, and Mikdash. I probably back in 14a. First, I did the first one, the first line. I believe in this Kapara. I believe how we do Kohanim achieve Kapara. What of she's Kapara for Shara Averos? It makes sense that at least for Torah, it should be covered under. It should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Because there's already an exception. Even though the Torah calls the power of Aaron share both, which makes it say it's only for him. But it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. So it's more sense include them in the car of Aro when it's for his family. As into the nearest year, no allowance for Abraham and rather again his ability to function for Israel. In nutshell, on the line, I'd like to say, written over in addition to say things, however, of course, Hashem, not nine national what exactly would I do that possible? I'll tell you what, we can take notes. He said that how can you do that? The passage explicitly says that the prayer is all works for who? For our own. So, and that is a immediate family. So how can you include the rest God? How can you include the rest of Aaron? What's the answer? The answer is Kulan Kulan. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do you know that from? Aaron or Chesed. Who's the Sarah first? That's Kohanim, right? Kohanim, and therefore what do you see from here? When the Torah makes the allowance ultimately again for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement here, who is included in the family of Aaron? Are the entire people. Shema Bezalel Rabbi Hashem, Yirei Hashem above West Hashem. Incredible. So the verse is high to high. Hashem above. Also, what's that? Is that phrase Hashem above? And I will say that no one can suggest beforehand that Hashem by the Shema said it. Right now, the Hashem by the Seer says Hashem above. Hashem above money interprets it only works for atonement for Israel, but not for Kohanim. Interesting, come to exclude Kohanim. They don't say it's a very interesting generally. When these types of drushes work, as generally Israelim are excluded from Kohanim. It's fascinating to see a drusha where Kohanim are excluded from Israel, and Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called which is fascinating. Fascinating in itself. And it's, I sort of point out something incredible, that as much as there is Kedushas Kula, there's something better than Kedushas Kula. So, like, you know what's better than Kedushas Kula? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am, instead of Am. Now, again, it doesn't mean Kohanim are part of Kedushas Am, but it is something. It is something ultimately, again, the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kohanim that the masses don't have. Everyone has their own Kedusha. Incredible. So you look like Hashem, obviously, what is Hashem, Hashem, what's it? Is that what that phrase comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that Kohanim are excluded from the Seer and outside of Seer? So it's how do you know the Kamar Achleot with the Am? That must be that's something else. That with the money, or the Seer and outside of Him, the Seer and outside of Him has to come from the communal coffers. Like the voice, like, if I come on and I say, you know what, I do this, I do this, I'm sure. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Right? Dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the Sira and Asad of Yom Kippur. So I say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the word says, sorry, not open. It's got to come to communal funds. Which also is fascinating to notice. Now, why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from the. But you also say it's also fascinating. So there's a place. Actually, there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But there are certain things that come from its people. Certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, you need the Am. When it says that the carbon comes from the Am, that means that the carbon has to come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us, not to exclude carbon. Anybody to come off one of the Am, they have it. And the Gemara says, you even it's not fast enough in a different source. So the Gemara says, we ask the Son. No, we have to come from the funds from the things that he said that's in Israel. But the covenant has to come from Hadas in Israel. Asher Lo. Also, what's that phrase? Asher Lo computation. And I love the race of like what we call it a chief's kapara. Doing his parent. So versus highly quiet, you need that shut off for something to sign up. You shall maybe you shall see one. I must say it's interesting. You see where that the Sir now set before, the Sir of the Kippur has to come from the universe, cannot be tried to be sponsored. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from criminal funds. So he wants to say, no, Yogi shall see one. She has seen this happen, but about Yogi Michelle, Akab, and Shakab, now you might have thought, okay. So the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from the funds. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect your power. It does not affect your kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps he could make a collection amongst his fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that way. Since Kohanim get kapara from the kapara, Asher Lo. Therefore, the passage says, no, even as we've established that the power of the will atonement for other Kohanim must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. No, Yogi, culture. See where I thought, okay, I agree, Kohen Gadol should not bring the power that is not paid for by his own money. But if you brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. I'm not sure, but I shall know. So therefore, the Pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying, Shana Allah B'Kosav La'akim. Pasuk says the Torah says something twice. It's a teacher, right? That it's Mikuva, that you have to have, that you should dispense all piece of information. Therefore, again, it's not just that like Akila, the guy should be wanting the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be wanting his money, and if it's not, the heart itself is going to be puzzled. Times the says, no, I'll be Kakashire. This is what the town was bothered by. My Shnar, with the Am, the Mokachaber, the law was quite easy, but ultimately again. Why is it that ultimately the Am is not, why my Shnar with the Am, the Mokachaber, why is it that Halacha myself, that the Am is not included in the Kapara, because the law has really in the moment. Sid Asher La'an. Don't need to be lost. It's incredible. You cannot achieve kapara in something you did not spend money on. Isn't that incredible? You cannot achieve kapara with something you did not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say you kind of you see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true about each other? Let's be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? What stands out becoming true about each other is we're not really not willing to do this, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Because I have a term for this. What is it called? It's called Tovel Sheretz Yado. Right? So I have it, right? All of us have our struts in our life, right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful. Say, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just better, right? And I know it. But here I am. Right? I'm strutting off to the front, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking. And again, you need to represent all these beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those schmutz. As long as you hold on to the shadows, you can go to the most beautiful life, you can engage in all those positive and beautiful dynamics that put in your life. And it'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my trust. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my feelings that I can make myself fall. Someone says, do you know how I know that these Israelis are not included in kapara of the power? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the struts and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time, is actively holding me back. And again, once again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our expect in life to accomplish? Yeah, you absolutely can. But you never fully step back to us. You never fully become the best version of you because I refuse to go over the stuff that at the end of you know what it's like? It's like you're never gonna stay on your shirt, right? Right underneath the area of where you try. Right? So we have I guess I'm not the only person left to wear ties. Right here. Okay, got it. So the next, you know what's interesting about it is you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tie aligns straight, I'm good to go. But if like I turn a little too into something else, like it's right there. It's right there. You need to talk to become a tremendous metaphor for that. Instead, what can I do? I can change my shirt, right? I can't, but you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. You know, I come like, you know, we're good. Like, we're kind of going to custom point. You know, everything is nice. Everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the congregation is perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. The whole thing's a this metaphor, like you said, just put a clean shirt. Just put a clean shirt. Life is so much you don't worry about the position of the tie. But I like it. Kind of got used to it again. Kind of like Spain and I become one. You know, so once we go through life like that, so much of hold onto those struts, and we just never let go. Instead of realizing that, man, I can accomplish and it's going to be fine. Instead of finding the courage to like go try to make the sacrifice, let go of the stuff that will be self-focused. That's how you're going to think about the young. You must be the arrogant. Woke up, that's the hold on. Because so I know exactly, but that doesn't make any sense. Because just like the one that they call Harden, you achieve kapara. You achieve kapara through the power, and then anything I spend anybody on it. So what's going on? So you must have become very including it yourself. So this one of Shimon is trade vegan. The Dawah Spectrum Shimon makes sense. That's why it says again 2 vegans, right? There's 2 vegans, right? Also the blood, which are the power. How can they get 2 and a half centuries? So one corresponds to the inner sphere. How can they get sound mass at the foots? And one corresponds to the outer sphere. The Chad that the Sirishaya. The Chad can get Sirishaya. You're not serious at the host, but Chad can get that Sirishaya. I know. And then Yudah, Shady Green, the Gamma the Hunter Yudah. Ultimately, again, why do I need 2 vegans in a fire? I'll do it for you. I don't need 2. One of the 5 vegans, the Gamma Side, you only use one application and one down. The application. Ultimately, again, one is for the coin logo, and one is for his family. So, I said, you very, very strong. Half the Midas had no ideas. Here is how Midas had the works. Muta Yabon Sakai, the Chaber Alachai, the Yabon Chai, the Chaber Alachai. It is better ultimately again that the Sakai, the innocent one, will achieve autonomy for the one who is liable, and don't let the liable one achieve autonomy for the one who is liable. I don't know what I'm saying. The Kohen Gadol is the architect for Kapara for everyone, for himself, for his Shabbat, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of Kapara, the quarterback, not the architect, the architect, the quarterback of Kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of Kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because as the quarterback himself is not covered, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have Kapara, how is he achieving it out of the house? Which also, in and of itself, is a beautiful mitzvah. But if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So we'll say ultimately I get that job. So okay, so now we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, how do we possibly? And there's a number of different things going on here. Number one, in Islam, Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon, how are we passing it? Specifically, so this comes out as follows. What's the point of contention for leader of Shimon? Right? The street that sent over the cliff. Does that only told for Israel? That is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Israel not go on and get their kapara from the pot, or is in the matter for everyone. Everyone, that's Rabbi Yehuda. Remember again, when it comes to Tuba, everyone is agreeing on the kapara framework. So Truma, Yisraelim are atoned for through the interceder, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The Shell is what does the student. So I will say here it is, the much awaited, anticipated, but more much anticipated. Simish Taleach. So I'll say here first, so the Rambam says when it comes to Simish Taleach, the Rambam writes, Simish Taleach. The Bishop Kapar, the Kom Yisrael, when Yobel Misvad, Allah, Baloshan, Fatzer, Shnema, Misvad, God is Kolom of Israel. Simish Taleach, Mechaber, Al Aderos, Sheva Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Aderos. The Gemara says, Hakaros, Vechamuros, intense Aderos, less intense Aderos. Zadon, Shogeg, so we knew about it, he didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Tshuva. And listen, that's what Rambam says, it atones for everyone. So we ask him at the end of the day, like Rabbi Kiva. The Surah Mishtariach atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam adds in a very what's the important caveat? Ruhu Sha'asa Tshuva. Ruhu Sha'asa Tshuva. So sorry, can't sleep for the right? So this goes back to yesterday's time. Machlokas Rabbi and Rabbi. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember, Rabbi said, the essence of the day talks. Right, Rabbi? Even if you don't daven, even if you could was even better, it's even better, right? Right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do a lot on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones for you. But you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through Shabbat. And I'm not asking like that about it. But the halacha I see the most powerful day of the world. But if the power of the day must be unlocked through Shabbat. Now, I will say, you say to yourself, something like you say, oh, that's kind of hoping like the other way about it. Right? No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says the next halacha is mentioned this Hakadosh They know this back to Kapara. So not like now that unfortunately there is getting some Hakadosh, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve Kapara, Ein Sham Elo Tshuva, Tshuva Chaperes Hakol Havedes. So remember what I will say, as beautiful as it was to read Rabbi's position, that ultimate Shmuel Shalom Kapara, that the day itself atones. Are you referring to that the moment was unlocked through the seer, through Simish Taleach, which means as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, it's fantastic when he Hamikdash stood, but his message is not standing in what to do. The beauty that we have of us is even if we add to something like Hamikdash, the Rambam says, it's something more powerful than Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We know that each of us possesses something more powerful than the Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the Sikira Asasa. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time. The Sikira Asasa can only be clapped once a year. On Yom Kippur. Going to the Kodesh emotion, once a year. If you would like to access the most powerful force in the universe, they need Tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. I can say that thought of always has. What a ride. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. Ideas I come up. Trying to stay out of it. So once it's not actually, this is the of yesterday's yesterday. So back to Torah. I know we totally know it's all. We're not. Not so. Everywhere. So those are as follows. You know, second much time to say that. Remember again, we saw it before. There are two typical cases that are before. Now, okay, what are we? We're experts in this week. What are the two typical cases? Two typical cases are: I forgot that I was coming, but I remember. So again, two cases, right? I became coming. I forgot. I entered into the church. I remember. I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was coming. Okay, so those are the two different cases. So what we call parallel tumult. I forgot that I was coming. You know, it's two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remembered that I was coming, but what? I forgot that I entered into the nation of Kodesh. Or I remembered that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately again become four. So you want to kind of just elaborate on it. Nikma via so again I became from it. I knew that I was from it. I don't remember, and then I forgot. Now I'm not to look. It's not for us, but I remember that I did it in the crush. Like I remember that, right? Or never know how to or ultimately again another case could be that I forgot about that. For some parts I don't really talk about now or I forgot about both of them. Plus I Kodesh and I consumed Kodesh for the Yoda, and I didn't know Umishah of Yoda, and then after I did the Kodesh I remembered how they said the ultimately the whole set. So again, the Mishnah is not fully speaks to the cases, it's the elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is a idea of tefillah, the idea of self. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of tumor awareness. I was coming, I forgot, I entered the next English, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then get 3 folks like the cases. I remember, I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the question that I remembered that I was in the English. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was in Polish, and then I remembered that I was in Polish. No one of those cases, when there's a way to be, like the opposite of it, ability is what we call a carbon owner vehicle, which is the carbon is a sin offering that is based on your financial status. That if you have money, you'll bring one type of carbon, we talk about all this, and if you're poor, all the way down to the right, so in other words, the highest level is going to be the love, and the lowest level is a mikot. A mikot. That's the range. So mikot, you got the rest of each other, and you write down there, then forgot, now I'm going to talk. The justice makers, but I never get into this much. You never know the Mikdash, or you forgot that he was in the Mikdash. The Zacharias had too much of the Tumah. You never know himself as that, or you forgot about both of these things. The Mikdash alone, Yadon, and where is the Mikdash? And he wasn't aware. And she not see Yadon, when he came out of the Mikdash, he became aware again. How did he say about all of the Lord? Again, it's almost like some common denominator. You keep the Tchila awareness at the beginning, awareness at the end, and forgetfulness, or lapse awareness in the middle, results in carbon over the already next. So once it's now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the Mikdash in a state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes entering into the Mikdash. So whether you enter into the Mikdash, or let's say you entered into zone. So we discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to expand the temple compact. But it's a process. It's a process. So let's say Klal Yisrael decides it's on its side, you want to expand the footprint of this Mikdash. Okay. How do you go for this process? That's not just stuff that we stuff. Remember, you have to add, you add on, you want this additional area like this. How does that happen? Versus Shemus, Allah here, Allah Saros, she'll say by the way, expand Yerushalayim. Very incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you do that. Now again, if I expand Yerushalayim, expand municipality, I want to expand ultimately again the Kedusha city to develop the extended areas as well. In order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melech, the two. So then we're getting to this process for this. If you want to expand the Kibbutz of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the next because you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the traffic, or the Tumid, which remember again is the 70 that goes into the fold. Right? That's the best place of the cross. I don't have 71. Now when you most people, some of these people will be discussed. Furthermore, Todos, you bring carbon todos, over shear, and there's like a solid. And what happens? Based in the housing, based in walks. Now again, I was never gonna see like where all of this takes place. Where is based in going? How are they going? Based in the housing, which Todos after the two Todos are following after them. The Chol Yisrael Achareh. Whatever this is awesome. This is awesome, right? We are expanding the footprint of the next Hamikdash, expanding the footprint of Yerushalayim, Kodesh. So how does it happen? you've got to get the whole cover together, right? There's singing and there's Sanhedrin and there's three todos and all of Klal Yisrael is there. So on the base, Habilis Nechalas, the inner Toda. Now again, we'll have to see all of this means. The inner Toda is Isui, Dachitzon and Misrafas. The outer Toda ultimately is burned out of his death. And if you don't follow this process, then the expanded area does not have Kedusha. We have to give our phrase that is therefore, if someone goes ahead and enters into a state of Tumah, ultimately, again, we are not Chai. So you notice that it's not clear from the Mishnah what exactly the process is. It's clear what I exactly is. There's a process. There's a process. And there's a clearly delineated process that requires, again, the king, the Navi, the Urban Torah, all of Klal Yisrael, Shir, and Toda, in order to go ahead and expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, or in order to expand ultimately the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Sorry. Nikma Ba'azah. So let's say again, back to tomorrow. So let's say again, we'll call him Ruben. Ruben comes coming in the Azara, and now I'm going to tomorrow. So let's say in this case, I have a very difficult case. What's happening over here? But now we focus on the case where Ruben comes coming outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and then enters into the Mikdash in the state of tomorrow. Let's say it's a little different. Let's say I look where I saw Ruben becomes coming in the Azara. He's going to Beis Hamikdash. He becomes coming in the Beis Hamikdash. How does that happen? I don't know. Sheretz is there. A customer, somebody dies right there. And Ruben's right there. So he becomes coming out in the Beis Hamikdash itself. And now Mom and Dad will come up. And again, either he doesn't know about it, he's writing about some of this. He's not dressing, but he knows that he's in the Mikdash. He knows that he's in the Mikdash. Now Mom and Dad will Mikdash. It's not that so. Or forgot that he's in the Mikdash. He knows about it. Or now Mom and Dad will say, or he goes ahead and forgets about it. The Shtachada, or Sheshah, the Shtachada, remains in the Mikdash. So what's it? So again, even though at some point you do wish for it, right? But what? Remain in the Mikdash for a certain amount of time. Much time. Enough time to prostrate. Enough time to prostrate. Oh, all about it. Or realizes that he has to leave. What does he do? He takes the long way out. Chai. He's Chai. Everybody knows what this thing is like this. If Ruben becomes Tameh, Ruben becomes in itself. So watch this. Now read the next line. The Tzara Potter. Interestingly enough, if somebody comes to you realize, oh my gosh, just became Tameh, and he's out of there as quickly as possible, does not have liability for being in the Mikdash in a state of Tameh. Like, since he didn't cause it, this happened there. As long as he got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability for being Tameh in the Mikdash. If he became Tameh in the Mikdash, and what? Just either took his time by taking a long way out, or remained there for the time it would take to prostrate, then there is liability. So the word says, this ultimately, again, this represents, right? This represents the mitzvahs of saying in the Mikdash, for which there is no liability. Now what that means is like this. If you become Tameh in the Mikdash, and you realize it, and you get out of there as quickly as possible, you're not liable. You're not liable. Even though there's a mitzvah, what's the mitzvah say? Rashi points out the mitzvah aspect of it is to shelter the Rabbi. The mitzvah aspect is that if you are coming, get out of the Beis Hamikdash as quickly as possible. Right? So Rashi says, first you are coming, you can't keep in the Mikdash. That's the mitzvah aspect. So if you became coming in the Mikdash and you got out of there as quickly as possible, no liability. So stop over here for today. I don't stop in the show. We'll talk about another mitzvah I say for which there is liability to get tomorrow. Mazel tov. Correct. I'm going to say tremendous satsvah on the second part of Shuras. Shkoyach. All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. It is a great story. It's Baruch Hashem. Be able to begin Wednesday morning together, learning our beautiful God. We want to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosin Mishpach Haras, so dedicating all the Shur Joshua this year as it's a host from some of Thomas and Israel. The Torah sponsorship of Mother Bia, Rabbi, the Torah Shmuel, Rabbi Kurakin, the mention of the Yartek Shmuel's father, Lippo, Penny, Chesla, Queens of the Open, the Torah, and Shams Hadar, the families, the Yachama, all those in the foreshadowing the Kok, so as well, the Shemers, all of our hostages, the home soldiers should be successful for Chol and Maaseh needed. Also, with that, let us begin. I am not exaggerating when I say that we have a ridiculously amazing job ahead of us today. It has anything and everything you could want out of a block of Gemara. There's numbers, there's Shkapa, there's Yom Kippur, there's everything you want. Everything you want is just deep breath, take a big sip of coffee. Because in Yes Hashem, the ride is going to be absolutely riveting, amazing, inspirational, and uplifting. So let's see what we got. Things that is your 13. We're picking up on your base of base 12 at the 2 dots. Pretty much like the middle of the page. Right? Yeah, the outside to us get fresh. Good. Excellent. The outside to us get fresh. See Hanasa make it. Remember again, we're now making our way actually. I need to help in the Mishnah, right? Because remember, so far we only had one Mishnah in a second. She wasn't able to use a big Mishnah as a one block Mishnah. We're making our way toward the end of the Mishnah. And over here, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said, Azono, so remember again, up until now, when we were speaking about the seed, and all of the seed, remember again, which seed have we had? We want goats everywhere. We have the seed of Chodesh. We have the seed of Regalim, and also the seed of Yom Kippur, right? But again, specifically Rosh Chodesh and Regalim, those goat offerings atone for what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash, which means either you're giving sacrifice instead of Tumah, you're consuming the consecrated item instead of Tumah, always the commonality, however, amongst all of those experiences, and there's some element of shogeg. Whether there's shogeg on the front end, shogeg on the back end, like I didn't know that I was coming, and then I realized afterwards, I knew that I was coming, but I forgot. Now we come to a more severe case. What about contextuality? Contextuality, what we call Sodom Mikdash V'Kadash. I knew I was coming. But even though I knew I was coming the whole time, I still entered into the Mikdash. I still did touching. Still touching infraction. It's still kapara. Where does that kapara come? So that's what I'm Azor too much Mikdash V'Kadash. With there's intentionality. To enter into the Mikdash instead of Tumah, or to consume kosher instead of Tumah, still not sort of thing. That is the goat, the inner goat of the Kippur that atones. So it's a where we go. This is the because our accomplishment towards getting Israel. Pasuk says that we will keep our country and we will atone of the Kodesh for all of the tumults of Klal Israel. I must say now, before I just go to the rest of the Pasuk, which is exactly what we need is, we need to share with that also. If we'll take care of it, shut it. We're going to discuss it in just a moment. Share the Chokras are saying for all of their sins, for all their Chokras. What does this mean? Shut it. So it's like a shut it. Sin. The world of sin. This is good to know. Not things to make it free. In the world of sin, there are different types of errors. So there's what's called a pasha. A pasha means intentionally. I have every intention to sin. So shut it out. Now, interestingly enough, a pasha is a type of sin that's there actually with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's going to be the most severe form of sin. Intentionality with the intent ultimately to rebel against the authority of Hashem. Okay, so that's just another thing. So let's compare our country to Muslim Israel, but we Kishev. So what does pasha refer to? Pasha refers to lazy. The people over Melach or Pasha being the over Pasha living on the Isabi. Chatos, what are Chatos? In the Hashkakas. This refers to others. The people over Nefesh, Kitakatar, Ishkaka. So when you see here, that he's severe. The inner goat of the Kippur atones even for Shai, even ultimately again for intentional others. And also this is very important because that's where you see Vidu. It's a Vidu, so remember again, depending on what your social pattern determines how often you say Vidu. Right, so certain scholars say they will say Vidu every single day. Everyone else said Kippur, right, certainly that's just Shabbat. What do we say? Akasi, Akisi, Kashaki. Hate, Shogeg, intentionally, but with the intentionality for benefit, that just doing it for my pleasure purposes. Passion is an intentional with the intention to rebel against that Kodesh Baruch. Good, so let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Al Shara Leisha Torah calls out the words on Zohar Tashka. So now, you're going to say very interesting. This is going to open up the door for a beautiful and incredible structure. So this is really the end of the Mishnah. So the end of the Mishnah that says Al Shara Leisha Torah. For all other attributes in Torah. Now, what is all other attributes in Torah? Halamulos, Zidonos, Shtakos. So lighter ideas, more intense ideas, intentional, unintentional, hold up, but no hold up. I knew about it, I didn't know about it. I save about Sassi, I read the commandments, prohibitions. Christos is encouraged. Yeah, I just read the Mishnah now. See here how much I have to have that. So let's say, so essentially, the fascinating in our Halacha, there is a catch-all kafara. What's the catch-all kafara? It's see how much I have to ourselves. We go to the descent off the cliff. The goat atones for everything. It's a catch-all kafara. She says the Gemara. Now the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because the Mishnah says, "Haynu kalos." I just said, "Haynu kalos." Haynu asevelos ase. So what are kalos? Kalos refer to the mitzvahs asevelos ase. How do the commandments and prohibitions? Kamulos. What are kamulos refer to? Haynu krisos. So these things. That refers again to contrary actions. And he says, big thing, hold up, you knew about it, and release it. You know what I did you know about it, and you showed it. So also, so the whole way, the question was asking just the definition of fundamentally relevant. Which the Gemara is not even the Holy Torah, the same. And also, this is a important Gemara, listen to this. Holy Torah, in general, so up until I'm just going to be talking about Averos, but what kind of Averos? What kind of Averos? What we call Tumas and Mikdash and Kadosha. That's the specific type of Avera that we have been discussing. Now you might transition to these transitions for all other Averos, right? It's something to remember. Tumas, Mikdash, and Kadosha, we've got that covered. Sir Rothschild, Sir Berdoman, Seer of the Queen of Yom Kippur. Each of those atone for different types of someone. Now, for all other Averos, and what is all other Averos include? Literally, all other Averos. What takes care of that? You might say, Shadu to a Torah. Hey, Kalos, big Kamuros. Rather than what we'll call Kalos, like Averos, Kamuros, more advanced Averos. Being Shah, son, Shogi, being Shah's amazing. Whether you do those Kalos and Kamuros, Shogi, God, amazing. Also, Shah's Shogi. And when you know the level of Shogi, you know those things, what they know those things. Sometimes I can make an accident about it up, and I know exactly what I did. And sometimes I don't know what I did. Whether the Gemara says, Revealing Kalos, and what are the Kalos? I see them on Sashay. So, what are the examples of Kalos? So, Kalos, or Korandea Kalos, is your typical Asay Velo Sashay. I will say that obviously there's two Averos. But like, I eat something not kosher. I go ahead and I wear shocked. It's hard, right? It's hard like mine. So again, those are examples of just everyday assays and most assays. Furthermore, the alien cameras, one of the more things that right? Says that's Christos and Misos based. Actually, that guy with the currency and Misos based. So it says now essentially the mission has informed us, and it's really incredible how God drew down into this, is that the seer and the seer that's sent out, right, sent over the cliff, that seer is so powerful that it atones for everything, Now what's interesting to see is, despite the fact that it atones for everything, what do you see? Tumas Mikdash and Kadosha is still in its own category enough that it's own topic, right? It's missing. Every other idea that you can think of is taken care of by the Siyah exception of Tumas Mikdash and Kadosha. Right? So again, if I enter into the Torah, I can see consciously the state of Torah. Those kind of actions require your own Torah mechanisms, but literally, also Yiddishkeit is taken care of by the Siyah and Incredible. So the word out proves down when you listen to this. Haya said, so also when you say this, you see that the Sawyer, right, that is the same, so remember again, they'll give her two goats, right, Seer HaMishkareach, that's the goat that's thrown over the cliff, or So again, so remember that is the scenario that atones for intentional violation of Tumas and Kadosh, right? The scenario that said the thing that's what that takes care of. The scenario that there are everything else. Everything else. Okay, so now what's the better way? So let's like you see the scenario that takes care of mitzvos aseh. Mitzvos aseh. The Gemara says, I gotta say what's the case of the aseh? So I remember again, just a simple idea. I failed to put on store. That's a case of an example of I failed to perform an essay. I didn't put on stitches. That is an example. I failed to perform an essay. So okay, so the seer takes care of that. The Lord says, what does that mean? I essay anything of it. What's the case of the essay? So the Lord says, listen to this. If I didn't do Shabbat, so let's say again, I didn't put on 12, I didn't put on stitches, and I didn't do Shabbat. So if that's the case, who cares about the stairs going up? Get out of the Shabbat. So also the Shabbat says, what good is a carbon without Shabbat? Carbon is not focus. Right? Carbon is getting all of the problems. Carbon still requires Shabbat. So if I don't perform an essay, or that I'm at a 9 or low essay, if I'm just bringing the carbon, that's called 7%. That is called the offering of the wicked. It's an abomination. Because that's a pretty strong statement. The Gemara says, okay, so what's the other possibility? If the other Shabbat, say, listen, words against me is, how could this change how could it be Mekhaker for our sins if I haven't done Shabbat? Equals to this, eat the other Shabbat, and if I do Shabbat, it's not going to go. Call it Yom HaKippur. If I did Shabbat, then guess what? I don't need to wait. I don't need to keep it. I don't need to see it. Right? If I did do Shabbat, it works every single day. Look at actually, you eat the other Shabbat, Lama Yom Kippur. Wow, what's that? Look at that phrase. If I did Shabbat, who needs Yom Kippur? Who needs Yom Kippur? Call Yom Shabbat Mechaber Aleh. Every Shabbat is Mechaber for me. Besides, Hosaz Mishon Achamo Kalechol, the power of Shabbat, on the lower level infraction, like I shall say, they just do church. That's what we don't say. Just hustle for just a second. This is, by the way, one of the most incredible things about giving God first thing in the morning. First thing, whatever the Prophet does, gives us the messages we need for the day. So, what the Prophet just whispered it out here. Shifra, it's something wrong. Just a trouble. Who needs Yom Kippur if you have trouble? What is it if you have trouble? So I did something wrong. Why would it? You're so up your life. You're going to all the times that you do wrong. The challenge is not going to be wrong, but there is as we all make mistakes. So what's the challenge? We get this wrong. We think the challenge is that I sin. The challenge is not that I sin. The challenge is that I don't fix my mistakes in the immediate aftermath of the performance of those mistakes. That's where my colossal failures in life come. That I sin, I'm going to sin every day. I'm going to continue to sin. Then I'm going to resume to sin. I'm probably going to become the best sinner. That's going to be the way life is. My whole day in life is after I sin. Clean up your mess. Clean up your mess. Why do we wait to rectify the mistakes? Why do we wait to clean up the mess? Why do we wait for some later things to fix all the stuff that's broken? The Gemara says, Shabbat is every single day. And Shabbat is so powerful. I don't even think about it. I can just take Shabbat today. It's so incredible. So where's this stuff? We're just trying to get mechanics. Then we're going to let that say. So then, again, if I didn't do Shabbat, then why should we see your hell? If I did Shabbat, then I don't need Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, you know, how long it says Shabbat? If I violate, then it says and then I did Shabbat. Ultimately, that literally translated means I don't leave it from there until Hashem forgives you. So listen, this is interesting. This is part of a much bigger discussion. But the discussion I was having earlier in the second surah, what is happening is that there are certain avenues for which you can attain instantaneous kafaret, instantaneous forgiveness. So in Lord, we are neighbors again. I didn't put on so much. The violation of violation of a positive commandment is less severe than the violation of a prohibition. How do you violate a positive? How do you do that? I mean, it's inaction. Obviously, a sin of inaction is going to be less severe than a sin of dynamic activity. So I don't know this versus in the Shiva model, so you could essentially attain instantaneous kapara for the violation of a positive commandment. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, Shiva don't even have a kippur. So as soon as this was the case, he's available. Say the type of people say, well, only the paradox, but what's the case? He's actually more about to do my favorite sequence of all of Shah. There's Hashem, we're going to have because actually we want to just quickly out of we're going to see that out of the so much the case. The case that is a whole movie, right? Ruben only the what that means is I really believe in that later, and he's holding fast, like he's holding strong in his other type. Rashi says, holding the Vardo, the law of it. The guys who are never a Trump labor must be ready for the people of the Tata Asher and Shopping of these this. What's the case? He's delicious. Remember, keep on the ball there. What is the say? The Mishnah says, off the cliff, atones for all of us. And the context is someone who has committed this has not done the shuvah, and yet the Mishnah still says, even though again, Ruben didn't do shuvah, but still looks like that thing. Who's the opinion that you want to example say, get ready for a Sunday? Then you'll bet, I call there Shabbat Torah. I am there that you're fighting the Torah. They got such shuvah below. But you did shuvah, you didn't do shuvah. Yom HaKippur Mechaber. Your Kippur atones. The power of your Kippur is so overwhelming, it's so true. That even if you did not do shuvah at all, even if you are the worst value in the world, even if you committed averos, that are a few recent days and few cards, your kippur is mechaper for everything. Now, even according to Rabbi's model, there are three exceptions to this rule. What are the exceptions? Chutz, the kori kol. Rashi says kol for the ever if you deny the existence of God. Okay, he says. That is your view culture. The cultivator, the Yom Kippur doesn't atone for you without Shabbat. Megala, pardon the Torah, which is going to be actually the Megala, pardon the Torah, but I'll give the Torah the chutzpah with the deeply processed Torah. I will say this is going to be the question. A person is disparaging about the Torah. A person is disparaging about Torah. Unfortunately, there is a Torah like this, where a person sees something, that they don't understand, sees something that seems that they don't necessarily agree with, sees something that seems to fly in the face of whatever contemporary policies are, and a person is disparaging about Torah. That is a terrible infraction. I don't think that is unforgivable, even by the Kippurs. And that's the method risk of us. Or a person needs grace. I will say the way this is understood generally is one of two ways. Either a person doesn't perform a mitzvah of receiver, or a person tries to hide his grace. Tries to make himself look uncircumcised. So by the way, it's interesting. So just understand what Rabbi just said. Rabbi said the power of Yom Kippur is so profound that Yom Kippur is mechaber for everything. Right? Even if you do forget, even if you do not do shuvah, even if you do not do shuvah, the power of Yom Kippur is so intense that Yom Kippur atones for everything. We learn this at the Shema. Phrase this, I should say, phrases this as Itzumo Shalom Mechaber. That's how that is called. The essence of the day provides atonement. Doesn't matter what it is. Rabbi says three exceptions. What are the three exceptions? Again, you're called for the disparaging of Torah and you deny grace. They will say it makes sense because remember again, the denial of those, all of those things, plus the carnality over there, they're part of the fundamental underpinning of the relation between the part of Christ. If you don't believe in God, there's nothing to talk about. If I don't believe in the sanctity of Torah, even if I don't understand it, there's nothing to talk about. This Sira represents the idea, or Listen, with this video is essence, my desires come second. Ultimately, I get to what I can describe for once. If I don't have that, then there's no relationship. If there's no relationship, then you cannot tap into the power of the Rabbi said that this is Rabbi. To me, this is one of the most astounding shittas in all of Shas. In all of Shas. It's so much of it. So just understand what this means. Right? You eat your sweet enough sadness. You say that was delicious. That was delicious. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You say, you know what? I'm really out of the fasting. So what do? You wake up. Well, I'm not saying anything, but right? Oh, shut up, right? You sleep. You go to sleep 24 hours, right? Fantastic. You wake up refreshed, ready to go to sukkah, right? You on the wall, right? You didn't dive in any catch. Rabbi says, Shkoyach. Shkoyach. How do you feel? How do you feel? You feel like I'm not even most ready because you're being raised. I didn't doubt anything, you didn't do anything. He says it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't matter. You say what you do, so you only you do yourself. Because all you need to do essentially for the giver is be alive throughout the day, and you have achieved atonement for every single Avira. You do Shuvah, you didn't do Shuvah, it doesn't make a difference. You change the Chabad for 3 seconds. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, so my time journey, what's your example? What you want to suggest, just as I expect, you want suggesting Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah. Because what did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that the seed of Mishalach, right, the goat of Yom Kippur, which essentially is the goat of Yom Kippur, atones for everything. Who's opinion is that? That's Rabbi. That's Rabbi. I got Rabbi. What's that? Where do you think you get that from? Right, that today, I told you the person doesn't do anything. He signed up to divide Shem Israel. Rothschild says, hopefully, that he has the settlement power of your giver. So, first of all, it says, to divide Shem Israel. So, disparage the word of God. He's saying, I have for a call. He's supposed to summon ultimately to go from Eden, and also, it's disparaging of Torah. That's mitzvah solidified, and he has a opportunity to give the mitzvah. Is that I make the risk the rasa. Ultimately, again, this is a person who needs bris mitzvah. Again, either by not mitzvah, or by trying to hide his bris mitzvah. Currents will be cut off. Currents, the phone is not currents. Because of the giver. Ultimately, it's not her currents before your giver. It's currents the after for you can get currents after, which shows that what? Shows that your giver is not a perception individual. The currents before your giver, currents after your giver, because your giver does not atone for the individual. That was like, remember, all of this is talking about Rebbe's model of your giver atoning without any shuvah. So now Rebbe says, so Rebbe will tell us, your giver atones for every single mitzvah, every single other people without shuvah, with these 3 examples. You don't call Akiva also shuvah. You would have thought that even if a person does shuvah, he still can't atone for these things. However, therefore, the Pasuk says his sin is within him. Any time that a person has to show suffers carries his way when he has done shuvah. And so also the power of shuvah is that shuvah can wipe down everything. That shuvah can atone for everything. Sometimes in addition to shuvah, the shuvah by something of these introducing 3 nature averos, shuvah of course helps. But again, whereas Yom Kippur itself told you in the fact that the day atones for everything by all other averos, these 3 averos Yom Kippur is not enough. You need shuvah. But what I'm do is you probably spoil my session, probably see all of them. But Rabbi says that these 3 averos are so severe that they have repercussions both in this world and the next. How about not that he sins with your words this week? Also, shuvah from this, you see the miraculous. So let's say, Rabbi understands probably a different type of construct, which is that there are certain averos that are so severe that shuvah by itself does not work, but rather you need shuvah and misa and death. And those 2 things together ultimately atone. So that tradition just by these 2 averos, a couple of averos, a volume of the Torah, the grace, that again, if you do shuvah and death, fully atone for it. Well, we must say separate because of just a moment, showing this accomplishment, who's the opinion of the Mishnah, right? It reflects that you are ready. to Rabbi. And if I look away, so again, that's what Mishnah says, that the Sir HaMishtalech, which represents the people, is the Chacham for all Averos. Now the word challenge that. The mean matzahs mitzvahs. I just want to point out, by the way, that so this is a fundamental I wasn't stated explicitly, but the Rabbanan disagree with Rabbi. The Rabbanan disagree. The Rabbanan say that that the kippur only atones if it's accompanied by shuvah. So ultimately, I guess the way Nahukis is often phrased is Rabbi holds sumo shol yom. The fact that the degree itself affects a completely that word, and the Rabbanan says no, this notion is not only shuvah, only shuvah. Ultimately, again, with your kippur allows control. Rabbi Shmuel, the good Sifas, has a very interesting idea over here. He says, he says no. He says everyone agrees with Sumo shel yom. Everyone agrees with that because that's not a civilian term. But your kippur day itself provides kahara. And other has it that in a collective spirit it is what you need to unlock the power of the Sumo shel yom. How do you access the power of your kippur? So that I also will say, Shuvah is the key. Right? Of course, you can tell it, it says it makes so much sense. Because of that, so, of course, everybody agrees with Jewish. That's the whole thing, because there's an essence of the kippur, in itself, that goes in the tones. How do you unlock like, that cathartic power? So the Rabbi will say, Shuvah unlocks your eye, but Shuvah works for you. But remember, there was like, that Shuvah has a different power during a sense of Shuvah, specifically on Yom Kippur. As our Rambam quotes the passage, the Shuvah Hashem at the 3 months old. The Rambam says this exclusively. Whereas you could go ahead and do Shuvah throughout the entire year, there's a special power of Shuvah during a sense of Shuvah with that even heightened on the Kippur itself. So the Rabbanan say that's the key. Rabbi says the key to unlocking the Tzur Shalom is simply being alive. As long as you are alive, you access the Tzur Shalom. So just a different framework of this. Okay, so now the Gemara says the mean words is looking like Rabbi. I will say, okay, one last guy. So I was saying, how can we set up the Mishnah like Rabbi? How does that work? Well, obviously, the Sefer Rabbi with the key. The Sefer at the end of the Mishnah is Rabbi Shmuel. The information of Rabbi. So I say, so in general, remember again, the way we like to frame things is to create authorship that runs consistently throughout the Mishnah. Remember, the Sefer Rabbi would make more sense to make the Mishnah Rabbi as well. The time Sefer is what we learned in the Mishnah. After the start, after Quran, after Torah, because we'll see some other things. Right? So remember, any Mishnah says both Yisraelim and Kohanim, even Kohen are all able to achieve Kapara Yom Kippur. Well, not is a high scholar who holds this. Right now, we'll say now, remember, so this is the opinion that says all Jews achieve atonement through the Siyam Mishkameach. Now, what this is my focus, right? My focus, maybe Kohanim get atonement for different mechanisms. What is the opinion that says Siyam Mishkameach works for everyone? So the Gemara says, you might be saying, I saw that Yudah. So Yudah, so you get the other Mishnah, the Chlam, the Reisha, Yudah. But it says that the beginning part, which is the real part that we're focusing on, that Siyam Mishkameach takes care of all the various. It makes sense to say that that's really also. On the Yosef, he's never out, right? He several of the Yudah. The author of the Mishnah was ready always to love Yudah. Okay, that was a good answer. That's the answer. The verse says as follows. I'm going to abide. So God cut power, so abide to this. So can you explain that to me? So how does this work? So there's a God cut power now. Rabbi is Sabbalah Kadita. About Rabbi Yehuda was Sabbalah Rabbi. Rabbi Sabbalah Kadita. Rabbi Yehuda Sabbalah Nabi Kadita. So now Rabbi just asks, what does that mean? So just set up that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, which again, I will say all that means is that Rabbi holds that Siyam Mishkameach, like Rabbi Yehuda, that Siyam Mishkameach atones for everyone. Yisraelim, Kohanim, even the Kohen Gadol. So when we say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, does that also mean that Rabbi Yehuda holds like, now what does that mean? What is Rabbi Yehuda's model of Yom Kippur? Is Rabbi Yehuda subscribed to the Rabbi model of Yom Kippur, that the essence of the thing just by itself says, the Gemara says, "Oh, the Lord, the Rebbe, some of the Yudah, how do you some of them? You, all of this, you, sorry. Oh, the Lord, I'm sorry, that will come up. That Torah, something that Yudah about Yudah was something that we say that Rebbe was the Yudah, but maybe the Yudah doesn't hold like Rabbi. Oh, Dilma, the Rebbe, some of the Yudah, after Rabbi, there's someone like Yami for it. The Rebbe holds the Yudah, but Yudah also holds like Rabbi. You are the news secretary in the name and the common celebrate Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi Yudah is Rabbi. So therefore, again, just the way it's appropriate to say that the student holds like the Rabbi, not that the Rabbi holds it in reality. Rabbi agrees, and one side Rabbi agrees, we can yet understand that the people as well. Although I think that I mentioned explicitly, I said it. Rabbi celebrate Rabbi Yudah about the Yudah no summer to them. If that doesn't go both ways. Let's look at the that the same stuff accounts for all the right calling Israel, Material, whoever it is, like every Jew has kapara ultimately do same stuff already. Yudah does not hold like Rebbe, which means that it does not have its soul shut on the it's not going to be easy to avoid the honor they come up for myself in order to access the power of the second. You're going to go. You're going to go into one of the kind of option so they don't shut it. You might have thought that your kipper should be a tap on a person, whether it be or not, whether it be true or not. So I can look at a couple of people. Couple of the that's why I should have right now. I think it's for example, Chatas and Asham. Chatas and Asham create kapara. And Yom Kippur creates kapara. Not Chatas or Asham in the Kapara, Ella, Ella, Chum. Just like Chatas, I was saying, Chatas or Asham. It's a person of one carbon there. Brings a carbon, but doesn't do sugar. What's the impact of that carbon? Is it carbon? Zero. That's what we call the boil Shabbat. We're trying to do anybody. You all bring all the it says, so my Chatas in the Kapara, Ella, Shabbat, just like Chatas only were, if accompanied by Shuvah, Yom Kippur in the Chaper Ella ala Shabbat. So to Yom Kippur only provides only for those who do Shuvah. So we say this is the position of the not to and it is a the power of Yom Kippur is only accessed with Shuvah. Not the Chatas v'Asham. Shin the Chaper Ella is it Kishovi. So I say so ultimately just say that. But here's the problem. Chatas v'Asham only the Chaper Shabbat. Remember again, no clever or it's no carbon for data. Now, it's not totally true. It's a carbon for what carbon is that? That's the Sierra and Yom Kippur. But that's not something I'm making. Let's say I was brought out the hat of clouds, right? Like if you just have this in Russia, all in the carbon, right? You know, just come on and try out basic to show that all of the again, it's in its own Kippur, however, it's different. Because it has both of you would have both for 50 and show you. All of the Chaper al Amizim to show you. The Chaper al Shabim, the al Shem of Shabim. So that which is the Kippur to be the Chaper for show you. And it's that's in Kippur to be the Chaper Shuvah or not. And remember, Ach. Therefore, the Pasuk says, Ach. Ach, Abasodash. Ach, the most you can say, feel it, but it means to distinguish, which means some things are included, some things are excluded. To teach me that what, that we don't need to adopt, but also but not for those who do not do Shuvah. So what's I good? Now, interestingly enough, this price is being quoted in a way to highlight the thing that Rabbi Yudah. To show that Rabbi Yudah doesn't hold like Rabbi, and Rabbi Yudah holds and he works together with Shuvah. The problem is, if you look at this price is without attribution. Like there's no link here. Which the words is not a problem. Stand a sifra. So let's say this is a sifra. Sifra is a price of the metric charge. Remember the prices that we call it. So a stand sifra comes kind of who is it? Ready? The car are shopping. Not shopping on the old they want to see that so you should be studying the dog. And what do we see from it? What do we see from it? We see that they'll keep up the sugar. They'll keep up this much which we don't do sugar. So therefore again to kind of bring this also therefore Rabbi calls it the Yehuda, meaning that the Son Mishkaliach atones for everyone forever. Mechaber, but ultimately the Kippur is Mechaber for all of it. It's even the Kabbalah that the Kippur is ultimately Mechaber with Tshuva. Incredible. So it was a Rabbi Stam Sifra, but again, in another Stam Sifra, right? There's another Stam called Stam Sifra, which means a rice from Josh Cohen. The sign that we learned, not all of Modi Yom Kippur Mechaber, and the Inki is Hannibal, the Kara Mikra Kodesh, and the Asaba Malacha. Listen to this. It's just wild. I might have thought, drinking Mechaber, listen to this. If you fasted, or Kara Mikra Kodesh, right? You didn't, right? The Asaba Malacha, you didn't do Malacha, you didn't violate it. How do I know? Well, he's Hannibal, was the getting this. How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, no Kara Mikra Kodesh, I didn't adapt it on Yom Kippur. I violated. I didn't know what on Yom Kippur. How do you know that Yom Kippur is still Mechaber? I was like, is this not the craziest thing you've ever read? When I say crazy, like I mean it. How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't adapt on Yom Kippur, I didn't know what on Yom Kippur, how do I know that Yom Kippur is Mechaber? Talmud Omar, Yom Kippur, you come up. It's an absolute day. An absolute day. That's another universe like this. Doesn't even make me want to keep it right now. Right now, oh my gosh, I keep start flexing. Absolutely right now. The power of this. Just wipe everything I do, I don't do, it doesn't matter. So from the goal, so what do you do with this? So what do you do with this hip hop? So again, that's what point out to we have two prices. We're telling it that fundamentally contradict each other. Right? The first price says that Kippur really only works if you do tshuva. Second price says the second price is even more severe. Second price says even if you do Kippur, right? You already did Yom Kippur. You didn't walk on Yom Kippur. You didn't fail. You did that. Still Yom Kippur is Mechaber. So what I like this, which was all about the contradiction. But again, with math, it's fine. Works. It's the fact that I'll say these two dice the two fundamentally opposite opinions. They're opposite, but different opinions about the works. The first price says you need Shabbat. That's the Ibudah. How do you access the Canal again? Everyone here that Yom Kippur has this tremendous spiritual cathartic energy to fundamentally tremendously change you up this thing. And I want to say yes, but you need to Shabbat to access it. That's the first price. Second price, so that even if you're eating on Yom Kippur, imagine this. If you're eating on Yom Kippur, Kippur is still atoning for you. And Kippur is still atoning for you. Like you're doing a lot of Kippur. Kippur is still atoning. Who's that? That's Rabbi. Rabbi says, tell you listen to yourself. That makes no sense. How does it make any sense that if you're eating on Yom Kippur, you will open the Kippur, that the Kippur still work on your behalf? Don't say, love doesn't make sense. And the emotion loves us so much. Loves us, that there's a phrase that this Rashi comes from that. I think it's actually so it's the Gemara. I think it's the Gemara. It's the Gemara. Right? I got Mikal as a Shiva. Love disrupts the natural order. Where did we learn that from? From Avram Avinu. Because Vayashki Avram Avinu. Vayachavoshes Kamala. I'm going to go over the California morning. And he said, he's probably, he's got to die for that. Right? Everything has to die to settle. Right? They're not to never souls. And so why is Avram Avinu going against Sabbath? Because again, Rashi says, Avram Avinu talks about short love. Avram Avinu's love records love for his son. Respect the natural order. Love makes people do crazy things. And love is such a strong emotion that often intellect is dispensed with. And Allah has kind of looked at when you're talking about the love that Hashem has for his children, there is nothing stronger in the universe than that love that Hashem has for us. So why does Yom Kippur work? Because Hashem loves us so much and wants more than anything for the state to be complete. For us to start, then it's illogical. It's illogical. So literally again, you made us stressing on Yom Kippur. Don't worry, if he has 4 hashkafas, right? But he's stressing on Yom Kippur. He's doing on Yom Kippur. Hashkafas is literally, it's okay. I told you. Forgiveness. Avo the calculus of Shiva. The love that Baruch has for us is so intense that it substantial order there. Rabbi says, no. Have the heart to be ready, both to be ready, the more the ready for colors to build up. I think about that was asking for this. So this is fascinating. So the first thing as follows. So all the rice is getting ready, right? Why? Because maybe ready, even ready agrees that's what. That if you violate the keeper itself, your keeper can't atone for you without you. Right? Even ready calls, it's still showing on the there, right? Even ready will say, you violate. You ready the keeper in order to affect the divine power of your keeper. If you don't say that, what it says, think about the parties dealing with people in the rest life. Don't say, this is fascinating. What's the halacha? The halacha is if you eat on your people, what's the halacha? It's a few of colors. If you will not on your people, what's the halacha? A few of colors. If it holds, it's so short over that the gates of the colors, then what? Then there's never a few colors for your people because the day atones for self. And yet the Torah says that you tie with color or violation of people. So it must be according to Rabbi, who says it's small shalom the Chaber, that applies to everything but the three ideas that we enumerated about. And keeper violation itself. Right? Whereas if you violate your keeper cannot atone for you. Right now, I should say, your keeper cannot atone for you by itself. You're going to as well. So the Gemara says, obviously, it's a lot of I can still find the case of currents and no keeper. So the Gemara listen to this. The Shtakas law, you don't go up as far by the this. But if you have the case, let's say, for example, let's say again, a person eats at night, right? It comes up keeper night, a person eats, and what happens? In that case, the whole Asi Mama, in that case, all through that, he cannot avail himself of, it's interesting, everyone's understanding over here, that when we say it's small shade of the Chaber, it's actually the daytime of your term. It's not nothing in that. So we have a case ultimately again of a guy who just trying to find the case of colors for every of your keeper. Right? So again, you have the guy who eats at night, he dies before daybreak. So therefore, again, if you've never had the opportunity to tap into the kapara status of your keeper, says, current the mama in the best life. Then again, of course, you're not going to find the case of big time parts of Rothschild. First, you want to why not? There is. Shtakas not. The uncle saw the train taking this, you can find it in the kids. Ruben ate something and choked while he was eating and died. But it was a sniffle. What happened? There's never a moment of your keeper after the act of eating to go ahead and provide kapara. Right? In other words, we're trying to figure out according to Rabbi how you can have a situation where your keeper itself can't atone for the act of courage. So, for example, if a person is going ahead and eating, he dies during the act of eating. In other words, in Rabbi's model, you need a moment of your keeper post act of eating in order to atone. If he dies during the act of eating, there's no moment of your keeper. Or is another case. Some of which what happens if Ruben, people used to break between Muslim and the ultimate husbands, and so then he decides to sit aside. So Ruben decides to sit down for a suit, right? He eats all the way until Muslim keeper, right? He's already exactly so. Second, what's come down to all this. So again, there was no moment of the keeper after he had the order to fail us and see this he starts eating by sundown keeper, by sundown keeper, and eats all the way from what you see yourself, right? Give yourself have all of the others, have all of the others that a person could we're at sunset of Yom Kippur. You can't just wait a little bit. So listen, in general, just understand what we say this about. I committed to that data. I couldn't hold out 30 seconds long. So it was like, you know this concept that so many times the way that I could try to avoid sleep is trying to instead that this person is touching by you to her. Don't say you're not going to sleep. Don't say you're not going to sleep. What's a good strategy to employ? So you know what? I'm not going to sing for the next minute. put on a Dutch, right? I'm not sitting for the next 60 seconds. So it's like 9 out of 10 times, if the person employs that strategy, I will overcome the desire. Simply because we know that the way it works is I'm so caught up in the moment that all I see, all I want is that thing. And if I'm able to catch my breath a little bit, I'm able to make a little bit of a dispassionate decision. What often happens is people go to resist temptation. It's an incredible strategy. Don't say you're not going to sin because you're probably going to fail, right? Because then they say, no, I'm doing this, right? I am going to sin. Maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, right? But I'm waiting. Let's say it has tremendous ability to save ourselves from such incredible mistakes. So often, if we could just control ourselves for just a few more moments, we can rein in those desires that seek to derail us. But all too often, we just begin to desire with such immediacy that there's no hope. So we look at this guy, who's eating, we look at that Sunday of the kipper and see, what a fool. We can't run for another couple of minutes from outside the keeper. So as I said, fortunately, that's us. So often, like, can't hold out for just another minute or two. I'm able to get this heat so under control. I can just hold out, just give myself a little bit of that pause. There's no telling what type of mistakes I can save myself up. So it's like, that's the Sugya. That's the Sugya. How do you pass me? I love for the next action. Let's just a little bit of Gemara. Right, so what's it so fair? Let's try to quick angle here. My home is ready that I how does your kid work? How do you pass it? We'll come back in just a moment. Scare cover a few more. And click yourself out and find that from the shot. What's the next part of the Gemara? What's the right here? And these ends of talking about the shot is being finished without tomorrow next session. Everyone is able to achieve a total win ultimately again through the secret knowledge also. How people catch it. Katani after Israel after going after playing for Shua, for other time Israel don't become shots. So it doesn't make any sense. What you said, I don't really say both. Then you said there was a distinction between and you saw Kayako and I moved up towards you used to say, Be'afet Kohanim, Be'afet Kohanim Shua, is having the Siyah Mishtarech, the Shar Avedos. All Jews, Israel and Kohanim, Kohen Gadol, are atoned through the Siyah Mishtarech, right to go through that stone over the cliff. There's no distinction between them. So, are there any differences between Kohen and Kohanim? Yes. Ultimately, once here's the fundamental distinction. Kohanim, when it comes to Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, they are atoned for through the power of Yom Kippur. We Israelim are atoned for through the Siyum HaYas of this year. Who's the music? So you need to be signing up the people at Kodesh. Actually, once you know the stuff we'll for today, I think I'll read it tomorrow, and tomorrow I will give you the resolution of Nachontes ready and about the essence of your keeper. We'll see if you have the way for Shimon. It's there, everyone. All right, so good morning, let us begin in my day for all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Commodore is also Israel as well. Again, to the Orchard of Rothschild this year, as usual, for the Solar Forest for Israel. Commodore is not considered that we are among the top small running Latin, the nation of the United States was Father Leonard Clark. Playing with best of our calls and photo of the York. The main sponsors for today, Quality Power, the celebration of Mr. Louis completing Mr. John, with that cars are going to shoot at the cover of the fullbacks, the Nets are set at the team at Slough this beautiful together. The same again, we will be put up in the American Commodore, all of the shops are going to families of the Commodore, all those things reports that would begin with Cole for Israel. Continue to bring our hostages and we have tremendous this tremendous concept of the beautiful machine that was referred to probably smell. Yesterday, how about the rest of our passages should come all the way to Hashem. Holy Sultan should be successful. The whole of not saying the Jewish service levels for all of our this. Was it that let us be alive to be today? And so people forgot ahead of us. In fact, it's been days 12. We have to do our own good hour on the days 11 and we are taking our Koi Kara. I believe that today. Anyways, let's take up 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So we'll say again, 30-second review. So remember again, at the beginning of yesterday's after we introduced to the beginning of the milk blood, really the leftover kabalos, leftover fluid secret. What do you do with it? So you're going to propose that you say, no, simply that's go ahead and human onto money. Like transfer sending variables onto money. That money then falls into last year's not used for turkey repairs, so looking forward to the and ultimately the animals become food. Subsequently, the animals are repurchased. Repurchased from this is not and you are good to go. That triggered a fire-stroke conversation. How can we do that? If I go inside the cycle of physical safety, if there are physical safety, so how are you able to go ahead and take that away? To which we rather introduce us to a concept, maybe the big nationality. Going to be translated again essentially business manipulates essentially so like this only the stuff, only the products from the animals that are used actually exist for full measure of business safety, but everything else does not. Everything else does not. And the product and the stuff, you're not really dealing with physical safety because all these animals never physical safety. They hide death. They're why in there at all because you have all these things to start using it for money. So if you go through this model, this mechanism of what looks like redemption, but in reality, the animals are really good. That's the interest cycle because they were never used. The market brings up questions to this. The market qualifies this concept as well. Really, they basically master labels only used in Shia cases, in cases that are common. And that's why there are the cases of lost cards, which Baruch Hashem is getting there, or a place of those cards. So the code using less labels doesn't apply. Good, that's what the argument challenges they say to make it. The hard part, what about paradigm? What about paradigm? So watch this. So I go, paradigm emotion from. So paradigm is a common situation. Right? Again, I won't say remember it's not a copper paradigm, but it was not an everyday occurrence. So specifically recall emotion. And yet, the kind of related partners, these are interesting. Paradigm is a top social. A paradigm works to be reviewed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's financial sensitivity. The word Shlichot is Rashi says it's about halfway down the short bar to Rashi. No Shlichot. The coordinate by future by shooting the SL Sheva. This is just a fascinating statistic. In all of the years of the first and second hundreds, there were only 7 colors attributes. Only 7 red attributes. All those years, right? Hundreds of years, only 7 colors attributes. Okay. Rashi goes on. I'll come to Sheva. So again, in general, as a part of developed educated so ultimately the person needs okay, that's not so much of a finish. Let's go on. Lisa, if the part of the guys, again, it's just they say it's guys, and how about the nice you can do you should talk if that. If it was slower, you're actually goes out the weird, you should talk what's been come up. Let's say it was smothered outside of its prescribed area. If you also do what's a Harris there, if you find a nicer color aguma, and if you that's not a reference to the voice, that's not a reference to you find another word or has a couple parts, again, you try it, I've got a color, so it's not like that. With that, ultimately, you could redeem the everyone and utilize the new one. Shaka got now, what if the color aguma has been shafted? Right now, when you can check the price on the buyer, and what the events. Ultimately, does not have any kind of inflation. Now, let's say, let's do that just a moment. That's the action of the higher shop, but nothing of the other. Let's say, this is a higher was not talking about the question. That's why to see exactly how it works. Yeah, but offer it remember again. How does this functionality? How the bias is out. The incredible part is the deep area of the part that was offered up is directly across from the entrance where there is in the brush. So you'll be able to see into the instead of push up there. So part of this unique. So it's the guy Marok, that means on the higher, and that not really is in the brush. On the higher 60. We're going to go up and finish that actually. It's a very cool how bad the body here back 12, 5, 8 of the levels. Now, pressure as is action, you may move on seal to it. But here, so what do you see from this price up? Pretty much you can review car to at any point in time. And for any reason, like it dies, you can redeem it. It has a look, you can redeem it. You find a nicer one, you can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on this designated buyer. On Harazisi, you can no longer offer it, you can no longer redeem it. And Rashi says that's because it doesn't look nice. Right? It's a ginai. It's a ginai. Actually, that's like ginai. Don't see it doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on this buyer. What are you gonna do? You're redeem it now and use it for a barbecue? Like it doesn't make any sense. Now listen, now what do you see from here? Now the assumption is Paratuma has Kedusha Sagmov. And yet again it seems to be that you can redeem it for what? For any purpose. For any purpose, even without it developing a mold. Now again, this would have troubled us much more yesterday, right? Or I should say before yesterday. Now it troubles me less because I understand how could this happen? How can you use something that has physical safety to produce yourself with, even if it doesn't have a loan? How do you do that? Late is you must know it. What's the problem? You just said late is you must know it. Only applies when only applies in a situation where it's Sharia, where it's common. But this is an uncommon situation. And yet, it's still similar to these. As this was going on, there's words in no. This guy's a shiny part of the country that have eyes. Wow, that's quite fascinating. We might really get it wrong. Parahuma is not Kedusha Saguf. It's Bedek HaBayis. Now, what's a Bedek HaBayis has been said to be very associated with things. There's the temple upkeep. So what is that? Utility of action. He uses Bedek HaBayis. He remember, ain't no touch of his neck and cut Kedusha Saguf. If he got this from a room, but he doesn't use something things. It's different. I'm not saying you should use something that doesn't have this perspective. Yeah, by the way, it makes a lot of sense. You can't have this perspective. Why? Well, if you have this perspective, then what? You have to be offered up. And it gets crushed. But the fact that it's offered up outside of the temple, you see that it's more financial safety. Monetary safety, you will call Kedusha's harmony or Kedusha's better kabbalists. But not actual physical safety. You want to say that, what's the beauty of that? Now remember, really the debate with nice now later, that concept is only necessary for items that possess Kedusha's Saguf. Items that possess monetary sanctity, like that's only one form of Kedusha. So therefore, it says that those could just be redeemed, just for whatever reason. So let's see us, or that because the part of the is culture that Kalaitis, the Mitzvah, Mishnah, if that, then how could it be that it's the color guys? Right? Someone with the color check, let's say outside of his prescribed area, then it can do indeed. How can that be? How about you not from the Malacha? The most of the general Halacha is that it's anything that is culture that Kalaitis. Right? That was dedicated to that. If it needs to be it requires Hamada, which means it has to be brought in front of the Kohen, literally standing in front of the Kohen, and the value assessed by the Kohen. But that's the case, when the Kohen is dead, it can no longer be before the Kohen. If that's the case, then however else asking it to stay in front of the Kohen. But that's the case, and you was not a problem. But the same, the Amar Kachi is there, how you respond to Amar Gavaya. Kachi that the Gavayas, no how you respond to Amar Gavaya. So what's this happening? This is subject to much more case as well. And that we should examine the Kachi that the Gavayas do not require Amar Gavaya. And therefore, Amar Gavaya. Okay, so you will find sources here for tomorrow. So I just want to point out the power of these demonic also that the information that we have of more of the world. I think that this is quite striking that Para Dumont doesn't have to do just like it. Because I think that one of the right? Para Dumont, which is also used for that. One of the says we have each type the ability to go out and take too much space, and the ability to take too much space. It's just very nice. So it has not been something essential. This is the same thing. So it's essential for that to learn special hospital this. Why does Torah Aduma have Kedusha's growth? Why not? Why not? Because it's not offered up on the inside of Dutch. What's the point? That to really attain the highest level of sanctity, you must embed yourself in holy circumstances, right? In holy surroundings. And it's not enough in life just to do the right things. You have to push yourself in the right avenue. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You kind of, a lot of us would be, there are a lot of like, I want to say self-deceptive practices, but like you like to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who I surround myself with. It doesn't matter who my friends are. It doesn't matter who I hang out with. It doesn't matter you have to because again, I'm strong enough to withstand any of those influences because I'm doing the right thing. And I think you would be doing the right thing. Like, I'm shouting, I'm learning, I'm doing stuff, I'm doing cussing. So I know these guys are not the right influence. It's activity. It's not really the right shoulder. I can withstand those influences. It's terrible because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Kedusha's Haguf only comes when you embed yourself in the framework of Kedusha. It's only if you live in the Mikdash, if you operate in the Mikdash, that you have the real sense. Otherwise, again, you can have Kedusha's coming. Absolutely, you can have this, you can have I'm not saying anything, right? But at the end of the day, you cannot Kedusha's Haguf. And then it's a high school. And you this called, listen, it's also, if you take this concept much further, also, this is also the power of Eretz Yisrael. Like, what is the power of Eretz Yisrael over its lives? What is it? Basically, we have social authorities, we have a the difference is that Eretz Yisrael want to bury themselves in the empty atmosphere of Kedusha. You cannot replicate that outside of Eretz Yisrael. You just cannot. So that's why I find a lot of people pockets of holiness, but you cannot create the totality of a holy atmosphere. Even if you what's okay, it's traditionally, they must say, Shakta, dog. Okay, so now let's go back. So what did I just say? How do you do a team? There's one point of no return. What's the point of no return? Once you check to the arm and top of its time, it's not it cannot be reviewed. But I know we should know that as a comment to myself, I'm also high slow shots like Moshe. There's like a shit of himself that I guess this is fascinating. That Torah Aduma has the ability to essentially treated like food when it comes to Torah. When it comes to Torah, ultimately why? Because I want to have a time when it was becoming simple. Actually, this is in the wide lines of Rashi about 5 times in the comment to us like really what does this mean? So Rashi says, okay, another Sheretz Yisrael, in the cause of the other Yisrael, but also the Muslim, but to us, excuse me. Yeah, literally, how I do could convey Torah just like food. I get a Sheretz touch the Paraduma touches the other two items. To convey Torah. Mama is like, I'm not hiring a shipping party because I got a lot of stuff. And yet there's always says that the shipping says that Torah because of the simple redeemed the active for the buyer. She said, hello, shopping Torah, oil, the Dameha, because that the Gemara is actually like Torah in general. Ultimately, again, it has a little bit of a different circumstances why. Because Halakha is incredibly expensive. That she says, when we talk about Rabbi Shimon, don't say that the right side of share. They say, for Allah, who was by I'm not saying nothing negative. Then you should believe is Nasra around. How about that goes Shifa? Those instances were actually reversing course. And we say, why can you repeat Paraduma? Important. Why are you allowed to repeat Paraduma? Now, the argument is saying that Halakha Leisa is like the right side, which means if the Paraduma dies, you can repeat it. If you find the nice one, you could repeat it. If you find the nicer one, you could repeat it. You check the rest of the area, you can repeat it. The only time you can't repeat Paraduma is when once it's been checked on the higher horizons. Why? Also, leave based on mass knowledge. That's the reason. It's essentially based themselves. It's not called for a human to learn, but those actively checked early. At any time before that, ultimately, you can complete it. said before, that late days did not only applies in case of what? Case of what? Shliach, common situation that are not 7. Over the course of both brothers, that's totally uncommon. What's the answer? To which the Gemara says is different. Because since cargo is so expensive and so huge, therefore, days they said essentially it's not what I do until it's offered up at its back, which means up until that point in time, you can swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. Incredible. So what's this now? In fact, it turns out it is a good element in Masnala. Fascinating. So let's go back there. So the Gemara says, now they were directing candidates. So let's go through this. I Paraduma. Paraduma dies. Okay, so obviously now it's not useful for me anymore as a Paraduma. But it's not Kedusha. So what did I do? I can redeem it. I can redeem it, transfer affection, but its value transfer the same thing as the money, and then the part itself becomes just food. So what's one day? What can I do with it? What says, they said that if you open this, I cut you the coffee, so you know, the beauty part, to go ahead and feed the dogs. So that's just a person that doesn't seem like the right thing. Technically, it's going to be with the card, the carcass. And in church, we should hold up. No, it's because it's high. Because of that, even after it's that is high, let's read the tiny beef, because that's not that is hold up. So late beef, and that's why it's going to be there. The high is also a cow. How much of a high, and how much of a high you get is hard to listen to. How much high you actually going to get. Because you want to preserve the value of the high, so it is really fancy plus value. So yeah, I'm not going to unleash the down holder. Yes, as the king goes and he counter. Okay, one of these sounds much better in Aramaic as well. The down holder, which is I will say sometimes all you should salvage lessons, all you can salvage from the camel is the ear. In other words, you're right. The hide of the part you must stop where it's something. Some of the value of that redemption has that incredible. Ace Single, Omnigo, Redemption, Marishi, Zed, Bazet. So now we're going back to our Mishnah. We're going to be close to the Mishnah website. So the Mishnah is speaking all about the city, legacy of Rosh Kodesh, of the David, of Yom Kippur, and again the idea of the Mishnah is that all of this is for some type of base-centric tumult, or Kedusha centric tumult. What is based on the Mikdash without knowledge, consumption of collection without knowledge, and then there were different pieces, right? The idea of the Tiyah, the idea of the soul, the idea of the Tiyah, the idea of the soul, the idea of the Tiyah, the soul, it's lacks all members. So it says, first fellows, Mishnah, the Assumption, God, she people say about that. So now let's see what happens. What happens if you lost this year? Let's say the year Rosh Chodesh was lost. But it was found before Yom Kippur. So can you offer up the seer of Rosh Chodesh on Yom Kippur? On Yom Kippur. So there's an other group. The answer is yes. Yes, it's not a problem. If you offer up the seer of one occasion or another, I'm going to hold it. Couple also shut it. Created. How can we do that? Because on different seers of time, versions, how can we go and offer up one for the other? On the other hand, people are important the fact that actually what's the question of how so which means that you never have a common example. We all come to a call for some form of Torah regarding the consumption and consumption of concentrated items. And how that comes out, you actually offer them up on, you offer them up on different occasions. You offer up the seal of shoulders, and so on and so forth. You want to see why you get into that. Why didn't Shimon even use this? Why didn't Shimon say, of course you can? Why? Because late days are not there. I will say, what is late days are not there? The animal only achieves its designated identity once it's used for that designated purpose. So, for example, if I have a seer or shodash that is set aside for shodash, and then that seer runs away, right? And I offer up another one instead, and I find that seer by Pesach. So now, of course, I don't know about Pesach yet. Because Melissa, we don't look at that as repurposing the seer or shodash for Pesach, but rather never became the seer or shodash. Why not? Because maybe it's not there. So if you don't use it, it doesn't become designated So why not just give that answer? That's the easiest answer. Which the rest is going to should have on the car. Nestle, wow, okay. So what's this now turns out? Also, you got you subject to my focus. About your sharing soul is not subscribed to this idea of labeling you just not America. I'm going to be that happen. I'm going to do it. To me, some of what's the things systems. These are things. I actually these right? So to me, so again, I have 4 leftover animals in the Michigas hunting one. So if I want to see what I am looking for them, which are the purchase of last year's hack has shut up. So what do? Here the shit, 15, according to the shit, you can actually unless develop you must require money to go ahead with you. Out of it. That was like the most thing as follows. That essentially what's not for this, laid between us of it. The Rabbi laid these last of it. And therefore again, Hazan said, because I need a lot of so look at that. Should simply be with money. With money, with showing reject that idea. And the rest. But I wanted to give any tradition of money. So what did I do? I scored people. Pictures, influencers that are pictures, also it's actually these pictures, half of your days. But remember again, in these pictures, we also saw another case where Hamok Hamalesa before his community just with money. Just with money. Now, again, very necessary that the reason we want to say that was why was God's only possesses Kedusha's beloved, right? Kedusha's beloved, that means you go in and Lord says, have a good day. Shiny Taurus. So Taurus is different, right? The Rabbi got it, the Rabbi. So let's say, there's no choice. Because by animals, you could say, you let it raise until it develops a mold, and then they do. By Taurus, there's no mold. There's no way. So because there's no mold, what exactly is the option for redemption? It's not straight up redemption. So which one I put Ella, not wanting to para. Maybe it's that I want to para Kuma. We also said again that you can see this different para Kuma that is busy in my story. Which was the one of the para shiny. You know, shiny para is that now you come. But we just said before. Maybe para Kuma in general is treated differently why? Because it's so usually so expensive. So you must say, Ella, is that fun on rather than expressing that I don't know how you know what the other knows. That's a perspective, which can even be rational is without a flaw. And I want to know, that's missing. So actually, I'm going to hold it in top of us and shut up. The rest, not really convincing. That's the shit. I'm not project, young project, with a paragraph. It's a swimmer again. That was just amazing. I wish they said, let's just reestablish a fact. I have multiple students that essentially outline the Kodesh, the Galim, and the Tobin, and the Shikar. All of those, what's the commonality between all of those 3 buckets of goats, right? Those 3 buckets are seeing the commonality. They're all offer some type of tumor infraction regarding entry into the Mitzvah or consumption of kosher. In reality, but actually they're all the same. What happens I see designated for the Kodesh is also like escapes and offering like one thing at a time. So the shit that one just easy for the next collective. So the rabbis, the ones that actually have to do that, maybe for different things. Which the Shem said, since they all share the commonality of too much of the Kadasham Dafi. Now, Rabbanon agreed that it can be offered up according to the reason. Rabbanon said it can offer up why? Because the reason things we must have it. That's why it works. Because it turns out that the Sir Rosh Chodesh was never offered up Rosh Chodesh. It never attained at Rosh Chodesh simply. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next year. But you have Shimon, who don't hold a belief in us, why do you have that? Which Shimon says, because Horiel, the Kaparasan, Shada. The Shimon says we all have commonality of purpose. So that's what I want to argue with Shimon. So let's see. How do you know that it's a movement of God? Gemara says, God Rabbi, which someone would be that is in Masnale, I'm not too happy. So again, what conversation that we is it that's happening over there? If you look at Rashi says over here, we might have to on the way, we can stay there in Kabbalah and Shabbat Shimon, usually the basic person will become a Siva. So again, I'll say, how is this Rabbi Shimon, who again, this is Rabbi Shimon, this is Rabbi Huda, this is Rabbi Shimon, and ultimately what does Rabbi is master of it? What's the conversation happening there? Because this is only according to what's out of that it's in master of it. Because I hold these master of it, I did for what? I want to the hockey. This is why this is here, it was hopeless, for example, to get Rabbi Rabbi. I know it's not quite according to you. The honor no, do not subscribe to these master of it. I'm not even how can you take this seed that was lost, let's take out a Shkodesh and use it for recover the paper? And by using it, so you know, it says, well, maybe this conversation is really there. That's what it is to say. This should be the constant Kaparat according to me, this makes sense because I hold it over the city in kind of coming out with stupid purpose. In other words, they're all used constant Shabbat. They're all used to atone for some type of Tumas that's why if the seed was lost for one occasion, it should be used for different occasions. I'm not even but according to you, why can't you wash it left it up? No one says, I am covered up. And no one says, you have the soda. And the soda, the thing that we should in the so once we have the soda, according to that we need, according to the public and also the assumption of the kingdom is that the potential is even in Master already. I will shimmy, these things in Master already. So what's the third part is just to see all these what the people what's obviously introduced to us to the concept that everyone subscribes to. Now it's up to be because the rest of us make this action on mission, but that is without issues. Rejecting the notion of race and that's not their holding or accepting because they're just that way. So we must make sure that's not there. Night as a rule. So now let's go full circle. But so what do you do? Let's go back to just a second, right? Because remember, how do you get into this whole thing that's not there, right? How do you get to this? The fact is because of the very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year, what's the practical issue? Leftover products. Leftover stuff in which was. So, what do you do with that? So, again, we keep on using national day as a great day, right? As the Rabbi it's a very simple method. The animals, right? You do the same thing as the money. Donate that money back to us. It's not just a shuttle fund. You're good to go. But if you're a high-step shit, if you check your business, so at the end of the day, what do you do to check over coverage? Which the other says, how that is for you, not just seeing about any sense there. Okay, so this is very interesting. What do we do with it? Unless these things phrased before, we use it for research or in his behalf. What is that? That's in the short lines, about 4 letters here. Each letter is on his behalf. Each time his behalf, and it's 10 minutes back is good. Let's say that no one's offering up any other coverage for his back right now. So now, even on someone, when you've got this seabird, split up as an over. Again, on behalf, just to keep talking up, you will give offering. Finish a real direction. Telling us, this is that decision of kind of a thing, because it should kind of be clear for you to have out to us, especially like that. So, I got that, it's a lot, any that you can already before, even check on the so, how often are you? It should not be so easy, but also good. If you want to take that show, you should also shoot. So, if she says, you don't need it. What do you do with the leftover colors? Offer them. That's it. But what you offer, that's also what we're getting to this more. There are periods where there was nothing right. Happening when it's bad. Now, we don't like it. We get here when it's bad, he's good. Right? So what would they do in those moments when they were, it's hard to make it was employment. But again, what would they do in those moments when it was employment? They had like a dessert fund, right? And dessert fund, they would offer up just additional food offerings. So those leftover animals would be used used for you for those there, Kaiser's there, but this company is there. So whatever that's just means was not so why not? Just like so what? There is there, you know, so let's say one level is there. Oh, what do we do? Certain range between heaven and earth. No comfortable cargo can come close to that other spot. We'll say that the serves as a model of our what is the important principle of all the Hashem principle? Never stop. Never stop. At the end of the day, and he always has to be active. And he always has to be stretching time which is special rest and relaxation. I'm still active. I'm still doing publishing. So the habit is very important. With your conduct, with your purity, with your closeness, with no dynamic, impossible. Impossible. We can't have that. Because again, the whole point is being practiced. The service that conduct of our whole message. And as I showed, constant dynamic forward momentum. So we don't need to make new evidence. Just use that. Just use them. That's it. Fascinating. So let's go ahead and finish with that. Otherwise, what if she in fact was she like this in the group of there. That was an interesting enough. Yeah, this works well with the animals left over here. Because since they were already designated as communal offerings, so just offering them up as communal offerings, but not a big deal. Not a big deal. So the rest of the ship, we are trying to get in a case of severe factors. Let's see if you have leftover factors. I'm talking about factors. Those cannot be offered up as dessert service there, but again, those would have to be retained. Actually, so the modern shape actually matches that because modern Syria has Shemikin special shoulders. And it's so strong you don't see the shoulders other. Shaba Belinsa in the sun, shake. Right, the current folder for us to see her. So what's this very important? Let's say the essentially brought a cedar, right? A sin offering of a cedar, for the cedar from the bag. The sin offering of a shoulders, the sin of a shoulders, right? Again, remember, so this is down. Why is there a sin offering on the Israel? Why is there a sin offering on the shoulders? And it's part of it says, India like Apollo, actually, I think he is higher. But I told you because I diminish the power of the something definitely that public, right? Example. So you ended up walking up and down one step, and then afterwards you find it. So now what happens? I got finally at permission use. What the problem? That's a serious way that has been walking. That's the shepherd. So you know, say, agrees, that cannot be offered up on his behalf. But are you accused of his behalf? More than you should have it's in before the code. The old dog, I love the dog, she have the dog, what's in that can't be offered up. Why not? Because also that's chatos. That's a chatos. So chatos can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a chatos. The problem is if you have these chatos from last week's months of shop that also used during that final year, you can't use it. So in that case, you let the animal graze, you don't for milk. Once you got some, you can do around the money, then you can use that money for all this. This is very important. This is going to go just for a little bit. So again, the two says, that's all the animals that you have that you don't live there. And the rich does have flood. That's easy. You can do those. Just use them as dessert for these guys. Whatever you have to start wine. Don't essentially set aside all use. Just use them. Just use for all use. That's it. So that's it easy. Right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have a leftover chatos, that's a problem. That's a problem because that's not to see happening that for the service. Because the chatos cannot be repurposed as a formula. Let's look at the remedies for when you do that. Let it graze, let it alone, and you eat it, use the money for, kids and staff. That's what you're for his staff reserve. So you learn from yourself. That's actually to make color over. That's over. Let's keep So again, these are lesser animals in which that's like one, they're usually designated as always offered up as no problem. About Hassan, to be cut of factors, the hash, the whole lot, the sailor, the Akagapara, often before Apara. The most in the case of the sea here, where there's usually designated as a factors, right? There's no, you can go ahead and offer that up as an open. But what's happening over as follows. Technically speaking, you can. Right? Personally, it's a factors first function. And then what happens? The slave gets lost. I end up offering up another units instead. And then I find it afterwards. Technically speaking, I could offer that as an owner. But we're concerned that to allow that to come to purpose of factors and use it as an owner, even before the factors has been. That's us. So in order to avoid that confusion, we're simply essentially once the animal is designated as a factors, it can't be purpose of for owner. Beautiful. Which was, I'm not buying it so I'm not just going to speak this is so only. But once the animal has been as a factors, even if another factors has been offered documents instead, we can't use the original factors as that's all we want to go. So I say, I think this is what this thing was. I'm just searching for it. This I'm certain that people have lost. We have to check in the things we have on this world, shut up. So to get zero about some choose what factors. And that was we should have again have failed and you went ahead and you offered up other governments what happens afterwards. Right? So we said that it's 5 months. I'm not going to lose some different users. We said you have got some more guys. But I was actually on that opening. I mean, very great. Develop them in, and they use the money for the trouble. Why? She factors see what it's up. You don't see factors the guy. I ran out. It means you find it as well. Just use it for things in his back. Factors just use it in his back. Instructor. Just remember it's like, I don't know. We find it, sorry. We find it a lot, and zero the so what's this very important? I do it, I'm not doing myself. Before the conference has been offered, a conference cannot be purchased ultimately as an over. Technically speaking, the conference, it was lost, replacement was offered, and then you subsequently find the conference. We should be able to repurpose that conference as an over. We should be able to, either because of really easy, not still right? Or just because purposes this way. For the next time, you don't actually watch because we're concerned if you actually do it after the practice has been offered, you come to what? Repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, there's a breakdown of no repurposing of the factors for an open. Good. Other ones is I'm going to showing you to actually stay. We need to be involved in dollar. So what's this is by the two goals of the equipment. Right? If I look for a nice rate, steps out, if I look for a nice out, if more than the goals is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So what do you do when you go? You have to raise, develop a moment, and sell off, and let the money be used for development. I'm not, why is that so? I'm not, you can't people who say, hold on. It's not just like revenue will be offered up as an over. And the last let me go, you see the upper top on but once animals can designated as a purpose, it cannot be purpose as anything else. Like you also look at the stuff like the owner died, or she was captured by dogs, or the animal was lost, and the owner used a different animal to achieve the goal. You actually start to keep up people don't get it done. Like the animal face, the one of the moon, and then you use the money to purchase the dog. You might say, as long as they're open, youngest. And the Moses says, also with respect to animal guy, and we show already you need to become older. Don't use the proceeds and maybe all of the car, control. Why not just offer the animal itself? So you might say, because I use for older, so let's use that back to our single piece of so six things happening with it. Hey, so what's time to scale? Guys want to say so again. So remember what's happening with you. You want to say what else you do to Kabbalah? Rabbi Shimon says, I don't hold the babies in Masnale. And there's another simple answer to the leftover animals. What do you do with them? Kais and there, preserve them is there. But why? Because since originally they were designated for the offerings, these are offerings. But you can understand that only works for animals that are designated for all purposes. But if you have an animal that was designated for a chagas purpose, the new purpose of chagas or Ola. Ola had its state is how that is develop a wood with meat and then ultimately again for an Ola. Time I'm not about self-support. Why are we in the ourselves? So we say, what would you do? Is where that comes from. Let over animals in which case at the end of the fiscal year, what do they do with them? So you might well say, on the days, Kayas to us, Shua. We offer up a dessert, but what things that people eat for dessert? So we have actually used the days. Kayas to the Shua is that the other maybe the Kimax, the Mexico, that the person that makes for desserts, right? And it's figs for dessert. So these animals on the double on staff as dessert. I believe it's much less. You're not to eat figs for other staff, but the opposite. Because the cold blood cells are here. You're not allowed to eat honey, which you can't put in blood. You can't eat honey as the options is bad. There's no compound. Keep yours shut up. It's an expression. But in the middle, right? Again, it's just an expression. Right? The same way that people come eat things for dirt. So it's what you do with left over. To meet animals, you bring them as dessert things that they always get this morning. Grab one of those leftover animals and use that. So much of this. This stuff. Pizza also, so from this, I said, yeah, it's just something what's happened over the years. And then how I'm looking at what gets from the Yokono and then the Yokono says that I want for myself, maybe it's must not. And then for Shimon, this rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals that we this year? The Yokono just transfer the same thing to money, give them money back into the box I check about from last year. You must share that you purchase those animals and then use them for their own purposes. Shouldn't not do that. Just put it for the whatever is done. That's what we do not focus. No. Don't show that right. Just aim at this and the rest of it. So it's the side of it. So the height of the air. So for that says, you can only use animals, not birds, to try to turn the job. Okay. So the one says as far as that. She says it's like an easy thing. So let's get to see the factors that develop in them. So you have to use the money that you want to use these purchase for research like that. And you focus on books. Not books. Only that one. Number says that's a lie. That's a lie. That's what you get up. That's right. Yes. This guy's actually this is sexual. You know what? You need that up. And after my step down, I said, last time you put us out, what are you talking about? I'm not sick. I said, what can you show? I said, oh, you didn't see it at all. I see it at all. When it's not as or as different, all that's both. It's very simple. It's very simple. And it's ultimately, again, it's not there, right? Whatever is left over goes to open the double sequence. Right? Goes for the that item is there. But ultimately, so no, there is no such thing as a commute effort. So it says the only one is there, so to speak, and things have to be offered up as communal offerings. And the animals are offered up as communal offerings. Birds are never offered up as communal offerings. It makes sense that you cannot go ahead and use official money to purchase birds with the certain things there. That's all I did. That's well, some luck about the whole. So I was like, we slow ahead. I will say, no, yeah, but no, yeah. That's the milk, right? What the milk might say. So each thing is that's now that. So even small things is tough. The one you know is small. Now, others, see, well, I can make hustle in my shit. So I'll say, this is a very good special. So it'll be again when it comes to the offering. knife that designates the further earnings, which is another way of the covered only interest rate. So the covered only achieves its purpose away, right? Which right? These layers the carbon phase is designated identity what is actively used. And that is literally the holds them forward there. That's the one piece. And what we're actually the seeker should not for that. So that's which means by the seeker, so it's not about still a focus. The other person by so that's low color because why should it be also more bought? I mean, I'm not for myself. It was only law. Only so and therefore I get what you myself again because of course it's just fundamental energy against limitation must be aware on that. But no one says yes. Shouldn't says no. You shouldn't let someone say Rama Pastor goes out to shit to this. Rama Pastor is a group of Scotland. Not for Scotland, I like to go and look in that. But the whole it's a new class, there's a collection. The robot the peacock. And the difference is a niche one, but it was the people truly shut up. So what do you do? I try to say, what do I do? So what do I like? Oh, you know stuff. Even those that and what do? You get everybody shut up. And I go ahead and ultimately again, use take their money back and the not shoot shut up now. So that's not essentially doing channels to that. There was one person I over here is he doesn't add in the chest and purchase those animals with the new money. So that's what reason if they want or not, but so the Rabbi says that you just between them with that why it's not instantly show our cold animal show up this should go and switch your head because it is a challenge and the animals that are not used for sacrificial functions all the way become or in other words the practical how well and the right side really nothing out there and asking because the side that is not the right side stay at the right. Let's go to the our annual planetary conference in Chicago to dedicate ownership to this year. As this for the subsequent we are about the program the practical innovation of the accent of your father is the one practical which are then the festival and always in the European method of control. Shall Saudi Arabia. The families were unfortunately they would come for the stuff. It's quite actually the passengers be strong, the power that of the soldiers should be successful with all of nice. Once we get back from the hospital, we believe that to shoot out and we really kind of ahead of us today. Believe that to shoot out. We're picking up actually on good opportunities. So many ways because the city gets together and is always the entire time. So let's get clarity on that. Make this slow and methodically, and you're going to remember how beautiful and how inspiring she was for you. The question of perspective, mindset, and what you have to get out of it. I'm going to do two, four, six. I'm going to do all right, look, if you feel messed up, it's not there. Give me some problems, okay? You got it. Swear. I need you. You guys said this hard. So, I'm going to do it. So, what's the user deal? You need to show up to some see, but you can see. So, this is my interesting. We are open as follows. The first thing we'll do actually, like I said, we're going to go through this slowly and methodically. And we'll cup on this because this concept of who love knowledge, say, but you are going to be the one that's going to be something. Inspection today and tomorrow, almost the even part of tomorrow. So take the Rashi. Rashi is on the left hand side, about 4 lines into the short line. You should look at the table. Should not go below too much on the spectrum. So you know how this is. So every year on the first of you see another that second discovered so we say they get around 4 years before. This is a most people get ready to act do it. The first of these are weekly collections. So what you can is anything so you can get on the first of these. So there you have it. So it should not be most amount of stuff. It's not basically what you never have. So you look at your purchase prices from the masses have set. The law was we always had 6 sheep. The sheep had, right? They had one of the chambers in the courtyard museum, which was called Gus and Royal. We had that aerial view of the as of the courtyard had a center area and 4 side chambers. One of those side chambers was what's called Rothschild house. The Rothschild was running around sheep house on the earth. Always had 6 sheep right at the background. Now what happened? When you were starting to be done, well, sheep cover so it's like that. You families that has a shame. Go get the house. They cover the too much hydration. Okay, so now what happened? Come to some essentially the beginning of financial so we only bring communal sacrifices which were okay, yeah, I that because it was okay. We always had so many sugar. But anyway, people that I the chamber of sheep. The issue was what the last years because of that, it could not be used for this sacrifice. So now the question is, you have 4 sacrificial sheep sitting in which does not smart. What do you do with them? What do you do with them? So, but you have to introduce the same thing I was saying, usually around the edge. So you can show this in the seaboard, you have to just do that. Just to do that. They will say, now we're going to say this is a shopping statement, private shopping. Because in general, in order to read the sacrificial statement, what you usually read first, almost. Usually in some type of life, it's something that really you disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. So you're going to say something shocking. Listen, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking that you can just redeem this animal straight out. Look at actually just what you did. That's very important. That's always very important, but very important for us in this year right now. You think you make shit that shows you have to start with that's it. What about the process? So what do we do? What's the redemption? Redemption is what they give for sacrificial use in this covenant. So how do you do this? Like it actually tells you. The covenant also are most most young books are actually shows in the head. We could audience let's call that in the base culture actually. So first thing we do like this, and I remember it was these four items, four sheep. So first thing I do is I read them. Now when I bring in something, what I do is when I put out this meaning for something, the secondary transfers to the money. So now I have money vested with the sacrificial safety. What do I do with the money? I put it into the residual of the life of such a thing. The safety of the animals is directly connected to last year's such a thing. The animals that money into the last year's residual of such a thing. That's done by whatever is the last year's such a thing. Let's go with that. General sense, example of proof, right? Specifically, it was repairs for the Kodesh HaKadosh. So, okay, so take the animals, we do the same for the animals, we count a last year's master Shachal, to make the FNS use for Kodesh repairs. So, for the sheep, what's the size of the sheep? The size of the sheep. So, watch this. We don't understand. So, the thing is, you have to include those who will not true Hadash. They are doing something. What do you do? You now take new shadows from this year's collection, and essentially you purchase the sheep for the base of the sheep. So, okay, let's just go through the process. Right? What's my problem? That's not a general statement. I'm talking about over here. You check your name, you're going to use transfer the same thing that's on the money. The money is put into last year's Matzis HaShekel, Kodesh Kadash and repairs. The sheep are now full. Now what I do is I need really repurchase those sheep. It's the year's Matzis HaShekel and we're good to go. And what's amazing is remember the sheep, it's like fun, right? Remember again, all of this is done without them. Now about that, shit, actually plays out your huge, your bitch. Yes, I got to get it, like, yes, it's like, we didn't come in and tomato, I brought in the sheep that I did that, right? It's a mystery. So I say, what's the true understanding you just said? We never heard of this. Because generally, the redemption of a sacrificial animal, at least in the realm of personal sacrificial animals, must always be preceded by the appearance or emergence of a removal, something which disqualifies the animal. This is a unique halacha by karbanos, by community offerings. Beautiful. One second, so that's it. That's it. So that is the statement of Rabbi Yochanan, groundbreaking finish. Good. You know what that's right. You have to wrap the process. The Rothschild, so that was cool about it. But that is so it's continuing so what happened? Other later stuff. So it's time to over real laptop. So look at the stuff. Says to Rabbi, you already get this from. Mechanistically, how exactly there seems to be a major problem. What's the major problem? If you produce Shevachem, let me call where did we just discussed, but I don't understand why that process works. For this even just a moment. Kedusha Shevahen, Rashi is very close. Kedusha is Haguf, Shevahen, the Kiman Sheis, Chameres, B'Mamon, B'Mamon. So we know that in the world of sanctity, that there are different types of Kedushas. There's Kedusha Haguf, right, which is physical sanctity. There's Kedusha Haguf, which is sanctity. Words, in general sense, so carbon, generally Kedusha Haguf. The only way to go ahead and reduce something that had Kedusha Haguf is how a sin sacrifice loses the sacrifice. Hence, the more. So I have a carbon that has physical sanctity, Kedusha Haguf. Now it has two kinds of offered up. That's the opening for redemption. So in general, you can reckon this financial redemption doesn't work that way. So I was very proud of this thing that I'm looking at. So we could just redeem our shoes, but the Chris is saying, how does that work? That's not how we treat a physical setting works. Physical stores are unsons. Kedusha's Hagut is the highest form of Shema. That is not because remember, what is Kedusha's Hagut mean? What does it mean that the Kedusha itself is called a parasite? That's a financial sanctuary. It's not a sanctuary, it's actually means that I think they said that in this outfit, but there's also other elements. Kedusha's Hagut is like means every day. The entire essence of this item is coverage. So the Christmas, where did the Kedusha go? The fact that you went ahead and you took forward this fantastic model of redemption, but the fact that you weird it's one of the moments what's so beautiful and living without this world is that the first thing we actually say how this process is okay. On a carbon, covenant is sanctity. Sanctity is the highest level of sanctity. The only way to quote unquote get the ways of for that sanctity is how is if something interferes with that sanctity. What is it that interferes with sanctity? A moon. Right? So a moon says something that you are anymore. Okay. So that means it opens the door for redemption. The pilgrim is essentially espousing a model that allows for redemption of something that has to do just how you without the money. Without the money, without the interest rate. Just says, what are you talking about? So it's let's go back to so the Lord says it's such a the Lord you just survive so you drive yourself to this this concept that we discussed in back today. Listen to all those interesting what you can sound like something that has to do just like create the easy without the rules, but I'll show you what you can as well. Listen to your that's what happened. An extra is purchased to custody. Honestly, you know, it's the distribution just like it. But it carried to because we use what as a Jew, but as a Jew possess. To do such like it. But the moment I came to see everything, as the entire essence, that's the Kedusha, it's a growth. Kedusha of a Jew is not something that I say, I check things before about these things. Like anybody, you just have a certain things. Who are the heroes, how many contents, I can do, right? And you know, I like this. It's a concept of function, but that's not the way that is. What I do from something that way. So, somewhere, obviously, should not be who I am. What I do, function of what I do. Yiddishkeit is who I am. That's Kedusha's Hagut, who I am. And that's the meaning of love. What creates a little bit of the Kedusha's Hagut? What creates the roots of the or you need what's the scariest part of faith is that faith has the ability to do a little bit of that Kedusha's Hagut. But the beautiful is the reality is that it doesn't. They love Kedusha's Hagut. Kedusha's Hagut of the latest thing that we saw Abba reaches Kedusha's Hagut. I'm not sure about it because by karma, nobody brings Kedusha's Hagut. By a moment, Rabbi changes me, she's back in the physical. It's the other problem, but nine. Most cases fast. Most of the always progress. Again, Rashi goes through here. Rashi, this is mostly Akitolas. I know, remember, the spikes is trying to tell us for what? Maxis a shekel. Comes the first of the son, the whose Kitoras purchases the new money. So now, inevitably, you have leftover. Now, actually goes to leftover Kitoras. Not important for us. It's very important for us right now, but I'm going to stay a little more focused. Right? So what do you do now with this? Now, the first of the son, I would leftover Kitoras that was bought with last week Maxis a shekel. What I do? What I do with it? See what we go. So the Gemara says, very simple. This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, "Mafisha minus star in the covenant of law and soul." So what is so did actually? Mafisha only, which was on the short start to be like this. The fact that as I said, she got should look at the church name was supposed to be the activity workers. Right? So they would go ahead and they would choose the workers, and the people workers from the last with Maxis and Shaka. So I was, when we start interested in the sense that we were going to come from, what was that? You also shows up in kindness, so that things that I think it's right there with the ones who do how they keep the rest of it. So they work, they know that no one else knew. Mario, I don't think it's funny at the color, but I'm a little bit suspect of that. And the guy might be smoking some Mario. Anyway, so nice, right? So especially this is a kind of so comes from the they got from last year's Maxis Hashad. Okay, so found pressure. What's only for the light? I don't know. So, what's our problem? The stores. Not the stores. Remember, so using it. No, why not? It's from last Maxis Hashad. Okay. Now watch this. So now, after we see that money, we look at the trash. We can't try more shit. Is that a good idea? I don't know what he's got. The honey. The other guy is something. The most also before you look at this, this is workers. The workers is going to say, you want you to purchase leftover for the use. These are like this teachers, which is the last thing this is a shadow, and the means leftover so that's part of the money. The money, then it happens to the money. That's the money. Money goes back into the pot. And last year's Maxis. Now, what's last year's Maxis? What is it for? Repairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And at this, Abatinas have what? What do they have? Kitoras. Kitoras. They are going now to redeem Kitoras last year. The workers of Israel Kishmir. They said it goes and he purchases the Kitoras from the Abatinas. And they repurchase it what? They repurchase it with the funds of this year. Something is taken over here. Right. What nice, but that's what it is the top. Remember, we're just understanding we're trying to do. It's not a scheme. It's very clear. We're very transparent what we're trying to do. We're trying to go ahead with a problem as we have left over a sacrifice items from lessons that you can't use this year. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they were bought with this using that. So that's all we're doing over. So again, God says, pay 17 right? Pay for our work, whatever. Okay, pay 17 for their work. They give with the money glass is not such a help. Then take that money, leave the leftover to Torres, okay? And now that money goes with the last year's for not such a help. Pay 17 have this Torres, which by the way is not good. We have to the Torres. And so this push out and we purchases it from them, which this year's Maxis Hashad, and we're good to go. And I want to say, this is the process I want everybody to use. It's for us. Emo says, again, Vanai. So that is like just a Vanai. Nemo condition but actually do that. What happened to Ketoris also is keeping Shabbos days, and the same is keeping Shabbos. Ketoris is also physical safety. So, the Ketoris physical safety, once I get research, I was working on it over here, is that when something possesses conditions of physical safety, you need something to regulate so as to allow for the again, right? I don't know what's a real, like Ketoris, I don't know what to do. But the conscious I do something. So how can you just think something as conditions are good and some of this money? So I know that instructions it says, Rabbi, calm down. No, it's says the Torah stop of oh, the Torah said this is fascinating. It's not Kedushas Hakuf. The Torah says Kedushas Torah. The Torah says his murders. Not his specific. That's a look at action. Kedushas Kedushas Yonim Shabbat Kol Yishka. Aber Yishka. Kedushas Hakuf. The Machtaka Shabbat Love Shabbos. Those are for something that can be so for an animal, when the animal gets to interest, it gets designated but you don't need to come published. It's completely placed in the service because so by definition you like to reach that struggle for us. And that is the first place that we share at certain point. Yes, remember that how is the Torah offered? Remember, there was a Torah is put on our microphone that the shovel head, or a shovel head. Right? So that is the Torah. When you're talking about the production of the Torah, and or to that matter, the storage of the Torah, so it's ground up to the spices and the herbs and the that's not more than that has a perfect those are just utensils, but it's not a sharks. So because that reaches the fullest, up until the point that it was up until the point it's actively used in this English, has never been inside of the sharks. Because it's only inside the space utensil, it only has financial safety and not the space. This is my goal. It's actually my goal. Looks like again, up until you search goes back to dollar and night. The only thing is first because has physical safety, and again, because it's being used in the service of sometimes I tell you something just that you read this, right? Just shake your head. Like this, that's what I always try. Right? So again, so it means that because the force is physically using it in the but of course it has physical safety. You want to say, or Rabbi say, or Chris say, no, it doesn't. It's not inside of the choice because actually used in this English. And it's point of preparation, it will be as financial safety. Financial safety, financial safety, I will say, financial safety is a whole other safety. Financial safety, the same with all the age, financial safety, therefore what you need financial as well. That's why leftover tutorials could simply be with you. Now, can you do this with any tutorials over the course of the year? No. This is a good way how you do leftover tutorials, but the idea is that the safety is just the actively removed because it's not physical safety, it's only financial safety. Like it's also, so just again, just keep track of the right? We're all going to be back for the opening. But the opening says, what do you do with leftover sheep? That's like, why you resume them? You're doing them, how you resume them? You go ahead and you transfer the same thing the money, put that money put that money into the last responsible master shekel, and then you purchase them with new master shekel. This is a real good Rabbi student agree with it. With his saying, what about the Kedusha? What about how can we do that? How do you just do the same thing like that? Rabbi says to Chris, you and agree with what about the dollars? You don't pretty much do the same exact thing. You just respond to no. Two different items, two different things, right? The Torah is not specific. It's like you just say, look, rather what is it? And you just come in. You just come in. One place and give you all. So now, Rabbi shoots back. But that's the case that the Torah is only financial safety, monetary safety, happiness, safety. I love it. I mean, not talk, no to so you know, it wouldn't be a million dollars. No, it was expensive as it is. So now, what about the Fuyo? Right now, who's the Fuyo? I don't use it, but I'm saying, right, I was like, right, what is who is it? I'm not going to get so much comment, right? That's going to the blood, but requires have a shemesh, right? Sunset. Now, he's an interesting guy because in certain respects, there are certain elements, in certain respects, he's hard, he's going from the far right, perhaps again, maybe well, but it still needs that sunset. So, it's like this. If you like that for us, which maybe has financial safety, it doesn't have Kedushas Hagos, then if that's the case, then if it's all your touch completely tunnel. Yet we know that he does out of a kind of white leader. Not the scissors, not the mustaches, the herbs of Torres, right? And in the grinder, because the grinder, or in the vessel, with severs portfolio. If a portfolio touches it, he makes it fossil. He makes it fossil. Which is what's still to indicate that the Torres is not Kedusha's dominant behind it, Kedusha's Haguf, which was a DJ called Kedusha's dominant mystery between a woman, I don't know, maybe the items that have Kedusha's dominant, maybe they also become tunnel of kind of an in other words, I don't know, maybe that's not all, like you say, maybe that's not all. Maybe Kedusha's dominant becomes tunnel in contact with its own, which was not the marriage. On the levels, more in the head, makes the book issue. The levels, so we call it before, so they become subject to Milah. Remember, the Milah means another use of a person in that. So they become subject to Milah. We should book issue from the time that people concentrate. Concentrated, once it's concentrated, actually the possible window. Ultimately, once it's the coverage of the shows, then it becomes fit or it becomes susceptible to promoting it for you. And you also keep women, but for someone who has in the Muslim time as a part is necessary Kabbalah, it will be left over overnight. So what do you see from there? Cut should be created, don't cut should be pretty low. So also what do you see from there? That even items that as financial sector only become subject to come up to a portfolio once they come in contact with the insurance. Right? Otherwise, they come in contact with the insurance, they should not be subject to tomorrow through tomorrow. So remember, what's our problem? Our problem is we just said before that the portfolio touches the Torres ultimately becomes which would seem to indicate us that what the Torres is not simply Kedusha's family, rather it must be something else. Elamai, Kedusha's Hagufi. Rather, what we have to say is that the Torres also has Kedusha's Hagufi. That the Torres is not simple financial safety, but rather the Torres actually possesses actual physical safety. There was an understanding interesting part about that. Now, what was suggesting is that the Torah has physical safety, even though what? Even though it's never been in a Kedusha's, never been in a service utensil. So it must be that the act of putting the Torah into the Nakashas, like the act of putting the Torah into the grinder, or into a mortar vessel, by definition, rests it with Kedusha's Aguf. Alamayatel, Tikasa Wiyah. But if that's the case, it's like a lot of moving pieces over there. It can be, it always has to be just as with. But the ultimate issue becomes also the Lina. What's the Lina? Lina ultimately needs to be left over it. So that operates to be also left over it. So it's as long as you learn, right? There comments, not how to hold up the comments. So it's during the comments is the three finger falls that the point takes from the garden cup. The bone is the fragrance that is put over a personal carbon. So that's Sky behind it. Minkas calling the Shua, that is a special move. Minkas in Sabbath, more of it behind which is the issue. So they're all subject to the law. Once we have been concentrated in the service of their franchise, or should the Pasa between Rome or the Hoseki over Liga. Once they come in contact with the insurance, so then they will say, hey, what? Then you are susceptible to tomorrow, to your because you're going to bring his records in Kabbalah's and Liga. So we'll say, but again, so you never follow the flow of this. What is he doing there? That a carbon or a sanctified idol is only subject to the prohibition of the Liga, which means immediate overnight, when only once it's come in contact with the insurance. How does she bring it to that? Torres has never come in contact with the insurance. There's never come in contact with the insurance. And again, I'm not going to myself what's going on here. First thing was typically, it is not typically low. Only if something has become consecrated with insurance is subject to Milah. But it's not in the insurance. It shouldn't be subject to Milah. So we're saying, see, here our problem is, it sounds like we're really going saying that Torres has Kedusha's Haguf. Okay, that's what it sounds like. Okay, Torres has physical sanctity. The problem is everything that has physical sanctity is subject to Mila, being left overnight when it's possible. The problem is something is only left over, it's only subject to Mila if it's come in contact with the Pishamis. So the Torah occupies this very strange space where on one hand we're suggesting it has physical sanctity, which will make it subject to Mila, but it hasn't been insurance, which means that it's not subject to Mila. So how do I reconcile these two things? Amalek says, no, not a problem. You comment, you Shine Kidonas, Hoyle Mitzvah, the Hol Hashama Kuba. So this is fascinating. One wants to suggest that perhaps Kidonas is not subject to Nida. Right? Why is Kidonas not subject to Nida? Why not? Because it never changes form. So if you think about it, when does Nida apply? Because I can have another piece of Nida, sacrificial meat. Listen, what happens if you have overnight? What happens? It changes. Right? It looks different. So we must suggest that perhaps the Nida only applies to things which will be different if we left out. He told us, it looks like, he told us this fantastic question of refrigeration, that I'm assuming trying so temperature, I'm trying to put the temperature. Okay, so what am I going to say again? Torres, it was suggesting maybe Torres itself would be actually all the Surasa, first white line in Rashi, all the Surasa. Then the Shana's running star. The appearance of the Torres never changes by being left over. And Philip happened up to Kisha Saguchi, when we sit up a Mina, we should touch the thing because of that one of Subina. So we're asking about should the Shana's touch and clean. So I will say, so this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Here's what we must suggest. To just understand. Not just that perhaps what I'll lay out is that the Torres does have Kedusha Saguf, does have this listen. Why is it not subject to Lina? It's not subject to Lina because it doesn't change appearance when being left overnight. But, what's the but? Once the Torres has been put in Kedusha, it is subject to Lina. Right? It is subject because that's what we just saw before. Anything that comes into a Kedusha is a subject to Lina. Why is the Torah subject to Lina? Why? That if we don't be subject to Lina, usually other things that are going to a Kedusha. We say, just like the Torah is not subject to Lina, so to other items that are going to a Kedusha is other subject as well. Therefore, just in order to create a uniform halacha, we say anything that goes into a Kedusha is subject to Lina. Casting Lina, Torah, before it goes into a Kedusha, even though it has Kedusha's ideals, it is not subject to Lina. Why? Because it appears, its appearance does not keep left over there. Beautiful. Good. Nikolov, Kasha. So as I said, now that we've done that beautiful and magnificent, really exercise, then you might say, okay, now we've got the square one. And we'll say, what was square one? Nikolov, Kasha. Kedusha Shabbat El. Let's say, remember again, let's go back. So, what are the concept? That is the first of Nisan. It's the first of Nisan. I have left the Rishi, the Spanish, that's Hatchloid. There are multiple last year's Sashaka. I can't offer them this year because they want last year's Hatchak. So, what do I do with them? What do I say? What do you do? Go ahead and take money, but transfer the safety of the sheep onto the money. What are the money? In last year's half shekel pot, what's done all of the leftover last year's shekel? This is, for example, this is the actual shekel. And then what do I do now? Again, I have regular sheep, just regular sheep. But one sheep. What do I do? Repurchase them with this year's Maxia shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. Overarching question: how do you do that? The people who say shekel had it, but they don't have they have Kedusha's Haguf. They have physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so I don't understand where did that sanctity go? Where did it go? Because it is simply evil. Which the Lord said, "What's the order? Get ready for it." Allah, what's the order? It's underlined. Some of that box. Leave hasty non-slavery. Really, what's that? Hasty stipulates regarding the definition of it. It's outside punishment condition. Essentially, the witness condition was as follows. Basically recognizes that and filling these purchases stuff. So the man says, "Give me leftover. Give me leftover." Essentially, what Beasley says is Kishas Haruf only involves the stuff that we use. But the stuff that we don't use, the Kishas Haruf never really ex post facto to follow. Obviously, when all of those sheep are sitting in which does not run, or all of that Ketoras is sitting in the middle of the Ketoras, we don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. But ex post facto, when it comes to first of Nissan, there's 4 leftover sheep or that now the Ketoras. Basically, simply the way anything that's not used during the current financial year does not have Kedushas Haruf. Because it does not have Kedushas Haruf, therefore what? It can be easily used. Beautiful. That's a now let's see this. I'm literally translating many things in must now. So literally the heart of these things makes it not. If you makes a condition about these items. Rashi, great days of instructions, 600 of the bottom, great days of Mashiach. The Shasta Kichot. The time that these items are purchased, whether we're talking about the dollars, whether we're talking about sheep, so sheep right now, the Makachik, the Shasta Kichot, and the Hatzricha, the Shana. And for the super things being made. So also, so remember again, this has to be a general sense, right? That David, right, the Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, has control over monetary matters of Klal, which is actually quite fascinating. Because what it sounds like is we always assume that was the case for us regular people. Apparently, because of people like Hector, Lazy, Hector, it's apparently over temple finances as well. It's religious finances as well. So the way that he looks is like Israel says, he only says it's going to be left over. So again, it's not the shot that everything has to be just like I never repeated it. It's because our assumption is only the stuff you use has to be just like anything left over, you never had to be just like this. Now you'll say, if it never had to be just like this, then what? Then what? They don't repeat it at all. That point you can't go. Because remember, the city of the that's going to look very strange. If you just take a sheep that's just moved the rice over, that's how foreign, and it's so in the end, you think about it. Right? That's not going to be right. So you have to undergo some mechanism, hopefully without redemption. But just understand that he thought the whole problem was, I am doing something that has physical safety without the individual or anything else. For us, for one, make things from not so how it works. The way it works is, he says, only the water you use has to be just like this. What you don't use never had to be just like this. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So Rashi got the immediate seaboard, knows the days any matter concerned with seaboard, these ranges. That's actually a very heartwarming, a very beautiful phrase. But we'll call immediate seaboard, anything that's concerned with that's cloudy, so knows the days to days in their hearts. When it is concerned regarding all communities matters, and therefore halacha so again, they said only what you use has to be shas haguf, what you don't use does not have to be shas haguf. That is wild. So they said this is Rabbi. So this is Rabbi now we interpret it incredible. And you might say, what's the Rabbi would be only because I said the king make the sheep use the sheep. But whatever is left over, you can just simply leave with everybody. And you're good to go. Incredible. So you want to say this follows. If that's the case, I'm going to have it. But I'm not even on the issue. So I'm going to come out. To Kaddish, to be just like it. But here's the problem. That this is what he said. That you can use such things as being active and animal for financial statement. Even he said, that I'm not going to raise Rashi's example is if you're not fishing higher, like if you take a ram and you say, I hereby am not fish this ram for financial stability, the animal essentially automatically applies to use as something. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in use as something. So I would say, once these sheep are designated, how do you acquire to the destinies to do Shasagos? Well, Kashma, plug the armor with the Lord, plug the armor with the Esau. Everything is in the so let's say, so ultimately, okay, everything is actually this spreadsheet, by the way, is on our base. Just for validation, just come over. You can see that calculation is going over $1. How do we over that? So I'm looking for them, we're not going to over. So that's, yeah. When you designate down, when you say that this animal should be for over, which is what the animal is fit for, the animal is automatically destined to just these animals should be for yourself. The Lord said, suffering is a wine language. So what does that mean? That means investing in the animal for financial safety and not physical safety. So Allah is to designate on a personal level, if you wanted to designate an animal with financial safety, not physical safety, you have to designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like a supplement, something's covered for one. But again, here, these did not now later, and essentially these instructions, and once again, what you're going to use as physical safety, or you're not going to use only as financial safety. Incredible. Back to me, so social cases are just incredible. Just look at this. You're part of this soil change place. Right? So remember, using a Kavansi paper. You're going to paper. So power inside the paper. Shock. They got lost. They lost. Because somebody using their job. Someone's getting fired. That's the Kavansi young paper. Okay. The fish has a cafe. Let's find another. But in all seriousness, can you imagine that when you get some brush, right? It's your keeper, it's your paper, and you know, that was everything. The hardest side of it, right? And that moment when you realize you lost it. So you imagine that. It was this tremendous hospital. And what happens after that is probably like a half what it's telling us. And then what do they do after? What do they do? Right? The fish have to catch the head. Just get a replacement. Once they get right, they'll often carbon check themselves. That's tremendously overwhelming and scary. And it's easy to get paralyzed by the challenges of life. What do you do when things live in challenging life? Create and orchestrate and choreograph a solution. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Use a solution-oriented in the life approach. So they lost the components of their opportunity. I don't know. It's traumatic to use it. Right? It's completely lost the components. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution. Then what happens? They go ahead and they separate out the components. Find no problem over days. The thing is, see that body soda. Charge it. Let's see that body soda. Right? Which were a cigarette that was using components that are actually weird. Super shakoti ma'amod kabarajid. The real power of the only server factor. So it's like some of the components with clogging stuff through the instruction of things and accidentally worship that body soda. Okay? So what happens? Same thing. They had this components president and then it was lost. They didn't check in the cafe. And what happens? And now they went ahead and separated out new components. So let's say the part that's not really over here. What happens? Then they find the other parts. So after you keeper, they find the lost out of the side. After they offer up that cover by both sides, they find the one that was lost. So now what do you do with this found out? What do you do then? So the United States put it in this division, but he says you have to let them die. The lost animals that are now found, you let them die. Actually says okay, killing them you see. So they don't see how it is. It's not back in the easy little cover right outside, you can go right off. Really, I don't think you're trying to have that. For all the lecture, the whole TV show, this is the big factor to listen. So he just says, essentially, these covers, because you can't leave them for next week. Because the next time they're already aged out, right? Because the animals sacrificed to your keeper had to be underneath the ball. So there's nothing to do with that. Same thing for our own desire. The outcome is already been used. So he says, you have to just let the animals die. But that was what I'm saying all the time. You actually stop it up, right? I don't think again, this platform development is an activation cycle. Let them develop a mode, sell it on, they use the money for a couple of purchases to purchase the cover. Mother says, yeah, that does see this. That she says, yeah, because how long the said then it's currently allowed a cover dime by individual sacrifices. But by cover, we don't do that. So, hey, one second. There's a bunch easier. All right. Maybe days the mass level. The one thing is like this struck gold. Once you get to these little days that not the mass level, that's for everything. Right? What is the days mass? The days says only the animals you use have the full sentence. So it's like this. It's true. I said pointing out the pioneers research that different, but now they got lost. I offered up other animals in their stead. So when I find those animals, what should be the stats from those animals? Essentially, but let me do it. Let's pull it up. Go ahead and just redeem them onto money. Right? Let the money be saved. Those animals keep living. We're good to go. We're good to go. Or we put this for something else we use. Because we listen to it. It says control sacrificial designation. And what they say essentially is that the bookshelves have only the valves of perfect components you're going to use. But if you're not using your own sacrificial purposes, then what? Then it should never be having the same thing. Which the Imam says, don't bring up this case. We bring up the case of Yoram the Lord. This is different. Sharia would be the most shriku. The case of lost covers is actually not the case. Why? Because it's not cut. Which first of all is going to be This is not a common occurrence. So the cut is not a common occurrence. Most in general, you see this, that Chazal only legislated, right? Only legislated in common occurrences. Uncommon occurrences, which is not to legislate. So because a lost cover is such a rare occurrence, therefore we don't get into this whole reasoning thing. We don't get into that. Instead, again, either we go ahead and let it die, or go to the shouldn't let it go into develop, and then we can look at the money goes to the dollar. Okay, it's actually not interesting. There's actually not interesting. Now what you begin to see is that this concept of creation must know that it's only applied to normative cases. But what we call to exception cases, it's not applied mercifully. It's hardly part of the mercy. What about part of the mercy is clear, right? Every bites coming to the party today, right? You've got to be careful with that part of the you've got to tell that, you've got to choose just for everything. So not part of the is again, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're going slow and steady. Because these Gemaras, I feel a little bit guilty for going away to that because I feel that Shul's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days, but I'm doing a lot of Shul's talk. Let's say Shul's is you can't get better than this. So you gotta take it slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect at some point in time. Over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short thing. But we'll make up ground. But I'm supposed to be out there. I'll be right. Good morning. Good morning. When you get to this up. You gotta give it to me. How old are you? Hey.
Yo, what up? It's David. Big Dog, can you hear me? It's David. Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
Maseches Daf Yoy, in Maseches Shavuot, we begin, of course, by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our actual our sponsor, the Schultz family, who sponsored all the shiur and all the dresses of this year. As a fuss from the Jewish coverage today on Mr. Shem, their English will be the scalpel. We also thank Shmuel and Rabbi for sponsoring all the shiur of his life throughout the year in commemoration of the Yahrzeit Shmuel's father, Let's Crafton, we call out for the Yahrzeit, which is tomorrow on Pesach Seder. So both said yesterday was Shabbos, the long afternoon, and we were able to complete the daf in its entirety. That in our deadlines, tomorrow we'll definitely got to daf Yud of an hour. It was a long sentence. We couldn't stop it. Yud of an hour, all the way until that two down to the words that they are over across here to pass themselves. So whatever you happened not to share yesterday, you can catch up. And it's basically what's left of today's. What we did yesterday for today's daf was a process of elimination to explain the previous. You can see now the mayor over across the evening across ourselves. We mentioned this before, and this is the thing that comes to the mayor in this Mishnah. What he essentially says is that we all work together with those conditions. But it's true that the severe Hakitza Shiyom Kippur. Let's just take a quick break to remind ourselves of a couple of things. We have a number of different Segirim what we're talking about. A number of different goats. If we haven't heard about them yet up until now, let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is we have the Segirim of Yom Kippur, which is the Segirim Hanasa that we've been referring to it, which is it's Avodah will take the place inside. And that was something we described that, according to all opinions, comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what the halacha was about becoming, and in the middle, he had this he's forgetting, there's not remembering, and then what happens is he eats something which is tough. He eats a karma, while he's talking with person who's a mikdash, and he doesn't ever find out. In other words, a lot of them when he stays with him, that's what the sorry and that's what the person is going to do. There's another one, which happens on Yom Kippur, which is the Star Pizza. This is not the Star Pizza. This is done because the outside, and that is the big reflection when it comes to food. But everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, in the beginning, but knows about it at the end. So everybody agrees it will come to a point for a person who did not know anything about the cookie actually violated somebody. But at the end, he found, I never realized that was coming. Or I didn't know that how someone could do it to make it. But with the carbonas, that's why that at the end. Then we have Siri with Haragawa. We have the better program like this, and we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that works for somebody who we called him yesterday, the person who's completely over here. He does not know at the beginning these problems will come up. He does not know about it at the end. He has to find out about it ever. So it's here how it's going to talk to that person. And then we have Siri Lesson Production. You have to go to that room on those programs. So the first opinion they had, the Mishnah was a dog, and he said it's really the same thing as Stephen Haragawa, except that it comes more frequent. You have this opportunity for tomorrow every single month. What the food is a chance for the Buddhist guy. The Buddhist guy who violates Shabbat did not know about the problem from the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because God was terrible. Shimon mentioned yesterday, said no, not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, so tahar has not tahar. A person who's tahar, needs a tahar which is coming, so that's a tahar. In other words, typically all the other cases we're talking about when the God himself has become tahar, and then he did something that a tahar person is not supposed to do. In this case, it's not what we're talking here. You have a person who himself was tahar, but he ate a tahar which is tahar, he should not have done that. The mayor, who we're going to address right now, he essentially says that all of these things can be mixed up. Only one that's unique is the Sawyer Hanatsa. The only one that has a total kapara is Yisrael Hashem, which is not so good. And that's something which comes over for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That one is unique. However, for the case of number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out. So in other words, initially he's oblivious, but then he finds out. In the second case, the person who's not coming at all. There's a other which is coming, so that person needs a kapara. Says it there, the Sire has pizza on him, which is going outside. And the God brought on Yasser, and the God brought on Yasser, they all come from all those three things. Now, in order to make all the process that we've been doing, you'll find that for the one which is outside the sorrow, it's really initially formed, not go back initially, and then find that here. And at the zero, what becomes a yamtiv? For something that will find it out, we start calling it movies. And the zero is question of Hashem, he holds like the ship essentially, it's a car, so but even though that's initially what you see, all borrow from each other, and they don't all work for each other. Now, on this opinion of Rabbi tells us that they all essentially work for each other. Everyone wants to deal with this country. Now, the truth is, it's no secret. Here, because of the last couple of weeks, we put the person of Karabatanina. So here is actually where it comes from. The mayor of the Karabatanina, the process of these guns, and cover for the Kapara, is fine for 20% reduction. Now, other time after the by time of the mayor, what is reasoning for a mayor? That our card says Sa'ir, Seir. Sometimes it says Sa'ir, just plain old Sa'ir. In other places it says Seir with the vav. Now, what is he talking about? I myself, beginning this year, the last week, I had to spend some time this morning opening up a phone and just reminding myself of what's going on over here. Because you get to go over the level. So if you open up the Parshas Pinchas, we leave this actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is, it starts with a parak Chavtas Uvarashne Chadashim that goes to the Kubaras of Rosh Chodesh. So this is a parak Chavtas, Parshas Pinchas, Sefer HaMikvah. Uvarashne Chadashim, the lists all the Karbanos, and then the Pasuk Tes Vav that says, Who Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas. Instead of saying, Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas, Who Seir isn't. What's the difference between the who and the regular? The who means and. And it's above the list. It adds on to something else. Then you go to the next section. So immediately after Rosh Chodesh, the Torah immediately just segues right into Pesach. When it comes to Pesach, we look further in that same exact parasha, which is reading plus the Chafez, Who, Seir, Chatas, Echad, Alev. So again, it says who. So it's connecting Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Then you go on. By the way, this is where the famous Kohen is. Okay? We don't have to, there's no clear people right now. And then afterwards, we Yom HaBikurim. So go to order. It's not Pesach, and then you move on to Yom HaBikurim, which is the Yom HaBikurim. Starts with the Chaf, and then you keep going off the timing. Guess what? Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas. So, Seir is keep that in mind, but you have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas without who Seir. Then in the paragraph of text. Because the Chodesh HaShvi'i, Tishrei, the Echad L'Chatas, the Chodesh HaShvi'i, the staff, Rosh Hashanah, and then it says, Pasuk K, who Seir isn't your two next one, who has some of the also on the Kodesh, the 10 pages of paper, the read about those Kodesh, last passage in that section, Pasuk Aleph, Seir isn't appetitive. Now we have so far to this, and the paper both describe the Kodesh Apata, without the above, everybody has the above. Next, the Chamisha also, you know, the Kodesh HaShvi'i, on the 15th day, which is Sukkot. So then it goes to every single day, Because I almost see even these in that part of the Bible. The first thing you say is, here. The second one, the second day of that Yom Tov, the first pasuk you pass, who's here? Third day of Yom Tov, who's here? Fourth day, pasuk Chafar, who's here? Fifth day, pasuk Chafar, who's here? Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, pasuk the start of pasuk Chatas, then here, pasuk Lamed Aleph, the start of the seventh day of Sukkot, who's here? Chatas, and then Yom HaShvi'i, Shoshana Rabbah. Then you have Lamed Dalet, who's here? Chatas, by Yom HaShvi'i. Then you have Shmini Atzeres, which is pasuk Lamed Hey, welcome from Sukkot to Lamed Tes, who's here? So basically you have all the way from Pesach through Shmini Atzeres, all the cases that says who's here? Chatas Tefon. The boom is not necessary, except for Shavuot, it doesn't say who's here, and the Kippur does not say who's here. No, Chama, Marchanina is saying, my time is the day of Hamakra, here, who's here? It says here, but at that time, the extra word, that's the letter of Vav. By which she calls the kingdom, what is this extra word indicating? That all these goats that we just described, so that, and go with all the goats of Pesach, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah, and Kippur, Sukkot, all of these, are all connected. The Vav lost the Misha, and the Vav, and it adds up to the first thing, and it combines the whole thing. But the words is very nice. It makes sense. However, it seems like what we're saying is you start with Rosh Chodesh and you build up from Rosh Chodesh to Pesach, to Shavuot, to connect to Rosh Hashanah and to Kippur. Rashi goes more, very methodically. If you look at Rashi's this first few lines, he says, "Shall Pesach have so much the Rosh Chodesh?" Although the first one of this parsha was Rosh Chodesh, so who connect Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Therefore, the Gemara Rosh Chodesh, that's our parsha. We focus. We'll connect them all together. That Rosh Chodesh is the oldest, so we're going to connect each one to the other, which is before it. But the problem with that is, I'm going to be up there, calling for a people, making one on, make me love. Oh, that was, you could say, the first day of the day, supposedly, the Torah gave us all information. And gave us new tests, right? And you could use all those different ways of learning to figure things out. And once you figure something out, you can actually use that to learn from another place. So you can have kind of a shade. So you can learn from halacha A to halacha B, halacha B to halacha C, halacha C to halacha D. No problem with that. Even though you're learning C from B, and B itself was not explicitly written in the Torah, that's not a problem because you learn B from A. However, what's not going to be you cannot make the concept. Besides the Karbanos, you can't do that. Karbanos are accepted. You have to actually learn each one by itself. And it's amazing how much of a you can't learn one from the next. And the problem with it is, when you're explaining it, you are going to be learning one from the next. Before that, the Pesach, and then the Shavuot, you're learning the one from the next, and you're just solving down the chain. Whereas you go up, and you listen to the whole thing. How about that? You learn it all out from the English. Look at Rashi. Kuru, Minas Kodesh, all about the Kodesh. Let's explain. The Torah Sha'akar Zakare, for a Torah person that means in this time. Now, for Rosh Chodesh just learns something. The way that is understanding this is that what Rosh Chodesh for, that is for Torah Sha'akar Zakare. In other words, on that point, you hold it considered. On that point of what the initial topic of Rosh Chodesh was for, the Gemara says, here Rosh Chodesh comes for a person who himself is
we couldn't verify you're an adult. What other non-adult?
No, all of those together are much for Chodesh, and Rosh Chodesh is going from that. Okay, fine, we can have that. The problem is to take up is to hear. This will work for every single place where the word is written. In other words, the idea is that the vav connects them all together. The and this go connects them all together. The problem is that is the premise. That you are basing your ability to connect one comma to the next, then you have to recognize that it doesn't say that and can't connect them. That will be a problem. Now, Hatzaras and Kippur, as we mentioned, when it comes to Shavuos and Kippur, the Lord also makes here. It doesn't actually have that vav by the word ear. It doesn't have the word and. So if we be stuck, we're not able to connect Yom Kippur and Shavuos, the rest of the Kabbalah, and they'd be left by themselves. Now, if we say this other, if we say each one connects to the one before it, so that's not a problem. We can still connect each one to the next.
What child is watching this?
And in Kippur, you can still say Kippur will be connected to Sukkot, and Shavuos can be connected to Rosh Hashanah. The problem is now that we're saying that they're all lumped together and they're connected by virtue of the fact that it says and, if it doesn't say and, you lost. Or so you know what? You're right. That's not where it comes from. That's not where it is.